in a world where humans coexist with magical beasts. The prodigious scholar Fang Ming was compelled to withdraw from school following a failed awakening. However, he inadvertently acquired a remarkable fusion talent, enabling him to amplify the effects of any material or item by 100-fold when merged with his pet beast. Mystic Steel, fused to yield 100-fold defense. Spirit Flower, fused to grant 100-fold vitality. Sharp Goldstone, fused to enhance 100-fold attack. Thus, Fang Ming embarked on an unparalleled journey to invincibility, accompanied by a lowly pet beast that astonished all who beheld him. Chapter 1. The SSS-level talent after expulsion. In Jiangsheng, at the first Beastmaster High School, the senior year disciplinary office was illuminated by glaring fluorescent lights. Fang Ming stood at the center of the office, casting a glance at the nonchalant head of the disciplinary committee seated in an executive chair, lowering his gaze slightly. The head of the committee took a sip from the steaming tea on the desk, his impatience evident as he smacked his lips. Fang Ming, I believe I have made myself quite clear. Fang Ming shook his head. Director, I still believe there was an issue during the awakening. How could I have suddenly fainted? I have already explained this to you students long ago. The director interjected impatiently. The impact on the brain during awakening can be quite severe. It is entirely normal for students of weaker mental fortitude to lose consciousness. Fang Ming looked at him earnestly. In my regular studies and training, my mental strength has consistently ranked among the top. I have never. The director furrowed his brow, cutting him off. Regular studies. You do realize that the true awakening ceremony cannot be equated with regular practice, do you? Moreover, the director expressed clear dissatisfaction with his words. Your fainting was a personal issue. Do you intend to blame the school's awakening procedure? Fang Ming clenched his fists discreetly. That is not my intention, but at that moment, I distinctly felt I had successfully awakened my talent. You fainted. What awareness could you possibly have? The director chuckled, leisurely sipping his tea, evidently regarding Fang Ming's words as a mere jest. Fang Ming shook his head, steadfast in his beliefs. Director, I still feel there is an issue. I wish to request access to the complete footage of the awakening ceremony. Presumptuous. The director set down his teacup and slammed his palm on the table. Fang Ming, do you think that just because your theoretical grades are slightly better, you can speak freely here? The school has provided you with ample resources. You failed to seize the opportunity and should reflect on your own shortcomings rather than blaming the school. The balding middle-aged man before him finally lifted his gaze from the executive chair, fixing a steely stare upon Fang Ming. Yet, in his eyes, there was no trace of the compassion expected from an educator, only a glint of menace. Fang Ming opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately swallowed the words that lingered on his tongue. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. Only at that moment did he begin to grasp the reality of his situation. Whether there was an issue or not, the footage of the awakening would never be made available to him. As a student from a destitute background, he lacked the standing to be taken seriously by his adversaries. Fang Ming silently lowered his head, concealing the emotions etched upon his face. I understand, Director. So, ultimately, what is the school's decision regarding my situation? Observing Fang Ming bow his head, the director's lips curled slightly as he reclined back in his chair with an air of nonchalance, while meticulously correcting Fang Ming's choice of words. It is not a decision, but rather the explicit regulations of the Beast Tamer Academy. You, the students who have failed to awaken, must withdraw from the academy. There is no room for further inquiry. Withdrawal signifies the end of the matter. This is the procedure in its entirety. Fang Ming clenched his teeth and nodded. Understood. If you comprehend, then please sign. The director, evidently disinclined to engage in further banter, slid a pre-printed withdrawal notice across the table toward him. Fang Ming cast a glance at the document, which indeed bore a formulaic phrasing. Continuing to contest would serve no purpose. He even feared that if his suspicions were valid, any sign of abnormality on his part might prevent him from leaving this place unscathed. Without further ado, he decisively affixed his signature. Very well, from this moment forth, you are no longer a student of First Beast Taming High School. Please vacate the premises at your earliest convenience. Noticing Fang Ming's compliance, the director lost all patience for further pleasantries and issued an expulsion command. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for the young man before him. Fang Ming glanced at the bald man across from him, but uttered not a word, simply turning to exit the disciplinary office. The director regarded his retreating figure with a profound contempt lurking in his eyes. A prodigious youth? Exceptional talent? Huh. merely a garment tailored for others. Upon stepping out of the disciplinary office, Fang Ming exhaled a long, heavy breath. It was then he noticed the dampness at the corner of his mouth, raising a hand to discover it was a trace of blood. Moments ago, he had restrained his anger, suppressing any outward signs of distress, resulting in inadvertently biting his own lip without realizing it. The reason for his restraint lay in a recollection of a piece of information he had recently heard. A student from Class F, the most mediocre of the lot, Wang Teng, had astonishingly awakened an A-grade talent during this round. It is worth noting that Wang Teng had consistently slacked off in his spiritual perception training, and his spiritual power assessment had set a new low for the grade. One could say that apart from being from the Wang family, he was nothing remarkable. Yet this individual had awakened an A-grade talent. Others remarked that it was no surprise, for he was indeed of the Wang family's bloodline, and his talent was truly extraordinary. Only Fang Ming sensed that something was amiss. For on a chance encounter with Wang Teng, he had inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity emanating from him. Were it not for this, Fang Ming would not have harbored any doubts. However, recent media reports had uncovered an organization classified as a dark beast tamer group by the Dragon Kingdom, which was under nationwide pursuit, the Spirit Theft Association. The beast tamers within this association specialized in surreptitiously stripping newly awakened beast tamers of their unstable talents and profiting from their sale. All these connections coalesced in his mind. Fang Ming clenched his fists, and the conjectured answer he had been mulling over naturally surfaced. The Wang family had forcibly seized his awakening talent. Fang Ming ground his teeth fiercely, his gaze turning ominous. Just then, a soft chime resonated in his ears. Ding! It has been decided. You are the chosen one. The Beast Tamer system has been activated and is currently binding. Binding successful. Due to the host's talent deficiency following awakening, the system will assist the host in drawing a new talent free of charge. Fang Ming paused, momentarily believing he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Talent extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS grade talent effect Fusion Monster. Fang Ming surveyed his surroundings, confirming the sound was not external. Listening to the series of notifications ringing in his ears, he finally grasped that he had indeed obtained a system. System, display my talent panel. Fang Ming tentatively issued a command within his mind. As soon as his thought took form, a cerulean panel unfolded before his eyes. Effect Fusion Monster I. Talent level, SSS. Talent effect. You can merge any material item with a magical beast, amplifying the fusion effect 100-fold. Currently at level 1 effect, with one material item permitted for fusion each time. Effect Fusion Monster? The talent can further upgrade? Fang Ming scratched his head. This talent seemed rather peculiar. He would have preferred something more straightforward, like infinite evolution or ancestral bloodline return. Yet, being an SSS grade is undeniably impressive. Wait a moment. SSS grade. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback before realizing. He immediately focused, vigorously rubbing his eyes before looking back at the panel. He meticulously recounted the number of S's displayed. A child could easily count those letters accurately. Not an illusion. It truly is an SSS grade talent. This was a rank he had never even heard of. It is worth noting that the highest talent grade recorded in the Dragon Kingdom is merely S grade. There is always a glimmer of hope. His heart skipped a beat, and at that moment, Fang Ming's eyes grew slightly moist. Finally, there was a chance for redemption. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him feeling a thing. Simultaneously, he recalled the system's earlier statement, talent deficiency following awakening. He had indeed not guessed incorrectly. His awakening ceremony had been tampered with. Fang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed toward the northern part of the city. There lay the residence of the wealthiest family in Jiang City, the Wang family. With his current abilities, he naturally could not confront them. The pressing concern was to acquire a magical beast swiftly to ensure his own safety. There were two avenues to obtain a magical beast. One avenue was to purchase directly from the market, but the prices were exorbitant and far beyond Fang Ming's current means. The other avenue was to venture into the wild to seek out magical beasts and forge a contract on his own. While this path required no expenditure, the dangers lurking in the wild are well known in today's world. Yet, at this moment, Fang Ming had no other option. He had to pursue the second path. Chapter 2. Mischievous Cat. Capture failed. As one of the 13 principal cities of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangxing boasts exceptional overall strength. With a formidable 7th-tier powerhouse at its helm and over 30 beast tamers of 5th tier or higher, Its reputation is well-deserved. Nevertheless, the wilderness beyond the city's borders remains largely uncharted, with only a 10-mile radius having been thoroughly explored. Beyond that lies an exceedingly perilous area. After leaving school, Fang Ming proceeded directly to the monster trading market, where he purchased a substantial amount of equipment for survival in the wild. This expenditure effectively depleted the savings he had amassed over the years. Early the next morning, he set forth from his home towards the outskirts of the city. His immediate goal was to explore within that 10-mile radius, hoping that fortune might favor him with the encounter of a suitable monster for contract. Although the wilderness is fraught with danger, the area within 10 miles is still considered a safe zone, guarded by Jiangqing's watchtowers and patrolling city guards. Once outside the city, Fang Ming even encountered a number of tourists out enjoying the spring weather, which alleviated some of the tension that had gripped him. "Hey, isn't that Fang the scholar?" A somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 young men clad in wilderness training gear. They were former classmates from Beast Taming Class 1, all of whom had successfully awakened their abilities. It appeared they had been assigned to the same group for practical training in the wild. "Hello," Fang Ming greeted them briefly, intending to move on without further engagement. "Don't rush off, Scholar Fang. You look like you're out here hoping for a stroke of luck." One of them called out, their voices lingering. "Come on, don't you know Fang Ming failed his awakening? He.s. a talentless waste, hardly a beast tamer. So what chance does he have of contracting a monster?" Another chimed in mockingly. "Oh, my mistake. My apologies, Scholar Fang," came the voice, laced with sarcasm. Fang Ming discerned their malice immediately. His theoretical achievements in beast taming and spiritual energy cultivation had once placed him far ahead of his peers, but after his awakening failure, he was now ridiculed as a failure. He smiled faintly, unwilling to waste time on their taunts. With time pressing, he needed to find a monster to contract to ensure his own safety. Quickening his pace, Fang Ming left them behind, their smug expressions lingering in his wake. "Hey, stepping on a genius feels pretty good," one of them remarked. "What is Fang Ming now? Just a waste. Let us focus on finding a monster." Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, the group continued their banter as he crouched behind a thicket, striving to conceal his presence. Not far away, a wild mischievous cat was napping upon a branch. This presented a promising opportunity, although merely an E-tier monster. The mischievous cat fell within the realm of what Fang Ming could handle, especially with the electric stun gun he possessed, which should provide him with a fighting chance. If he could contract it, he could later leverage his innate abilities to break through further. Resolute, Fang Ming raised the electric gun toward the small creature. The low-powered stun gun was ideal for such a minor beast. It would incapacitate without causing death, perfectly suited for contracting. He aimed meticulously, ensuring his shot would not miss. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the seemingly slumbering mischievous cat suddenly opened its eyes, a natural alertness to danger inherent in all monsters. Cursing under his breath, Fang Ming immediately fired the electric shot. However, the mischievous cat had already reacted, deftly dodging the aimed shot aimed at its head, resulting in the electric blast striking its front leg instead. Meow. The mischievous cat, now infuriated, quickly pinpointed Fang Ming's location. In an instant, it leaped from the tree with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing before him like a specter. Fang Ming was taken aback. Despite his excellent theoretical knowledge, he had never engaged in real combat. In that moment, panic momentarily seized him. The mischievous cat lunged at him, claws poised for attack. Despite its diminutive stature and adorable appearance, it was still an E-tier monster with an attack power that rivaled that of a tiger before its mutation. Information flashed through Fang Ming's mind, and in that instant, he found a sudden calm. He dropped to the ground and rolled away, though somewhat clumsily, just managing to evade the mischievous cat's fierce claw swipe that descended from the air. Meow. The cat, frustrated by its failed strike, grew even more enraged. Its pale pink claws began to emit a faint glow. Oh no, it's about to unleash its claw barrage. In that single motion, Fang Ming realized the skill the mischievous cat was about to release. The claw barrage allowed the mischievous cat to unleash a series of at least 5 rapid strikes, with a chance to trigger a follow-up attack. However, the skill required a half-second window to execute. Fang Ming was well aware of the mischievous cat's abilities and recognized this as his only opportunity. Once it released its skill, dodging 5 consecutive strikes would be impossible. Lacking the time to aim, he raised his gun and fired a shot. Would it hit? His heart raced, almost stopping. ZZZZT. The electric gun struck true, hitting the mischievous cat squarely in the head as it prepared to unleash its attack. The creature froze momentarily, then collapsed, its body limp and devoid of strength. A wave of relief washed over Fang Ming. He had succeeded. The mischievous cat, incapacitated by the electric shock, would remain unconscious for at least 10 minutes, providing him with ample time to initiate the contract. He breathed a sigh of relief, the tension he had been holding since hiding in the thicket finally dissipating. He took a step forward, approaching the fallen mischievous cat without delay. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to relax now. Just as he prepared to initiate the contract, a gunshot rang out. Bang! As he neared the mischievous cat, its head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering onto him. The acrid scent of blood filled his nostrils. The cat's body twitched slightly before falling still. Fang Ming froze, turning to look towards the source of the gunshot. Fang the scholar, what a coincidence to meet again. This time, Weevee saved you from the monster's jaws. How will you express your gratitude? Came a mocking voice, unmistakably belonging to the same trio he had encountered earlier. Fang Ming's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 3, Sinister Magic Spider, Life and Death Crisis. In the heart of the forest, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Fang Ming silently regarded the few individuals before him, locking eyes for a few seconds before turning to leave. Fang Xueshen, what is this attitude of yours? Not even a word of thanks. The voice behind him laughed and hurried to catch up. Fang Ming paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before responding in a measured tone. We are in the wilderness, where danger lurks at every turn. It would be prudent for you all to exercise caution. His words elicited a chorus of laughter. We are all awakened, you worthless one. Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own safety. Indeed, Fang Ming, when we call you Xueshen, do you truly believe you have earned such a title? Ha ha. Well said. A waste of space like you should remain cooped up in your room studying. After all, you are only adept at theories. The cacophony of jeers echoed in his ears. Fang Ming turned his back to them, choosing silence as he walked away. How tiresome. The leader of the group, a youth with yellow hair, scoffed, clearly holding Fang Ming's cowardice in contempt. This Fang Ming, I once thought he was formidable. Now it seems he is merely spineless. Why bother with such trash? It's simply amusing to watch. Another chimed in, Dog brother, this magical beast is not even that frightening. Old Ban made it sound so terrifying before we set out. The group chuckled as they gazed at the corpse of the mischievous cat sprawled on the ground. Of course. Do you think the gun in Dog Brother's hands is for show? Fang Ming reached a clearing, ensuring he had evaded the group behind him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed a powerful punch against a nearby tree trunk, the target he had painstakingly sought for so long. The opportunity to form a contract that came after a life and death crisis had been so carelessly disrupted by those ruffians. How could he not be furious? Yet, now was not the time for anger. Faced with an insurmountable foe, it was wiser to remain quietly vigilant than to succumb to impotent rage. He needed to swiftly locate another suitable magical beast for a contract in order to confront the hostility head-on. Fang Ming's mind drifted back to the plans he had formulated before setting out. His target area had been confined to within 10 miles of Jiang City, primarily focusing on low-tier combat magical beasts. Among them, the E-rank mischievous cat, E-rank fiery claw sparrow, and F-rank little ball-tailed fox were considered ideal combat companions for novice beast masters, with potential for future evolution. Unfortunately, his journey thus far had yielded only common pastoral or production-type small magical beasts, with no combatants suitable for a contract. This was the result of the Jiang City Patrol's deliberate preservation. Sighing, Fang Ming realized that encountering a suitable magical beast for a contract now depended solely on luck. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. A warning bell rang in his mind, and he instinctively lunged forward. Just in time, he narrowly escaped an attack from behind. Two sharp black legs grazed his scalp, plunging into the ground with a sickening thud. It was then that Fang Ming beheld a gigantic spider before him, its body more than a meter in diameter. With a glossy black exoskeleton and legs exceeding 3 meters in length, it appeared both repulsive and terrifying. The sinister demon spider. Fang Ming's pupils dilated in panic. The sinister demon spider was a D-rank combat magical beast, known for its insatiable desire to attack. Moreover, the one before him was clearly a mature specimen, boasting a cultivation level of at least Tier 3. Such a beast should not be found within the safety perimeter of Jiang City. Yet here it was. Fang Ming's expression darkened as he realized that the blood from the recently slain mischievous cat had likely attracted this predator. Outmatched, his heart screamed one word: escape. Just as he prepared to flee, the sinister demon spider surged forward. Its 8 long legs moved with blinding speed, creating a flurry of afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. 2 front legs rose sharply, aimed directly at Fang Ming's head. The speed of a D-rank magical beast was beyond the reach of an ordinary person. This time, Fang Ming found himself locked in the malevolent gaze of the spider's 8 wicked eyes, leaving him with no room for escape. Was it over? Was everything to end before it had even begun? In that moment, countless memories cascaded through his mind like a rushing stream. The sorrow of being orphaned, the exhaustion of countless night jobs, the joy of being accepted into the Beast Master Academy, the despair following his awakening failure. Despite his myriad of grievances, he ultimately found himself powerless to change his fate. Crack! The spider's front legs pierced through Fang Ming's arms as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, pinning him firmly to the ground. As the searing pain washed over him, Fang Ming's vision darkened, yet he fought to remain conscious. However, the sinister demon spider was laden with potent venom. Even without losing consciousness, the toxins surged through him, clouding his mind and leaving him in a haze. The world around him blurred into obscurity. At this juncture, did the system have no means of salvation? The last flicker of hope within Fang Ming's heart finally extinguished. He felt as if his body were growing lighter, as though he were being enveloped in a cocoon spun by the sinister demon spider. The air thinned, and his brain began to struggle for oxygen, gradually robbing him of the strength to think. Ding! The host has triggered an emergency mission. Near-death crisis. Near-death crisis. Mission objective: escape the shadow of death. Mission reward: 1 drop of sacred dew. Like a lifebuoy thrown into turbulent waters, or a beacon amidst the fog. The extinguished flame reignited within him. Fang Ming bit his tongue fiercely, regaining his fading consciousness. With great effort, he forced his eyes open, only to be met with a blurred expanse of white, while silence enveloped him like a shroud. In that moment, he felt as though he had been forgotten in some forsaken corner of the world. No, it was not yet time to give up. Fang Ming distinctly recalled that in the pocket of his specially trained combat uniform, he still had a multifunctional folding knife. His hands were bound, and his arms severely injured, every movement causing excruciating pain. Only a few fingers remained capable of feeble motion, but there seemed to be a chance to retrieve that knife. Fang Ming struggled to maneuver his fingers, his thumb aching to the point of cramping. Finally, he managed to grasp the folding knife. Hope surged within him. With great effort, he maneuvered the blade, which nicked his palm multiple times before he finally managed to open it. A silent smile crept across his face as hope flickered into view. Gripping the folding knife tightly, Fang Ming yanked it with all his might, slicing through the cocoon that bound him. Rip! With considerable effort, he finally freed himself from the cocoon. Fresh air rushed into his lungs, and Fang Ming breathed deeply, savoring the exhilaration. At the same time, he meticulously etched the surroundings into his memory. It appeared to be a cave, filled with the webs of the sinister demon spider and countless other cocoons. Scattered across the ground were numerous bones, both beast and human, creating a scene of sheer horror. Fortuitously, it seemed the sinister demon spider had deemed him a stockpile of reserves and was currently absent. With the system mission incomplete, it indicated that the shadow of death still loomed. Knowing he could not linger here, Fang Ming cast his gaze around before selecting a direction to proceed. He had not walked far when his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Gazing at the scene before him, Fang Ming let out a sigh. This was bad. It seemed he had chosen the wrong direction. Before him lay countless spider eggs, glistening with a pale light. Among them, numerous tiny spiders were emerging from their eggs, stealthily slipping into the shadows of the cave. Goosebumps prickled Fang Ming's arms. It was evident that he had ventured into the deepest recesses of a spider's lair. Despite the absence of any light source, he could see everything clearly due to a peculiar mineral emitting a phosphorescent glow at the center of the cluster of spider eggs. It was the purple flame crystal. Chapter 4. The First Battle, Contract Evolution. Inside the eerie cave, Fang Ming was taken aback as he beheld the mineral at the cave center. The purple flame crystal, a B-grade mineral, contained intense heat and housed a unique flame power. Its surface paradoxically icy. It was exceptionally suitable for the cultivation and growth of fire attribute companion beasts, and served as a specific material for the evolution of rare fire attribute creatures. This was a precious crystal valued at over $1 million, often sought after, but rarely available. No wonder the sinister magic spider had chosen this place as its nest. With the presence of the purple flame crystal, a minuscule portion of these small spiders might mutate into purple flame magic spiders, which would classify them as C-grade magical beasts. Fang Ming felt a surge of excitement, and even his fears of imminent death began to wane. Now that he was here, there was no reason to leave empty-handed. The newly hatched spiders were still in their juvenile state and lacked any offensive capabilities. Without further hesitation, Fang Ming strode forward towards the purple flame crystal. With each step, he crushed the spider eggs beneath his feet, releasing a viscous liquid. Approaching with a stoic expression, he was not swayed by joy, maintaining an acute sense of vigilance. Fortunately, no surprises awaited him. Among his outdoor gear in his backpack was a pickaxe, which he promptly used to chip away at the mineral, successfully extracting the purple flame crystal. While it appeared to be a substantial, radiant chunk, it was actually no larger than a fist when held. Having secured the purple flame crystal, Fang Ming wasted no time and dashed back the way he came. This trip would be worthwhile as long as he could return alive. With the crystal in hand, he could procure a formidable companion beast and acquire ample cultivation resources. Just as these thoughts took root in his mind, they were abruptly interrupted. His face blanched as he glanced ahead. The enormous sinister magic spider had returned to its lair, its 8 eyes brimming with malice, fixated intently on Fang Ming, or more accurately, on the purple flame crystal he clutched. A chilling aura swept through the cave like a tempest, freezing Fang Ming's heart with dread. No, wait. There must still be a chance. Fang Ming, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted out. He had just escaped death, and his will to survive surged fiercely. The sinister magic spider began to move, crawling stealthily like a wraith, its 2 front legs darting towards Fang Ming with lightning speed. Caught off guard, he could only raise his arms to shield his chest. Bang! The force struck him like a high-speed car collision, sending him flying. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth from his mouth. The impact of the spider's force and the subsequent fall caused him to feel intense pain, even with the protective gear he wore. Long gashes marred his arms, reopening wounds that had yet to heal. Blood flowed freely. The power of a mature, D-grade magical beast was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Fang Ming inhaled deeply, the air entering his chest igniting a searing pain. At that moment, he could think of no other way. He was on the brink of death once more. This time, he wouldn't be so fortunate. The excruciating pain spurred his mind into overdrive. His gaze fell upon the nearby spider eggs. In a flash of inspiration, a thought sparked within him. He had to take a gamble. Clenching his teeth, Fang Ming extended his hands, pressing them onto one of the spider eggs while channeling the remaining energy within him. Gritting his teeth as he spoke. With my blood, I forge a contract. A faint glow flickered at his fingertips. Generally, to form a contract with a beast, it needed to possess a low level of resistance. Therefore, a successful contract typically required either the magical beast's consent or to incapacitate it to the point of helplessness. In this instance, as he was contracting a mere spider egg, resistance was negligible. The beast contract was nearly instantaneous. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted the companion beast, Fluffy Spider. Indeed, it was an E-grade fluffy spider. As the contract was established, a tiny spider, no larger than a palm, broke free from the egg and clumsily crawled out. Most of the sinister magic spider's offspring were E-grade fluffy spiders, with only a few able to advance to D-grade sinister magic spiders. The potential for mutation relied entirely on luck. Fang Ming sighed, somewhat expecting this outcome. He tightened his grip on the purple flame crystal and issued another command. Use the purple flame crystal on the companion beast Fluffy Spider for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect Fusion Monster, 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy Spider evolved into a purple extreme magic spider and has gigantified to maturity. Effect duration, 10 minutes. With the system's prompt, the once palm-sized Fluffy Spider suddenly expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive magical beast exceeding several meters in size. Its appearance also underwent a striking change. The formerly soft and fuzzy spider was now adorned with an array of purple patterns across its body, and its legs sprouted razor-sharp barbs, exuding an aura of menace and dominance. This was indeed a delightful surprise. It was known that even with the purple flame crystal, achieving evolution to B-grade required numerous other rare materials, with success not guaranteed. Yet, the system's 100-fold effect had successfully elevated the Fluffy Spider from E-grade to B-grade. The purple extreme magic spider, an evolution above the purple flame magic spider, now possessed the combat power of maturity, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the sinister magic spider. Though the effect would last only 10 minutes, it was more than enough to save his life. The usage of this purple flame crystal was undoubtedly worth it. Without hesitation, Fang Ming directed the purple extreme magic spider to confront the sinister magic spider. The sinister magic spider watched in disbelief as its prized crystal vanished, its fury reaching a boiling point. However, upon seeing the sudden emergence of the bizarrely patterned purple extreme magic spider, it faltered slightly. The imposing aura emanating from the purple extreme magic spider quelled the sinister magic spider's rage, dissipating it entirely. Eager for battle, the purple extreme magic spider lunged forward, its front legs poised to strike, while the sinister magic spider hastily prepared to defend itself. Though both at their maturity, the D-class and B-class creatures diverged by 2 significant stages. How could the ominous spider possibly contend with the violet extreme spider? It was almost as if it were being ruthlessly ground into the earth. With a hiss, the violet extreme spider suddenly unleashed a jet of purple flame, scorching the legs of the ominous spider to a charred black. The intense heat caused the temperature within the entire cave to rise dramatically. In agony, the ominous spider screeched wildly, its eyes glinting with ferocity under the threat of death. The remaining 7 legs, transformed into lethal spears, lunged recklessly toward the violet extreme spider. Unyielding, The violet extreme spider retaliated, its legs, infused with crystal, possessing formidable hardness. The two creatures collided repeatedly, the sharp tips of their legs piercing relentlessly. While the violet extreme spider remained unscathed, the ominous spider was riddled with countless tiny punctures from its own barbed appendages. Black-green viscous fluid splattered everywhere, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. This venom was lethal. Fang Ming retreated silently, recognizing that he could offer no assistance in this divine clash. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance to avoid friendly fire. The battle between the two spiders did not last long. The violet extreme spider undeniably overwhelmed the ominous spider, dismembering it entirely, leaving no room for a desperate counterattack. Ding! The urgent task, life or death crisis, has been completed. And the reward, Holy Dew, has been issued. Holy Dew, item level, S-class. Item description, a mysterious liquid of unknown origin, seemingly imbued with immense holy power. An S-class treasure indeed. It was a fitting reward for surviving such peril, yet even with Fang Ming's extensive knowledge, he had never encountered such a substance. It would be wise to investigate its properties and origins at the library when time permitted. Fang Ming exhaled deeply. The system's announcement confirmed that the ominous spider was unequivocally dead. Nevertheless, being in the wilderness meant one could not afford to be complacent. Fang Ming remained resolutely calm. With the violet extreme spider still at its fighting capacity, he needed to vacate the cave promptly and return to the city. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward to retrieve the ominous spider's magic core. This was indeed a valuable find. A D-class magic core could fetch several tens of thousands. Suppressing his delight, Fang Ming made his way out of the cave alongside the violet extreme spider. Nearer and nearer, the cave entrance was in sight, sunlight streaming in. Fang Ming hastily stepped out, eager to breathe the fresh air, only to have his expression darken abruptly. Not far away, within the dense forest, stood the very three individuals he had encountered before. Truly, a case of enemies crossing paths. Chapter 5, Pillage and Slaughter. Beyond the cave lay a thick forest. Given the wild environment surrounding him, it was evident that he had ventured well beyond the safe confines of Jiangxing. The trio evidently sought adventure, audacious enough to tread in such a perilous locale. Fang Ming smirked slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ah, what a surprise to see you three again. Fang Ming, the leader, a youth with yellow hair, paused in shock, glancing over at him. After a brief appraisal, his gaze quickly fixated on the magic core in Fang Ming's hand. Fang Ming froze, realizing in his haste to exit the cave, he had forgotten to conceal the ominous spider's magic core. You possess a D-class magic core. The two henchmen behind him gasped, their eyes instantly drawn to Fang Ming's hand. This was not due to their keen observation skills. Magic cores of various grades were easily identifiable. Golden for S-class, red for A-class, purple for B-class, blue for C-class, green for D-class, white for E-class, and gray for F-class. The core in Fang Ming's possession was green, unmistakably a D-class. What do you intend to do? Fang Ming hastily stowed the magic core in his bag, feigning urgency to hide it from their view. Fang Ming, a commoner without merit bearing a treasure, what value do you think you hold? One of the henchmen could no longer contain himself. This is mine, Fang Ming retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. How utterly laughable, Fang Ming, the yellow-haired leader scoffed, unable to restrain his derision. Do you even comprehend where you are? This is the wilderness, far beyond any safety zones. Even if I were to kill you, others would merely assume you fell prey to a beast. Fang Ming regarded them with an impassive expression. So, you genuinely wish to kill for treasure? Ha ha ha. Fang University scholar, do you really think you can plead for mercy with your old schoolboy charm? Fang Ming, kneel now and hand over the magic core, and we may consider allowing you a less painful demise. Dog brother, I believe you are being too merciful. The trio before him wore cruel smiles, their intentions clear. As awakened beast masters, their presence in such a dangerous area indicated they were no longer innocent students. Is a D-class magic core truly worth taking a life? Fang Ming questioned, still unwilling to relinquish hope. How absurd, Fang Ming. Do you honestly believe your worthless life holds any value compared to a D-class core? The yellow-haired leader, dog brother, gazed at Fang Ming with disdain. Very well. Since you feel that way, I find no regret in what is to come. Fang Ming nodded in agreement. The yellow-haired leader looked at him perplexed. What do you mean? Fang Ming merely regarded them coldly, his gaze akin to that cast upon the deceased. He uttered only two words, make your move. In the next instant, a colossal shadow erupted from the cave behind Fang Ming. It was none other than the violet extreme spider, charging towards the trio with a terrifying speed that belied its massive form. In a heartbeat, it was upon them. A beast. The yellow-haired leader's pupils dilated in terror. And at that moment, the chill of death gripped him, rendering him incapable of even instinctively summoning his pet to defend himself. The violet extreme spider wasted no time. With ruthless precision, its sharp forelegs swept through the air, and a thin line of crimson appeared at the yellow-haired leader's throat. Gasping, he struggled to lift his gaze to Fang Ming, pleading for mercy, his eyes betraying a desperate wish to utter something. Yet, only fragmented sounds escaped his throat. Unable to form coherent words, Fang Ming observed him coldly, his eyes as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any tumult. Dog brother, what in the world is this? The two henchmen stood frozen in shock. They had merely seen a shadow flash by, and now their leader stood motionless. It was Fang Ming's doing. Fang Ming, what do you intend? Fang Ming, dog brother is a member of the Wang family. Do you wish to provoke them? The two, now acutely aware of their precarious situation, trembled visibly. In a frantic rush, they drew their firearms, but their hands shook so violently that they could scarcely grip them, let alone aim. Fang Ming found their fear laughable. The individuals he had once viewed as adversaries were nothing more than such pitiful beings. The sharp spider spear once again swung into action, and before the two individuals could even react to draw their weapons, their hearts had already been pierced. The purple extreme demon spider hoisted them aloft like skewered candied hawthorns. Exuding an air of silent mockery, Fang Ming merely stood at his post, observing the three with a calm demeanor. From the moment the confrontation began, he had been preparing for this battle. His sole objective was to engage in verbal sparring to divert their attention and, when they least expected it, strike with lightning speed. Delivering a fatal blow, he would not afford the yellow-haired one a moment to summon his beast, lest unforeseen complications arise. He intended to cast all three of them beside the large spider dwelling in the cave. Dispose of them, Fang Ming uttered nonchalantly. In a flicker, the purple extreme demon spider ensnared the three and vanished from sight. Fang Ming meticulously surveyed the area, ensuring that any traces of his presence were thoroughly eradicated. Throughout the encounter, he had refrained from revealing the purple flame's abilities, leaving no evidence other than that of the sinister demon spider. Boldness must be accompanied by meticulousness. Nevertheless, this was his first experience with taking a life. Fang Ming silently gazed at the sky, lost in thought for quite some time. Creak. It was not until the purple extreme demon spider returned to his side that he snapped back to reality. Let us depart. Fang Ming took a deep breath. Casting one last glance at the cave behind him, and without further hesitation, he hastened alongside the purple extreme demon spider towards Jiang City. He aimed to return to the wilderness safety zone of Jiang City before the spider's duration expired. A day later, several instructors from Wang family and Beast Tamer class 1 finally arrived near the cave. Old Wang, we have already surpassed the safe zone of Jiang City. Is it necessary to continue? Humph, I never expected the instructors from Beast Tamer class 1 to be such cowards. Not at all. During this field training, we have repeatedly emphasized that no students are permitted beyond the safety zone. I believe. No need for your beliefs. Simply follow my orders. The elder known as Old Wang snorted coldly and was about to proceed when suddenly he halted. Something feels amiss here. There's a scent of blood. He gestured, and a massive gray demon wolf appeared at his side. Everyone, follow me. The cave was not concealed, and under the wolf's tracking, it was soon discovered. The group entered the cave with caution, quickly uncovering several corpses. Given the scene and the wounds on these students, it is evident that the sinister demon spider is responsible. Strange, there appears to be a trace of purple flame crystal's aura. Could it have been taken? The sinister demon spider had been torn to shreds. A mature demon spider would possess at least a third-tier cultivation. Could it be that a powerful beast tamer had visited? Is it possible that these students discovered the purple flame crystal, only to be murdered by another beast tamer seeking treasure? Whoever dares to harm those of the Wang family, regardless of who it is, as long as they remain in Jiang City, the Wang family will pursue them relentlessly. The discussions among the group were rife. Yet they ultimately reached no definitive conclusion. They had no choice but to classify the student's demise as the work of the sinister demon spider, while deducing that it had been slain by another formidable beast tamer who had also seized the purple flame crystal. Although the Wang family begrudgingly accepted this conclusion, they discreetly continued to track recent market developments concerning the purple flame crystal. After all, the individual selling the purple flame crystal was likely connected to this incident. Chapter 6. The New Tenant Next Door. Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, events transpiring outside the city were of no concern to him. At this moment, he had returned to Jiang City. His arm injuries were bandaged upon his return, and with both hands rendered somewhat inconvenient, Fang Ming felt a sense of monotony in life. Fortunately, the physical resilience and self-healing abilities of a beast tamer were significantly superior to those of ordinary individuals. After resting for 2 days, he gradually recovered. During these days, Fang Ming did not remain idle. Rather, he contained his excitement and meticulously recounted his recent gains. First and foremost was the system's reward, the Holy Dew. Secondly, there was the demon core of the sinister demon spider. The effects of the holy dew were uncertain, and it was not something to be used casually. Thus, the demon core was currently the most pragmatic reward, with a market value of several tens of thousands. It was somewhat regrettable that the purple flame crystal had already been consumed. Nonetheless, having salvaged his life, Fang Ming felt more gratitude than regret. Moreover, the purple extreme demon spider had now reverted to its form as a fluffy spider, obediently nestled in the palm of Fang Ming's hand, approximately the size of a palm. Its fuzzy body was rather endearing. Gazing at the adorable fluffy spider, he reminisced about the formidable purple extreme demon spider and sighed. The system was indeed quite troublesome. Not only was the effect not permanent, but it also lasted merely 10 minutes. Such a substantial piece of purple flame crystal could only sustain such a fleeting duration, which Fang Ming found utterly disheartening. Chirp, chirp. The little fluffy spider scuttled around in Fang Ming's palm, appearing quite jubilant. At this moment, Fang Ming harbored no fear of the spider. Instead, he felt a sense of kinship. Contemplating this, he silently communicated with the system. System, could you display my pet's attributes? Ding. The pet panel has been activated for the host. A cerulean liquid crystal panel appeared before Fang Ming. Fluffy spider, species, fluffy spider rarity, E-grade level, first tier attributes, poison fire strength, 13 agility, 12 magic, 15 defense, 18 skills, web spinning, E-grade. Toxic bite, E-grade. Fang Ming glanced over the fluffy spider's attributes, which reflected a standard E-grade magical beast panel. However, all attributes were slightly above the average for E-grade pets, with no signs of mutation. Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. Fang Ming suddenly recalled something and looked at the attribute bar next to the fluffy spider. There, it boldly stated that the fluffy spider possessed the attribute of poison fire. Wait, when did the fluffy spider gain a fire attribute? Fang Ming hastily rummaged through his bookshelf for a magical beast compendium, quickly flipping to the section on spiders. A swift glance confirmed his suspicions. Fang Ming frowned as he examined the compendium before him. Typically, fluffy spiders possessed only the poison attribute. Could it be that the purple flame crystal, despite its mere 10-minute effect, had permanently granted the spider an additional fire attribute? If this were the case, it seemed that this fusion talent indeed had some additional effects that warranted further exploration. Fang Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ding dong. A sound of keys jingling echoed at the door. Ever since awakening, Fang Ming's senses had sharpened considerably, and at this moment, an alarm rang in his mind. Although he was confident that he had thoroughly cleaned up any traces from outside the city, one could never be too cautious. Clenching his fist to steady his breath, he approached the peephole. To his surprise, upon peering through the door, Fang Ming found himself momentarily speechless. In the corridor stood a young girl, dragging a large suitcase as she prepared to open the door across from him. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a white dress, her grace was extraordinary. Moreover, this young girl was someone Fang Ming recognized well, Yi Ningxuang, the prodigious girl from Beast Tamer Class 1. From the moment Yi Ningxuang entered her first year of high school, her theoretical grades consistently placed her among the top 3. Unlike Fang Ming, who experienced a failed awakening, she successfully awakened her talent in her second year, possessing the A-grade affinity of frost and ice. This remarkable talent not only bestows an additional ice attribute to all her beasts, but also amplifies ice-based attacks by a staggering 100. Such is the epitome of a singular combat talent. Consequently, Yi Ningxuang has long been regarded as a prized prodigy at Beastmaster Academy. What drives the male students of Beastmaster Academy into a frenzy is not just her outstanding abilities, but her striking beauty as well. With an icy visage and snowy complexion, her bright, captivating eyes reflect her character, pure and unblemished as jade, exuding a cold, ethereal aura akin to that of an ice goddess. Despite the relentless advances of her male peers, none have succeeded in eliciting even a single word from her. Thus, when Fang Ming laid eyes on her, he was genuinely taken aback. Logically speaking, a genius like Yi Ningxuang, even from a modest background, would have enjoyed a comfortable life thanks to the substantial allowances provided by the school over the past 2 years. Yet, what perplexed Fang Ming was her choice to reside in such a dilapidated rental. After pondering this, he decided against initiating a conversation. Having distanced himself from Beastmaster Academy, he felt no necessity to familiarize himself with such a remarkable talent. The following morning, Fang Ming rose early, shouldering his backpack as he made his way to the city center's beast trading market. As the name suggests, this market specializes in the exchange of all things related to magical beasts. Even though Fang Ming arrived quite early, he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere. Initially, there was only one official trading center, a large hub resembling a bird's egg, but over time, many merchants and individual beast tamers began bringing their captured magical beasts, cores, and medicinal herbs here for sale, leading to the formation of a long trading street. Fang Ming's goal for the day was straightforward: to sell the ominous spider's magical core in his possession. Naturally, he avoided the official trading center, where all transactions are recorded and could potentially lead to tracking risks for the ominous spider's core. To be prudent, he decided to wander the outskirts of the trading street to see if any merchants or individual traders might be interested in purchasing the core. Given his lack of experience in selling, he felt a twinge of apprehension. After several rounds of browsing and feigning inquiries at various stalls, Fang Ming gathered a rough understanding of the market prices. Approaching a stall with familiarity, he confidently inquired, "Boss, are you interested in a third-tier magical core?" The stall owner, a burly middle-aged man, scoffed, "You must be joking. Do you really think you possess something like that?" He cast a dismissive glance at Fang Ming before lazily returning his gaze to his wares. Unfazed, Fang Ming maintained his composure. "Just tell me if you want it or not." "Sure, if you have it, show it to me," the middle-aged man retorted with a laugh, finally lifting his head to scrutinize Fang Ming. "First, let's discuss the price," Fang Ming replied, unwavering in his demeanor. The man huffed, "My prices are fair. Even the veterans on this trading street know who I am. Now, let's hear your price." Fang Ming remained steadfast. "Let's establish the price first." Irritated, the middle-aged man shot back, "Kid, my word is my bond. Show me the core's condition so I can make an offer." Fang Ming shook his head, reiterating, "Let's first discuss the price." After a moment of intense scrutiny, the man's flamboyant demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. "All right, for a perfect third-tier magical core, I'll offer 100,000. For every 10% of wear, I'll deduct 10,000. Chapter 7. Bargain finds at the market, a hundredfold fusion. Fang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he continued to probe. "Is there no variation in price based on different attributes of magical cores?" The burly man chuckled. "For cores below 5th tier, the prices are uniform across attributes. Unless you can present a core of 5th tier quality or higher, then the market demand will dictate the price." Fang Ming nodded, acknowledging the validity of this information. The prices for 1st tier cores range from hundreds to thousands, while 2nd tier cores may reach over 10,000. With the disparity between 3rd tier and 5th tier cores spanning tens to hundreds of thousands. Based on his previous observations and prior research, he found the man's words to be honest and straightforward. Without further ado, Fang Ming opened his backpack and produced the ominous spider's magical core. The moment the middle-aged man laid eyes on it, his interest visibly piqued. "A perfect quality core," he exclaimed, realizing that it must have been acquired through a decisive victory in battle, preserving its pristine condition. "Impressive," the man remarked, regarding Fang Ming with newfound respect. "I'll take it for 100,000. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback by the decisiveness of the offer, which exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a figure around 80,000, yet he maintained his composure. "Agreed. All right, then please proceed with the payment," the man said, nodding. Fang Ming paused. "Not so fast. Everything on your stall is for sale, right?" The man chuckled. "Naturally, if it's on display, it's for sale. Are you interested in anything?" His demeanor had shifted significantly, now exuding warmth compared to his initial brusqueness. Fang Ming nodded, taking his time to carefully select items. Water blue crystal, spirit herb, fire spirit grass. The 2 E-grade water blue crystals would serve as a crucial safety measure. He focused on ordinary and F-grade ores and herbs, aiming to experiment with the effects of special fusion monsters. "All right, I'll take these," Fang Ming concluded, gathering his selections. The middle-aged man assessed the items. "That totals around 80,000. I'll transfer you the remaining 20,000. After confirming, Fang Ming agreed. The transaction concluded satisfactorily, and he prepared to leave with his new acquisitions. Yet, the middle-aged man called out, "I'm Su Lei, known to acquaintances as Stone. What should I call you?" Fang Ming was surprised by this sudden gesture of camaraderie from the burly man. "Fang Ming, you've got some skill, little brother. If you come across anything of value in the future, feel free to reach out. I promise fair prices," Su Lei remarked, gesturing with his phone. Fang Ming nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." After the exchange, Fang Ming returned home, eager to unpack his backpack. He poured out the colorful assortment of ores and herbs onto the floor, a vibrant display of wealth. Summoning the fuzzy spider, he picked up a fire spirit grass and began to concentrate. Regarding the use of the pet, the fluffy spider, Fang Ming suddenly paused. He gazed at the fluffy spider nestled in the palm of his hand, finding it rather cumbersome to pronounce its name each time. System, name the pet Fluffy. Ding. Naming successful. He proceeded to use the fire spirit grass for fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated, triggering the blood-boiling effect. The fluffy spider has entered a state of extreme excitement. Duration, 10 minutes. The fire spirit grass, originally an F-grade herb known for invigorating blood flow and dissipating stagnation, yielded unexpected results upon fusion. Pondering this, Fang Ming turned his head and was startled to see the once docile Fluffy spider now scaling the ceiling with astonishing speed. "Fluffy, what are you doing? Come down," he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, hastily calling the little creature down. However, the Fluffy spider paid no heed to Fang Ming's shouts. Instead, it clung to the ceiling and began spinning silk with an excited expression. The air filled with white threads that floated about like willow fluff. The Fluffy spider, effortlessly swinging on its silken threads, exhibited an astonishing agility, resembling a Spider-Man in a physical sense. Fang Ming could only watch in disarray, utterly powerless to intervene. Within less than a minute, the entire living room was draped in a layer of white spider silk. It was not merely unrecognizable. It could be described as a scene of utter devastation. System, can this effect be cancelled immediately? At last, Fang Ming realized the source of this chaos and quickly initiated an emergency call. The melodious system notification finally arrived after his persistent summons. Ding. The effect of the fire spirit grass has been cancelled. Remaining materials returned to the backpack. Phew, thank goodness. Fang Ming exhaled in relief, pleased to find that the effect could indeed be terminated mid-course. He swiftly retrieved the Fluffy spider, still suspended in midair. The little creature seemed to finally grasp the gravity of its mischief, remaining motionless in Fang Ming's palm, as if awaiting a reprimand. Fang Ming, with a resigned sigh, gently tapped its small head with his fingertip. "Well, after all, it was my experiment. I can't blame you." The Fluffy spider, which had been drooping its head, perked up suddenly, its dark, glimmering eyes fixed intently on Fang Ming. An idea struck him, and he glanced at his system backpack. The remaining half of the fire spirit grass was still within. "Fluffy, look, our experiment has not been entirely fruitless." Fang Ming surveyed the chaotic living room and gritted his teeth. Since it was already in disarray, he might as well proceed with a thorough experiment. Using Spirit Shin Mushroom. Ding. The Fluffy spider's strength has been enhanced 100-fold. Duration, 5 minutes. With a loud thud, the Fluffy spider, seemingly unaccustomed to its sudden transformation, inadvertently stomped on the sofa, creating a deep dent. The already modest household was further burdened by this mishap. Fang Ming continued gritting his teeth. Using Copper Forge ore. Ding. The Fluffy spider's shell has been enhanced 100-fold. Duration, 5 minutes. The Fluffy spider, having lost its balance from the previous mishap, fell to the ground with a thud, causing a small circular hole in the tiles. It was distinctly shaped like a little head. Fang Ming clenched his fists, teeth gritted. A chaotic fusion experiment unfolded fervently in Fang Ming's experimental living room. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. This time, Fang Ming was certain that someone was indeed knocking. He instructed the Fluffy spider to quiet down and approached the door. Through the peephole, he saw a frost-like young girl standing at his doorstep. Chapter 8. Preliminary Preparations, Hunter's Guild. Inside and outside the door, a tense silence lingered. Fang Ming broke the silence first, speaking through the door. "Hello, what is it?" "Hello, I am your neighbor next door. Could you please keep it down a bit?" "Oh, okay, I will be more mindful." It turned out that the Fluffy spider's ruckus had disturbed her. Once Fang Ming confirmed that Yi Ningxue had left through the peephole, he turned back into the room. Inside, chaos reigned. He glanced at himself with exasperation, covered in strands of spider silk, and his clothes were quite tattered. The Fluffy spider, too, seemed exhausted from the ordeal, lying on the ground with an expression of utter defeat. However, after this tumultuous series of experiments, Fang Ming had begun to discern certain patterns. The fusion effects were indeed controllable. Taking the purple flame crystal as an example, he had used it in a moment of desperation in the cave, resulting in a default complete consumption. However, by communicating with the system, he could have ended the fusion early, allowing any unused materials to be returned directly to the system's backpack. After several bizarre fusions over the past few days, the test subject, the Fluffy spider, had initially been excited, but now lay on the ground, too weary to resist, allowing Fang Ming to do as he pleased. Although the effects of the fusion would eventually fade, some residual enhancements remained. Thus, the Fluffy spider's physical attributes had undergone some remarkable growth. Fang Ming opened the system panel and glanced at the Fluffy spider's various attributes. Generally, the initial attributes of E-grade magical beasts should hover around 10 points. However, Fluffy was an exception. Fluffy species, Fluffy spider. Rarity, E-grade. Rank, first stage. Attributes, poison fire. Strength, 28. Agility, 33. Magic, 27. Defense, 35. Skills, web spinning, E-grade. Venomous bite, E-grade. This panel, apart from the skills being average, showcased attributes that could easily be mistaken for a D-grade magical beast. Thus, the materials had not gone to waste. Fang Ming smiled, but his expression soon turned somber. "Fluffy, while you may be pleased, I am left with little money." 80,000 worth of materials had dwindled, with only a few E-grade materials saved for emergencies in battle, while the rest had been largely depleted. Being a beast tamer was indeed a costly endeavor, and this was merely a common E-grade first-stage magical spider. For other beast tamers, constantly striving for breakthroughs for their magical beasts required an ongoing supply of various training materials and energy ores. The higher the grade of the magical beast, the more expensive the required materials, leading to greater financial strain. Fang Ming sighed, yet his gaze quickly transformed into one of determination. Since he had made a successful awakening and gained new talents and a pet, he must seize the opportunity to join the Beast Tamer Guild as a hunter. Continuously amassing combat experience while accomplishing tasks to gather resources is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Fang Ming cast a glance at the fluffy spider still lounging nearby and gently tapped its furry head. Let us go, Momo, we have work to do. The Beast Tamer Guild is also located in the city center, merely a street away from the trading center. As Fang Ming entered the guild, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large electronic information screen, which was cycling through the latest notifications and event schedules of the association. At the entrance was a reception desk, where several staff members were busily assisting beast tamers who had come for inquiries. Behind the reception desk stood a row of self-service inquiry machines and computer terminals, available for beast tamers to access information and make reservations. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with a steady flow of people. Fang Ming approached the reception desk, and the attendant greeted him with a professional smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Fang Ming inquired. Could you direct me to the task hall of the Beast Tamer Guild? Are you looking to post a task or accept one? I wish to accept a task. The attendant glanced at him, appearing slightly surprised. Very well. Is this your first visit? Fang Ming nodded yes. As it is your first time, you will need to register for a dedicated hunter account. Subsequently, all task information and rewards will be sent to this account. Understood. The attendant, noting Fang Ming's agreement, swiftly navigated the electronic screen before him. Please take a look. If everything is satisfactory, you may sign at the bottom. Before long, the display screen revealed the pertinent information. Fang Ming scanned it briefly. It primarily contained instructions and regulations regarding task acceptance. Nodding in affirmation, he promptly signed. You need to choose a hunter name. Would you like to use your real name? No, I shall go by Night Ember. Very well, your registration is complete. Here is your hunter card. Please keep it safe. If you wish to use self-service, simply insert your card into the terminal. The attendant handed him a black card, and Fang Ming accepted it with gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. The task hall is to your left, at the end of the corridor. The attendant gestured with a standard guiding motion. Fang Ming nodded and proceeded further inside. Within, he discovered the task hall of the Hunter Association, where the crowd was even more substantial than outside. Numerous voices clamored for attention. Peach team is assembling. E-rank cleanup task, just one healer needed. Let us set off. F-rank herb task, any lone wolves willing to take it? I want to go on the wall, let us save on fees. E-rank magic core task, experienced hunters only, novices. Please refrain. D-rank extermination task, officially led. Interested hunters, please contact XXX. Fang Ming found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the deluge of information. However, after quietly observing for a while, he began to grasp the classification of hunter tasks. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were no more than 5 9th-tier beast tamers. Thus, they did not fall within the hunter ranking system. Consequently, S-rank tasks generally required the leading hunter to be at least 8th tier, representing the pinnacle of status. Such tasks could even involve national security and were thus referred to as national-level tasks. The remaining tasks were arranged sequentially. A rank required the leader to be 7th tier, A rank for 6th tier, and B rank for 5th tier. Tasks below B rank did not impose specific cultivation requirements. They merely required hunters to meet the task level to accept it. Contemplating this, Fang Ming approached an inquiry window in the task hall to confirm his suspicions. Excuse me, are there any conditions for a newly registered hunter to accept tasks? Hello, hunters have a specific ranking system. New hunters can only start with the lowest level tasks. By completing tasks and earning points, you can elevate your hunter rank to accept higher level tasks, the attendant at the inquiry desk patiently explained. Fang Ming nodded, affirming the information. Indeed, aside from the stringent requirements of strength, there was also the more subtle requirement of hunter points. This served as a method for the Beast Tamer Guild to enhance retention. Hunters, eager to take on higher level tasks for greater rewards, had to continuously complete tasks to improve their rankings. Thus, the lower level tasks would not suffer from a lack of takers. Hey kid. Just as Fang Ming was lost in thought, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a tall, slender figure clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, exuding an air of arrogance. New here, huh? Fang Ming furrowed his brow. And you are? I'm called Westwind Thin Horse. Though most people refer to me as Thin Monkey, many newcomers in the Hunter Guild have been guided by me. The brothers show me respect and call me the newcomer mentor. The tall figure raised his chin. So what do you say? Do you need me to help you with tasks? Just give me half the earnings from each task. Fang Ming regarded him with an impassive expression and replied, no. Thank you. The self-proclaimed newcomer mentor, Thin Monkey, let out a derisive laugh, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Fang Ming. Kid, you probably don't know, but accepting tasks requires a hunter rating. As a newcomer, you can only start with F-rank tasks. He pointed at the nearby electronic screen, but if you follow me, you can take on many tasks that aren't posted on the wall. Just calculate the difference in earnings. Fang Ming replied coolly. Tasks that aren't in the system won't earn you hunter points. You'll only receive the employer's transfer earnings, and the distribution will be entirely at your discretion. Tasks not in the system cannot be monitored by the authorities. Should a newcomer follow these so-called mentors, they would indeed be embarking on a treacherous path. Losing money would be the least of their worries. If danger arose during a task, the first to be sacrificed would undoubtedly be those newcomers. Upon hearing Fang Ming's words, Thin Monkey's expression turned icy. You newcomers are all so stubborn, overestimating your capabilities. Do you really think you can slowly grind through the novice tasks by yourself? You'll be digging your own grave. No need for your concern, Fang Ming replied as he turned to leave. The notion that novice tasks would be difficult? A smile played at the corner of Fang Ming's lips. That was merely for others. He intended to demonstrate what it meant to soar. Without hesitation, Fang Ming approached the terminal and promptly accepted 5 F-rank tasks, the highest level currently available for novice hunters. Notably, all of them were magic core tasks, which entailed slaying designated magical beasts to acquire the corresponding magic cores. Ding! Due to your level restrictions, you have reached the maximum number of tasks. Fang Ming shook his head in mild disappointment. As a novice hunter, he could only accept a maximum of 5 tasks at a time. An assistant nearby, tasked with assisting users at the terminal, caught sight of Fang Ming's screen and momentarily flashed a look of derision. I recommend starting with just 1 task to test the waters, she suggested. Fang Ming did not even glance up. No need. The assistant's eyes flickered with annoyance. After all, her intentions were to help him. Truly, some people are oblivious to their own good fortune. The assistant murmured softly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just at a level that Fang Ming could hear. Fang Ming lifted his head and cast her a blank glance. This young lady. Surely a hunter should have the freedom to accept tasks as long as they do not exceed the established rules, shouldn't she? The assistant scoffed contemptuously and fell silent, adopting an air of indifference towards Fang Ming. She had encountered countless naive newcomers like him before, eager to become hunters immediately after awakening. They would hastily accept a multitude of tasks, merely seeking to prove their worth. Yet, those newcomers invariably lacked the capability to complete tasks independently and without fail. They all meekly paid the penalties for breach of contract. To her mind, Fang Ming would be no exception. The F-level magic core tasks naturally targeted first-tier magical beasts, requiring hunters to hunt specific creatures. Having accepted the task in the morning, by midday, Fang Ming had nearly completed 4 F-level missions. The only reason he had not finished the last one was due to the considerable distance to the task objective. Fang Ming activated his hunter-exclusive radar watch, revealing that the territory of the Kapok bees had reached the outskirts of Jiangqing's safety zone. As an F-level magical beast, the Kapok bee posed minimal threat. However, being a social species, they could become quite troublesome when surrounded. This was the reason why this task ranked among the top 10 F-level missions, regarded as an elite task within the same tier. Moreover, the rewards were considerably generous compared to other F-level tasks. Of course, the trouble was primarily for novice hunters. For Fang Ming, this level of task merely entailed the expenditure of 1 or 2 materials. Approaching the Kapok bee territory, he observed numerous injured youths sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. At this point, Fang Ming was no longer concerned about having wandered astray. Following this group of individuals was a surefire way to the right path. With every few steps, he encountered young men nursing their pets back to health. Occasionally, he even spotted a few E-level hunters of the second tier, equally in a state of despair. Truly, this was a task among the top 10 in difficulty for F-level missions. Fang Ming began to understand why this task had remained uncompleted for so long. Senior hunters dismissed the paltry rewards, while those of the same, or even a higher tier often fell prey to the Kapok bee social nature. The path was lined with lush greenery, fragrant blossoms filling the air, creating an intoxicating ambience. This was characteristic of the Kapok bee nests, surrounded by particularly abundant vegetation. Thus, even though the Kapok bees exhibited offensive tendencies, Jiangqing still classified them as beneficial magical beasts, allowing their presence within the safety zone. From a distance, Fang Ming could already hear the buzzing sound, a resonant hum that indicated the density of the swarm. Without hesitation, he unleashed his pet, Mao Mao, using the white cloud vine, F-level, to merge with his pet. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster. with a 100-fold effect activated, greatly enhancing Mao Mao's agility for a duration of 5 minutes. 5 minutes should suffice. With a thought, Fang Ming commanded Mao Mao to charge toward the beehive without a second word. The duo following him, eagerly anticipating a spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded. Was he truly this bold? In the next moment, the pair's astonishment deepened as they witnessed the adorably clumsy Mao Mao, whose energy fluctuations were merely at the E level, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Countless strands of silk spun in unison above. The surrounding newcomers began to take notice of the commotion, gathering to witness the unfolding scene. In a mere minute, a terrifying web took shape before their eyes. Fang Ming smirked and commanded, "Capture." Mao Mao emitted a chirp, releasing the completed web downwards. The kapok bees, diligently collecting nectar, only sensed the anomaly from above at that moment. They took to the air, attempting to resist. However, spiders inherently possess a natural predatory advantage over bees, not to mention the toxic stickiness of Mao Mao's silk. Before the army of kapok bees could fully take flight, they were swiftly subdued. This was a literal netting of the entire swarm. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Chapter 10, The Hunters Guild, King of Newcomers. A throng of novice hunters gazed enviously at the target they had struggled for so long to conquer, now effortlessly snatched by Fang Ming. They had endured so much hardship and invested so much time, only for a newcomer to resolve it in under 3 minutes. Did this not render everyone present a mere joke? In an instant, countless glances, some veiled, some overt, fell upon Fang Ming. He spoke boldly, his gaze clear and unflinching. "Ladies and gentlemen, in the world of hunters, each relies on their own skills. My web is not limited to this single one." As he spoke, he discreetly grasped 2 E-level water blue crystals, his trump cards, in his palm. The strongest among them was merely an E-level beast master, and most were injured. Fang Ming believed that if he chose to depart, none could detain him. "You can't take all the kapok bees for yourself," someone suddenly shouted. "We're all newcomers. Why should you gain an advantage and complete a top 10 task?" Completing such elite tasks yielded additional reward points, a method employed by the Hunters Guild to encourage hunters to continuously challenge themselves and level up rapidly. This reward thus ignited the fury of the crowd. With a leader emerging, the rest quickly rallied in agreement. "The kapok bees have already lost much energy from our struggles. What do you mean by swooping in to claim the spoils? Kid, leave the kapok bees. We'll share them equally." "Yes, equally." In an instant, the crowd was ablaze with indignation, as if Fang Ming had truly pilfered their collective bounty. Fang Ming regarded the assembly before him with a stoic expression. "A herd of sheep may flock together, but a lone tiger walks alone. You think you are worthy of my spoils?" He scoffed, then silently commanded, "System, merge the water blue crystals, E-level, with my pet Mao Mao." Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, with a 100-fold effect activated, significantly enhancing Mao Mao's defense for a duration of 10 minutes. Fang Ming opened his system panel, noticing that the 100-fold acceleration effect of the white cloud vine had vanished, evidently overshadowed by the effect of the water blue crystals. "A pity, they cannot stack." "Mao Mao, you have 1 minute to resolve this," he stated calmly. Facing these novice beast masters, even if their pets could strike at Mao Mao, under the influence of the 100-fold defense enhancement, it would be akin to mere tickling. On this foundation, when Mao Mao retaliated against the magical beasts of those beast masters, it was entirely reminiscent of an adult confronting a child. Thus, 1 minute later, chaos ensued. Mao Mao was far more merciless than the kapok bees. No one present was able to stand. All lay on the ground, lamenting their fate. In a certain sense, these novice beast tamers received a significant impetus for growth. The atmosphere remained eerily quiet, akin to a grand library. Meanwhile, the librarian strolled leisurely along the path back to the city. "Have you heard? The task involving the cotton bee was completed by a newcomer who had just become a hunter. Is that true? That task has been pending for at least half a year, hasn't he? Of course it is true. It is said that everyone present was soundly defeated. How ruthless of this newcomer. Though possessing strength, their heart is not in the right place." Upon returning to the Beast Tamer Association, Fang Ming was immediately greeted by a cacophony of whispers. The news traveled swiftly, yet the absurdity of it all was palpable. Fang Ming shrugged. It was merely reputation, something he never cared for. What mattered to him were the task rewards in points and Dragon Kingdom coins. Fortunately, those hunters were oblivious to the identity of the newcomer they spoke of. They would never have anticipated that this newcomer was now passing by them. Calmly listening to their gossip, arriving at the self-service terminal, Fang Ming inserted his Hunter Black card and promptly submitted all 5 tasks at once. The interface displayed a successful submission, and his Hunter points surged to 30. Ordinary F-level tasks yield 5 points, while the Cotton Bee task provided him with 10. To advance to an E-level Hunter, 100 points are required. indicating that Fang Ming's progress was still less than 13. He shook his head in mild disappointment. Such progress was unsatisfactory. He needed to accumulate points swiftly, elevate his hunter level, accept higher-level tasks, and continue earning points and rewards. In this process, Mao Mao could continuously enhance its strength through combat, and the materials consumed could be replenished. This was Fang Ming's confirmed strategy of nurturing strength through battle, which undoubtedly aligned with his innate talents and was the fastest path to advancement. With only a month remaining until the major examination, Fang Ming's goal was for both himself and Mao Mao to reach at least the second tier, with hopes of advancing his hunter level to D grade. Time waits for no one. All he could do was hasten his pace to catch up with those gifted individuals endowed with abundant training resources. "Are you the newcomer from this morning?" A stammering voice suddenly interrupted him. Fang Ming turned to see the assistant from earlier. "Is there something you need?" He replied with indifference. While he was unconcerned with others' opinions, he had no intention of showing any kindness to this individual. "Did you really complete all 5 tasks in one go?" The assistant swallowed hard. If her memory served her correctly, one of those tasks was the Cotton Bee mission, ranked among the top 10 F-level tasks. Wait, the Cotton Bee? Could this newcomer they were just discussing be this boy? As this thought crossed her mind, her complexion paled. She was merely an ordinary worker and hadn't realized that she had inadvertently offended such a talented beast tamer. Fang Ming offered her no warmth, casting a cold glance her way, signaling her to keep her distance. "Do I need to report anything to you?" The assistant, startled by his gaze, silently took a step back, not daring to utter another word. What a terrifying look. Although Fang Ming did not respond, the assistant had caught a glimpse of him accepting 5 tasks once again. Good heavens, was he planning to complete 10 tasks in a single day? Was the record for the rookie king of Jiang City about to be shattered like this? This boy was truly formidable. The assistant quietly retreated further, hoping to remain unnoticed. Fang Ming, however, had no time to concern himself with others' thoughts. He swiftly completed his tasks and prepared to set out once again. Before leaving the city, though, he intended to visit the Beast Tamer trading market. After all, with so many Cotton Bee magic cores and other task rewards, it would be unwise to neglect converting them into combat power. Chapter 11. Wilderness Encounter, the Slim Monkey Team. At the Beast Tamer trading market, Fang Ming approached Brother Stone's stall, finding the burly middle-aged man dozing off. "Brother Stone not busy today?" Stone awoke groggily, wiping drool from his mouth before becoming somewhat alert. "Oh, it's you, little brother. I have some F-level magic cores. Do you want to buy them?" Fang Ming smiled slightly. "Absolutely." Stone nodded vigorously, his spirits lifted at the prospect. Without hesitation, Fang Ming poured out all the Cotton Bee magic cores he had. He had just submitted dozens, yet still had plenty more. Stone's jaw dropped in astonishment. Where had this kid been to gather all this? While F-level magic cores typically cost around 1,000 each, the sheer quantity made it worthwhile. Moreover, all these cores were of perfect quality, warranting a higher price. "Let me do some calculations," Stone said, pulling out a calculator. "No need," Fang Ming replied with a smile. "Just give me 100,000. Stone nodded. This price allowed him to feel he was getting a bit of a bargain. "All right, I'll transfer the money to you." "Not so fast, as per our usual arrangement. Let me select some materials first." Stone nodded, thinking to himself that his keen eye had once again led him to befriend this young man, who could undoubtedly become a long-term client. Besides the extra gains from the Cotton Bee magic cores, the 5 tasks had also netted Fang Ming approximately 100,000 in rewards. Considering the intense battles ahead, Fang Ming gritted his teeth and decided to spend all his available funds. The materials he obtained were quite substantial. Stone generously included some additional items in the deal. Ultimately, he received a D-grade yellow crystal and about 10 E-grade ores and herbs. "All right, you don't need to transfer me any money. I'll handle it." As he spoke, Fang Ming had already sent the payment via his phone and departed from Stone. Stone waved cheerfully at Fang Ming's retreating figure. "Take care, brother. Come again." In the following days, Fang Ming maintained an astonishing pace, sweeping through tasks like a whirlwind, leaving no F-level top 10 tasks untouched. His fervor caused the name Night Flame to circulate among the novices. More importantly, his points skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. By the 3rd day, Fang Ming's hunter points reached 110, officially elevating him to an E-level hunter and liberating him from the ranks of novice hunters. This achievement sparked curiosity among many. Just who was this Night Flame? After all, aside from submitting and accepting tasks, Fang Ming hardly lingered at the Hunter Association. The Hunters Guild has always maintained a strict confidentiality regarding the true identities of hunters. As a result, the identity of the emerging hunter, Yi Jin, has become an enigma. On the outskirts of the city, near the 10-mile safety zone, Fang Ming swiftly followed the fluffy spider. Ahead, the fluffy spider was relentlessly pursuing a wild boar with fervor. This was an E-rank task recently assigned to Fang Ming, with the objective not being the magic core, but rather the succulent meat of the wild boar. It was a task of considerable value, as it not only offered a reward, but also allowed him to retain the E-rank magic core. Fluffy, activate your skill, web spinning. The Fluffy Spider, having undergone numerous material fusions and enhancements, boasted physical qualities comparable to a D-rank creature. Consequently, Fang Ming had refrained from using material fusion against single opponents of the same rank lately, opting instead to enhance the Fluffy Spider's combat prowess by allowing it to confront adversaries directly. As the battle reached a critical juncture, Fang Ming decisively commanded, "Now." The Fluffy Spider, heeding his words, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of white silk. The wild boar, possessing immense strength, had attributes on par with a D-rank beast. Thus it withstood the Fluffy Spider's fierce onslaught. However, at that moment, the Fluffy Spider employed finesse over brute force, effectively immobilizing the wild boar's movements. The boar, caught off guard by the sudden attack, failed to break free from the entangling strands in time. Layers upon layers of white silk swiftly enveloped the wild boar, rendering it a helpless mass. Mission accomplished. Fang Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the final task of the day, and upon its completion, he could finally call it a day. While the Fluffy Spider dealt with the wild boar, he activated his hunter's radar watch to check the route for his return. Just then, a sudden explosion from a small signal flare nearby caused him to glance up. In the sky, a faint monkey head pattern materialized. What an interesting sight, Fang Ming murmured, a flicker of coldness gleaming in his eyes as he recalled the rookie mentor he had encountered upon first joining the Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dense forest, the rookie mentor, the lean monkey, was gathering his team members. As expected of a rookie mentor, he had several newcomers in his squad. At that moment, one newcomer came rushing from a distance, breathless. "Captain, is something wrong?" I rushed over as soon as I got the message. "I discovered a mutated herb, but it seems a few D-rank red-eyed golden-crowned snakes have taken over its nest. So I wanted everyone to convene to discuss it." The lean monkey, while speaking, lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with an air of annoyance. The newcomer was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this good news? With so many of us, dealing with a few D-rank snakes shouldn't be a problem. The benefits of the mutated herb are worth it." The newcomer, in his eagerness, failed to consider whether the D-rank beasts had already surpassed the boundaries of the main city's safety zone. The lean monkey cast him a sidelong glance. "You usually handle healing, don't you? Rarely engage in combat." The newcomer shrank back slightly. "Captain, I am a healing talent. Naturally, I focus on healing." The lean monkey smirked, his lips curling upward. "That explains it. You may not realize that a single D-rank beast, based solely on its inherent attributes, is equivalent to several E-rank beasts. Not to mention, mature D-rank beasts are all Tier 3 entities." The vice captain chimed in. "Beasts are categorized into juvenile and mature phases. This is the most stable and rapid growth stage for them. The upper limit for mature F-rank beasts is typically Tier 1, E-rank can reach Tier 2, and D-rank advances to Tier 3 and beyond. The primary advantage of higher-tier beasts over lower-tier ones is their growth stability. For instance, an A-rank beast, if it grows normally to maturity, starts as a Tier 6 beast. Subsequent advancements depend on the beast's innate qualities and fortuitous encounters. Therefore, most of our team comprises E-rank Tier 2 beasts. Are they not difficult to handle?" The newcomer finally began to grasp the situation. The lean monkey continued. "The vice captain and I are both Tier 3. Leading the other two members, we should be able to hold off those red-eyed golden-crowned snakes, but only for a limited time." Upon hearing this, the newcomer suddenly slapped his forehead in excitement. "Holding them off for a bit is enough? Captain, I have an idea." "Oh, what is your plan?" The lean monkey feigned surprise, though a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Draw the snakes away and keep them occupied so they don't return while I sneak in and collect the herb," the newcomer blurted out, feeling like a genius in that moment. Hearing this, the lean monkey's smile widened, radiating approval. "Good man. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. You truly are an inventive newcomer." The newcomer beamed with joy at this affirmation. If his suggestion led to the successful acquisition of the mutated herb, he would certainly benefit significantly from the share. He promptly confirmed, "Captain, shall we proceed with my plan?" He had his own ulterior motives, after all. The battlefield was fraught with peril, while his role was merely to harvest herbs, which was undoubtedly safe. The lean monkey nodded decisively. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggested." With their decision made, the group wasted no time hesitating. The 4 members of the squad took their designated positions and gradually advanced toward the location of the mutated herb. The newcomer lingered cautiously at the back, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding situation ahead. What they failed to notice was that behind the newcomer, an unhurried figure had begun to follow them, unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 12. The yellow sparrow in the rear. Within the dense forest, the lean monkey led the charge, guiding his team members closer. Prepare. He halted, raising his hand. His expression grave as he surveyed the several red-eyed golden-crowned snakes ahead. Even with his experience, he felt a twinge of tension. A profound silence enveloped the area, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Attack. With a swift gesture, several beasts lunged forward. This was the Lean Monkey's squad's customary tactic, to use a few fast beasts to draw the target, creating distance. Second, keep an eye on the surroundings. As the battle drew near, the Lean Monkey leaned closer to the vice captain and cautioned. "Captain, I am aware," the vice captain nodded. Yet, a hint of disdain flickered across his brow. This safety zone is usually where only those with poor talent and weak beasts take refuge. Do these newcomers truly have the audacity to provoke them? The captain is being overly cautious. After a moment of silence, the battle erupted instantly. The combat strength of the Lean Monkey's squad was indeed commendable, and even facing 3 D-rank mature beasts, they managed to exchange blows thanks to their cohesive teamwork. It was evident that the Lean Monkey's reputation as a rookie mentor was not entirely unfounded. As nearly 10 beasts clashed within the forest, the scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the clever newcomer had quietly set off during the commotion. Concealed by the forest shadows, he nestled himself within the underbrush, ensuring that he garnered no attention from the beasts engaged in the fierce battle. His actions unfolded smoothly, so seamlessly that he found it almost unbelievable. As he progressed, there were truly no unforeseen incidents. He was prepared to summon his 2 companion beasts at any moment, yet they remained unutilized. Closer, closer. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the mutated herb not far from him. It was merely 2 steps away, within reach if he extended his hand. A fleeting thought of greed crossed his mind. If he harvested the herb now and fled, the members of the Thin Monkey squad, entangled with the red-eyed golden-crowned serpent, would surely be unable to pursue him. A grin crept across the newcomer's face as he contemplated his plan while moving closer to the mutated herb. Now was the time. He could grasp it. Thrilled, the newcomer swiftly reached out towards the herb. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air. A golden figure dashed past him in an instant. The newcomer froze, only to be horrified to discover that his arm had lost all strength. Not just his arm, even his breath became laborious. "No, please." With eyes filled with yearning, the newcomer gazed longingly at the herb just within arm's reach, attempting to grasp it. Alas, despite the proximity, he would never have the chance again. Defeated, the newcomer collapsed to the ground. Monkey brother. Not far away, the vice captain, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly bellowed. "I know," the Thin Monkey sneered. "I have been waiting for this moment." A fierce sky eagle descended from the heavens, targeting that golden shadow. This was the contingency plan that the Thin Monkey had devised. Despite the arduous struggle just endured, he had refrained from deploying his fierce sky eagle, all for that golden figure. With a ferocity that was palpable, the fierce sky eagle swooped down, unleashing its attack skill, Fierce Sky Strike. Hiss! The golden figure did not falter, retaliating in kind. The clash between the 2 magical beasts erupted into a violent confrontation, the unleashed power surpassing that of the ongoing battle involving several other magical beasts. 2 D-rank peaks. Not far away, Fang Ming, hidden in a thicket, observed the chaos through binoculars. He had sensed something amiss with the Thin Monkey squad early on, and now he finally discerned the truth. They intended to use human lives as bait. No wonder they sought out novice hunters for an offline mission. Heh, Fang Ming smirked. That newcomer, so blinded by greed that he couldn't see the obvious trap, had brought this upon himself. In that case, he would have to represent the newcomer and impart a lesson to that mentor. On the other side of the battlefield, the Thin Monkey hastened towards the mutated herb. With several red-eyed golden-crowned serpents lured away, the Serpent King coiled beneath the herb, ensnared by the fierce Sky Eagle. The mutated herb was now in the best possible state for acquisition. To prevent any unforeseen complications, the Thin Monkey was eager to secure his prize. "Mine, this is mine." As he drew closer, even a seasoned hunter like the Thin Monkey could not help but tremble with excitement. This mutated Cold Star herb, also known as Ice Star herb, was a C-rank herb imbued with a potent icy essence. It greatly benefited the growth and evolution of ice attribute magical beasts, with a price tag soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands, indeed. It would not be in vain for all his meticulous schemes. However, a hand suddenly emerged from nowhere, ruthlessly yanking the glimmering ice star herb from the ground. No, the Thin Monkey roared. Just 10 steps away, he could reach it. His eyes nearly spat fire as he fixed his murderous gaze upon the figure that had suddenly appeared. "You are you?" The Thin Monkey had a vague recollection of Fang Ming. His fury faltered momentarily, only to be replaced with an even more intense rage. How unexpected, the Thin Monkey thought. To be outmaneuvered by a mere novice, who dared to plot against me. The Thin Monkey's voice was chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. But tell me, have you considered how you will extricate yourself from this predicament? Fang Ming shook his head with a smile. Extricate myself? Why would I want to? You, a novice, think you can turn the tables? The thin monkey glared at him fiercely. Fang Ming shrugged. This mentor, do you really look down on novices so much? If you put down the herb, I can pretend I never saw you. The thin monkey fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Unable to discern Fang Ming's intentions, he cautiously uttered this phrase. Yet this was clearly his final concession. Fang Ming chuckled. Once I have obtained something, I never relinquish it. The thin monkey's eyes hardened. So there's nothing to discuss? There was never anything to discuss. Fang Ming replied coolly, his tone more resolute than the thin monkey's. Simultaneously, the fluffy spider launched a thunderous assault. He would not allow the thin monkey any opportunity to retaliate. At this moment, the thin monkey squad was entangled with the swarm of red-eyed golden-crowned serpents, while the thin monkey's trump card, the fierce sky eagle, was ensnared by the Serpent King. Given that the thin monkey had separated from his beasts in pursuit of the herb, if he did not act now, when would he? The thin monkey was suddenly struck with alarm, realizing the extreme danger of his situation. His expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and recalled the beast engaged in the group fight, releasing it once more in front of him. Fang Ming watched his actions coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes crystallizing. Such a decisive heart, such a ruthless man. As the thin monkey recalled his beast, the balance of the nearby battlefield would be shattered. His squad members were in for a grim fate. The thin monkey sneered. As long as I live, the thin monkey squad will endure. Their sacrifice for me is their honor. Fang Ming shook his head, sighing. You won't survive. Earlier, while watching the battle, he had noted that the thin monkey possessed at least third-tier strength, with several magical beasts also at the D-rank third tier. Initially hoping to conserve resources, it now seemed there would be no savings at all. System, fuse the Ice Star Herb, C-rank, with the Beast Fluffy Spider. Chapter 13, Ice Star Demon Spider. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster. 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy Spider evolves into C-rank Ice Star Demon Spider and has significantly grown to the third-tier maturity stage. Effect duration, 10 minutes. As the system's voice faded, the Fluffy Spider transformed in an instant, swelling to a terrifying size in mere seconds. From a harmless palm-sized toy, it morphed into a monstrous beast with legs spanning several meters. Unlike the previously purple-patterned Purple Extreme Spider, the Ice Star Demon Spider was entirely white. As if cloaked in frost, in a snowy environment, it would undoubtedly be the most elusive and terrifying hunter. Fluffy. Species, Ice Star Demon Spider. Rarity, C-rank. Tier, third tier. Attributes, poison, fire, ice. Strength, 3100. Agility, 3200. Mana, 3500. Defense, 3800. Skills, web spinning, E-rank. Venomous bite, E-rank. Frost Nova, D-rank. Absolute Zero Beam, C-rank. Armor break, C-rank. Even though Fang Ming had been mentally prepared, he could not help but be startled by the Ice Star Demon Spider's panel after its 100-fold enlargement. Is it too powerful? As he pondered, his movements were not at all sluggish. He had already swiftly retreated several steps to a position of safety. After all, he had witnessed the formidable power of the Ice Star Demon Spider in battle and dared not approach too closely. The lean monkey, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Ice Star Demon Spider before him, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This terrifying aura. Hiss. The lean monkey involuntarily inhaled sharply, suppressing his racing heartbeat. Is this the level of strength that the newcomers possess? No. This fellow's beast was clearly just a fluffy spider moments ago. This transformation must be temporary, and the after effects would undoubtedly be severe. A sudden realization struck the lean monkey. He felt he had pierced through Fang Ming's blusterous performance. As a third-tier beastmaster, the lean monkey possessed 3 pet beasts. The fierce sky eagle was still engaged in combat with the Serpent King, but he had 2 more beasts at his disposal. 2 against 1. The lean monkey was at a loss as to how he could possibly lose. Come forth, Electric Butterfly and Mountain Mouse. The 2 D-class magical beasts appeared on the battlefield in response, exuding the same third-tier aura. Fang Ming furrowed his brow. Although he was confident in the battle prowess of his 100-fold fusion, it was, after all, his first genuine confrontation with a beastmaster. And it was starting off with a 2-on-1 scenario. Fortunately, the performance of the Ice Star Demon Spider did not disappoint him. The Ice Star Demon Spider wasted no time in concealing its strength, directly unleashing the skill it had just comprehended, Frost Nova. A circle of frost-white light radiated outward from the fluffy spider, dispersing in all directions. As the Electric Butterfly and Mountain Mouse approached, they were instantly enveloped by the aura and froze in place, immobile. The lean monkey was taken aback. Impossible. What kind of perverse skill is this? Even if you truly relied on that Ice Star Grass to forcibly break through to the third tier, it's inconceivable that one skill could freeze two D-class magical beasts. Fang Ming cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with unabashed mockery. How many of the myriad techniques in the world can you truly comprehend? Although both were third tier, the Ice Star Demon Spider, being a C-class magical beast, far surpassed the two D-class beasts in terms of skill power and inherent attributes. This battle was far more devastating than the previous skirmish with the sinister demon spider. The electric butterfly was inherently fragile, while the mountain mouse was somewhat more resilient. However, being frozen in place rendered them mere targets. The duration of Frost Nova was a mere 5 seconds, yet for the Ice Star Demon Spider, that was more than sufficient. With a mental command, Fang Ming urged the Ice Star Demon Spider to unleash its full power and swiftly eliminate its foes. The Ice Star Demon Spider quickly spat out swirling frost-white threads, ensnaring both adversaries. It then began to gather energy on the spot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ultra Cold Beam Launch. The horrific surge of magical energy nearly obliterated all vegetation in its path, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. With the vegetation cleared away, there was no hope for the two magical beasts struck directly. The electric butterfly and mountain mouse, unable to muster their magical power, were obliterated without a trace. The normal potency of the ultra-cold beam would merely encase the target in ice. However, Fang Ming had instructed it to hold nothing back. The Ice Star Demon Spider complied, resulting in an inadvertent display of overwhelming force, leaving nothing but air in its wake. The lean monkey, quick-witted as he was, had already darted aside when he saw the Ice Star Demon Spider gathering power. Upon witnessing such a barren scene, he stood there in a daze. "Why you?" He trembled, raising a hand to point at Fang Ming, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Fang Ming shrugged, "Apologies. It seems I may have exerted a tad too much force." Upon the death of a pet beast, it would return to the beast master's body in a spiritual form, requiring extensive nurturing before it could reappear. In severe cases, it could even lose a tier and part of its power. With a cry, the lean monkey turned and fled into the distance, even hastily recalling the fierce sky eagle, clearly wishing to let the Serpent King wreak havoc upon others. Fang Ming frowned. This lean monkey was indeed shrewd. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he had wisely chosen to retreat. Meanwhile, the battlefield filled with magical beasts, due to the lean monkey's withdrawal, had already suffered significant casualties in a brief span of time. The three red-eyed golden-crowned snakes were displaying their might, slaughtering a multitude of pet beasts with ease. The demise of the lean monkey's team was merely a matter of time. Upon seeing its opponent vanish, the Serpent King momentarily hesitated before fixing its gaze upon the Ice Star Demon Spider, particularly drawn by the aura of the Ice Star Grass it had guarded for so long, yet had never dared to consume. This only intensified the cold fury in the Serpent King's eyes. Fang Ming inwardly cursed his bad luck. With the lean monkey gone, it was clear that the Serpent King would pursue him. After all, it was better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. If enmity had been established, it was best to strike first. However, he had not anticipated that the Serpent King had set its sights on the Ice Star Demon Spider. At this moment, Fang Ming certainly could not afford to withdraw his pet beast like the lean monkey had done. The lean monkey had fled, drawing the Serpent King's attention. If the Ice Star Demon Spider disappeared, wouldn't that shift the focus back onto him? Be careful, Fluffy. Though anxiety gnawed at his heart, Fang Ming understood that this tough battle was likely unavoidable. The Serpent King's red eyes were locked onto the Ice Star Demon Spider, its pupils resembling a vertical slit, harboring a chilling and profound murderous intent. The Ice Star Demon Spider's 8 eyes moved with agility, vigilantly anticipating the Serpent King's assault, bracing itself for the confrontation. Hiss! The Serpent King extended its long tongue, the golden crown atop its head faintly glowing. This was a sign of impending attack. In the next instant, the Serpent King sprang into action. The golden snake crown traced a brilliant arc through the air. Fang Ming's eyes were momentarily dazzled, causing him to involuntarily squint. Clang! A sharp sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed. Fang Ming hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see the Serpent King's tail whip striking the Ice Star Demon Spider's foreleg. Fortunately, the Ice Star Demon Spider had somehow encased itself in ice, forming a hard ice armor, thus evading injury from the Serpent King's strike. The Serpent King's assault evidently enraged the Ice Star Demon Spider. It raised its forelegs, furiously waving them as if wielding 2 divine spears, continuously clashing with the Serpent King. The 2 magical beasts remained locked in combat for an extended period, neither side willing to yield. Fang Ming sighed. If it weren't for the recent ultra-cold beam having depleted the Ice Star Demon Spider's magical energy, this encounter would likely have been somewhat easier. As it stood, The Ice Star Demon Spider was purely relying on its physical prowess to contend with the Serpent King. With this thought, Fang Ming couldn't help but pinch his chin. The Ice Star Demon Spider was indeed worthy of being a C-class beast, able to hold its own against the peak D-class Serpent King solely through its physical might. The Serpent King, employing various skills, found itself unable to subdue Fluffy, and suddenly let out a shrill cry towards the distance. The piercing sound wave threatened to rupture Fang Ming's eardrums. He quickly covered his ears. Yet the next moment, his face turned pale as he suddenly realized what was happening. During this time, the red-eyed golden crown snake's horde had likely already dispatched the lean monkey's team. The Serpent King's cry was a call for reinforcements. Chapter 14. The Lean Monkey in Retreat. In the depths of the forest, accompanied by the Serpent King's call, several crimson-eyed golden crown snakes appeared as if materializing from thin air, swiftly converging towards this direction. Their bodies glided across the ground with scarcely a sound, save for an occasional rustle. Accompanying them was a thick, metallic scent of blood, a testament to recent slaughter. At this moment, Fang Ming found himself bereft of choices. Should the serpents encircle him, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Mao Mao, prioritize the Serpent King, Fang Ming shouted, issuing his command while simultaneously encouraging the Ice Star Demon Spider. The Ice Star Demon Spider comprehended his intent instantaneously, unleashing the remaining fusion energy within itself and launching a frenzied assault on the Serpent King. Even Fang Ming, with his steadfast composure, felt a twinge of urgency. He silently chanted, opening the pet panel. He could clearly see that the gigantism effect, initially lasting 10 minutes, was rapidly diminishing. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. This was the Ice Star Demon Spider desperately extracting the effects of the Ice Star Grass. The results of this action were evident. The Serpent King was visibly taken aback by the sudden onslaught from the Ice Star Demon Spider. It could hardly fathom how its previous adversary, who had engaged it in a back-and-forth struggle, had transformed so abruptly into a formidable foe. Had it taken some form of stimulant? In a sense, it had indeed. The Ice Star Demon Spider's front legs trembled, emitting a chilling halo that dispersed in all directions. A flicker of derision crossed the Serpent King's cold, vertical pupils. It had previously observed Mao Mao employing this technique, and it was not foolish enough to fall for such an obvious skill. With a flick of its tail, it propelled itself into the air, alighting on a branch, seemingly intending to leverage the branch's elasticity to evade the impending frost nova. However, a web suddenly ensnared it overhead. A spark of excitement glimmered in the Ice Star Demon Spider's eyes. This was a technique Fang Ming had covertly imparted to it through mental communication. And to its surprise, it proved effective. As the saying goes, while the front is openly fortified, the rear is secretly fortified. The Ice Star Demon Spider feigned a continuous struggle with the Serpent King, but in truth, it had discreetly spun threads, draping the nearby trees in its pale silk. The Serpent King, engrossed in battle, failed to notice the delicate filaments. Suddenly ensnared by the Ice Star Demon Spider's strands, the Serpent King was caught off guard. It immediately began to thrash wildly, attempting to break free from the slender webs binding it. However, the resilience of the Ice Star Demon Spider's silk far exceeded its expectations. These seemingly fragile threads were akin to steel cables, exhibiting astonishing flexibility and extensibility. For the time being, escape was impossible. The agile and elusive Serpent King, for the first time, found itself in a position of despair. Once its famed speed advantage was nullified, it could only await its fate. Meanwhile, although the Serpent King evaded the frost nova triggered by Mao Mao, several of its subordinates were not so fortunate. Caught off guard, they found themselves frozen in place. Consequently, they could only watch helplessly as their leader was violently dismantled by the Ice Star Demon Spider. The over 3-meter-long Serpent King, once resplendent in its golden scales, now lay limply on the ground, utterly defeated. As the snake horde thawed, they launched a frenzied, suicidal assault on Mao Mao. Mao Mao, do not engage head-on. The Ice Star Demon Spider understood instantly. Utilizing its speed, it relied on the surrounding silk as a means of deceleration, deftly evading the snake horde's frantic strikes. After all, having just slain their leader, these crimson-eyed golden crown snakes were a troop of irrational mourners. Once this wave of attacks was evaded, the subsequent encounters would be considerably easier. Fang Ming followed closely behind the Ice Star Demon Spider, continually retreating with swift evasions. Fortunately, his rigorous training had fortified him, and with the awakening of his body, he was barely able to endure. The snake's frenzy could not persist indefinitely. As the pressure of their relentless assault began to wane, Fang Ming issued a counterattack command without hesitation. It was not urgency that drove him. Rather, the Ice Star Demon Spider's time was truly limited. After dealing with the Serpent King, less than 3 minutes remained. Sensing Fang Ming's directive conveyed through mental communication, A flicker of excitement sparkled in the ice star demon spider's eyes. After enduring for so long, it had finally regained some of its magical energy. The ice star demon spider had long been itching to unleash its pin-up battle fervor. Had Fang Ming not restrained its desire to retaliate, it might have struck back long ago. However, it was not too late. The ice star demon spider let out a chirp, perhaps signifying a declaration of war. The next moment, it charged at 3 of the crimson-eyed golden-crowned snakes in a counteroffensive. This was the final battle, and the ice star demon spider was acutely aware of its limited time. It fought with unrestrained ferocity, wielding its limbs with abandon. The ice armor of the ice star demon spider became a significant headache for the serpents. Physical attacks merely left faint white marks, and their venomous assaults were utterly ineffectual against the demon spider. The snakes, encircling the ice star demon spider, found their efforts futile as they discovered they could not even breach its armor. After all, if even the Serpent King could not penetrate Mao Mao's defenses, they were utterly at a loss. Their only recourse was to exhaust Mao Mao's magical energy, waiting for the ice armor to dissipate. Alas, the ice star demon spider was not merely a defensive turtle. It was a creature reveling in its desire for battle. Seizing the moment while the snake horde continued their assault, the ice star demon spider subtly retracted a portion of its magical energy and began to gather power in place. The snake horde was elated to notice that the ice armor of this spider seemed to have weakened considerably. Just as they prepared to strike while the iron was hot, they felt a sudden, terrifying surge of magical energy erupting from within the demon spider's body. At this moment, Fang Ming had cleverly distanced himself even further. And in the next second, with a thunderous crash, the ice star demon spider proactively shattered the ice armor encircling its body. The splintered ice crystals, like countless sharp blades, surged forth with the acceleration granted by the magical explosion, piercing into the unsuspecting bodies of the snake horde. This was a skill typically reserved for critical moments, shatter armor. It unleashed immense power, yet in its wake, the ice armor would vanish entirely, leaving the user in a vulnerable state for a brief period. A technique with both formidable advantages and disadvantages. Such tactics, when employed, inevitably lead to a singular fate for the serpentine horde. A demise so absolute that it leaves no room for resurrection. Countless icy blades carve their way through their flesh, creating a myriad of delicate wounds that overlap in a grotesque tapestry of suffering, even severing the once impenetrable scales of the red-eyed golden-crowned snake into shards. The sheer magnitude of this power is, undoubtedly, beyond comprehension. Fang Ming inhaled deeply, finally bringing the carnage to a close. At this moment, he stepped forth from the concealment of the woods, revealing the once vibrant furry spider, now drained of all magical energy and fusion effects, which gracefully swung down from a tree branch to perch upon his shoulder. Well done. Fang Ming extended his index finger to gently tap the spider's head. The furry spider raised its gaze to nuzzle against his finger, conveying its joy. Were it not for the overwhelming stench of blood, the scene would have been one of serene harmony with nature. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of applause echoing through the now silent forest. Fang Ming stiffened, his expression darkening as he turned to behold a tall, slender figure. Indeed, well done, the thin monkey remarked with a smile. Chapter 15. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Beneath the shade of the trees, the thin monkey's face was cast into shadow, exuding an eerie aura. Did you ever expect I would return at such a moment? Fang Ming silently regarded him, remaining reticent. A few D-grade magical beast cores, coupled with your enigmatic presence, and the spoils from those creatures. The thin monkey's eyes gleamed with avarice as he spoke, barely able to contain his mirth. Perhaps this venture will not only yield no loss, but also a considerable profit. Fang Ming finally broke his silence. So your brothers' lives are merely pawns in your quest for value. Humph, brothers? The thin monkey scoffed. True brothers are those with wealth. With my riches, what kind of individuals could the thin monkey squad not attract? Fang Ming observed him, shaking his head impassively. I fear I must disappoint you. You shall acquire nothing. The thin monkey's lips curled into a scornful smirk. What? Do you wish to haggle with me? Fang Ming replied. It is not a negotiation, but a notification. What? The thin monkey suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. A notification? You are doomed. Fang Ming's lips curved into a smile as he suddenly bellowed. System. Fuse the furry spider with yellow crystal, degrade. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster. 100-fold effect activated. The furry spider has evolved into the third-tier D-grade magical beast. The grim spider. Duration, 10 minutes. The once diminutive and languid furry spider leapt down, regaining its imposing stature. 8 massive legs, sharp as blades, fixated on the thin monkey with eyes that glinted with lethal intent. The thin monkey's heartbeat quickened, and he could not suppress a curse. This kid is truly sinister. How can a magical beast, clearly exhausted, still transform. He dared not hesitate further and swiftly unleashed his last beast, the fiery sky eagle. The fiery sky eagle spread its enormous wings, shielding him from the grim spider's malevolent gaze, providing a momentary reprieve. This is impossible. I witnessed your spider's exhaustion with my own eyes. How could it recover so swiftly? The thin monkey could no longer contain his incredulity. Unfortunate for you. My beast has never known the meaning of exhaustion. Fang Ming replied coolly. My combat prowess is limitless. With that declaration, his will resonated outward. Furry spider, deal with him. The grim spider sprang to the branches, releasing a strand of webbing that latched onto the treetop across the way. Beware. The thin monkey's eyes narrowed sharply. In the forest terrain, a spider with webbing is akin to a flying magical beast. In that instant, the grim spider used the web to swing towards him like an avenging angel. The fiery sky eagle, alerted, instinctively positioned itself before the thin monkey. Its keen eyes locked onto the grim spider, unleashing a fierce wind with its claws, executing D-grade skill, fiery strike. The clash resounded like a gong. The grim spider, with its massive front legs crossing in an X formation, effortlessly absorbed the blow. As a third-tier D-grade entity, the grim spider thwarted the opponent's attack with mere physical prowess. In that moment, the disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Faced with the grim spider's nonchalance, the fiery sky eagle felt its dignity challenged. It let out a piercing cry, akin to a war horn, and dove fiercely toward the grim spider, its speed seemingly capable of rending the air itself. The grim spider had just repelled the fiery sky eagle's assault, but, having no leverage in midair, was inevitably grounded. Yet, in this moment of vulnerability, the grim spider's eyes betrayed no hint of panic. The yellow crystal had not bestowed additional attributes upon it, but the icy essence from the ice star grass remained intact. In that instant, a beam of frigid light erupted. Lacking preparation, its power was not overwhelming. However, the fiery sky eagle, having witnessed its potency before, wisely chose to evade rather than endure its wrath. Just as the fiery sky eagle flapped its wings to dodge, the grim spider released a thick strand of web. The web rapidly expanded in the air, forming an almost invisible trap. The fiery sky eagle's wings inadvertently brushed against the web, causing its speed to diminish instantly, its body beginning to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, the grim spider swiftly maneuvered beneath the fiery sky eagle, its 8 legs carving dark lines into the earth. Akin to the scythe of death, the fiery sky eagle struggled to escape the entanglement of the web, but its wings had become firmly affixed. The grim spider leapt, its venomous fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, aimed directly at the fiery sky eagle's vital points. In its final moments of despair, the fiery sky eagle retaliated, its claws flailing in a desperate attempt to fend off the grim spider. Yet, the grim spider's attributes had long since eclipsed those of the fiery sky eagle, its agility far surpassing the eagle's expectations. The grim spider effortlessly evaded the fiery sky eagle's strikes and launched a lethal counterattack. Its fangs sank deep into the fiery sky eagle's body. No, the thin monkey, witnessing this scene, let out a cry of despair. The fiery sky eagle shuddered violently before collapsing helplessly to the ground. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, only a handful of exchanges transpired, and the fiery sky eagle had already been vanquished. In a battle of the same tier and level, the conflict was resolved in under 3 minutes. Fang Ming was quite pleased with such a victory for the grim spider. Rise, continue the fight. The thin monkey's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the fallen fiery sky eagle. Useless creature, you are not dead yet. Stand up. The fiery sky eagle weakly flapped its wings, but lacked the strength to rise. The grim spider's venom had already infiltrated its very being. The thin monkey roared in madness. Stand up. You should die protecting me. Fang Ming shook his head, truly despicable. Willing to use your own beast as a mere shield. Such individuals are utterly unworthy of being beast tamers. To eliminate such a person would evoke no sense of guilt whatsoever. As Fang Ming's thoughts stirred, the shadow of Mao flickered instantaneously. No, no, no. I still possess value. I have plenty of money and precious materials stored in the Beast Tamer Guild. The emaciated monkey abruptly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If you kill me, you shall gain nothing. But if you spare my life, I assure you, all those treasures will be yours. Someone like you. Not a single word that escapes your lips shall I trust, Fang Ming replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Moreover, I would consider your possessions to be tainted. Upon hearing Fang Ming's words, a frenzied despair flickered in the emaciated monkey's eyes as he charged toward Fang Ming. You dare to kill me, even in death. I shall drag you down with me. A dull thud echoed as the monkey abruptly halted mid-charge, his gaze dropping in despair to find a sharp, obsidian leg piercing through his chest. He stumbled back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Why you dare kill me? The emaciated monkey coughed up a mouthful of blood. his bulging eyes fixated on Fang Ming. Fang Ming replied indifferently, "Indeed, it is you whom I have killed." The monkey's throat convulsed as if he wished to utter something more, but ultimately, no words escaped his lips. Not far away, the still struggling fire sky eagle dissipated like smoke in the wind. With the death of a beast tamer, all contracted beasts would vanish immediately as well. What a pity. Fang Ming mused, his disappointment not stemming from the emaciated monkey, but rather from the loss of the fire sky eagle's magic core, money wasted. However, he stroked his chin and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. It was finally time to tally his gains. Chapter 16, The Navigator. Within the dense forest, several corpses of red-eyed golden crown snakes lay scattered on the ground. Fang Ming directed the fluffy spider to extract all the magic cores. Regrettably, the fluffy spider had unleashed the armor-crushing technique with such force that several magic cores sustained considerable damage. 3 D-grade magic cores were worn down by 10%, while another peak D-grade core suffered nearly 20% wear. Fang Ming sighed. This fluffy spider truly fought with lethal intent. While inspecting the quality of the magic cores, he had already searched the emaciated monkey's corpse, discovering naught but a hunter black card. Unfortunately, this card was of no use to him. Shaking his head, he lamented that the emaciated monkey was not only tough to crack, but also exceedingly stingy, yielding not a single coin. On the other hand, the newcomer had materials aplenty in his backpack. After tidying up the scene, Fang Ming ventured to the resting place of the emaciated monkey's team members. The sight here was far more chaotic and bloody than before. The corpses of several contracted beasts had vanished with the death of their beast tamer. Yet the bodies of the team members were a gruesome sight, utterly mangled. Fang Ming did not linger but quickly rummaged through the backpacks of the fallen. To his delight, the bags were brimming with various ores and herbs. Although most were of F and E grade, they still represented a substantial haul. Additionally, there were nearly 10 hunter black cards within. Fang Ming's eyes narrowed. It was evident that these must have been acquired through the team's nefarious deeds. Could it be they have a means to utilize these cards? He pondered aloud. After some contemplation, he decided to gather all the black cards. If there existed a way to access the resources within, it would be an unexpected windfall. If not, it mattered little. A gentle breeze swept through, faintly dispersing the heavy scent of blood in the air. Fang Ming understood that this was, after all, outside the safety zone of Jiang City, and such a potent stench of blood might attract other magical beasts at any moment. Mao Mao, let us depart. Rather than allowing Mao Mao to conclude its fusion state, Fang Ming promptly mounted its back. Mao Mao released Silk to cling to the branches, swiftly navigating through the forest towards the main city. This time, Fang Ming opted not to head directly to the Beast Tamer Guild to submit his tasks. The bloodshed clinging to him was too intense. To avoid complications, he decided to return home for a cleansing bath first. However, as he ascended the staircase to the corridor, he unexpectedly collided with Yining Shuang, who appeared to be just stepping out, a bag of trash in hand. Fang Ming momentarily froze, thinking she might not recognize him, and decided against greeting her, intending to pass by quietly. To his surprise, Yining Shuang halted abruptly and spoke up. "You are Fang Ming." Fang Ming was taken aback. His previous intention to brush past her now tinged with awkwardness. "You recognize me? I remember you. You often ranked just below me in the beast taming theory exams and the spiritual energy concentration tests," Yining Shuang replied, nodding earnestly. Fang Ming. While her statement was indeed factual, it strangely carried an undertone of sarcasm. It could only be said that this girl was exceedingly straightforward in her speech. Nonetheless, it was rare to see her initiate a conversation. Fang Ming took her words at face value and shrugged. "Indeed, I still have a long way to go compared to you, but that is all in the past. I am no longer a student of Class 1 in Beast Taming." Yining Shuang's eyes suddenly brightened, fixing her gaze on him intently. You were accepted early?" Fang Ming. He found himself perplexed by the source of her excitement. Given that Yining Shuang was known for her fervent dedication to training, was she seeking to challenge him on the spot? Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming shook his head. "Early admission? Only those with A or even S-grade talents can attract the attention of the 4 major beast taming institutions. I do not possess such abilities. I merely failed my awakening and was expelled." His tone was flat, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yining Shuang, upon hearing this, let out a soft "oh," seemingly disappointed. She lowered her gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. "Enjoy your stay," Fang Ming remarked, casting a glance at her. Not wishing to entangle himself with her any further, he bid her farewell and retreated into his room, shutting the door behind him. Yining Shuang tilted her head, observing the closed door for a moment before trudging downstairs. Fang Ming, oblivious to her reaction, returned home and eagerly took a hot shower. After a day filled with E-grade tasks and encounters with the emaciated monkeys team, he was somewhat mentally and physically drained, even without needing to participate directly. Once he finished cleaning himself up, he organized the ores and herbs. Deciding to rest for the day, he would submit the tasks tomorrow. Lying on the sofa, he closed his eyes. Though exhausted, sleep eluded him. Instead, the image of Yi Ningxuang's eyes from their recent encounter lingered in his mind. She had been staring directly at him. Did she notice something unusual? Fang Ming's eyes, previously shut, flew open. At that moment, he had been carrying a large outdoor backpack, drenched in blood. Yi Ningxuang, I hope you choose not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Maintaining a peaceful distance would be the best choice. The following morning, Fang Ming set off to the Beast Tamer Guild, carrying the materials he needed to submit for his tasks. During this period, the young assistant had evidently grown accustomed to Fang Ming's presence. However, Fang Ming had a peculiar habit of completing and submitting his tasks on the same day, never allowing them to linger until the next. This was the first time he had submitted a task the following day, prompting the assistant to gaze at him with a hint of curiosity. Fang Ming cast a silent glance in her direction, causing her gaze to dart away like a startled rabbit. Inserting his black card, he accessed the terminal's task interface, confirmed his submission, and uploaded the task materials, achieving success in one fluid motion. As he grew increasingly adept at handling tasks, Fang Ming's understanding of the entire Hunter Guild's task system deepened. The existence of hunter ranks meant that hunters could only accept tasks that matched or fell below their own level. This gave rise to numerous gray market dealings. A typical D-rank task often rewarded several times more than an E-rank task, yet the point threshold for D-rank hunters was tenfold that of E-ranks. Even if an outstanding E-rank team possessed the capability to complete a D-rank task, they were constrained by insufficient points in their hunter rank, preventing them from taking on the task themselves. Thus, the team could commission a D-rank hunter to accept the task and subsequently submit it upon completion, requiring merely a small service fee. Nonetheless, such actions were explicitly prohibited by the Hunter Guild. Should either party be caught, they would face a total points reset, starting anew as novice hunters. Despite this, driven by the allure of substantial profits, such dealings persisted clandestinely, leading to the emergence of a cadre of hunters who specialized in task acceptance, euphemistically termed navigators. At this moment, a man who claimed to be a navigator stood before Fang Ming. Chapter 17. Encountering Yi Ningxuang again. The man before Fang Ming had his hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a somewhat rebellious rock and roll vibe. Hey brother, I've been around the Hunter Guild for quite some time, and I've seen you returning to accept tasks almost daily. Fang Ming had just taken on several new E-rank tasks, and, upon hearing this, glanced at him without any desire for further conversation. What do you want to say? With your talent as a beastmaster, your future is limitless, and you surely have a great chance to ascend to a higher rank among hunters. The ponytailed man chuckled. Therefore, I have a fantastic opportunity one wish to introduce to you. Fang Ming wrinkled his brow at his feigned mystery. Just speak plainly. I wonder if you know about the navigators? The man leaned in closer and whispered. Fang Ming regarded him coolly. Isn't that prohibited by the association? We've organized a club, very exclusive. Only the most gifted hunters receive invitations. The ponytailed man remained undeterred by Fang Ming's demeanor, continuing unabashedly. The club has countless long-term cooperative teams, so there is no shortage of clientele. Joining our club essentially opens a path to wealth that is devoid of danger. He spoke with fervor, his expression incredulous that Fang Ming might not be intrigued. Fang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Get lost. What did you say? The ponytailed man appeared to doubt his hearing, wearing an expression of disbelief. I said get lost. Fang Ming fixed his icy gaze upon him. The reason the Hunter Guild continuously enforced such prohibitions was that such actions could lead to a vicious cycle. After all, points were non-transferable. A hunter team accepting tasks through a navigator could gain some profit, but forfeited their chance to level up. The navigators themselves became parasites, reaping benefits without contributing anything. Even as their personal points soared, the resulting consequence would be a deficiency in mid-level combat power within the Hunter Association, leading to a distortion of its structure. The ponytailed man finally realized Fang Ming was not jesting, and the smile that had lingered on his face began to fade. Kid, you really don't know how high the sky is. However, I have encountered many like you, and in the end, they all ended up cooperating with us. The so-called Navigator Club was more akin to a pirate ship. They coerced some hunters into joining, and once a transaction was made, leaving behind evidence of their threats. There was no escape from this pirate vessel unless those hunters possessed the courage to start anew. In the ponytailed man's eyes, Fang Ming was merely an inexperienced newcomer lacking lessons learned. Kid, I will ensure you come to understand the consequences of resisting the Navigator Club. Fang Ming watched as he cursed and departed, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his gaze. He anticipated that the beastmaster he once admired for protecting the common people in school would turn out to be rife with such scum. He smiled wryly. Ever since dropping out, He had indeed encountered a vastly different world. There were still 27 days until the national examination. With the continuous accumulation of points, Fang Ming's hunter score had reached the significant milestone of 200 points. He had thus achieved 15 of the 1,000 points required for a D-rank hunter. Yet, it was still insufficient. Aside from continuously feeding various conventional herbs and minerals to Mao Mao to enhance its basic attributes, Fang Ming diligently maintained his cultivation of spiritual energy alongside a regimen of regular exercise. A Beastmaster's personal breakthrough had no shortcuts. It was a lengthy process, thus making spiritual cultivation indispensable. The necessity of exercise stemmed from the fact that a Beastmaster's physical fitness was also a critical factor in combat during crucial moments. After all, no matter how powerful a pet beast may be, should the Beastmaster perish, it would vanish in an instant. The age-old principle of capture the leader first remained unchanged. Therefore, in life and death situations, ensuring one's own survival as a Beastmaster became paramount. At present, Fang Ming was merely a novice Beastmaster at the first level. His physical capabilities were not yet markedly superior to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, self-training was an essential avenue for enhancement. Huffing and puffing, after running 10 kilometers, Fang Ming found himself quite at ease, breaking a light sweat upon completion. There was a breakfast shop right at the entrance of his community, where he purchased a steamer basket of dumplings, 2 buns, and a bowl of spicy soup, casually choosing a seat to sit down. The flavors of the small shop were quite delightful. After sampling several nearby breakfast establishments, he concluded that this one suited his palate best. Just as he had taken a couple of bites, a familiar figure unexpectedly entered the shop. Yining Shuang. Today, the young woman wore a white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion in the summer sunlight. What a coincidence, Fang Ming thought, continuing to chew on his bun without paying her much mind. It was precisely the time for students from the Beastmaster Class 1 to head to school. Although he had dropped out, his routine habits developed over the years had remained unchanged. Fang Ming nodded in her direction, a mere gesture of greeting. To his surprise, the next moment, Yining Shuang took a seat directly across from him. You've killed someone. Her calm tone perfectly matched her usual icy persona, delivering such words with an unflinching demeanor. Fang Ming did not lift his head, taking a large sip of spicy soup, muttering indistinctly, nonsense. I could smell it on you that day. Yining Shuang seemed indifferent to his words, continuing to speak to herself. If magical beasts persist in killing, their primal instincts may spiral out of control. You must be vigilant. Fang Ming's hand holding the bowl stiffened. He had not anticipated that Yining Shuang would suddenly broach this topic with him. In his recollection, this girl had always embodied the persona of someone who refrained from meddling in others' affairs. If you don't eat quickly, you'll be late, she admonished. Fang Ming glanced at the time on his phone, reciprocating her friendly reminder with a gentle nudge. The girl paused for a moment, then silently picked up the steamed buns she had just ordered, savoring them slowly. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke again. Why did you drop out? Are you curious about me? Fang Ming found Yining Shuang's inquisitiveness somewhat peculiar. She shook her head. I've sensed before that with your spiritual energy concentration and test scores, your awakened ultimate talent should rival mine. I simply cannot fathom why you chose to withdraw. Fang Ming tilted his head back and drained the last of his spicy noodle soup. Curiosity is not always a virtue. There are some matters best left unexamined. With that, he stood up and strode out of the breakfast shop. Yining Shuang watched his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. Fang Ming did not intend to conceal anything, for the reasons behind his departure from school could easily be uncovered with a little inquiry at Yusho No. 1 High School. Yining Shuang might simply be somewhat reclusive, thus oblivious to such news. Fang Ming remained silent, merely wishing to prevent further entanglements in the affairs of the Spirit Theft Association. Even a prodigy like Yining Shuang would likely stand no chance against the menacing shadows that loomed in these circumstances. Fang Ming smiled faintly and gazed up at the sky, which was a brilliant azure, unmarred by clouds. At this moment, all he required was to devote himself to cultivating in silence, patiently awaiting the winds of fortune. One day, he would rise on the winds, soaring to heights unimagined. Chapter 18, The Fisherman's Obsession. Outside the city, at the edge of the safety zone, Fang Ming was engaged in a task with the fluffy spider. Mao Mao, attempt a fire attribute attack, he called out. The fluffy spider opened its mouth and unleashed a massive fireball directly at the magical wolf before it. The wolf whimpered, already ensnared by the spider's silk, with no space to evade, and was struck squarely, collapsing to the ground. Thankfully, this had finally allowed Mao Mao to hone its skills. After utilizing the purple flame crystal and ice stargrass, the fluffy spider retained both fire and ice attributes. However, as these were not its innate abilities, it had struggled to adapt to their use. Thus, over the past few days of combat tasks, Fang Ming had been intentionally training the fluffy spider's multi-attribute capabilities. At last, through relentless practice, it had become considerably more familiar with both fire and ice abilities. Some skills acquired through fusion were also gradually being recalled by the fluffy spider. Though due to the current concentration of attribute energy within its body, it could not yet execute them with complete fluidity. After collecting the magical wolf's core, Fang Ming glanced at the radar map on his wrist. This was a specialized device provided to hunters by the Hunter Guild, capable of intelligently displaying the general location of task objectives. It was said to be a product developed by the leading technology company in Dragon Country, Thunder God Technology. The next E-level task was to collect 10 second-tier water attribute cores. Such tasks, lacking a singular target restriction, were generally straightforward, though water attribute cores posed a slight complication. Fang Ming pondered for a moment before opening the radar map in his hand. After a thorough search, his gaze settled on a lake 3 kilometers away. The Great Dragon Lake. It was rumored that large dragon-type magical beasts had once been sighted there, hence the name. This was the spot. Naturally, water attribute magical beasts were abundant in the lake, but the fluffy spider was not particularly suited for underwater combat, so they could only attempt it and see. Fang Ming felt a twinge of regret for not paying more attention when accepting the task, having hastily filtered for magical core missions and accepted them all at once. If it proved impossible to complete, he would have to pay a penalty to withdraw from the task. After all, dangers still lurked in the wild. Fang Ming opted to sit atop the fluffy spider, which had grown significantly in size, allowing it to carry him as they leaped forward. Although the fluffy spider remained at the first stage of its juvenile phase, its various attributes had already soared far beyond the first stage, likely rivaling the peak of second-stage creatures. The 3-kilometer distance was traversed in mere minutes thanks to the fluffy spider's rapid jumps using its silk, and soon, the Great Dragon Lake was in sight. Being the largest freshwater lake within several miles, it attracted a multitude of magical beasts. A glance around sent a shiver down Fang Ming's spine. Giant crocodile lizards, one-horned bull beasts, long-tailed monkeys. B-level, C-level, D-level magical beasts. This place was undeniably the bustling epicenter of the Jianshan Great Forest. Fang Ming couldn't help but feel that his presence, alongside the fluffy spider, was somewhat incongruous. However, he felt at ease being there because he was well aware of the unwritten rule among magical beasts: no fighting during drinking hours. This was a form of protection among their respective tribes. Consequently, despite the myriad magical beasts making their appearances, an odd sense of harmony prevailed along the lakeshore. Mao Mao, let us head over there, Fang Ming directed, steering towards a secluded corner. Nearby, a flower deer, sipping water, glanced at him with wide eyes before returning its neck to drink. Fang Ming smiled, feeling quite content, and rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a fishing rod. It was not that he had prepared in advance. Rather, he was an avid fishing enthusiast. Now that he needed to collect water attribute cores, this was the perfect opportunity. Water attribute magical beasts, after all, resided in the water. Skillfully baiting and casting his line, the fisherman within him awakened. The fluffy spider stood nearby, attentively observing Fang Ming's every move with eager anticipation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Clearing his throat, Fang Ming was about to speak when suddenly, his expression shifted. Got one. The fish's bladder abruptly sank, then began to rise rapidly. Without hesitation, Fang Ming lifted the rod. What the heck? Just the act of lifting the rod sent a tremendous force from the water, nearly causing him to stumble. What kind of monster was he reeling in? Fang Ming tightened his grip on the fishing rod, his face flushing red. Even with his superhuman physique, he was still merely a first-stage beast master and could hardly compare to a bona fide magical beast. Mao Mao, help me. He urgently called for assistance. The fluffy spider, previously watching quietly, immediately sprang into action. With its long, slender legs, it ensnared the fishing rod tightly, beginning to pull back. Fortunately, the rod was crafted from specialized materials, capable of withstanding such immense force. With the fluffy spider's sudden exertion, the resistance on Fang Ming's and noticeably lessened. A shimmering silver figure was soon pulled from the water. With a flick of the rod, that silver figure leaped onto the shore, charging directly towards him. Fang Ming remained composed, swiftly sidestepping as the fluffy spider instinctively lunged forward. With the water-type beast now ashore, it had lost its greatest threat. The fluffy spider dispatched its opponent with remarkable efficiency. Only then did Fang Ming discern that it was a silvery, long-tailed carp, perfectly within the second-tier range. Delight surged within him. The prospect was promising. He continued to employ the same method, and before he knew it, the entire afternoon had quietly slipped away. To his astonishment, what hampered his task completion was not the strength of the beasts, but rather his own fishing prowess. Fortunately, the outcome was gratifying, and this task was the last he had set for the day. Upon finishing, he packed his gear, preparing to depart. At this juncture, it was imperative to return to the city. Delaying further until nightfall would exponentially heighten the dangers lurking in the great forest. As Fang Ming hurried back with the fluffy spider in tow, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. "You are Knight's Ember?" The stranger clearly recognized his identity, addressing him by his hunter's title. "And you are?" Fang Ming's expression darkened. The aura emanating from the man before him was particularly menacing. At this moment and in this place, it was evident that the man meant no good. The man sneered. "It seems I have not misidentified you." As he spoke, a peculiar round stone thudded to the ground with a resounding crash. The stone's surface was rugged, and it sported two grotesque arms, a sight that was utterly horrifying. "Giant fist stone." Fang Ming squinted, his expression grave as he slowly uttered 3 words. This was a peak D-tier beast, with its mature strength firmly in the 3rd tier. However, the aura of this particular giant fist stone was stronger than usual, likely due to an accumulation of materials that had allowed it to break through to the 4th tier. Yet, its aura was somewhat unstable, suggesting it had only recently achieved this new tier. Perhaps there was an opportunity. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Fang Ming discreetly retrieved several ores, gripping them in his hand. Chapter 19. Confrontation with the Giant Fist Stone. Within the dense forest, Fang Ming scrutinized the man across from him, confirming that he had no recollection of him. "It seems we are not acquainted. You may call me Old 8. It matters not, as long as I know you." The man grinned. "You need only understand one thing." Fang Ming remained silent, observing him intently. Humph. Noticing Fang Ming's lack of cooperation, the man who called himself Old 8 appeared increasingly irate. "I come on behalf of the Navigator Association. Do you comprehend?" "Ah, so it is you," Fang Ming realized, as the recent grievances he had incurred only stemmed from this inexplicably intrusive association. Old 8 chuckled, believing Fang Ming had grasped his intent. Just as he was about to speak again, Fang Ming's next words caused his expression to shift dramatically. "So it is you wretched scum. Truly, an arrogant young brat." A glint of icy malice flickered in Old 8's eyes as he lowered his voice. "Kid, since my brother believes you still have value, I can exceptionally grant you a chance to apologize." Fang Ming shook his head impassively. "You may keep your opportunities for yourselves. However, I shall not grant you a chance to apologize." With that declaration, he pressed the ores against the fluffy spider. "Fuse the giant energy, or D-tier, with my pet." Mau Mau. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The fluffy spider has now gigantified to the 3rd tier's mature phase, with defense and power attributes enhanced 100-fold. Duration, 10 minutes. The fluffy spider let out a chirp and lunged fiercely toward the giant fist stone. Overreaching. An ant dares to compete with the sun and moon. Old 8 watched Fang Ming with a condescending gaze, filled with derision. "My brother claims you possess great potential. But if you inadvertently perish, then all that potential will amount to naught." A strange smile crept across Old 8's lips, as if he could already envision a scene that delighted him immensely. Fang Ming, uninterested in conversing with such filth, recognized that if they were merely tasked to relay assignments, it would have been bearable. However, this so-called Navigator Association, in pursuit of stabilizing their profit chain, forcibly coerced individuals into joining, even threatening them with death. Therefore, they deserved every bit of their impending doom. Amidst the forest, dust swirled. Each strike from the giant fist stone was astonishingly formidable. Its hard body and fists rendered it nearly invincible against lower-tier beasts. Each of its assaults was accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and trembling earth, a spectacle both grand and terrifying. The fluffy spider's attacks appeared futile against it. Yet, the giant fist stone's bulkiness provided a temporary reprieve for the agile spider. "Mau Mau. Attempt to use your frost abilities," Fang Ming commanded. The fluffy spider understood immediately, almost as soon as Fang Ming's words left his lips. A frosty nova erupted outward from its body. The giant fist stone, caught off guard, was indeed immobilized by the ice. Yet, Old 8's gaze remained unchanged, as if everything was still under his control. The next moment, the giant fist stone's movements offered a definitive answer. It suddenly trembled, shattering the ice bindings into countless fragments, which cascaded to the ground. "Kid, I shall make you aware that in the face of absolute power, no schemes or tricks will bear fruit." Old 8 smirked. "Giant fist stone, unleash your skill." Stone slam. Boom. As Old 8's words fell, the giant fist stone spun in place, harnessing the force of its rotation to deliver a staggering punch towards the fluffy spider. "Mau Mau, dodge quickly," Fang Ming shouted urgently. The fluffy spider was evidently startled by the sudden escape of the giant fist stone. At the last moment, it released a thread to latch onto a treetop, narrowly evading the colossal punch. Witnessing this, Fang Ming furrowed his brow. The giant fist stone was indeed a peak D-tier beast. Its stone physique rendered it nearly invulnerable against low-tier beasts. After all, Mau Mau was merely an E-tier 3rd phase creature, and compared to a D-tier 4th phase beast, there remained a significant disparity in combat capabilities. Therefore, even with the 100-fold enhancement, it was likely insufficient to match this rocky monstrosity. Squeak. The fluffy spider suddenly emitted a low hiss. Fang Ming immediately understood its intention. It was urging him to distance himself. Without hesitation, he retreated several paces. The fluffy spider utilized its silk to glide through the air, releasing layer upon layer of silk above the giant fist stone. Mere tricks. A paltry E-tier beast should not embarrass itself. Old 8 scoffed. Giant fist stone, deal with it directly. The giant fist stone, undeterred by the fluffy spider's web traps, commenced rolling in place. Fang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Once rolling commenced, it would relentlessly pursue its target, increasing in power with each passing moment. The best strategy against such a maneuver was to forcibly interrupt the opponent's skill at the outset. The fluffy spider, however, appeared utterly unfazed, continually bouncing atop the treetops, weaving vast webs that overlapped one another. Useless, useless. Ha ha ha. Giant fist stone, shatter that wretched spider's flimsy threads. Old 8 Guai chuckled, brimming with smugness. The giant fist stone, having gathered momentum, surged forward decisively at Old 8's command. The fluffy spider, with a spring of its 8 long legs, cast down the intricately woven web that had taken so long to craft, aiming to ensnare the giant fist stone. Useless, useless. Just as Old 8 was about to burst into laughter again, the next scene abruptly stifled his mirth. The rolling giant fist stone collided with the spider's web, deforming it dramatically, yet astonishingly, the web remained intact. Fang Ming was taken aback as well, but he soon grasped the situation. This was the effect of a 100-fold fusion. He hadn't anticipated that the defensive strength enhanced a 100-fold would not only apply to the fluffy spider itself, but also to the resilience of the silk it produced. The web remained unbroken, and the giant fist stone, akin to a stone ball ensnared in a net, spun for a while before gradually coming to a halt. Its rolling motion was curtailed in such a manner. This was a classic case of yielding to strength with flexibility. Old 8 gazed incredulously at the scene before him, his expression darkening considerably. Impossible. You are merely an ordinary E-rank fluffy spider. How could it possibly withstand the assault of a D-rank peak giant fist stone? Nothing is impossible. Fang Ming silently commended the fluffy spider. Now it was time for us to counterattack. Chapter 20. The Secretary General's Invitation, the Bait Plan. The battle had reached a stalemate. The fluffy spider could only temporarily ensnare the giant fist stone without a viable solution. Meanwhile, Old 8 observed the giant fist stone, wrapped layer upon layer in silk. Unable to move, his expression grim. Kid, I don't know what sorcery you're employing, but I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. Fang Ming smiled slightly. Is that a sign of weakness? I am a 4th-tier beastmaster. You don't think I possess only this one beast, do you? Old 8 snorted coldly. You're welcome to try. Fang Ming narrowed his eyes, unwilling to back down. Such a stubborn brat. How many wish to join our Navigator Association but find no way in, yet you refuse to acknowledge the opportunity? Old 8 fixed his gaze on him. I'll give you one last chance. No need. Have you finished? If you don't leave, I will take action again, Fang Ming stated calmly. The reason he hadn't fought to the bitter end was quite simple. This opponent was indeed a legitimate 4th-tier beastmaster, significantly stronger than the thin monkey. If it came to a decisive battle, Fang Ming had little confidence in his chances. More importantly, there was no benefit in this fight. Kid, don't regret this. Old 8 pointed a finger at him, his tone laced with menace. Fang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. I stand by my words, feel free. Old 8 stared at him in silence, surprisingly refraining from further aggression, instead fixing his gaze on Fang Ming. Kid, may I release my giant fist stone now? If a magical beast is not in a state of free action, a beastmaster cannot directly recall it. Fang Ming smiled slightly. You attempted to rob me. I am merely acting in self-defense. You still have a hostage in my possession. Do you think you can leave just like that? Old 8 erupted in fury. Kid, you're courting death. Fang Ming remained unfazed. You can certainly try again. Old 8 took a deep breath. What do you want? What do I want? Fang Ming chuckled softly. If you lose a fight, there must be a cost. A hostage, after all, must be redeemed with money. Very well, how much do you want? Old 8 chuckled in exasperation. This is a D-rank magical beast. It must be worth at least 100 to 80,000, right? Fang Ming responded earnestly, with no hint of jest. Kid, one should spare others when able. Do you truly wish to create a mortal enemy with my Navigator Association? Old 8 was thoroughly incensed. They had always been the ones to swindle others, never the victims. All right, I'll let you off this time. A special price of 500,000. Fang Ming smiled slyly, watching Old 8 intently, seemingly waiting for him to flip the table. Old 8 hesitated, glancing at the menacing giant spider nearby, and growled. How will you pay? By scanning the code. Thank you. Fang Ming returned to the Hunters Guild, submitting his quests as usual. However, this time he distinctly sensed some peculiar gazes upon him, as if someone were observing him from the shadows. Fang Ming frowned imperceptibly. It seemed that the Navigator Association would not rest easily. He needed to hasten his strength's enhancement. With the completion of his quests, his recent rewards had already amassed nearly 800,000, coupled with other materials and magical cores. It was no exaggeration to say that Fang Ming had become an invisible millionaire. Alas, in this era of Beastmasters, a million was merely equivalent to a B-rank crystal or herb. Powerful Beastmasters never concerned themselves with money. They only valued strength. With a sigh, Fang Ming was about to continue taking on new tasks when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. He turned cautiously. Standing before him was a man clad in a sleek suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appearing both cultured and rather overly refined. "You are?" Fang Ming inquired, puzzled, as this was yet another unfamiliar figure. Could he be affiliated with the Navigator Association? The man then spoke. "I am Zui Yi, the Secretary General of the Jiangxing Hunter Association. You must be Yi Jing." "Indeed," Fang Ming nodded, his confusion only deepening. The Secretary General held a significant position within the Hunter Association, serving as the president's right hand. In a sense, he was the second in command of the association. What could such a prominent figure want with him? "May I have a moment to chat?" Zui Yi flashed a warm smile and gestured for him to proceed. Truly, he was a man of refined manners. Fang Ming nodded. "Mr. Zua, please lead the way." Being within the association, he felt somewhat reassured. Zui Yi acknowledged him with a nod and turned to lead the way. Fang Ming followed him into the lounge of the Hunter Association. This was his first time entering the actual internal office area of the Hunter Association, and it felt refreshingly novel. Unlike those hunters toiling outside for various tasks, the atmosphere inside the Hunter Guild exuded a sense of tranquil ease, with everyone working at a leisurely pace. Zui Yi escorted him into an office. The location was splendid, with transparent glass walls that allowed for a clear view of the majority of the office area from within. "Have a seat." Zui Yi invited Fang Ming to sit, effortlessly pouring 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Zua is indeed gracious." Fang Ming felt no undue surprise at the treatment, but instead waited quietly for Zui Yi to speak. Given his position, it was clear he had business to discuss. Zui Yi chuckled lightly. "After all, sitting across from me is the newly emerged strongest hunter who has broken records in Jiangxing in recent years. I must accord you the respect you deserve." Fang Ming maintained an unperturbed demeanor upon hearing the words. After all, as the Secretary General of the association, it was not surprising that he was aware of his own identity. "I wonder what brings Mr. Zui Yi to seek out a novice hunter like myself?" Fang Ming inquired directly. "Brother Yi, you are quite forthright. So I shall not beat around the bush either," Zui Yi responded, casting a commendatory glance at him. "First, I must verify something with you. Please, Mr. Zui," Fang Ming urged. "Has the Navigator Association approached you?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming's heart suddenly grasped the implications, and he responded with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "It seems the association possesses quite an astute network of information regarding the whereabouts of this underground organization. However, I cannot fathom why they have allowed it to persist for such an extended period. Logically speaking, matters between the Navigator Association and the Hunter Association were not ones in which a mere small fry like him could engage. Nevertheless, since Zui Yi had sought him out regarding this issue, it was clear that subsequent matters would undoubtedly be related. Fang Ming knew he must prepare himself in advance. Zui Yi remained unaffected by Fang Ming's comments, simply lifting the teacup from the table and taking a gentle sip. It is not a matter of indulgence, but rather a strategic allowance. Fang Ming was taken aback, not by the content of Zui Yi's words, but by his attitude. Was it truly acceptable to speak so openly with him about such matters? Zui Yi seemed unconcerned by Fang Ming's demeanor and continued, "Brother Yi, I would like to inquire about your stance regarding the Navigator Association." Fang Ming shrugged. "Mr. Zua, I am merely a fledgling hunter. Why should a man of your stature concern himself with the opinions of someone so insignificant? If I were to request your assistance, must I not first inquire about your attitude toward this matter?" Zui Yi regarded him with a serious expression. "Request my assistance." Fang Ming's expression faltered slightly, as he had surmised that Zui Yi's invitation was likely related to the Navigator Association. However, he had assumed it would concern merely an exchange of intelligence regarding figures like Lao Ba, the ponytailed man, or the boss. He had not anticipated that Zui Yi would be asking for his help directly. "What kind of assistance?" Fang Ming furrowed his brow and inquired. Zui Yi smiled slightly, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles. "Before I address that question, I must first have you respond to my previous inquiry." "Scum, that is my perception of them, nothing more," Fang Ming replied succinctly. Zui Yi's smile gradually diminished. "Very well. If I were to request you, Brother Yi, to serve as bait to lure out the snakes from their den, would you be willing to oblige?" Chapter 21. Exclusive Venue, Material Sweep. In the quiet office, Fang Ming and Zui exchanged glances. Mr. Zui seems to overestimate me. Fang Ming chuckled softly. I am but a newly minted first-tier hunter. What influence could I possibly wield against you formidable beast masters of the 4th or 5th tier? There is no need for such modesty, brother Yi. You have directly withstood the attack of a 4th-tier hunter from the Navigator Association, is what Yi remarked, his gaze towards Fang Ming tinged with a hint of admiration. Fang Ming shook his head. Mr. Zua, you flatter me. I wonder if this reflects the will of the Hunter Association or merely your personal opinion. It is, of course, the association's stance, Zua Yi replied with a faint smile, carrying an air of inscrutability. I wonder if you would be interested in the detailed plan I have in mind. Once you hear it, you shall find yourself aboard the association's ship. This was a subtle prompt for Fang Ming to express his position. He hesitated slightly, gesturing for Zui Yi to continue. I am all ears. Zui Yi clapped his hands and smiled. Excellent. Brother Yi possesses great spirit. I shall reveal my intentions without reservation. As part of their transaction, Zui Yi naturally promised Fang Ming corresponding benefits, although the specifics would only be fulfilled upon the completion of their endeavor. Prior to that, Fang Ming did not mind requesting some immediate returns. After considering, he produced the black cards he had previously acquired. Mr. Zui, I came across some black cards belonging to others. I am unsure how to handle them. Zui Yi regarded him intently. Since these are unclaimed items, they naturally belong to the individual who found them. Fang Ming exchanged a knowing glance. Might it be possible to extract resources from them? In truth, there had once existed a system for inheriting hunter black cards. Zui Yi's response seemed to drift into reminiscence. After all, being a hunter is a perilous profession, and inheriting black cards allowed hunters' families to rightfully claim their corresponding legacies. And then, Fang Ming inquired, intrigued. Subsequently, some malicious incidents occurred, where hunters were brutally slain for their resources. As he spoke, Zui Yi's gaze turned icy. Thus, the association completely suspended the black card inheritance system. Fang Ming fell silent, reflecting on the darker aspects of human nature. However, the association currently has a corresponding unlocking procedure. If it can be verified that the black cards have not been cancelled, we can assist you in unlocking them directly, Zua Yi added suddenly. Fang Ming smiled. In that case, I am grateful to you, Mr. Zua. Merely a small matter. I hope you remember what I mentioned earlier, brother Yi. Of course, the association acted swiftly. Upon exiting Zui Yi's office and reinserting several black cards into the terminal, Fang Ming found that they had been completely unlocked. The points in the hunter's account could not be transferred, yet the funds were indeed substantial. This team of the Skinny Monkey was far from what their name implied. They were, in fact, quite affluent. The combined funds of several members approached a staggering 10 million. Even Fang Ming's composure wavered at the sight of such wealth. The seemingly useless black cards turned out to hold such immense value. It felt almost like a windfall. However, for Fang Ming, money sitting idle in an account was futile and devoid of meaning. While others might lack the capacity to transform funds into immediate combat power, he could. Thus, the moment Fang Ming stepped out of the Beastmaster Association, he turned and hurried towards the bustling trading street next door. Familiarity bred ease. When he found Shirtu, the burly man was diligently tending to the herbs at his stall, his meticulous actions contrasting with his rugged exterior. Brother Shirtu. Noticing Fang Ming's approach, Shirtu looked up, his eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Fang, what brings you here? You should have given me a heads up before coming. If not for the limited space at my stall, I would have loved to treat you like the treasure you are. Alas, with Fang Ming's singular presence, he was worth an entire week's worth of transactions. Brother Shirtu, you flatter me. I'm merely here to procure some materials, Fang Ming replied nonchalantly. Shirtu, accustomed to Fang Ming's trading style of buying first and selling later, nodded. Feel free to choose, Brother Fang. If there's anything you need that I don't have, just let me know, and I'll find a way to get it for you. Fang Ming smiled. Shirtu, indeed, was a man of his word, conducting business with integrity. The materials procured from him are, without exception, exquisite, provided one is not deterred by their lofty prices. Consequently, Fang Ming, without any hesitation, spoke directly. Brother Shir, I shall purchase everything at your stall today. All right. All of it. Wait, all of it. Shir suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at Fang Ming in disbelief. The vendor from the adjacent stall, upon hearing this declaration, could not help but turn his head. After all, Fang Ming had frequented Shir's stalls several times, and he was well aware that previous transactions had ranged from tens of thousands to a maximum of around 100,000. Little did he expect that this time, Fang Ming was outright buying everything, which amounted to at least 1 million. Shir was indeed fortunate. It seemed he had struck up an acquaintance with some wealthy heir. The vendor next door's eyes turned green with envy. Shir, unable to contain his excitement, sought confirmation. Brother Fang, you are not jesting with me, are you? Although he regarded Fang Ming as a god of wealth, such an exaggeration was hard to fathom. This was not merely a purchase. It was as if Fang Ming intended to acquire his entire stall. Brother Shi, we are not strangers. When have you seen me jesting? Fang Ming looked at him earnestly. After a few seconds of silence, Shi finally affirmed, you truly mean to purchase everything? While my stall may not be large, there is no way it can be had for less than 1,000,000 with this quantity of goods. Fang Ming chuckled, if you still doubt. Shall I transfer the payment to you first? As he spoke, he took out his phone, mimicking the action of scanning for a transfer. No, no, no. Is this how business is conducted? You haven't even selected your goods, and you want to send me money? Does Shi still want to make a living? Shi hastily halted Fang Ming's motion, but eventually, still feeling uneasy, inquired, are you certain you don't want to choose? Some of the materials are rather ordinary and cannot compare to those I recommended earlier. Brother Shi, your honesty reassures me. For that alone, I can trust you. Fang Ming gave him a thumbs up. Shi's character and the quality of his goods were indeed beyond reproach. Even if there were a few unsatisfactory items, they were not detrimental to the overall value. All right, you truly know how to please me. I did not misjudge you back then. Shi wasted no time and began organizing the goods. You are now the god of wealth. Just sit back while I pack everything for you. As he spoke, Shi cleared a space on his chair and rolled up his sleeves, ready to tidy up his stall. However, Fang Ming smiled and shook his head. No need, Brother Shi. Just calculate the total price. I have my methods of transport. Shi regarded him with a mix of skepticism and trust, but ultimately chose to believe in him. He began to meticulously tally the prices of the various materials. The total comes to 1,700,000. A payment of 1,000,000 will suffice. Shi quickly finished the calculations and graciously displayed his accounting records before Fang Ming. Brother Shi, you are quite generous. I have transferred the amount. Fang Ming did not scrutinize the details and merely glanced at them before proceeding with the payment. Ding. 1,000,000 has been credited to your WeChat wallet. Shi's phone chimed with a delightful notification. His face instantly flushed with excitement, and he let out a hearty laugh. Brother Fang, thanks to you, my business will thrive for the month. Come, today we must celebrate with a good meal. Chapter 22, A Life or Death Crisis, Evolving the Crimson Rock Spider. Shi was clearly a man of character, speaking with grand exuberance. Fang Ming, however, could only shake his head in resignation. Brother Shi, let it be. I do not drink much. How can a man not drink? Shi insisted, attempting to pull Fang Ming along, but then paused, remembering his stall. By the way, how will you take all these goods? This will suffice. Fang Ming smiled slightly, gesturing towards the goods. In the next moment, all the items vanished in an instant. You little rascal, have you purchased a spatial ring? Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such rings were typically the privilege of esteemed families, with even a mere cubic meter of storage space costing a fortune. I recently earned a bit of money, so I bought one for convenience, Fang Ming casually remarked, omitting the fact that he utilized a system space without any storage limitations. Shi sighed, truly, heroes emerge in youth. With your rate of growth, you are destined for greatness in Jiangxing. Brother Shi, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Fang Ming smiled humbly, concealing his ambition, which reached far beyond Jiangxing. One must remember the aspirations of youth, destined to become the foremost in the world. Ultimately, Fang Ming declined Shi's generous invitation. His time was precious, and he had no leisure for intoxication or idleness. He also requested Shi to keep an eye out for high-end materials, particularly those that could enhance Mao Mao's attributes, excluding fire and ice elements. In his mind, a grand plan for a super fusion creature was already taking shape. At this stage, B-grade and even A-grade materials had become scarce commodities. Thus, it was crucial to gather leads in advance. Shi readily agreed. Increasingly awed by Fang Ming's rapid development, Fang Ming, filled with the joy of his recent acquisitions, bid farewell to Shi and made his way home. As he walked home, he moved at a brisk pace. However, as he neared his neighborhood, his steps gradually slowed. Finally, he came to a halt, standing still, his gaze darkening. Stop following me. Show yourself. The street behind him was eerily deserted, and no one responded. Yet Fang Ming was acutely aware that it should have been the bustling rush hour. Strangely, there were no other souls in sight on this street. At last, he did not have to wait long. A somewhat effeminate voice, unsettling to the ear, emerged from behind him. Only just now realizing it might be a bit late, Fang Ming abruptly turned, and his eyes fell upon a shadowy figure cloaked in black. Sneaky and furtive, it seemed this individual was no formidable character either. Fang Ming scoffed. How amusing, a sharp-tongued little brat. Ah, what a quick-witted young man you are. The figure replied, devoid of any hint of anger, maintaining an eerie calm. However, just wait until I peel back your skin layer by layer and pry open your mouth. I wonder if you will still have the strength to speak to me like this. Fang Ming felt a chill run down his spine at the malice laced within those words. Even he, with his composure, could not help but shudder. Then let us see whose skills prevail. Fang Ming took a deep breath. Given the opponent's ability to silently construct such a space, It was evident they were at least a 4th-tier Beastmaster. This could be troublesome. However, fortunately, he had just acquired a significant amount of goods from Brother Sure. Even if he could not win in direct confrontation, he had the confidence for a war of attrition. What an interesting little fellow. It has been a long time since I encountered someone audacious enough to speak to me in such a manner. The shadow chuckled darkly. Moreover, I am quite curious about the source of your current talents. Fang Ming. At the moment the shadow's words left his lips, Fang Ming felt as though 1,000 drums had suddenly echoed in his heart, jolting him with an overwhelming shock. The person before him was fully aware that his innate talent had been usurped. His usually placid state of mind was abruptly stirred into a tempest of turmoil. An uncontainable fury surged within him, almost instantaneously engulfing his consciousness. Hee, you seem distracted, a chilling voice whispered ominously in his ear. As a frigid aura crept towards his back like a parasite, Fang Ming was instantly alerted. The threat of death materialized before him with stark clarity. A shiver coursed through him, the coldness from within converging with the chilling presence at his back. In mere moments, it threatened to freeze his very core. Just give up. Let it go, a voice seemed to whisper, silently lulling him into submission. At that moment, surrendering to death appeared to be a form of liberation. Why struggle any longer? No, I cannot die yet. Fang Ming roared, his thoughts racing as the fluff spider emerged from his beast space, settling on his back. A sharp sound pierced the air, the unmistakable noise of a blade piercing flesh. Simultaneously, the tremendous force from behind hurled Fang Ming away. The fluff spider let out a pained cry, remaining motionless on his back. It had emerged too hastily to merge properly, sacrificing itself to absorb a blow with its E-grade body. Fortunately, it was no ordinary E-grade beast. Its formidable physique had withstood the lethal assault. Cough. Thank you, Fluff. Fang Ming gasped as he struggled to rise from the ground, swiftly retrieving a C-grade mineral. This was the most valuable material from Stone Brothers' stall, and in this moment, Fang Ming used it without hesitation. System, fuse the fluff spider with the red rock agate, C-grade. With a chime, the fusion succeeded. And this special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated, causing the fluff spider to evolve into a C-grade red rock demon spider. Now immensely enlarged to the 3rd tier of maturity, with an effect duration of 10 minutes. Fluff. Species, red rock demon spider. Rarity, C-grade. Tier, 3rd. Attributes, poison, fire, ice. Strength, 3,300. Agility, 3,550. Magic power, 3,800. Defense, 3,950. Skills, web spinning, E-grade. Venomous bite, E-grade. Frost nova, D-grade. Extreme cold beam, C-grade. Scorching breath, D-grade. The red rock agate, a fire attribute mineral, was not only powerful, but also strikingly beautiful in appearance. Under the influence of the red rock agate, the fluff spider's grievous wound began to heal rapidly, its aura visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. In an instant, its entire form turned a vivid crimson, exuding a frenzied energy that enveloped the surroundings. The shadow seemed momentarily taken aback. Fusion material? So this is your talent? Quite impressive, I must say. With the first strike failing to be fatal, the shadow exhibited no sign of urgency, leisurely observing Fang Ming with an air of feline amusement. Fang Ming disregarded the taunt. The shadow's previous words had nearly cost him his life in a fleeting moment of distraction. This time, his focus was unwavering. Fluff, initiate a fire-based assault. Until now, Fang Ming had yet to comprehend how the shadow attacked. However, seeing its stealthy movements concealed within the darkness, he felt it prudent to test the waters with a fire-based approach. The red rock demon spider had previously merged with the purple flame crystal and had practiced using fire energy, so upon receiving Fang Ming's command, it unleashed a torrent of scorching flames without hesitation. C-grade skill, scorching breath. The blazing fire surged towards the shadow like a roaring dragon. Interesting, the shadow remarked, mildly surprised, though its tone remained steeped in disdain. Chapter 23. A body as bait, shattering space. Within the desolate confines of the enclosed space, the searing flames erupted, instantly raising the temperature by several degrees. Fang Ming was compelled to retreat repeatedly. In stark contrast, the shadow, facing the flames, performed a remarkably simple gesture. It slowly raised its palm. Astonishingly, the flames were halted a mere meter from its body. Fang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? How can a mere beastmaster possess such formidable power? At that moment, even Fang Ming's previously unwavering theoretical knowledge began to waver. Could it be some newly emerged fire resistance talent? Yet, the next action of the shadow obliterated that hypothesis completely. It clenched its fist, and the torrent of fire, akin to a raging dragon, was snuffed out as if its throat had been crushed, extinguished without a sound. This could not possibly be a talent. Doubts surged within Fang Ming, but he swiftly quelled his imagination and forced his focus back to the battle at hand. Fluff, utilize your ice abilities. Fang Ming continued to command Fluff to employ elemental attacks. Although Fluff was currently infused with fire minerals, thus amplifying fire attacks, switching to ice would not enhance its power. However, in the realm of beast combat, two crucial aspects remained: the suppression of bloodline levels and tier distinctions, alongside the existence of racial and elemental resistances. Racial resistance is easily understood and is a common phenomenon in nature. Cats inherently prey on mice, birds hunt insects. This instinct remains even in mutated beasts. Elemental resistance operates on the principle that water extinguishes fire, fire consumes wood, and wood erodes earth. This special effect fusion sense now allowed for the preservation of various attributes by fusing different materials. Such an evident advantage must be utilized wisely. The Red Rock Demon Spider barely managed to exhale a breath of frost. However, before it could fully form, the shadow closed in at an alarming speed. Not good. Panic gripped Fang Ming's heart. The shadow's swift approach left him no time to issue further commands. The only recourse he had was to rely on Fluff's instincts. Indeed, the Red Rock Demon Spider did not disappoint. Almost the instant the shadow closed in, it crossed its arms, producing a resounding clang as it effectively blocked the incoming assault. Fang Ming furrowed his brow as he observed the shadow's movements, a realization beginning to dawn upon him. The shadow appeared equally astonished, unable to fathom how its second attack had been thwarted so effortlessly by Fluff. In its understanding, the Red Rock Demon Spider was predominantly an offensive beast. It was unexpected that its close combat capabilities were so commendable. Nevertheless, this was where it would end. The shadow scoffed disdainfully, its onslaught growing increasingly ferocious, akin to a tempestuous storm, as it lunged towards the Red Rock Demon Spider. The 8 elongated legs of the Red Rock Demon Spider danced like lethal weapons, evading the attacks with precision. Very well, young one. The shadow had failed to breach the defenses of the Red Rock Demon Spider for an extended period, leading it to feel a sense of insult. Its previously relentless assault suddenly faltered. Only then did the Red Rock Demon Spider allow itself a moment of respite. The adversary was evidently a high-tier, agile entity, its speed ghostly and the frequency of its attacks rapid. Even with its augmented power magnified 100-fold, it could merely stave off the relentless onslaught. Fang Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. Each ascension of a magical beast resulted in nearly a 10-fold increase in its attributes. Thus, higher-tier magical beasts could easily overpower those of lower tiers. It was precisely for this reason that magical beasts of elevated bloodlines garnered such fervent admiration. At this moment, the shadow's abrupt cessation of its assault was far from a positive omen. A warning bell rang in Fang Ming's mind. In the next instant, he instinctively sidestepped. With a swift motion, a sharp claw pierced through his shoulder. His reflexes were commendable, yet that was where it ended. Prepare to perish. The shadow cackled menacingly, its movements unceasing as it aimed once more at Fang Ming's heart. Fang Ming's gaze was devoid of emotion, frozen in rationality. He executed a powerful kick, propelling himself away with the force of the recoil. Vivid crimson blood arced through the air, while a suffocating pain threatened to overwhelm his senses. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Mau Mau. The Red Rock Demon Spider leapt into action, darting towards the shadow in the blink of an eye. The shadow, having exposed its front in its eagerness to ambush Fang Ming, was unable to evade the assault. The Red Rock Demon Spider's sharp legs plunged deep into the shadow's chest. You. The shadow's eyes widened for the first time, a look of astonishment crossing its features. The injury it sustained was evidently far beyond its expectations. With a sudden surge of strength, the shadow clamped down on Mau Mau's legs and hurled it away. It had forcibly repelled Mau Mau. Having accomplished this, the shadow seemed unfazed, its gaze fixated intently on Fang Ming. You dare to set a trap for yourself? The shadow glared at Fang Ming, its eyes gleaming with unmasked malice. Huh, having suffered once, do you think I would be foolish enough to fall for it again? Fang Ming replied with a cold smile, his tone laced with open derision. Having already tasted defeat, he was now considerably more vigilant. However, the shadow's sudden and elusive ambush was nearly impossible to anticipate. Thus, Fang Ming chose to use himself as bait, prompting the Red Rock Demon Spider to strike at the shadow, hoping to turn the tide of battle. Even if you possess an indestructible body, even if you wield the strength of a brute king, injuries will inevitably take their toll. As his words fell, the Red Rock Demon Spider, propelled by the force of its own silk, lunged at the shadow in midair. You think you stand a chance? The shadow roared, its formidable magical energy reverberating throughout the space. Fang Ming retreated at once, wary of being caught in the crossfire of its attack. The Red Rock Demon Spider, undeterred, charged forward. The chaos within the space intensified, the turbulence growing ever more violent. The very fabric of the realm seemed on the brink of collapse. With renewed vigor, Mao Mao, Fang Ming commanded. Concurrently, the red rock demon spider unleashed its full potential, its magical energy surging exponentially, inching ever closer to the power of a fourth-tier beast. The price of this surge was a dramatic reduction in the duration of its fusion. 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Impossible. How can Mirance challenge me? The shadow bellowed, its incredulity palpable. Once lofty and untouchable, it now found itself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, its fury was rendered futile, morphing into an impotent rage. Even with the shadow's speed, it paled in comparison to the fully unleashed Mao Mao. As the red rock demon spider's sharp legs sliced through the shadow's throat, a vivid spray of blood erupted from its gullet. A sound akin to glass shattering echoed, signaling the collapse of the entire space. Chapter 24. Escape, the aid of Yining Shuang. As the space enveloping Fang Ming began to fracture, the cacophony of the outside world finally seeped in, akin to air rushing into a long-sealed chamber. Fang Ming felt an immediate lightness in his heart. At last, he was free. Yet, this was not the moment to lower his guard. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the shadow, vigilant against any sudden movements. Strangely, as the space continued to crack, the shadow appeared as if it had been stripped of its essence, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. It seemed that only the death of the space's master or their voluntary retreat could lead to its dissolution. The fluffy spider approached tentatively, eager to investigate. But as it reached out, the shadow dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely from sight. Fang Ming's expression darkened considerably. His suspicions had proven correct. The shadow had been no mere beast tamer, but rather a humanoid magical beast. Only a beast could be so swiftly reclaimed by a tamer, disappearing in the manner witnessed moments ago. This shadow was peculiar indeed. What entity lay behind it? A heavy gloom settled in Fang Ming's eyes. The fourth-tier ability to manipulate space, coupled with knowledge of his innate talents, led him to a nearly undeniable conclusion: the Spirit Thief Association. I was just contemplating seeking you out, yet it seems you have come knocking at my door. Fang Ming murmured to himself. The surrounding clamor surged like a tidal wave, the evening breeze gently caressing his face. Everything appeared harmonious, yet Fang Ming was acutely aware of the silent undercurrents of darkness that threatened to engulf him. As the adrenaline dissipated, the searing pain from his shoulder wound surged forth, finally making its presence known. Fang Ming took a deep breath and hurried homeward. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, and passers-by, startled by his apparent state of impending collapse, hurriedly veered away. Fang Ming managed a bitter smile. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamer Guild, altering the combat state of magical beasts within the city was prohibited to avoid alarming civilians. At this moment, the fluffy spider, still diminutive, crawled on the back of his hand. Sensing Fang Ming's weakened condition, it urgently conveyed its thoughts. It's all right, Mao Mao, I can hold on. Fang Ming bit his tongue to remain alert, resisting the encroaching darkness from blood loss. Just a few more steps, and he would reach the ground floor. Yet, despite the short distance, the world around him began to sway perilously. Fang Ming's legs buckled, nearly sending him sprawling. Suddenly, a delicate, alabaster arm steadied him. Its touch was slightly cool, akin to a piece of fine jade. In a daze, Fang Ming glimpsed what appeared to be an ethereal beauty before him. I am utterly exhausted. Am I beginning to hallucinate? He let out a bitter smile, ultimately unable to endure any longer, and fainted. What is that piercing odor? Fang Ming wrinkled his nose, feeling as though he had been abruptly awakened from a delightful dream. Achoo! A thunderous sneeze jolted him awake. As he opened his eyes, he confirmed that he had indeed returned home. Wait, home? Fang Ming paused, realizing that he had no recollection of coming back. In his memory, he seemed to have collapsed on his way home. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he was about to spring up from the bed. However, the excruciating pain in his arms firmly anchored him to the mattress. Turning his head, he saw that his arms were wrapped like cocoons, encased in layers upon layers, swollen to twice their original size. The unmistakable scent that had startled him awake was the smell of disinfectant. You're awake? An apparition emerged from the kitchen. Fang Ming widened his eyes, scarcely able to believe the scene before him. Yining Xue, clad in an apron, was preparing a meal for him. Rather than accepting the reality of this situation, Fang Ming found it more plausible that he was still trapped in that shadowy realm, yet to awaken. Keck out your tongue. Yining Xue placed the bowl of millet porridge on the table, casting a puzzled glance at him. You brought me back? Fang Ming gathered his thoughts, finally affirming that this was indeed reality, and spoke. Yes, Yining Xue nodded. I happened to come downstairs and saw you about to faint, so I brought you back. There are still good people in this world, Fang Ming thought with a wry smile, gazing earnestly at Yining Xue. Thank you. It's nothing, we're classmates. Under his intense gaze, Yi Ningxue instinctively turned her head away. Fang Ming glanced at his arms again, and then at the millet porridge on the table. Yi, did you do all of this? The girl, seemingly unaccustomed to being stared at, stood up and returned to the kitchen without a word. The room fell silent. Yet, Fang Ming felt an unexpected warmth. At that moment, Mao Mao, he didn't know where from, climbed onto his hand, seemingly congratulating him on not being dead. Fang Ming, somewhat irritated, promptly returned the creature to its pet space. Hey! Yi Ningxue, who had retreated to the kitchen, unexpectedly reappeared. Fang Ming, catching the cold edge in her voice, smiled slightly and looked over. What is up? You still haven't told me the reason for your withdrawal from school. Upon broaching this topic, Yi Ningxue finally met his gaze without hesitation. Is that why you saved me? Fang Ming nearly burst into laughter. So, curiosity not only kills cats, but also saves lives. Yi Ningxue shook her head. Classmate, I was just helping. All right, as a trade for your assistance, I can indeed share the reason with you. But you mustn't regret it after hearing it. Observing her earnest expression, Fang Ming understood that he could no longer tease her. No regrets. Yi Ningxue quickly expressed her distinct stance, her eagerness evident. The girl's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her usually frosty demeanor now presenting a hint of charm. Fang Ming hastily turned his head, chiding himself for being delirious from blood loss. To think he would associate the term charm with the icy Yi Ningxue. I indeed failed my awakening because I lacked talent, Fang Ming stated nonchalantly, but that's the school's narrative. Yi Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, clearly catching the underlying implication in his words. A failed awakening due to a lack of talent. Yet, Fang Ming now evidently possessed talent. How could that be deemed a failure? Have you heard of the Spirit Thief Association that has recently been wanted by the authorities? Fang Ming gazed out the window, where night had long since fallen and the moon hung high, solitary among the stars. Yi Ningxue nodded. I know. Fang Ming fell silent. Yi Ningxue, momentarily startled, soon comprehended. She turned to Fang Ming, who was still looking out the window, and spoke suddenly. Classmate Fang, you should eat something and rest well. Chapter 25, E-Class Elite Task. Eradication of the White Magic Ants. The room was enveloped in tranquility. Confirming that Fang Ming was fine upon waking, Yi Ningxue did not linger. Offering a few words of advice before departing, Fang Ming quietly finished the porridge she had cooked, finding it quite palatable. He owed her a favor now. Fang Ming muttered to himself, reflecting on his reckless actions that day. He should not have pushed himself to walk all that way. In the following days, Fang Ming rarely exhibited impatience, diligently recuperating and continuously enhancing his furry spider using the materials he had scavenged from Stone Brother. His own training, in terms of comprehending and practicing spiritual energy, never waned. The growth trajectory of beast tamers differs from that of magical beasts. One must engage in prolonged spiritual energy cultivation to continually accumulate the density of spiritual energy within, thus opening opportunities for breakthroughs. Fang Ming was inherently a prodigy in spiritual energy cultivation, standing out even among the best at Beast Tamer High School. Yet even with his prowess, after steadfastly practicing for over half a month, he had merely grazed the threshold of the second tier. This pace was by no means slow. In fact, it could be considered quite rapid. After all, during the national examination, those who could achieve the rank of second-tier Beast Tamer were undoubtedly among the top 10 most outstanding students. Once his body had mostly healed, Fang Ming resumed his combat training regimen. On this particular day, a new official elite E-Class task emerged on the Hunter Association's task board, the eradication of the E-Class social magical beast, the White Magic Ant. This task had no limits on completion. As long as one submitted 20 magic cores from White Magic Ants, it counted as completing a task. As entry-level magical beasts, the White Magic Ants were not particularly formidable in solo combat. However, the mutated variants, the White Soldier Ants and the White General Ants, represented the pinnacle of E-Class threats. Thus, the task's difficulty was classified as E-Class, with rewards double that of ordinary tasks. In an instant, many novice hunters found themselves invigorated. As long as they avoided the mutated ants, they had a fair chance of exterminating the ordinary ones. The allure of double rewards for an E-Class task was too enticing. Consequently, a flurry of trading information circulated swiftly in the shadows. Fang Ming, without hesitation, accepted this task. In recent days, his hunter points had been steadily climbing, reaching the milestone of 800 points. If he executed this task well, he had a genuine chance to surpass 1,000 points in one go and advance to D-Class Hunter. Fang Ming prepared the necessary materials and set out once more toward the outskirts of the city with his furry spider. The nest of the White Magic Ants lay within the eastern safe zone outside the city and had recently begun to proliferate, posing a threat to passing civilians. Hence, the authorities had specifically issued this eradication task. As Fang Ming journeyed forth, he noticed that many hunters were traveling the same path, with several novice hunters among the various teams. It could be said that this eradication task was a celebration for novice hunters. Fang Ming rode his fluffy spider forward, deftly maneuvering through the dense forest, swiftly evading a throng of pursuing hunters, thereby attracting a multitude of envious glances. "Wow, Captain, that person's spider is magnificent," one exclaimed. "Gee, you clearly haven't seen much of the world. Such a spider beast is only somewhat effective in this forest terrain. Nowhere else is it of any significance." Indeed, the captain's magic wolf is far more imposing. If it came to a fight, it could squash that pathetic spider in a single round. Fang Ming paid no heed to the prattle of the novice hunters. He had just arrived near the lair of the white demon ants, and his gaze grew somber. Initially, he had thought this mission would not differ greatly from previous extermination tasks. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he realized how naive his assumptions had been. The once lush and verdant forest was now unrecognizable. The trees had been stripped bare by the ant swarm, leaving only gnarled branches. The ground resembled a wasteland, stripped of all greenery, as if some monstrous entity had devoured it whole. Even the soil had turned to a desolate expanse of sand and stone, riddled with countless pits. Occasionally, a white demon ant would scuttle past, its pale form resembling a demon, consuming the remnants of what was once a vibrant land. "Mau Mau, be cautious," Fang Ming instructed as he dismounted from the fluffy spider, commanding it to scout the area. The fluffy spider spun a thread and hung from a bare tree trunk, swaying gently as it advanced. At that moment, the sentinel ants of the outer realm detected the spider's presence. With a low, hoarse warning, several white demon ants quickly encircled them. Fang Ming furrowed his brow. These white demon ants were akin to a well-trained battalion. System: fuse the fire spirit grass, F-grade, with my pet Mau Mau. Ding. Fusion successful. The special effect of enhanced vitality has been activated, increasing the fluffy spider's health 100-fold for a duration of 5 minutes. This was a new method Fang Ming had discovered. He could utilize items in his backpack without needing to take them out, directly applying them through the system. This way, his fusion talent would be less detectable. With a 100-fold increase in vitality, the fluffy spider's combat instincts surged, charging directly at the group of white demon ants. Given the spider's current physical strength and attributes, dealing with ordinary E-grade beasts was a trivial matter, and it swiftly dispatched the small cluster of white demon ants with ease. "Continue forward, Mau Mau. But be careful not to attract more than 5 ants at once." The fluffy spider cleared the path ahead, while Fang Ming followed closely behind, collecting magic cores. Their progress was relentless. 5 minutes passed, and as the effects of the vitality grass waned, Fang Ming unhesitatingly applied new materials for fusion. Meanwhile, he glanced at his spoils. In just 5 minutes, the fluffy spider had eliminated dozens of white demon ants. In reality, the combat time had been brief. Most of the duration was spent moving. Nevertheless, this was equivalent to accomplishing 3 elite E-grade missions in record time. The cost-effectiveness and efficiency were unparalleled compared to any previous task. Even Fang Ming, with his composed demeanor, felt a surge of excitement. At this pace, he could easily exceed 1,000 hunter points within an hour. It was a speed akin to cheating. Typically, elite E-grade missions required a squad to engage multiple white demon ants, a feat that E-grade teams could manage. Yet they could not compete with the swiftness of the fluffy spider. The spider's combat prowess, enhanced by an inexhaustible supply of fusion materials, allowed Fang Ming and the fluffy spider to thrive in this mission, as if they were in their element. The fluffy spider grew increasingly emboldened, even becoming somewhat overzealous, pushing forward with fervor. In the natural order, spiders were predators to ants and held a significant advantage over them. Just then, Fang Ming's ears perked up. He looked up to see several ants in the distance, flapping their wings, rapidly approaching him and the fluffy spider. Chapter 26, Mutant Beast, Red Ant. Before Fang Ming stood a variant of the white demon ant, known as the white soldier ant, 3 E-grade peak specimens. Without hesitation, Fang Ming utilized an E-grade water blue crystal to replace the effect of the fire spirit grass. The 100-fold defense effect fused directly with the body of the fluffy spider. The spider, sensing the impending battle, showed no signs of retreat and immediately shot a silk thread toward the sky. The lead white soldier ant extended its robust mandibles, severing the spider's thread. The remaining 2 white soldier ants lunged at the fluffy spider from either side. The fluffy spider raised its front legs, akin to a general wielding battle blades, effortlessly parrying the attacks from both sides. "By the heavens, what a warrior!" exclaimed a novice hunter from a following team, witnessing the spectacle. "Captain, didn't you say this spider wasn't formidable? How can it be so powerful?" The man referred to as the captain scratched his head, equally perplexed. If memory serves, this fluffy spider is merely an E-grade beast, at best a second-tier adult. How could it possess such ferocity, holding its own against 3 Fang Ming discreetly distanced himself from the group, maintaining a safe distance where the fluffy spider could provide support if needed. Meanwhile, the captain of the other hunter team, witnessing the scene, assumed Fang Ming was merely posturing, and he scoffed in discontent. Look at him. He's just an E-grade hunter who probably got lucky and contracted a mutated spider. What is he so proud of? Captain, isn't your wind wolf stronger than him? Absolutely. If it came to a fight, I stand by my word, that little spider would be crushed underfoot. Fang Ming shrugged. Seeing that the fluffy spider had already dispatched the 3 white soldier ants, he quickly moved to collect the magic cores. Damn, Captain. He can collect so many magic cores by himself. Is he about to strike it rich? The trailing team was still following. You greedy fool, we'll join in soon. We won't fall short of him. Alas, our luck has been dismal. We haven't encountered many ants on this journey. Captain, could it be possible that all the ants have been wiped out by that formidable individual ahead? Nonsense. That's dozens of ants. Can one person truly do that? Exactly. For tasks at our low E-grade level, D-grade hunters wouldn't even bother showing up. Who in the entire Jiang city could single-handedly annihilate a path through so many? Suddenly, Fang Ming turned sharply. The incessant chatter behind him fell abruptly silent. The captain instinctively recoiled, but upon realizing, he immediately straightened up and glared at Fang Ming. What do you intend to do? Fang Ming coldly fixed his gaze on them. Do not follow me, otherwise I shall consider you enemies. With that, he mounted the fluffy spider and soared forward without regard for their reactions. The hunter team behind him stood in stunned silence before erupting into complaints. That guy is insufferable, right? Does he think he owns the road? Indeed, does he truly believe he can single-handedly confront our entire squad? Quite so. Captain, shall we continue down this path? The members of the squad gazed at their leader with palpable indignation. The man known as the captain recalled the cold gaze of that youth from earlier. A shiver coursing through him. Tentatively, he suggested, perhaps we should consider an alternate route? At this moment, Fang Ming was drawing ever closer to the lair of the white magic ants. Logically, traversing the periphery and engaging in monster encounters would be the safest approach. However, the fluffy spider seemed to have taken a liking to the intensity of the situation, insisting on advancing towards the center. With no other option, Fang Ming cautiously ensured the absence of danger before gradually approaching this area. As he neared the lair, the number of hunters he encountered dwindled significantly. The once bustling throng had gradually receded. At this point, Fang Ming could only catch glimpses of a solitary hunter squad in the distance. It appeared that most novice hunter teams remained stationed at the lair's outskirts. Having formed a judgment in his mind, Fang Ming continued forward with the fluffy spider. The entrance to the ant nest was both deep and narrow, resembling a portal to another realm. The deeper they ventured, the more alarming the sights became. Within the depths of the passage, amidst the remnants of flora, lay a plethora of beastly corpses, even human remains. The labyrinthine corridors connected various corners of the nest. Yet, the fluffy spider navigated confidently, as if well acquainted with the terrain. Fang Ming communicated mentally, inquiring further, but the response from the fluffy spider was rather vague. It seemed to imply that something extraordinary lay ahead. Given that the fluffy spider had merged with B-grade or from birth and had encountered numerous minerals and herbs, its assertion of something remarkable piqued Fang Ming's interest. Along their path, they encountered various small ant colonies, which the fluffy spider effortlessly dispatched with ruthless efficiency, until before them appeared several deep brown ants. Among the throng of white magic ants, the brown ants stood out conspicuously. Fang Ming's instincts heightened. If he was not mistaken, these were the elusive mutated soldiers, military ants. Fluffy, be cautious, he warned. The fluffy spider emitted a shrill sound, then fiercely lunged at the foes. Its eight elongated, sharp legs spread wide, its form expanding several-fold in an instant. In that moment, the fluffy spider's menacing display eclipsed that of the ants. Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The fluffy spider seemed excessively exuberant today. However, the fluffy spider's assault was somewhat reckless. The clash of metal against its shell left not a single mark. The military ants were formidable, undeniably among the most powerful at the E-grade pinnacle. Yet, they were up against the fluffy spider, a creature that transcended the E-grade realm. With a few swift strikes, the fluffy spider shattered their formation, and soon they were in full retreat. Just as it prepared to deliver its final blow, the fluffy spider suddenly paused, responding to an unseen signal. Fang Ming instinctively felt the shift and turned his gaze deeper into the passage. There, a bizarre red ant stood upright, slowly advancing towards them, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Fang Ming's heart raced. This presence was far more threatening than any D-grade beast he had previously encountered. Fluffy, he called out. And in that moment of connection, the fluffy spider had already dispatched several of its fallen adversaries and charged towards the red ant. Without hesitation, Fang Ming selected powerful materials he had prepared in his system backpack. System, use belladonna grass, C-grade, on Fluffy for fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The Fluffy spider evolved into a C-grade Belladonna magic spider, having reached the 3rd stage of maturity. Duration, 10 minutes. Chapter 27. Annihilation of the Ant Queen, the enigmatic red soil. Within the ant nest, Fang Ming regarded the red ant before him with utmost vigilance. This was evidently a previously unseen mutated variant. Particularly notable was its upright posture, which defied the conventional forms of ant-type monsters. Fang Ming scrutinized the ant, hoping to discern its peculiarities. In the next moment, the red ant provided an answer. A flash of crimson lightning suddenly streaked through the cavern. The Belladonna magic spider was taken aback, its 8 long legs extending to shield itself, yet it was still struck and sent flying. A pinnacle of the 4th stage. Fang Ming's pupils constricted in shock. It was unfathomable that amidst a generally E-grade colony, predominantly limited to the 2nd stage, a 4th stage monster had emerged. There must be something extraordinary hidden within this cavern. Simultaneously, the Belladonna magic spider, now infuriated from being hurled away, bounded back with greater speed, eager to retaliate. Though it was merely at the 3rd stage, since its previous victory against the 4th stage shadow, its fighting spirit had intensified. With the confidence of its robust shell, it was not without combat prowess. In an instant, sparks of lightning erupted throughout the cavern. If the white soldier ants and white general ants were akin to warrior-type monsters, the red ant was undoubtedly a swift, assassin-type creature. Fortunately, the Belladonna magic spider was known for its swiftness, enabling a back-and-forth exchange of attacks. The price, however, was a body riddled with gashes. Viscous blood pooled on the ground, even scorching it to form pits. The red ant was not faring any better. Its wings had been mangled by the Belladonna magic spider's strikes. Seizing a moment's reprieve, the Belladonna magic spider inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball. C-grade skill. Scorching breath. The red ant, however, deftly sliced through the fireball with its blade-like appendage. The Belladonna magic spider attempted to employ the same tactic again, only for the red ant to evade and unleash that crimson flash once more. This speed was impossible to counter. The Belladonna magic spider was again sent reeling. This time, the red ant followed closely, clearly intent on capitalizing on the momentum. The Belladonna magic spider, in midair, shot out silk to anchor itself to the cavern wall. Swiftly crafting a web, the red ant executed a graceful Z-shaped slash, tearing through the web effortlessly. Fang Ming's heart sank. The Belladonna magic spider was now defenseless. With a fierce cry, it raised one of its front legs, desperately attempting to block the red ant's blade. With a sharp crack, that leg was severed. Yet, seizing the opportunity created by the red ant's attack being momentarily halted, the remaining 7 legs of the Belladonna magic spider surged forward. This was a desperate gambit. The red ant, evidently taken aback by the Belladonna magic spider's audacity, found itself cornered. With no retreat possible, it too raised its blade, resolutely striking towards the Belladonna magic spider's head. A life-for-a-life exchange. Such ruthless tactics, merciless to foes, and even harsher to oneself. Fang Ming inhaled sharply, realizing in that fleeting moment that it was a race to see whose strike would land first. A sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a piercing weapon penetrating flesh. No matter how formidable a magical beast may be, the head remains its most vulnerable point. The hand blade of the red ant halted just above the head of the Lilybell demon spider, unable to penetrate further. This was due to the 7 long legs of the Lilybell demon spider, which had thoroughly shattered the ant's cranium. Fang Ming exhaled deeply. Mau Mau, victory is ours. The win was exceedingly delicate, hinging on the precise moment of initiating the attack. Ultimately, the red ant, having played its hand as a last resort, was the one to lose. How perilous! Fang Ming had not anticipated that an E-rank mission would prove so treacherous. If other hunter teams encountered this red ant, they would likely meet a grim fate. Fang Ming swiftly approached the Lilybell demon spider, still within the ant's lair. He could not allow the spider to retreat into the beast space for rest and recovery, so he resorted to herbal remedies to aid its recuperation. First, he concluded the fusion and reclaimed the half-used Lilybell grass into his backpack. He then hastily administered a series of healing herbs to Mau Mau. And under the effects of the 100-fold fusion, the spider's injuries began to heal rapidly. Even a severed leg reattached itself under the miraculous effects of the herbs. Seeing that the situation was not as dire as he had feared, Fang Ming finally relaxed. Next came the time for rewards. The bloodline of the red ant was difficult to assess, but having been able to reach the 4th tier, it must either be a D-rank mutation or at least a C-rank magical beast. A 4th-tier magical beast alone could yield hundreds of thousands in magical cores. Although Fang Ming was already surrounded by hundreds of hunters, this substantial income was still invigorating. More importantly, having eliminated this obstacle, He could finally venture into the depths of the lair to uncover its hidden secrets. The subsequent path proved to be quite smooth, primarily inhabited by E-rank white magic ants, which the fluffy spider easily swept aside. After about 10 more minutes, Fang Ming finally beheld the true visage of the cave's innermost sanctum. Countless milky white eggs lay scattered throughout the cavern. In the center, a colossal white ant queen reclined atop a strange patch of red soil, continuously producing ant eggs. It seemed that this peculiar red earth was the root cause of the unrest among the white magic ants. From a distance, Fang Ming observed the vast cavern and formed a tentative hypothesis. The question remained, was there another red ant guarding this place? Or was the previous red ant merely an isolated aberration? Momentarily perplexed, he crouched beside the numerous milky white ant eggs, keenly observing the unfolding scene within the cavern. The ants moved with remarkable order, tirelessly transporting food and eggs, forming a complete industrial chain around the queen. After several meticulous observations, Fang Ming confirmed that no second red ant lurked here, and with newfound resolve, he commanded, "Mau Mau, unleash the flames." These crawling creatures represented a wealth of gold, and he could not let them escape. The fluffy spider responded promptly, spewing forth a torrent of fire, unleashing a fiery storm upon the ant nest. This sudden upheaval stirred the slumbering white magic ants into a frenzy, as countless ants rushed to provide support to their queen. Without hesitation, Fang Ming activated the fire spirit grass, renewing the 100-fold vitality effect for the fluffy spider. In that moment, the spider resembled a divine warrior, single-handedly battling the swarm of encroaching white magic ants. With each strike, it dispatched them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, steadily gaining the upper hand. Regardless of the overwhelming tide, it stood unyielding amidst the chaos, like a steadfast rock within the tumultuous sea of ants. Fang Ming focused on concealing himself, wary of potential ambushes. The chaotic battle raged on for an extended period. Ultimately, the fluffy spider decisively vanquished all the guarding ants. With a powerful leap, it struck down the massive ant queen, severing her head with a swift motion. The queen convulsed twice, her bloated abdomen expelling a fresh batch of eggs in a fit of rejection. The fluffy spider, disregarding the aftermath, immediately extracted the queen's magical core. Meanwhile, loyal white magic ants continued to stream in from the various passages leading to the nest's core. The fire ignited from the initial spark never waned. Flames engulfed the ant nest, incinerating eggs, and even scorching the massive corpse of the queen. Countless white magic ants, undaunted by death, surged forth to rescue their queen, only to become fuel for the ever-growing inferno. Eventually, the flames blazed so fiercely that even the fluffy spider had no choice but to retreat. Fang Ming did not hesitate. He swiftly advanced, collecting the red soil into his system space. With the flames escalating, he had no time to examine further, opting instead to retrace his steps alongside the fluffy spider to exit the ant nest. Just then, a sharp sound pierced his ears. Ding! Detected a rank shell of an unusual life form. Would you like to restore it to its complete life form? Fang Ming's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 28. Old Grudges and New Shadows. Behind him, the flames raged fiercely. The sudden notification from the system startled Fang Ming. A shell of an unusual life form? Restore it to a living state? Despite his myriad of questions regarding the system's prompt, he could not afford to pause for a thorough investigation at that moment. He temporarily set aside the system's notification, allowing his thoughts to flow, and resumed his hurried escape with the fluffy spider. The chaos among the white magic ants in the tunnel had already reached a boiling point. As the vanguard, the fluffy spider led Fang Ming through the tumult with reckless abandon. At that moment, perched upon the spider's back, Fang Ming could not help but marvel. Compared to these white magic ants, the fluffy spider truly embodied the role of the villain. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged back into the light of day. Fang Ming took a long, deep breath, savoring the fresh air outside the cave. The scene outside was a whirlwind of chaos. He instructed the fluffy spider to halt atop a high mound, gazing down at the unfolding spectacle. It became clear to him that the grand underground ant nest was steadily billowing smoke. It seemed that the vast structure would soon be consumed by flames. Meanwhile, the hunters had successfully escaped the nest, each one captivated by the magnificent sight. Heavens, who set fire to the ant nest? Damn it. This elite mission could have lasted much longer, and now look, it's been ruined in a single day. I wonder who the lunatic is. Regardless, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, they rushed forth to slay as many ants as possible. After all, every kill represented points and riches. Fang Ming quietly observed the scene. Deciding it was time to return, he had accomplished his goal of amassing 1,000 points in this endeavor. Furthermore, he had obtained a considerable number of magical beast cores and that peculiar red soil, truly a bountiful harvest. As he turned around, he was met with the sight of the novice hunter team he had encountered earlier. "Hey, we aren't intentionally following you. It's purely coincidental," the team leader quickly interjected. Upon seeing Fang Ming, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the young boy. Moreover, the giant spider accompanying him seemed to have grown even more fearsome. Fang Ming regarded the new team leader, who was clearly avoiding eye contact, and waved his hand in a bemused manner. This gesture startled the team leader, causing him and his entire squad to instinctively take a step back. After a moment, the leader awkwardly realized that Fang Ming was indifferent, indicating they could leave at their leisure. So shall we take our leave then?" The leader probed tentatively. However, the action of the fluffy spider was swifter than his words, as it whisked Fang Ming away, bypassing the team entirely. The squad fell silent, and only after confirming Fang Ming had departed did they erupt into chatter. "Captain, that person seems even more terrifying than before. You felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination. Did you see? He just emerged from that underground lair. Do you think the fire was set by him? Shoo, keep your voice down." At this moment, Fang Ming was allowing the fluffy spider to guide them while he perused the recent notifications from the system. Having escaped the white magic ant's lair and distanced himself from the crowd, he found himself free from immediate threats, enabling him to focus a little more intently. He reopened the system panel and meticulously analyzed the notifications, ensuring he had overlooked nothing before confirming. Ding, insufficient materials to restore life form. Please collect the required items promptly. Fang Ming. So there are conditions. He scratched his head and opened the details of the system notification. Current materials required for upgrade: water orchid, purple serpent flower, fire spirit grass. A glance at the list revealed an extensive catalog of over 20 types of herbs, along with more than 10 types of ores. Fortunately, none appeared particularly rare, making the collection relatively straightforward. Fang Ming had previously scavenged a fair number from Stone Brother, estimating that he had enough materials to cover half of what was needed, with the remainder being easily obtainable. But wait, the last two materials. Upon reaching the end of the list, Fang Ming froze, his eyes widening in shock. Dragon Whisker Vine, Heavenly Dragon Stone, 2 A-grade materials. Both dragon-related. Are they jesting? A-grade materials are priceless. Even if available, he could not afford them. Each would cost at least 10 million, totaling 20 million for both. What is the system intending to do? Pairing 2 A-grade materials with a plethora of E and D-grade ones. Does it expect to restore an S-grade life form? If it truly is an S-grade. Fang Ming hesitated for a moment, realizing it might not be entirely impossible. He had been diligently training and continuously undertaking tasks and battles, his spiritual energy surging rapidly, feeling as if a breakthrough was imminent. Achieving the second tier would allow him to contract a new pet beast. If the system could indeed restore an S-grade magical beast, it would be a ready-made second companion. And S-grade pets are not something that can be acquired merely through monetary means. They are national strategic resources. Lost in thought, Fang Ming felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the depths of the forest, an unexpectedly thick vine whip lashed out towards him from the side. Fortunately, the fluffy spider had been attentive, keeping its focus on Fang Ming as it moved, and upon sensing danger, it quickly spat out silk, wrapping around Fang Ming and pulling him behind itself. The vine whip missed entirely. Such quick reflexes. It seems the shadow ape did not lose unjustly. A sinuous voice echoed from deep within the forest. Fang Ming had already regained his composure the moment the ambush occurred, initially believing it to be a beast attack. However, upon hearing the voice, his pupils constricted. This voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the shadow that had brazenly attacked him in the central city. Concurrently, the familiar notification sound chimed in his ear. Ding! The host has triggered the legendary precondition quest, Old Grudges. Old Grudges. Quest description: unresolvable hatred can only be quelled through slaughter. Quest objective: eliminate the enemy before you. Quest reward: 1 drop of holy dew. Fang Ming scanned the system prompt and resolutely utilized the remaining Lily of the Valley grass. System: use Lily of the Valley, C-grade, on my pet, Fluffy, for fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Effect fusion monster, 100 times effect activated. Fluffy has evolved into a C-grade Lily of the Valley spider and has significantly grown to the 3rd tier maturity stage. Effect duration, 5 minutes. The fluffy spider rapidly expanded, positioning itself directly in front of Fang Ming. Indeed, a marvelous talent. The magical beast undergoes a mutation, its combat power skyrocketing. Such a talent must at least be A-grade, right? The speaker's tone was laced with unmasked greed. The figure finally revealed itself fully before Fang Ming. Still cloaked in a black hood, their face obscured by shadow, rendering it indistinct. Chapter 29, Spirit Thief Association, Shadow Kill. Within the dense forest, Fang Ming furrowed his brow at the shadow before him and issued a direct command. Fluffy, hold nothing back. Retreat is our priority. The environment was entirely unfamiliar, and he had no idea what traps the enemy might have in place. Moreover, this shadow was undoubtedly a beast master of the 4th tier or higher, far beyond his ability to confront. Hee, I do enjoy watching mice scramble for their lives. It's quite entertaining, the shadow remarked, hands in pockets. Perched atop a tree branch, mocking like a cat toying with its prey. Simultaneously, a sinister black flower, exuding an aura of malevolence, suddenly interposed itself before the shadow. Countless vines began to extend from the flower's branches, sweeping toward the lily of the valley spider. Soul-devouring flower. Fang Ming immediately recognized the origins of the flower. A C-grade plant-type magical beast with dark attributes, it rapidly absorbs the essence of corpses to grow, with mature specimens possessing at least 4th-tier strength. Did the Wang family send you to kill me? Fang Ming gritted his teeth. Wang family. The shadow laughed scornfully, as if hearing a grand joke. What mere ants dare to command me? Before you perish, allow me to reveal my name. Spirit Thief Association, Shadow Kill. As those words fell, the vines of the soul-devouring flower began to whip violently. The dense forest was the soul-devouring flower's battleground. Under the onslaught of countless vines, the lily of the valley spider found no refuge, forced to withstand the assault. I have no connection with your Spirit Thief Association. Fang Ming had not anticipated that this matter was not initiated by the Wang family, which only intensified his anger. After all, if the Spirit Thief Association had merely engaged in a transaction with the Wang family, why would they repeatedly attempt to assassinate him? Of course there is. Shadow Kill replied with a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. Your original talent was taken from you by us. Do you not wish for revenge? You. It truly is you. Fang Ming clenched his fists tightly. The lily of the valley demon spider seemed to sense his fury at that moment, charging forward with an unrestrained ferocity. In an instant, its 8 elongated legs tore through countless vines like a meat grinder, shredding them into fragments. Truth be told, I never really paid you any mind, but your performance has been rather conspicuous, Sha remarked with a smile, as if stating a trivial fact. Thus, I am inclined to test this new talent of yours that has seemingly emerged from nowhere. After all, the sensation of extinguishing a genius is simply too intoxicating. He spoke in a tone infused with a certain rapture, regarding Fang Ming with the gaze one might reserve for a fragile work of art. Easily shattered by a mere touch, Fang Ming remained silent, yet the look he cast upon the shadow was rife with an unyielding murderous intent. This very person had caused him to lose his most cherished gift, leading him to plummet from the heights of success and nearly reducing him to a state of utter helplessness. Moreover, he had flaunted his disregard for the laws of the main city by directly attacking him within its confines. Old grudges and new grievances would find resolution today. Mao Mao, unleash your full power, Fang Ming bellowed. At that moment, the body of the lily of the valley demon spider swelled once more, a manifestation of internal energy overload. In this state, the spider's combat prowess would significantly amplify, albeit at the cost of rapid energy depletion. The soul-devouring flower seemed to sense the transformation of the spider, as its vines twisted into a rope, striking towards the lily of the valley demon spider. The spider raised its front legs high, meeting the attack head-on. The characteristic of the lily of the valley was its toxicity, which had now escalated 100-fold. After several exchanges, even the soul-devouring flower began to falter under the potency of such venom, its vines turning a shade of blue-purple. What a potent poison! Even Sha's voice betrayed a hint of astonishment, though it ended there. Soul-devouring flower, activate skill, soul drain. As the command was issued, the robust vine of the soul-devouring flower snapped actively, while its main flower bud lifted towards the lily of the valley demon spider. Suddenly, it unleashed an unmatched, immense suction force. The lily of the valley demon spider, caught off guard, was unable to counter the pull with its silk, and was promptly consumed by the soul-devouring flower in a single gulp. Ha ha ha, thank you for the spider fodder. Sha chuckled triumphantly, ready to continue speaking when his expression abruptly shifted. Wait, Mao Mao, deploy skill, venomous sting. Fang Ming's voice, now devoid of emotion, rang out. Although venomous sting was merely an E-class skill of the lily of the valley demon spider, its significance lay in its ability to inject the spider's amplified toxicity into the body of the soul-devouring flower. Concurrently, as Fang Ming's words resounded, the massive flower bud that had consumed the lily of the valley demon spider began to convulse grotesquely. The color of the entire bud began to shift in a strange manner, transitioning from black to an eerie spectrum of rainbow hues. Under Sha's astonished gaze, the entire bud inexplicably swelled. Realizing something was amiss, Sha hastily retreated. Just as he managed to evade, a resounding explosion erupted. The enormous, soul-devouring flower burst apart, and the lily of the valley demon spider leapt forth, now with no barriers between it and Ing Sha, charging forward without hesitation. You worthless fool. Even with his face hidden beneath a hood, Fang Ming could distinctly sense Ing Sha's wrath. Come forth, Shadow Leopard. In the path of the Lily of the Valley Demon Spider's assault, a colossal black panther materialized out of thin air. As the two clashed, neither gained the upper hand. The spider flipped from the air, positioning itself in front of Fang Ming, confronting the black panther. It was then that Fang Ming noticed the spider's body was marred and pockmarked, as if seared by some corrosive liquid, a clear indication of the damage inflicted by the soul-devouring flower. Meanwhile, the effects of the Lily of the Valley had completely dissipated under the spider's full exertion. Gazing at the menacing black panther before him, Fang Ming's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that such a mere insect could possess such strength. Ing Sha regarded Fang Ming, his tone indifferent to the demise of his beast, instead laced with insatiable greed. I can hardly contain my desire to seize your talent. Fang Ming coldly retorted, your shadow-related talent must be at least A-class, am I wrong? Oh, your insight is rather commendable, but merely A-class? Anyone below the pinnacle level would find it unsatisfactory, Ing Sha cackled. The simplest and most accurate method for a beastmaster to assess talent is by observing its impact on the combat power of their beasts. A talent that enhances a beast's power by 100 is A-class, by 50 is B-class, C-class provides an increase of 20, while D-class yields around 10. Ing Sha's beasts, whether the shadow ape from the city battle or the recently summoned soul-devouring flower, were undoubtedly formidable. Even in a contest among fourth-tier beasts, they stood out as elite contenders. Considering the attributes of these magical creatures, it was highly likely that Ing Sha's talent was indeed an A-class shadow-related ability. Your insatiable greed is your original sin, Fang Ming remarked coolly. And what of it? I am a fourth-tier beastmaster, with 2 magical beasts at my disposal. What can you, a mere first-tier beastmaster, possibly do to contend with me? Ing Sha's expression was a blend of mockery and amusement as he regarded Fang Ming, the hint of derision in his eyes unwavering. Your magical beasts have already been exhausted, haven't they? I refuse to believe you can conjure another one. At this, Fang Ming's lips curled into a smirk, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Ing Sha, taken aback by Fang Ming's unexpected mirth, felt a surge of irritation. I laugh at your shallow understanding, Fang Ming responded, his gaze filled with scorn. To kill you. Is there any need for a second magical beast? One is sufficient. Chapter 30. The emergence of the S-class beast, the holy spider of the sky. Fang Ming took a deep breath and silently commanded the system. System. Fuse the beast Mao Mao with the holy drop, S-class. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The fluffy spider evolves into the S-class holy spider of the sky, now at a 5th tier level. Duration, 3 minutes. Mao Mao, species, holy spider of the sky. Rarity, S-class. Tier, 5th. Attributes, sacred. Power. Agility. Magic. Defense. Skills, web spinning, E-class. Venomous sting, E-class. Frost Nova, D-class. Arctic Beam, C-class. Fiery Breath, D-class. Illusory Realm, S-class. Sacred Light Chant, S-class. Divine Judgment, S-class. Holy Net of Heaven and Earth, S-class. As the system's voice faded, the previously unremarkable fluffy spider suddenly became enveloped in a radiant, pure white light. Like ribbons swirling around, it was cocooned in a luminous chrysalis in an instant. Then, in the next moment, the holy spider of the sky burst forth from its cocoon, exuding an incredibly sacred aura. Like a divine storm of radiant light, an imperceptible halo unfurled in an instant, enveloping the entirety of the Beastmaster forest. This ethereal presence seemed to pacify the forest itself, causing the cacophony of life to vanish, leaving only tranquility and serenity in its wake. At this moment, the holy spider of Luotian, merely by virtue of its sacred aura, compelled the peak C-rank 4th order beast before it into a state of trepidation. It had truly come to fruition. Joy surged within Fang Ming's heart. S-rank beasts, in the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, could be considered strategic assets, akin to the nuclear weapons of the bygone era, unless one was innately S-rank. The prospect of evolving a beast to that level postnatally would demand an incalculable amount of precious resources. The system's extraordinary capability lies in its ability to amplify the effects of materials 100-fold and guarantee a successful fusion. At this moment, as Fang Ming beheld the holy spider of Luotian, illuminated by its own halo of divine light, he could not help but feel a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrimage. On the opposite side, Ing Sha was utterly aghast, as if he had seen a specter. Impossible, utterly impossible. He shouted hoarsely, how could it possibly be S-rank? You must be bluffing. With your mere first-order beast tamer status. To even dream of possessing an S-rank beast is sheer folly. You cannot intimidate me. Ha! Shadow leopard, void fish, attack. Ingsha's eyes widened. And even through the heavy hood, one could sense his madness. At this moment, pride had vanished from his gaze, replaced by sheer insanity. Despite vocally denying it, he had already unhesitatingly revealed his final trump card. The B-rank 5th Order beast, Void Fish, made its entrance. Only then did Fang Ming feel a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that Ingsha was indeed a 5th Order beast tamer. It could only be said that Ingsha was remarkably adept at concealing his true capabilities. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Fang Ming. The moment the Void Fish emerged, its massive form loomed like a heavy nightmare, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was the oppressive aura of a 5th Order beast, a force that stood as a bulwark within the entire capital city. Though the Void Fish was colossal, its movements were unfettered, gliding effortlessly through the void. The 5th Order Void Fish traversed space with an uncanny grace, and its immense size rendered it nearly invincible even among its own rank. Yet, this formidable Void Fish, along with the once mighty Shadow Leopard, now resembled mice before a cat, staring at the holy spider of Luotian in a daze, paralyzed by fear. No matter how Ingsha raged from behind them, they dared not stir. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Ingsha, realizing his predicament, seethed with anger before abruptly turning to flee. Fang Ming observed the unfolding scene with calm detachment and simply uttered 3 words, "Leave him." In the next moment, the holy spider of Luotian sprang into action. Fang Ming barely registered its movement before witnessing it return with Ingsha ensnared in one of its forelegs. Had it not been for the connection through his divine thought confirming the spider's actions, he might have believed it had remained stationary throughout. Ingsha was held aloft by the holy spider, once a proud 5th Order beast tamer, now reduced to a mere puppet, unable to move. Meanwhile, the Void Fish and Shadow Leopard could only watch helplessly as their master was captured, suppressed by the overwhelming pressure of the holy spider, trembling in fear. "Ant, how dare you treat me this way?" Ingsha glared fiercely at Fang Ming, his teeth grinding. "What can you do?" Fang Ming chuckled softly before his smile faded. "Mao Mao, eliminate those 2 beasts." To prevent any unforeseen complications, it was imperative to strike decisively. The holy spider of Luotian cast a glance at the large and small beasts cowering nearby, and with a slight motion of its long legs, the Void Fish and Shadow Leopard met their untimely demise without even a flicker of resistance. No. Ingsha's eyes bulged as he realized the gravity of the situation. These were the exceptional beasts he had painstakingly nurtured, the product of countless resources siphoned from talented individuals. Now, all had turned to naught. "You shall pay. You shall pay." Fang Ming regarded him coolly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "That phrase should be directed at you. But alas, you are not yet destined to die. Ha! Do you think you can extract any secrets from me? Ha! You are deluded." Ingsha laughed maniacally. "For me, death is not terrifying. The consequences of revealing my secrets are far more dreadful." As his words fell, Ingsha clenched his jaw in determination. Not good. Fang Ming sensed something amiss and attempted to instruct the holy spider to thwart Ingsha, but it was too late. Ingsha had evidently crushed a concealed poison pouch in his mouth, and in an instant, he was dead. Fang Ming furrowed his brow as he contemplated the implications of Ingsha's demise. If even a 5th Order beast tamer could be reduced to a death soldier, it seemed the Spirit Thief Association was far more formidable than he had imagined. Ding! The legendary Prelude quest, Old Grudges, has been completed. Reward: 1 drop of Holy Dew has been issued. Ding! The legendary follow-up quest, Heart of the Spirit Thief, has been activated. The system's notifications chimed at this moment. Fang Ming sighed. The system confirmation indicated that Ingsha was irrevocably deceased. However, the follow-up quest distinctly named the Spirit Thief Association, suggesting a forthcoming confrontation. Heart of the Spirit Thief, quest description. The journey of the Spirit Thief is a deception against the chosen. Such actions are unforgivable. Quest objective: eliminate the minions of the Spirit Thief Association 01. Quest reward: 1 drop of Holy Dew. Another drop of Holy Dew. This was an S-rank material, each drop nearly equivalent to saving his life. Fang Ming mused over the quest description, realizing that the pursuit of the Spirit Thief Association must continue. Although the Holy Spider of Luotian was immensely powerful, its time was regrettably short. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the Holy Spider reverted to its arachnid form, causing Ingsha, who was still in its grasp, to plummet to the ground. Fang Ming approached to confirm that there were no further movements before lifting Ingsha's hood. Before him lay an unremarkable male visage, devoid of any familiarity in his memory. Regrettably, there were no additional clues. Fang Ming shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, he felt a stirring sensation and looked up at the sky. There, a brilliant ray of rainbow light was racing towards him. Chapter 31. The president and the spirit lord beneath Ing Sha's hood was an unremarkable male face. Fang Ming recalled his memories, confirming that he had no recollection of this individual. Alas, apart from this visage, there were no further leads. Fang Ming shook his head and sighed, deciding to take a photograph with his phone for posterity. Next came the somewhat familiar process of rummaging through his belongings. Ing Sha possessed but a single storage ring, which Fang Ming forcefully unlocked, using his spiritual power to shatter the seals. Such actions would typically alert the owner of the ring, but with Ing Sha deceased, it had no effect. After a cursory glance at the storage space, Fang Ming was struck by a thought. Jackpot! The storage space was filled to the brim with an array of materials and various beast cores. Indeed, a true master of the 5th tier, excessively affluent. Suddenly, Fang Ming had a thought and hurriedly scanned the pile of materials with his spiritual sense. Eureka! Dragon beard vine and heavenly dragon stone, both were present. In addition, there were several other A-grade materials. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when sleepiness struck. Fang Ming felt a sudden urge to express his gratitude to Ing Sha. Who would have thought that beneath that wicked exterior, there lay a benevolent heart? Within the storage space, alongside the abundant materials, there were some modern technological devices and a hunter black card. Fang Ming's gaze sharpened momentarily. When registering, hunters must provide their real names and related information. Through this black card, he might uncover further clues. With a sigh of relief, Fang Ming felt he finally had a lead to pursue. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly rose to depart. However, after taking only a few steps, he was suddenly struck by an intuition and looked up towards the sky. There, a dazzling ray of rainbow light was hurtling towards him. Mere moments later, a figure descended from above, gracefully landing before him. The newcomer wore a pale blue gown adorned with silver embroidery, the threads exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of icy runes. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her elegant neck, slightly raised chin, exuded an air of nobility, akin to an orchid blooming in a tranquil valley. Fragrant and ethereal, the woman cast a fleeting glance at Fang Ming, and with just one look, it felt as though the very air around them had frozen. Fang Ming, observing the woman before him, silently summoned Mao Mao to perch on his shoulder, vigilantly watching her. "You have been here all along?" she inquired, her voice deep and resonant, akin to a gentle breeze from a serene valley. Fang Ming took a step back, remaining silent, merely nodding in response. A beast master capable of flight indicated that this lady was at least a 7th-tier practitioner. In the entire Jiang City, there was but one beast master of that caliber, Gongsun Jilan, the president of the Beastmaster Guild. Upon noticing Fang Ming's nod, the woman asked again, "Have you encountered any extraordinary magical beasts?" The moment Fang Ming heard her words, he comprehended the reason for Gongsun's visit. She must have sensed the aura of the Luo Tian sacred spider. "I did not see it," he replied decisively, shaking his head. The woman regarded him closely, and simultaneously, the air around them seemed to grow even colder. "Ahem, President Gongsun, I can confirm that 2 individuals recently engaged in combat here, but by the time I arrived, their battle was nearly concluded, so I did not witness any remarkable magical beasts, only their pets," Fang Ming explained earnestly. 2 individuals fighting? Gongsun furrowed her brows slightly. When did Jiang City acquire such formidable figures? The intensity of their aura suggests they are at least 5th-tier beast masters. Could it be that the aura belonged to another's pet? Fang Ming retreated another step. "President, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait." The woman turned to call him back. "How do you know I am the president? Do you know me? There is only one 7th-tier powerhouse in all of Jiang City. And that is you," Fang Ming replied with a modest bow. The expression in her eyes softened slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to thaw a bit. "Indeed. I am Gongsun Jilan. Tell me more about the 2 combatants. What were they like? If the information proves valuable, I shall reward you." Both were clad in black, wearing hoods that obscured their faces. "Their battle was quite grand, and I didn't dare to approach," Fang Ming recounted seriously. "What form did their pets take? What was their aura like? Were there any S-grade beings among them?" "Their pets were quite formidable, far beyond my understanding, yet S-grade magical beasts are cataclysmic entities. How could they possibly be here?" Gongsun Jilan silently appraised Fang Ming, sensing that this young man did not appear to be lying. It seemed he truly lacked information regarding S-grade magical beasts. Just as she was pondering this, Fang Ming spoke again. "However, there was indeed one particularly powerful magical beast that knocked one of them down in an instant. President, look, it's still lying over there." He gestured towards Ing Sha, who lay nearby. Gongsun Jilan turned her gaze towards the body and approached it slowly. "Do you recognize this person?" Fang Ming ventured to ask. Gongsun shook her head. "No impression, but I can return to the guild and let the system identify his facial information." Fang Ming cleared his throat. Then, "President, I shall leave this matter to you." "Wait, where did you see the other man in the black cloak go?" Gongsun Jilan seemed reluctant to let the matter rest. He went deeper into the wilderness. Fang Ming casually pointed in a direction away from the main city. Very well. Gongsun Jilan seized the body from the ground and cast a glance at it. Thank you for your information. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Beastmaster Guild. I promise I will aid you once. Thank you, President. Fang Ming's lips twitched slightly. This woman offered no tangible benefit, yet she so readily issued promises. Nevertheless, since it was a free gift, Gongsun Jilan's verbal commitment might hold some value. As he watched Gongsun Jilan ascend into the sky without a word, he bowed slightly. Safe travels, President. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, countless ominous black energies surged from the ground, spreading throughout a mysterious, ancient hall. The entire chamber, engulfed in such eerie black mist, resembled a descent into a sinister abyss. Suddenly, a pair of black eyes, previously closed in meditation, slowly opened, and a voice, aged and resonant, echoed through the air. Ingsha is dead. Reporting to the Spirit Lord, the mission target was not supposed to pose any danger. Could there have been an unforeseen event? Another voice replied hastily, accompanied by a figure prostrating on the ground. Humph, the capabilities of the Shadow Group increasingly disappoint me. My lord, I beg your guidance. What was Ingsha's last known location within the magical beast's Forbidden Zone? Not in the Forbidden Zone, but near the 7th main city, Jiang City. Curious. Who could kill Ingsha? With his shadow abilities, no one should have been able to stop him. The air fell silent, and then an icy voice resonated once more. Ing Feng, go and eliminate any traces he left behind to prevent future repercussions. Yes, my lord. Chapter 32. Breaking through to the second tier, reviving life. Within the dense forest, Fang Ming watched Gongsun Hong depart before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Just then, a cacophony of chattering voices erupted from behind him. Hey, Captain. Doesn't that person look familiar? The voices of the newcomers were somewhat recognizable. Fang Ming turned to find it was the small team he had encountered earlier. The team leader's expression changed slightly upon seeing Fang Ming, and after a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly stepped forward again. Great one. Would you believe me if I said this was mere coincidence? Quite the coincidence, Fang Ming responded blandly, for the safe zone was quite small. Gongsun Hong had just confirmed that this team had fortuitously arrived at the same location. Shall we take our leave then? Fang Ming nodded, no need to see us off. The members of the hunter team exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further, before turning to leave. Only after they had distanced themselves did faint whispers of discussion drift back. Captain, why is this esteemed figure so peculiar? Enough of the nonsense, let us hurry. By the way, Captain, isn't it a remarkable coincidence that we encountered this esteemed figure? Could this be fate? I've always said, those with a romantic mindset are ill-suited to be hunters. Meanwhile, Fang Ming remained rooted in place. Not out of reluctance to depart, but because the surging spiritual energy within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Beastmasters, aside from their regular training, also receive a degree of positive reinforcement from the growth and battles of their beasts. Perhaps it was due to the potent effects of the recent fusion with the fluffy spider that his spiritual energy was now tumultuously roiling. Clearly on the verge of a breakthrough, he had refrained from revealing any abnormalities when Gongsun Hong and the hunter team passed by. As a beastmaster must focus entirely during a breakthrough, naturally becoming more vulnerable to external threats. It was only when he confirmed that the team had departed that Fang Ming dared to release the suppressed spiritual energy, quickly assessing his surroundings. He sought out a hidden thicket. Without hesitation, Fang Ming summoned the fluffy spider and commanded it to switch to battle mode, safeguarding him during his impending breakthrough. He then seated himself on the ground, beginning to guide the spiritual energy within him to complete the predetermined cycle. With a sigh of relief, the breakthrough encountered little resistance due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. Fang Ming successfully advanced to the second tier of Beastmaster. At that moment, he felt as if his internal reservoir of spiritual energy had expanded significantly. Indeed, such a reserve was necessary to contract a second beast. The thought of a new companion ignited a fervent excitement within him. Ding! Detection confirms the host has broken through to Tier 2. The talent, Effect Fusion Monster, has triggered the conditions for upgrade. Talent can actually be upgraded? Fang Ming was taken aback, having never heard such news before. He hurriedly accessed the system panel to examine the details of his talent. Effect Fusion Monster. Talent level, SSS. Talent effect. You can fuse any material with magical beasts, amplifying the fusion effect 100-fold, currently at first level effect, with a limit of 1 material per fusion. Current status, upgrade available. Please collect 1 type of A-grade material from each category. Damn, Fang Ming could not help but roll his eyes. He had just acquired a bit of material from Shadow Kill, only to find that his talent was also a money pit. A single A-grade material was worth at least 10 million, and needing one from each category meant a total of at least 100 million. Calculating his entire net worth, he realized he possessed less than 30 million. It was evident he was still a pauper. Concurrently, as the spiritual tide within Fang Ming calmed and stabilized at the second tier, the fluffy spider underwent a transformation as well. Its previously stable aura began to ascend steadily, akin to climbing a staircase, and within less than a minute, it naturally broke through to the second tier. Fluffy, your breakthrough is as effortless as taking a sip of water, Fang Ming mused, beginning to understand that the fluffy spider had likely absorbed enough materials to warrant a breakthrough, but had been held back due to its bond with him. Now that he had succeeded, the fluffy spider naturally followed suit. Finally reaching the second tier, all the training during this time had not been in vain. Without relying on the spiritual energy training rooms or medicinal nourishment from the Beastmaster Academy, Fang Ming had purely relied on his strength to achieve this breakthrough. Such speed would surely rank among the best in the entire academy. However, compared to true prodigies, it still fell short. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Fang Ming's eyes. If memory served, Yining Shuang had broken through to the second tier merely a week after awakening. He wondered if she had reached the third tier by now. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation, as they were still in the wilderness. With the spiritual energy flow finally settled, Fang Ming directed the fluffy spider to swiftly carry him back to the city. This outing had been fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe. Thanks to Shadow Kill, he had successfully acquired the 2 A-grade materials necessary for restoring a complete life form. Time was of the essence. The major examination loomed near, and with all materials prepared, Fang Ming could hardly wait to return home and commence the long-anticipated restoration experiment. System, A-grade strange life shell. Materials have been fully collected. Can it be restored to a complete life form? Ding. Detection confirms all materials are complete. Restoration preparation is finalized. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the restoration. Confirm. Ding. Restoration in progress. Please wait. Ding. Dragon Beard Vine Fusion Absorbing Energy. The purity of Heaven Dragonstone energy exceeds threshold. Overabsorption in progress. Strange Life Shell has broken through to S level. Ding. Restoration successful. Shell life has reset to juvenile ecology. Please name it and add a new soul. Name and add a soul. ISNT that an ability of a creator deity? Fang Ming hesitated for a moment, recalling the peculiar red soil, and finally said, "Let us call it Little Red." Ding. Naming successful. As this creature was named by the host, it has automatically completed the contract binding with the host. Is that it? Fang Ming exclaimed in joy. The system had indicated a breakthrough to S level, and he eagerly opened the beast panel, bypassing the fluffy spider's information to focus intently on Little Red's details below. Little Red. Species, shape-shifting slime monster. Rarity, F level, can be upgraded. Tier, first. Attributes, none. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Magic, 5. Defense, 6. Skill, Devour, S level. Fang Ming stared in bewilderment. What was this panel? He was certain that if he looked in a mirror at that moment, his face would be laden with question marks. Wasn't he supposed to be S level? How did it end up as the lowest F level? System, come out and explain what this rarity is about. Can it still be upgraded? Do you expect me to gather various materials again? Ding. Currently, this life form is in juvenile ecology. The rarity level will change with the life form's evolution. Growth of the life form requires the absorption of corresponding materials. Fang Ming. Of course, it's a growth-type baby that demands substantial investment for training. However, considering it will definitely stabilize at S level in the future, I can only reluctantly accept. Still, starting at F level seems a bit weak, given how many materials I fed it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Little Red. Chirp. Little Red still resembled a mass of red soil, yet now it was a living substance. Aptly dubbed a slime monster. No wonder it was F level. Fang Ming understood now. The slime monster could be considered among the lowest of all magical beasts. So negligible that it was almost dismissible. With virtually no combat capability and slow mobility, its only skill was S-level Devour. Chapter 33, Pure Energy Stone. The value of S-level Devour. Observing the frail attributes of Xiaohong juxtaposed with an extraordinary S-level skill, Fang Ming began to formulate a hypothesis. Could it be that although Xiaohong's life form had regressed to a juvenile state, its skills remained intact? Nevertheless, what precisely was the effect of this S-level devouring skill? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming retrieved an F-level copper ore from his system backpack and tossed it before Xiaohong. Xiaohong raised its head, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. "Stop looking. It's for you," Fang Ming affirmed with a nod. With a soft chirp, Xiaohong slowly approached the copper ore, opening its mouth wide to swallow it whole. The diminutive creature possessed quite a sizable maw. Fang Ming found the scene inexplicably amusing. After a brief moment of gurgling, it appeared to be digesting, and soon after, turned to regurgitate a piece of crystal-like stone. Fang Ming was taken aback. Upon inspection, it was still the same copper ore, albeit with a seemingly purer energy density. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved a herb and casually tossed it to Xiaohong. The little one accepted it eagerly, gulping it down once more. Moments later, it returned the herb entirely unchanged, yielding no discernible effect. Had he misjudged its capabilities? Fang Ming frowned, rummaging through his backpack until he produced a first-tier magic core. Let us try this instead, little one. Xiaohong opened its mouth again, and as soon as it ingested the core, a distinct series of gurgling sounds emerged, resonating within its body as if the magic core was tumultuously swirling about. Not long after, a transparent stone, reminiscent of crystal, was expelled by Xiaohong. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it an energy stone, as magic cores embody the essence of a magical beast's spiritual power, which cannot be directly absorbed by beast tamers, but can be utilized as energy stones for their pets. The energy stone before him, however, lacked the primal ferocity typically associated with magic cores, instead brimming with pure energy. Did this devouring ability possess a purifying function? Fang Ming pondered, holding the energy stone in his hand. Feeling the concentrated energy within, he sensed a stirring of spiritual energy circulating throughout his body. Let us give it a try. Gritting his teeth, he realized that if this truly was the effect, his cultivation speed could indeed soar. Without hesitation, Fang Ming settled into a cross-legged position, grasping the energy stone and commencing his cultivation. Unlike his usual practice, which required him to absorb the thin spiritual energy from the surrounding air and refine it internally until sufficient energy had accumulated for a complete circulation. He now bypassed these initial steps. The pure spiritual energy flowed unceasingly from the energy stone, traversing his body's meridian pathways autonomously. To his astonishment, the energy was entirely devoid of impurities. Fang Ming was astounded. It was well known that energy stones directly supplied to beast tamers for cultivation were not uncommon in the market. However, such stones were not only exorbitantly priced, but varied in purity due to differing refining techniques. Generally, energy stones achieving 70 purity were priced at around 5 times that of a magic core of the same tier. An 80 purity energy stone was considered excellent, costing roughly 10 times that of a magic core. Meanwhile, stones with 90 purity were a rarity, typically only attainable by elite alchemists, whose worth was measured more by personal connections than monetary value. Alchemists, awakened beast tamers with talents in herbalism or fire manipulation, typically did not pursue combat paths, but rather focused on life skills. They were collectively known as alchemists, an indispensable part of the beast taming world, crafting formations from ores, elixirs from herbs, and energy stones from magic cores. Yet, even the 90 purity energy stones produced by alchemists could adversely affect the internal spiritual energy if consumed excessively. Thus, true prodigies often refrained from using energy stones, relying instead on their own cultivation to lay the most solid foundation. Fang Ming himself had previously ascended to the second tier without any external assistance, making significant strides among his peers, though still falling short of the true elite. Now, however, it seemed a new avenue for rapid cultivation had unveiled itself before him. The impurity-free energy stone could elevate his cultivation speed to unimaginable heights. The first-tier energy stone, while not exceptionally dense in energy, was swiftly depleted as Fang Ming had already transcended to the second tier. Glancing at the small mass of soft mud beneath him, he felt that his investment had not been in vain. Well done, Xiaohong, he remarked, tossing another first-tier magic core. Xiaohong replicated its previous actions, swiftly refining and purifying it once more. Impressive, Fang Ming exclaimed, giving it a thumbs up. Such speed would surely leave the alchemists outside agape, especially given the 100 purification level, an achievement even the most skilled alchemists could hardly attain. However, upon further experimentation, Fang Ming discovered that Xiaohong could only devour first-tier magic cores, unable to process second-tier ones. It appeared that this devouring ability remained tied to Xiaohong's level. Fang Ming's suspicions were confirmed, and he diligently continued his cultivation with the energy stone in hand. Thus, what began as a testing experiment for Xiaohong's abilities unexpectedly transformed into a fervent training session for Fang Ming. I'm full. Fang Ming eventually set down the now empty energy stone, feeling the spiritual energy within him swell to the brink of explosion, releasing a satisfied sigh. The human body has its limits, and having consumed nearly 10 energy stones in one go, he felt on the verge of bursting. The continuous circulation of energy within him was too much to absorb all at once, rendering him temporarily immobile. I may have been a bit hasty. I should have taken it slow. He chuckled wryly, acknowledging that while the energy stones were pure, the human body has its constraints. Nonetheless, this speed had already far exceeded his normal cultivation pace. Typically, He could only cycle through 2 to 3 rounds of spiritual energy in one session. But with the assistance of the energy stone, he had managed nearly 20 cycles in the same time frame, a staggering tenfold increase in speed. Even someone as talented as Yining Shuang would likely struggle to achieve 10 cycles in that time frame. Suddenly, Fang Ming realized that with Xiaohong's aid, his cultivation speed had completely surpassed that of other prodigies. Even if there remained a gap in their realms, this advantage in speed would undoubtedly allow him to close that gap. Soon, he would surpass each and every one of those prodigies. Clenching his fist, the flames of determination within him blazed even brighter. And now, only 3 days remained until the national examination. Chapter 34, Ascension, D-Class Hunter. In Jiang City, at the Beast Tamer Association, as Fang Ming submitted the magic cores required for his task, a brilliant light suddenly swept across the screen. Hunter Eugene, congratulations. You have ascended to D-Class Hunter. Concurrently, the large screen at the Hunter Center abruptly cleared all advertisements. All the hunters present, perusing various pieces of information, were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why did the screen suddenly go blank? A newcomer, perhaps? This must be the official ranking settlement for the bounty tasks. The most recent official task would likely be the E-rank White Demon Ant assignment, but that task requires at least 3 days to complete. And today is merely the first day. Who knows? Perhaps another expert has descended upon us. For such E-rank tasks, the points accumulated from completing 10 are barely equivalent to that of a single D-rank task. What seasoned expert would occupy themselves with such fruitless endeavors? In an instant, the entire Hunter Center, after a brief silence, erupted into fervent discussions once more. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the task ranking's conclusion. Soon, the large screen refreshed to display the settlement list. E-rank Elite Task. Elimination of the White Demon Ant Contribution Rankings. First place, Eugene, 235. 450 points. Second place, Wu Liang, 11, 020 points. Third place, Tao Zi, 10, 910 points. Fourth place, Talkative, 9, 980 points. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Bro, can you check the first place score for me? What the hell am I looking at? The score for first place is a whole digit higher than second place. It should be 23, 545, right? This is hilarious. Even the officials can make mistakes and added an extra 0. You just cracked me up, buddy. An E-rank task has a minimum of 10 points. Where's the 5-point ending coming from? Thus, amidst the skepticism of the hunters on site, someone indeed approached the nearby inquiry desk to verify the authenticity of the data. The response from the Hunter Guild officials was quite straightforward. The data is accurate. While they confirmed the data's integrity, they did not clarify the legitimacy of the methods employed, leading to accusations of malicious ranking manipulation. Isn't this Eugene the newcomer king who previously shattered records in Jiangxing? He seems quite formidable, someone remarked. You know he's the newcomer king. Do you honestly believe a newcomer could achieve over 200,000 points on an elite E-rank task? Look, here comes Wu Liang. He's the true newcomer king from the last session. This Eugene must be some sort of anomaly. Fang Ming silently observed the bustling scene, choosing not to interject. In truth, he felt quite pleased, primarily because he had just submitted a task and received an exceedingly generous reward that left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. A full 20 million. Additionally, due to the contribution from securing first place, there was an extra 10 million ranking bonus. Such a substantial sum could only be graciously accepted. Fang Ming glanced at his balance, confirming the rewards had been credited, and began to ponder. Logically, an E-rank task guarantees a minimum reward of 10 points. With the Dragon Kingdom currency reward fluctuating between 10,000 to 100,000, this 20 million equates to completing the maximum of 200 E-rank elite tasks. Is that even possible? Although he submitted numerous White Demon Ant cores, it shouldn't suffice for that many task completions. Perhaps the Queen Ant core and the Red Ant cores provided additional rewards? He also noted the official ranking list, which indicated contribution points exceeding 20,000, somewhat beyond his comprehension. The actual hunter points granted to him were merely 2,000. This was a staggering discrepancy of a whole 100 times. After some contemplation, a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that the contributions referenced by the officials included the actual impact of defeating the Queen Ant and annihilating the nest? While the hunter points only accounted for the core submitted, Fang Ming smirked. Regardless, this endeavor had yielded significant gains. After completing this elite task, his hunter points had surged to 2,820, a solid D-rank hunter, and the next step would propel him toward the coveted C-rank status with over 10,000 points. At that very moment, a purple-haired youth standing beneath the ranking board erupted in frustration. Which bastard is Eugene? Step forward and face your demise. Fang Ming shook his head. Individuals like this were either lunatics or fools. It would be wise to keep his distance. After claiming his task rewards, Fang Ming cast a glance at the task list on the terminal and decided against accepting further tasks. With the national exams looming, he needed to prepare in advance. With that thought in mind, he turned away from the terminal and headed toward the exit of the hall. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of him. "So, you are Eugene?" The speaker was none other than the purple-haired youth who had been shouting beneath the large screen. Wu Liang had indeed come looking for him. Haha, I knew it. With Wu's temperament, how could he tolerate this? So you are the one, Eugene. You look rather young. Eugene had appeared, attracting the attention of onlookers, drawn by the presence of the current newcomer king, including some high-ranking hunters who paused to observe. Who are you? Fang Ming asked coldly, genuinely disliking the sensation of being thrust into the spotlight. Name's Wu Liang, the purple-haired youth declared, gesturing to his chest with a thumbs up. I absolutely loathe those who cheat and deceive. Kid, did you manipulate the rankings? If you kneel and apologize, I might consider forgiving you. Such senselessness. Who do you think you are? Fang Ming retorted, delivering a swift kick. What the hell? You're attacking me. Wu Liang's anger flared as he raised his hands to block Fang Ming's strike. So, you want to play rough, huh? Didn't anyone tell you I'm the top combat specialist among beast masters? Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm not particularly familiar with that. Well then, let me show you what I can do, Wu Liang declared, launching a direct punch. Fang Ming effortlessly deflected it. After reaching the second stage, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, and he found a comfortable ease in their skirmish. Within a few exchanges, Wu Liang was left on the receiving end of the blows. The spectators were left utterly stunned. Am I seeing this correctly? A newcomer can actually hold his own against Wu Liang? What do you mean hold his own? Wu Liang is the one getting pummeled. This Eugene is impressive. No wonder he is the record-breaking newcomer king. Observing the tide of conversation shifting against him, Wu Liang hastily blocked a punch and leaped back. Wait, who the hell are you? Wu Liang, clearly dazed by the encounter, struggled to comprehend that he had been bested by a younger boy. Fang Ming regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Didn't you come looking for me? Wu Liang's face flushed crimson. Your score is obviously inflated. I'm here to uphold justice. Fang Ming leisurely brushed off his clothes, as if the earlier confrontation had merely been a light warm-up. Just because you can't accomplish something doesn't mean others cannot. Wu Liang, facing Fang Ming, experienced for the first time an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could you move aside? You're blocking my path. Fang Ming adjusted his attire, slipping his hands into his pockets. Hey, that earlier match was merely an inconsequential private duel. I acknowledge your prowess in combat, but do not presume that you have triumphed over me, Wu Liang declared defiantly, his frustration palpable as he directed his words at Fang Ming. Think as you wish, it bears no relevance to me, Fang Ming replied with a shrug, dismissing him entirely. Are you daring enough to engage in a genuine contest? Battles between beast tamers should be fought with our cherished companions. Wu Liang clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. Have I ever mentioned that wasting another's time is akin to murdering their life? Fang Ming's voice turned icy, resolute in his stance against those who would attempt to harm him. Wu Liang flinched at the sudden intensity of Fang Ming's gaze, instinctively clarifying, it's merely a competition. Not interested, Fang Ming retorted, turning to leave. Hey, Eugene, considering your age, you certainly won't miss the national examination, will you? Wu Liang called out, refusing to give up. As expected, Fang Ming paused at the mention of the examination. What do you want? A fleeting glimmer of menace flickered in Fang Ming's eyes. The national examination was set to commence in just 2 days, and he was determined to secure victory, showing no mercy to anyone who dared obstruct him. Wu Liang, unaware of Fang Ming's piercing glare, boldly continued, since you refuse to compete with me, let us settle this in the national examination. With your strength, I am confident we shall cross paths. Fang Ming fell silent for a moment before succinctly offering a 3-word assessment. You're insane. Wu Liang shouted back, Eugene, only if you defeat me in the national examination will I truly acknowledge that your score surpasses mine. Without looking back, Fang Ming replied coolly, is there no cost to challenging me? Wu Liang was taken aback. Huh? Given your appearance, you should be quite wealthy, right? 10 million, Fang Ming remarked, casting a glance at Wu Liang. What 10 million? Wu Liang scratched his head in confusion. According to your proposal, if you win, I shall give you 10 million. If you lose, you owe me 10 million. Fang Ming assessed Wu Liang, realizing he was not particularly astute and would be easy to manipulate. All right, Wu Liang shouted, his eyes alight with fervor. Now this is a thrilling wager. Indeed. Chapter 35. Offline registration, returning to Yizhong. The registration for the national examination required not only online completion, but also offline verification. On the penultimate day before the examination, Fang Ming set out early to the designated location for identity verification. Coincidentally, this offline verification point was situated at the Beast Tamer High School. Upon arriving at the school, Fang Ming found the area teeming with people. Please, do not crowd. Everyone line up in an orderly fashion, a security guard instructed, maintaining order at the entrance. The security measures at Beast Tamer High School were typically stringent, leaving little opportunity for outsiders to gain entry. It was only due to this event being an offline verification point that such a large number of individuals were permitted inside. Both a citizen ID card and the online registration permit were mandatory. Additionally, security required every candidate to register their name and phone number, ostensibly to enhance security and ensure traceability. Why is it that he can enter without queuing or registering his name and phone number? Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the queue as someone pointed at a student who was brazenly walking past the line. The security guard, visibly annoyed, asked, "Is this student from our school? Then you cannot treat us differently. We are all here for the offline verification," another bystander retorted angrily. "This is Beast Tamer High School. How we manage is our affair. You need only comply with our arrangements," the security guard replied firmly. "All applicants are unified in registering for the national examination." "This is truly infuriating," someone else chimed in. "Indeed, what makes Beast Tamer High School so superior? If you have the capability, prove it in the examination." The crowd erupted in heated discussions. The students who had already entered the school gates paused to turn back, mocking the group outside. "You lot are pathetic. Thinking you can compete with us. Just because you registered for the national examination does not mean you are on our level," one student scoffed. "Let me enlighten you. The examination you registered for isn't even the main event. It's merely a preliminary selection round. Most of you are unlikely to even pass the preliminaries." "Who are you calling pathetic?" someone retorted, indignant. "Why should the students of Beast Tamer High School be allowed direct entry into the main event? That is unfair. We demand the same privilege." The crowd, comprised of spirited youths under the age of 18, was incensed. However, such outrage quickly dissipated in the face of the imposing authority of Beast Tamer High School, as several teachers emerged to quell the unrest. Their formidable presence silenced any further dissent. Everyone complied and lined up obediently, registering their identification information. Fang Ming observed the unfolding scene with a cold detachment, remaining silent throughout. The rules articulated by the Beast Tamer High School student had always been in place. Ordinary individuals, those beast tamers who had awakened independently in society, could register for the national examination, but they were indeed required to undergo a preliminary selection round. The primary reason for this was the chaotic nature of the crowd, with most being low-ranked beast tamers. In comparison to the elite from Beast Tamer High School, these individuals were undeniably at a disadvantage, with many lacking the qualifications for admission to higher education institutions. If all independent candidates were allowed direct entry into the main examination, the numbers and workload would increase exponentially. Thus, the preliminary selection round served as an effective filter. True warriors do not lament their circumstances. They instead break through all inequities with their strength. After nearly an hour of waiting in the lengthy queue, it was finally Fang Ming's turn. "ID card and examination permit, please. Fill out the form beside you," the security guard instructed, extending his hand for identity verification. Upon receiving Fang Ming's ID card, the guard suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. "Aren't you a student from this school? Why are you in line?" Fang Ming, once a celebrated prodigy at Beast Tamer High School, was not easily forgotten. He shook his head. "Not anymore." The guard hesitated, scrutinizing the printed information on the examination permit before noticing the designation social personnel in the qualification section. "All right, no problem. You may enter," the guard replied, casting a deep glance at Fang Ming without further inquiry, returning the ID card and examination permit. As Fang Ming reached out to take them, a hand suddenly reached in from the side, snatching the examination permit away. "Ah, I thought someone looked familiar from afar, but now I see. It's our esteemed Fang University prodigy." A sarcastic voice rang out from beside him. Fang Ming turned to see a short-haired youth in a white t-shirt, nonchalantly waving his examination permit. "Mo Shun," Fang Ming uttered darkly, his expression darkening as he recognized the name. This individual was once considered a classmate of his, possessing commendable theoretical grades, and later awakening a B-level talent, suggesting a promising future. In Fang Ming's recollection, he had no significant interactions with him, leaving him puzzled as to why he would come specifically to provoke him today. "Excuse me, does the esteemed university god Fang still remember me?" Mo Yushin smirked. "I recall that at that time, you were quite full of yourself, disregarding people like us." The others were still waiting, and Fang Ming had no desire to waste time with him, issuing a direct ultimatum. Yes, it's precisely this condescending tone that instills fear in me." Mo Yushin chuckled as he spoke, unable to contain his laughter. "Fang Ming, do you truly still consider yourself some university deity? I will say this once more, hand over the items." Fang Ming sighed as he looked at him, reiterating his demand. "If you have the capability, come and take it yourself." You don't seriously believe that having once held the title of King of Practical Combat grants you the right to flaunt your authority before me, do you? The fists of ordinary people are insignificant against us beast tamers. Mo Yushin continued to ramble, but in the next instant, a fist, swift as lightning, was thrust before him. Startled, he faltered mid-sentence, nearly biting his own tongue. Fang Ming halted his fist just in front of Mo Yushin's face and spoke coolly. Before you? Mo Yushin was momentarily rendered speechless, stunned by the thunderous force of the punch. Next time, open your eyes and use your brain. Would an ordinary person attend the grand examination? Fang Ming's lips curled slightly as he shifted his fist to the side, effortlessly reclaiming his examination permit and giving Mo Yushin a light pat on the shoulder. Mo Yushin stared wide-eyed, seemingly still reeling from the impact of the punch. Fang Ming shook his head and brushed past him, striding through the gates of the first Beast Taming school. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye, and he found himself back here once more. Where one falls, one must rise again. Fang Ming inhaled deeply and strode forward with determination. Chapter 36. Confrontation with the Director of Education. The first Beast Taming School had made ample preparations for this offline registration. There were designated barriers and signs along the way, ensuring that the registered candidates would not stray off course. Upon seeing the indicated direction, Fang Ming recognized it as the route to the gymnasium. As he proceeded, he was recognized by several individuals. Look, isn't that Fang Ming? It's been ages since we last saw him. Aren't you aware of the rumors? They said he failed his awakening and dropped out of school. How is he back? Has the national examination preliminaries become so lenient that even the talentless can register? Isn't that a good thing? Each of them serves as a stepping stone. This was indeed a consequence of his former notoriety. Fang Ming let out a wry smile, paying little mind to the gossip. He treated the whispers as mere fleeting breezes, unaffected by their words. The gymnasium was not far, and with a hint of nostalgia, he wandered around until he naturally arrived at the venue. It was only upon entering the venue that Fang Ming realized that most of the staff overseeing the registration were, in fact, current teachers of the first Beast Taming School. With the grand examination approaching and insufficient manpower, they had likely been called in to assist. Fang Ming mused as he took his place at the end of the queue. The line moved slowly, and he casually opened his phone to review the rules for this year's national examination preliminaries. The rules for each year's examination remained relatively stable, but this year's preliminary competition seemed to have undergone significant changes. Unlike previous years, which balanced both written and martial tests, this year's preliminaries had entirely abandoned the written component, opting instead for a PK match scoring system. Simple, brutal, yet highly effective. All candidates would connect to the examination network via virtual combat devices, engaging in one-on-one PK matches in a continuous cycle over 2 hours, with victors earning 1 point, draws earning 0 points, and losers losing 1 point. The total scores would determine the top 10,000 candidates from the entire Dragon Nation who would advance to the main examination. The pace was swift, and this year clearly favored the combat capabilities of beast tamers. As a former academic prodigy, Fang Ming was well-versed in the historical rules of the national examination and immediately discerned the official recruitment bias this year. Considering the overall situation of the Dragon Nation, his expression grew serious. Currently, the Dragon Nation comprised 13 main cities, while the rest were wild zones occupied by monstrous beasts. With the continuous evolution of these beasts, the southernmost 2 main cities had been plagued by them in recent years. It was uncertain when the number of main cities might dwindle to 11. Contemplating this, a flicker of resolve shone in Fang Ming's eyes. Choosing this path was not merely an act of defiance, but bore greater significance. Next, the voice of the registration teacher snapped Fang Ming back to reality. He stepped forward, presenting his ID card and examination permit. Fang Ming. The registration teacher hesitated for a moment, clearly recognizing him. Hello, teacher. Fang Ming recalled this teacher, who taught the theoretical course on the classification of beast species and attributes. Known for his expertise and amiable demeanor. You. The registration teacher opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed and fell silent. Fang Ming chose not to elaborate. While this teacher was highly knowledgeable, he appeared to be merely a second-tier beast tamer, and there was no need to create unnecessary trouble. After capturing his photograph and relevant information, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded in mutual understanding. Fang Ming continued forward with his information sheet, as there were still forms to fill out and signatures to provide. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a face that instantly filled him with disdain. Isn't that Fang Ming? Why is he back at school? The speaker was none other than the former director of education, now seated with legs crossed, overseeing the form-filling process. Upon seeing Fang Ming approach, he seemed unfazed. I'm here to register for the national examination. Fang Ming met his gaze directly, responding calmly. Very good, very good. Even refuse can serve a purpose, contributing as a stepping stone for others. The director of education's smile did not reach his eyes as he tossed a form over. Here, fill this out. Fang Ming did not reach for the form, but continued to stare at the director. Indeed, only a person of low character could utter such worthless words. You dare. The director's hand slapped the table, glaring at Fang Ming with indignation. You show no respect for your elders, lacking basic manners. You hardly qualify as an elder. And manners are reserved for those deserving of them, Fang Ming replied, gazing at the enraged, overweight, balding man with a soft smile. Very good, young man. Daring to offend me so boldly. Do not expect to register. Leave this place at once. The director of education abruptly rose from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Ming with malice. Whether I can register or not is not for you to decide. Fang Ming shook his head, his gaze tranquil. You are merely here to assist in supervising the registration process. You. The director was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Fang Ming would possess such a thorough understanding of the examination procedures. If I were to report you to the examination committee for your malicious obstruction during student registration, what do you think would happen? Fang Ming offered a slight smile, shaking his phone casually. At such a tender age, resorting to underhanded tactics, I have no desire to engage in further discourse with someone of your ilk. The head teacher's face turned crimson as he uttered a terse remark before begrudgingly retreating to his seat. I once thought you were formidable, yet it appears you are nothing more than this. At this moment, Fang Ming, emboldened, leaned closer and whispered, Kid, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? The head teacher abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on Fang Ming with a glimmer of palpable malice in his eyes. I am aware that the head teacher is a distinguished third-tier beast master. Annihilating someone as inconsequential as I would be a trivial endeavor. Fang Ming inquired with a smile. So, what do you intend to do, headmaster? You might want to guess whether you will see the sun tomorrow, the head teacher replied, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Quite a commendable threat. Fang Ming nodded earnestly. I eagerly await your visit, headmaster. Shall we designate a location to prevent you from having trouble finding me? The head teacher, observing Fang Ming's demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Damn it. This kid is merely a talentless waste. Why should I feel fear? He suppressed the unsettling chill within and gripped his pen tightly. Kid, are you truly unafraid of death? Of course I am afraid. I am terrified, especially that you might not come to end my life. Fang Ming grinned. I presume you are one to repay enmity, headmaster? Chapter 37. Rivals Meet. Wang Family's Wang Tongue. On either side of a registration table, Fang Ming and the head teacher locked eyes intensely. Ultimately, the head teacher relinquished the forms on the table and chuckled dryly. Kid, weren't you here to fill out a form? Off you go. Oh, so this is the true embodiment of garbage. Fang Ming chuckled, casually picking up the form. You should remain seated and wait. It won't take long. Long for what? The head teacher's heart quivered, his voice laced with feigned bravado. Fang Ming cast a glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, and said nothing further. All that remained was the head teacher, staring blankly at Fang Ming's retreating figure, his eyes seemingly wrestling with some indecision, ultimately coalescing into a murderous intent that could not be dispelled. After completing the form, only one final step remained, verifying the identity of a beast master. The gymnasium housed specialized equipment designed to detect the fluctuations of a beast master's spiritual energy with an exceedingly low margin of error, varying by at most 1 or 2 percentage points of spiritual energy. In the entire Jiang City, there were only 3 such machines. This was precisely why the examination committee had chosen to set the registration point at the gymnasium of Beastmaster High School. As Fang Ming approached the detection room, he encountered an anticipated long queue. Nearby, a group of boys had just finished a game of basketball, and at the forefront was a tall, lanky youth sporting a buzz cut. Wang Ge, that shot you made just now was a perfect airball, truly impressive. Of course, my skills speak for themselves. Wang Ge, didn't your family secure you a guaranteed admission for the big exam? How did that go? Damn it. Why must you bring that up? Securing a guaranteed admission isn't a simple matter. Although I possess an A-grade talent, the requirements for a guarantee are S-grade. Exactly. How many have managed to secure a guarantee over the years? You're deliberately jinxing Wang Ge. The group of boys laughed heartily as they passed by the line, casting disdainful glances at those patiently waiting. Fang Ming initially offered only a cursory glance, but that fleeting moment rendered him unable to look away. The reason was simple. The lanky youth at the forefront was the one who had robbed him of his talent. The Wang family, Wang Tongue. How intriguing. Throughout the day, he encountered each of the individuals he wished to meet. It seemed that Fang Ming's intense gaze had not gone unnoticed, for Wang Tongue, who had already walked past, abruptly turned his head. At that moment, the two finally locked eyes for the first time. Who are you? Wang Tang's previously jovial expression abruptly morphed into one of cold scrutiny directed at Fang Ming. Fang Ming regarded him silently. Wang Gu, I think I remember this person. He asked the one rumored to be some academic genius, Fang. What academic genius? He has long since failed his awakening and dropped out, just a worthless nobody, right? Wang Gu, let us head somewhere nice to eat. This bunch of trash is just here for a test, nothing worth seeing. Yet Wang Teng disregarded the banter of his companions, his voice remaining icy. You are Fang Ming? Fang Ming smiled calmly. You recognize me? It's hard not to. Wang Teng also smiled, and at that moment, both appeared as if they were old friends reuniting. I heard you failed your awakening. Why are you here for the big exam again? Fortune smiled upon me. I managed to awaken successfully afterward, so of course, I must give it a try. Fang Ming gazed intently at Wang Teng's face, as if etching it into his very bones. Fortune indeed favors you, Wang Teng acknowledged, his patience visibly waning. But luck does not strike twice. You should not reappear before me. Fang Ming's smile gradually faded. Or perhaps it was never truly a smile, but rather an expression he struggled to control. You have yet to kill anyone, have you? Such startling words rendered Wang Teng's expression momentarily frozen. The surrounding boys quickly approached, sensing the tension. Kid, what do you mean? Are you threatening Wang Gu? Fang, do you even comprehend who Wang Gu is? What a joke, a nobody dares to boast here. Fang Ming stared impassively at the group. What a fine pack of sycophants. Shut your mouth, Fang, you're courting death. A mere bookworm dares to mock us? Fang, do you really believe that just because you awakened some trash talent, you can catch up to us again? Fang Ming shrugged and glanced at the advancing queue, noting the swift progress. He was nearly up next. Excuse me, gentlemen. I hope to meet again in the wilderness next time. With that, he turned and walked directly toward the detection room. Wait, what does he mean? One boy attempted to inquire further, but Wang Peng abruptly interrupted him, his tone low and serious. There is something unsettling about Fang Ming's gaze, as if he has indeed taken a life. Inside the detection room stood a massive energy detection apparatus resembling a giant funnel. Following the instructor's instructions, Fang Ming positioned himself at the designated spot, raising his hands and circulating the spiritual energy within his body. Concurrently, the display on the instructor's monitor began to flash with rapidly changing numbers. This kid is impressive. His internal energy circulation is remarkably stable, indicating a solid foundation. The density of his spiritual energy was commendable, steadily on the rise. He has already broken through to the second tier so quickly. I must admit, this kid is rather surprising. Still increasing. Goodness, this concentration is nearing mid-second tier. The instructors exchanged glances, their expressions laden with astonishment. Earlier, several Beastmasters had indeed reached the mid-second tier, yet their aura circulation exhibited a certain restlessness, clearly indicating reliance on external forces. In stark contrast, Fang Ming's data was impeccably flawless, to the extent that one could assert, without exaggeration, that he is currently the most outstanding Beastmaster detected thus far. This young prodigy may very well be the dark horse of this major examination. Such a solid foundation, surprisingly, was not cultivated within the confines of a school. Could it be that he achieved this through personal endeavor? Remarkable indeed. I must take note of his name. When the time comes for the preliminaries, I shall assess his practical capabilities. If he proves worthy, Professor G is currently seeking a student, and I might consider recommending him. It seems that a teacher is already nurturing a sense of appreciation for talent. After all, to have cultivated oneself to this point with such an almost perfect foundation is a rarity, even within the entirety of the Beastmaster Academy. This can only indicate that the student possesses an exceptionally steadfast dedication to training and has never contemplated taking shortcuts. This is precisely what they value most, as it ultimately determines the potential trajectory of a Beastmaster's future. That will be all, student. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Ming stepped out of the testing room, suddenly aware of several pairs of eyes intently fixed upon him. He blinked in slight bewilderment and inquired, "Esteemed teachers, is there an issue?" Several instructors hastily cleared their throats and averted their gazes. A more senior male teacher regarded Fang Ming earnestly and stated, "Student, your spiritual power test results are satisfactory. We have submitted the specific outcomes online to the examination data center. You merely need to prepare diligently for the exam." Understood, Fang Ming replied, exiting the testing room. Outside, Wang Teng and the others had long since departed, leaving no trace of their presence. Fang Ming, however, gazed calmly at the distant teaching buildings. A fleeting glimmer of determination flickered in his tranquil eyes. The national examination had finally arrived. I shall ensure you witness who the true underachiever is. Chapter 38, 13 consecutive victories, sweeping the competition. The final day leading up to the national examination was designated as the open day for offline testing centers. Candidates were permitted to arrive on this day to familiarize themselves with the equipment, ensuring there were no operational malfunctions. Moreover, The national examination is one of the most significant events in Longwa each year. Traffic control in the vicinity of the testing centers had already commenced a day in advance. Amidst the atmosphere of collective tension surrounding the examination preparations, the national examination finally ushered in its official commencement. In order to maintain a relaxed state before the examination, Fang Ming did not alter his routine. He adhered to his usual schedule, awakening early for practice, followed by a leisurely jog, and after breakfast, proceeded steadily to the testing center. Upon arrival, he verified his ID card and examination permit, and tested the virtual combat equipment. Once all was completed, he logged into the equipment to synchronize his Beastmaster's backpack and pets, entering the preparatory room for the National Beastmaster competition. As the unified national time struck 9 o'clock, a bell rang, heralding the official commencement of the preliminaries. Countless candidates were greeted with a timer counting down 2 hours displayed in the upper right corner of their screens. Simultaneously, a panel indicating matchmaking was also revealed, as the system automatically sought opponents. In front of Fang Ming, the matchmaking panel loaded for merely 2 seconds before he was paired with his first opponent. Opponent ID, Liu Bei. A fine name, Fang Ming silently approved. As the virtual character model materialized onto the field, to ensure fairness in the competition, all preliminary match venues were set to practice mode, preventing any bias towards certain magical beast attributes. Moreover, during the preliminaries, both pet and character panels mirrored reality, with no restrictions on items in their backpacks. After all, in the world of Beastmasters, strength reigns supreme. As long as one can secure victory, it is deemed just. Come forth, Fluffy. As soon as he landed, Fang Ming summoned the Fluffy Spider without hesitation, immediately utilizing fusion materials. After all, it was a simulated backpack. Why not take advantage of it? The Fluffy Spider's form swelled in response, swiftly evolving into a C-rank Ice Star Spider. Notably, with the Fluffy Spider ascending to the 2nd tier, the effects of the 100-fold fusion propelled its combat power directly to the 4th tier. It is no exaggeration to say that this presence could dominate the preliminaries. The exaggerated figure of the magical spider, coupled with its formidable combat pressure, nearly sent the opposing Beastmaster into a trembling fit upon its appearance. What in the world is that? Fang Ming glanced at his opponent, sensing that their aura was likely still at the 1st tier. The opponent displayed a lack of practical experience, failing to release their pet for defense in the initial encounter. Consequently, the Ice Star Spider dispatched the battle with a single claw in merely a second. Congratulations, you have achieved victory, scoring 1 point. Current total score, 1 point. The system panel popped up, and in just 2 seconds, he was matched with the next opponent. The evolutionary effect of the Ice Star Spider lingered, and with a sweeping claw, it was not merely a matter of whether someone could withstand it. It was highly probable that no one could. Thus, Fang Ming exerted little effort and swiftly accrued another point. As the battles progressed smoothly, any residual tension dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, at the examination center in Jiangsheng, several proctoring teachers were observing the large screen in the center of the arena. The screen was divided into dozens of smaller panels, each showcasing the ongoing battles as captured in real time by the system. Since the preliminary matches had just begun, the teachers were merely exploring the novelty and did not focus particularly on any one candidate. However, as the competition unfolded, several candidates began to stand out, catching the attention of the proctoring instructors. There's a candidate whose strength seems commendable, at least C-grade talent, already boasting 5 consecutive victories. Look at this candidate. Their pet is a desert dragon lizard from the subdragon category, quite rare among casual candidates. This one's not bad either, 7 consecutive victories. Although their magical beast appears to be some sort of spider, spider-type magical beasts are generally limited in growth, typically capping at the 3rd tier. The one you mentioned with 7 consecutive victories must be lucky, matching against weaker opponents. Indeed, the time is still too short. True data will only hold significance after an hour has passed. Fang Ming, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that his performance was swiftly making a meteoric impression on several proctoring instructors. He continued to match and rematch, urging himself to expedite the process. The preliminaries were timed at 2 hours. The less time spent on each PK match, the higher the frequency of matches, and consequently, the more points he could accumulate. On the panel, in addition to the countdown in the upper right corner, a number also appeared on the left side after the match began. Initially, the number was over 10,000, but it steadily decreased, now dwindling to just over 100. Fang Ming surmised that this number likely represented the real-time ranking of all candidates in Jiangxing's preliminaries. Just over 100? Not enough. Fang Ming gazed at the matchmaking panel, murmuring to himself. Just then, with a beep, he matched with another opponent. A fiery number 7 followed the opponent ID. Fang Ming had encountered this situation several times before, which likely referred to the opponent's consecutive victories. It seemed he was facing a rather formidable adversary. Fang Ming was unable to see the details behind his own name. Yet he recalled that he had matched up for 13 battles. Could it be that the number 13, often associated with bad luck, was the source of his opponent's streak? Meanwhile, several teachers at the examination center had shifted their attention to the small window displaying their match. Look, a 7-game winning streak against a 13-game winner. Some exclaimed. The one boasting a 13-game streak was indeed the Spider Kid they had just mentioned, which was somewhat unexpected. I believe this match could be interesting. The Spider Kid's previous highest streak was only 3, and this time he is up against a tough opponent, remarked a teacher with thick glasses, his expression resolute. However, before he could finish his thought, he was swiftly proven wrong, as Fang Ming resolved the battle in under 10 seconds, elevating his winning streak to 14. This kid is rather uncanny. The bespectacled teacher scratched his head, bewildered. I had faith in him from the start, but you all were skeptical, another teacher chuckled, exuding a sense of superiority. I still don't believe he can win again. Now that he has 14 victories, the challenges will only grow tougher. If he matches against a skilled opponent with a countering attribute, his streak could very well be at an end, he added, the bespectacled teacher scoffing slightly, evidently unconvinced. Let's just wait and see, another teacher interjected, brimming with confidence in Fang Ming. I bet he can achieve 20 consecutive wins. In your dreams. I recall that the highest record in Jiangxing over the past few years was only 22 victories. This Spider Kid can't possibly turn the tide, came the retort. I still favor the desert dragon lizard. If it encounters that spider, it will likely be an easy win. Just watch. We are all in the Jiangxing division. They will have the chance to face each other. As time passed, Fang Ming's record swiftly reached 20 consecutive victories. Most opponents posed minimal threat to the fluffy spider, and nearly all battles were resolved within a minute. The pressure of a 4th-tier magical beast was clearly evident. After concluding a match, although it was not a real battle, Fang Ming felt a degree of fatigue. Continuous fights presented the greatest strain for a beast master, as one had to maintain a steady output of spiritual energy to their beasts, alongside the mental exhaustion that accompanied such endeavors. Yet, the matching system did not relent. This time, however, the wait was noticeably longer. After all, matching someone with a record like Fang Ming's to an opponent of equal caliber was no small feat. Unless his winning streak came to an end, the matching data would reset. Fortunately, the waiting period was not excessively lengthy. Approximately a minute later, the matching box in the center of the screen revealed the information for the next opponent. Opponent ID, Jiang Jingxi, winning streak of 17. This was the highest streak Fang Ming had encountered thus far. A flash of light signaled the loading of the character model. Following his usual practice, Fang Ming immediately summoned the fluffy spider. To his surprise, he had matched against someone with a streak of 20 victories. Upon Jiang Jingxi's appearance, he let out a hearty laugh. Fang Ming glanced over to see a robust young man with a fiery red lizard perched adorably on his shoulder. Jiang Jingxi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Fang Ming. Unfortunately for you, your winning streak is about to end. Fang Ming regarded the figure before him impassively, merely uttering a few words, such needless chatter. The brash young man, feeling disregarded, was consumed by a sense of unprecedented humiliation, and his anger erupted. Dragon Lizard Battle Mode. Eliminate them. The small red lizard leaped from Jiang Zhengxi's shoulder, its body swelling in size. In an instant, it transformed from a palm-sized creature into a colossal lizard nearly 10 meters in diameter. System, use Thunder Crystal, B-grade, to fuse with Fluffy Spider, Fang Ming commanded, opting for a B-grade fusion material to expedite the battle. This was material he had preserved in his Shadow Kill backpack, so he was unreserved in its usage. A chime signaled the successful fusion, and this special effect fusion monster achieved 100-fold effectiveness, transforming the fluffy spider into a B-grade thunder spider. Now enlarged to a 4th-tier maturity, with an effect duration of 10 minutes. The fluffy spider's body rapidly expanded, and the air crackled with invisible electricity, etching thick lightning patterns upon its exoskeleton. Even its 8 long legs occasionally flickered with sparks, opening the system panel for the fluffy spider. Fang Ming was pleased to see a brand new electrical attribute. Fluffy spider. Species, thunder spider. Rarity, B-grade. Rank, 4th tier. Attributes, poison, fire, ice, lightning. Strength, 51,000. Agility, 53. 500. Magic power, 59, 550. Defense, 47, 550. Skills, web spinning, E-grade. Venomous bite, E-grade. Frost nova, D-grade. Extreme cold beam, C-grade. Scorching breath, D-grade. Flash thunder, B-grade. Lightning volt, C-grade. Upon witnessing the emergence of the thunder spider, the formerly menacing desert dragon lizard took a hesitant step back. What are you afraid of, dragon lizard? Attack! Jiang Zhengxi shouted, urgency lacing his voice. As commanded, The desert dragon lizard felt its primal instinct surge and let out a fearsome roar before charging recklessly at the thunder spider. The thunder spider swung its long legs, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that descended like a web upon the desert dragon lizard. The desert dragon lizard whipped its long tail, causing a tremor that kicked up a cloud of dust, forming a thick sand shield before it. Kid, it seems your knowledge of beast attributes is lacking. You don't even understand basic attribute countering. Your lightning beast against my ground-type beast is simply asking for trouble. Jiang Zhengxi laughed heartily, his confidence renewed. However, Fang Ming remained unfazed, issuing a calm command to the thunder spider. Fluffy spider, use Frost Nova. Upon receiving the order, the thunder spider paused momentarily. In the next moment, all 8 of its legs plunged into the ground, and an explosion of familiar magical energy erupted from its form. A white ice ring, radiant like brilliant stars, surged towards the desert dragon lizard. Jiang Zhengxi was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the thunder spider's unexpected ice-based skill. Dragon lizard move. Yet his command came too late, as the desert dragon lizard, caught off guard, found itself frozen in place by the thunder spider's Frost Nova. Now it is our turn. Until this moment, Fang Ming's lips did not betray the slightest hint of a smile. With a mere thought, the thunderous demon spider sprang forth in a dazzling flash, its form akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage in the air. Jiang Zhengxi watched in disbelief as events unfolded before him, utterly devoid of any means to counteract. At this instant, he could only watch helplessly as his desert dragon lizard became a living target, directly ensnared by the thunderous demon spider. No. In this moment, Jiang Zhengxi felt as if he were witnessing the demise of his 17-match winning streak. Fang Ming had no intention of holding back. As a 4th-tier magical beast, the thunderous demon spider's fundamental attributes surpassed those of the desert dragon lizard. Although the desert dragon lizard, being a subdragon beast, boasted considerable resilience, it was utterly helpless as a target, unable to evade or move. Under the relentless assault of the thunderous demon spider, its defenses were swiftly shattered, rendering it a mere victim of torment. Jiang Zhengxi sighed, recalling the desert dragon lizard. Come back, dragon lizard. Shall we continue? Fang Ming inquired, glancing at him. As a 3rd-tier beastmaster, Jiang Zhengxi naturally possessed 2 other magical beasts. No need. The dragon lizard is my strongest magical beast. Since you can defeat it, I shall not waste any more time. It would be better to engage in another match. Jiang Zhengxi replied, begrudgingly. Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow seemed to possess a clear understanding of his circumstances. Exiting the battle and returning to the preparation space, the number in the upper left corner had reached the 90s. Fang Ming furrowed his brow. Despite his uninterrupted victory streak, he found himself ranked only in the 90s. It appeared that this year's competition in Jiangsheng was rather fierce. Chapter 40. The Hidden Aristocracy, Nalan Huowu. As Fang Ming's winning streak advanced once more, reaching 21 consecutive victories, the monitoring teachers in the surveillance room exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had long anticipated the showdown between Fang Ming and Jiang Zhengxi, for it represented the pinnacle of competition in Jiangsheng. However, the outcome was unexpectedly one-sided. What did I tell you? This spider lad's strength is undoubtedly more formidable than it appears. I never imagined he would achieve 21 consecutive victories. Could it be that Jiangsheng's 22 streak is about to be shattered? It seems I truly underestimated him. Who would have thought the desert dragon lizard would not withstand even 5 minutes in his hands? With his current state, he is almost certain to break through Jiangsheng's ranks and enter the national selection. The so-called national selection refers to the top 10 individuals within a single main city region who will enter an elite pool, where only those within the pool will encounter one another. Once one manages to enter this pool, it signifies that they will garner the attention of numerous aristocratic families and influential figures. It is worth noting that individuals from hidden aristocracies are not students from conventional beastmaster schools. They all begin competing from the preliminary rounds. If this lad encounters those prodigies during the national selection, it will certainly be fascinating. Those prodigies are likely all at least 3rd tier, and possibly even 4th tier. Moreover, as members of aristocratic families, their magical beasts typically start at grade B. Thus, regardless of how remarkable this lad's spider may be, it would find it challenging to compete against the offspring of hidden aristocracies. Who knows? Initially, we never anticipated he would reach this stage. Perhaps there truly is a miracle within this lad. Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, these hidden rules were at play. His thoughts were simple. He aimed to press forward with Mao Mao. After defeating Jiang Zhengxi, he effortlessly triumphed in the next 2 battles. With his winning streak climbing to 23, the system's matching time noticeably extended. Fang Ming seized this opportunity to make minor adjustments and rest, allowing his long-held mental state and sustained spiritual energy a brief reprieve. After approximately 2 minutes, The matching frame flickered slightly, indicating a successful match against an opponent. He pondered, I wonder how many consecutive victories my next opponent has? As the opponent's ID appeared, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was not the opponent's name that struck him as particularly remarkable, but rather the fiery number that accompanied it. 24. This number exceeded his own by one victory. It seemed he had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Clenching his fists, a spark of fiery combat intent ignited within his eyes. As the character loaded, his opponent's visage came into full view. Standing across from him was a girl with a long ponytail, clad in a striking red short skirt, exuding an aura of vibrant energy akin to a flame. Fang Ming glanced at her ID name, Nalan Holwu. The surname Nalan was exceedingly rare. To his recollection, the Nalan family was known as a beast master aristocracy. He speculated whether this was merely a coincidence or if she genuinely hailed from such a lineage. However, given her impressive winning streak, Fang Ming began to form a hypothesis in his mind. Mao, prepare for battle. Following each match, the status of his backpack and magical beasts would refresh to the latest state. This meant that Fang Ming had countless opportunities for fusion at his disposal, rendering any hesitation unnecessary. As he summoned the fuzzy spider, he simultaneously utilized a grade B material, the thunder crystal. The moment the fuzzy spider touched the ground, it rapidly expanded and transformed into the grade B magical beast, the thunderous demon spider. The girl across from him, upon witnessing this, exhibited no signs of surprise. Her gaze remained as indifferent as ever, as if she were regarding an ant easily crushed beneath her foot. With the appearance of the thunderous demon spider, the girl swiftly vanished from sight, retreating to a considerable distance in an instant. Simultaneously, two magical beasts surged forth from her body, one to the left and one to the right, both charging toward the fuzzy spider. Fang Ming felt a jolt of surprise. This was the first time he encountered a beast master capable of simultaneously controlling two magical beasts in battle during the preliminary rounds. This indicated her profound confidence in her combat prowess, as well as her status as at least a third-tier beast master. Only with sufficient spiritual energy could one support the fierce combat of two battle-type magical beasts. This situation raised a fundamental question regarding combat knowledge. While high-tier beast masters can summon multiple magical beasts to fight simultaneously, they often refrain from maxing out their summoning limits due to the significant burden it poses. Confident beast masters typically summon half the maximum capacity of magical beasts, ensuring that their spiritual energy remains at optimal output and that they retain sufficient backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. Conversely, beast masters with average control over their spiritual energy tend to summon only a single beast for battle. The moment the girl summoned her two magical beasts, Fang Ming swiftly identified them. One was a grass-type wisteria demon, while the other was a water-grass hybrid, the wood-fish spirit. Both of these magical beasts were also of grade B status, and their aura suggested they had reached the level of third-tier magical beasts. Indeed, she was a formidable opponent. Fang Ming exhibited no inclination to relax, promptly instructing the thunder spider to adopt a defensive stance. After all, he was facing a 2-on-1 situation. Should the thunder spider falter in its response, he would find himself exposed to the assault of the other beast, a perilous endeavor indeed. The woman across from him raised an eyebrow at Fang Ming's decision. Typically, opponents who boast a streak of victories possess a robust confidence in their combat prowess and seldom opt for proactive defense. Fang Ming's choice, however, revealed a level of combat experience that was remarkably mature. Regrettably, failure was still inevitable. Nalan Houwu's lips curled slightly upward as she issued an attack command to her two beasts. The wisteria demon lashed out with numerous long tendrils toward the thunder spider, while the wooden fish sprite expelled a multitude of bubbles, encircling the fluffy creature. These bubbles resembled individual vacuum prisons, from which escape would prove exceedingly difficult once ensnared. The thunder spider's response was equally straightforward, employing sheer force to overcome adversity. As a fourth-tier beast, its attributes were significantly enhanced by the amalgamation of various materials, providing a considerable advantage over its peers. Fang Ming was keenly aware of this advantage. The thunder spider unfurled its 8 elongated legs, akin to colossal spears obscuring the sky, shattering the traps and dilemmas surrounding it. The myriad tendrils of the wisteria demon were sliced into fragments by its razor-sharp legs, while the bubbles of the wooden fish sprite burst like phantoms under the onslaught of the fluffy creature. Impossible. Even if your spider has undergone mutation, it cannot possibly shatter skills of the same tier merely through physical superiority. Nalan Houwu found it hard to comprehend the scene unfolding before her, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Fang Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked softly, "Miss Houwu, you seem rather alarmed. In the realm of beast masters, nothing is impossible. You merely shattered two skills, and you're already so pleased with yourself." I shall teach you a proper lesson. Clearly incensed by Fang Ming's words, Nalan Huowu promptly issued another command. Wisteria Demon, Wooden Fish Sprite, execute a combination technique. Chapter 41, Flashing Thunder, defeating the combination technique. Fang Ming was taken aback upon hearing this command. Combination techniques unleash a power that far exceeds the mere sum of individual skills, instead multiplying their potency. No wonder Nalan Huowu had achieved 24 consecutive victories. She undoubtedly had a trump card. Fluffy, unleash Flashing Thunder. Fang Ming unhesitatingly commanded the Thunder Spider to employ its B-class lightning skill. The pollen from the Wisteria Demon merged with the bubbles from the Wooden Fish Sprite, transforming into a myriad of ethereal illusions that dispersed throughout the air, colorless and formless. This enchanting spectacle seemed capable of entrancing one's heart and soul in an instant. Yet, Fang Ming was acutely aware that these illusions harbored an inexorable threat. Fortunately, the Thunder Spider's Flashing Thunder, executed with all its might, descended like a deluge of lightning and divine thunder, annihilating all the illusions simultaneously. This resplendent scene captivated even Fang Ming, momentarily leaving him entranced. Simultaneously, as the thunder struck, countless arcs of electricity danced along the bubbles, forming narrow electrical arcs in the air. In an instant, the entire arena was alive with flickering arcs of electricity. The Wisteria Demon and Wooden Fish Sprite, caught in the center of the arena, were paralyzed before they could react and collapsed helplessly. Truly, the B-class skill was formidable. Fang Ming mused, distancing himself from the electric battlefield and sighing softly. Despite his victory, he recognized that it was due to the presence of the water attribute skills on the opposing side. In a certain sense, this inadvertently amplified the effectiveness of the Thunder Spider's lightning skills. It was solely because of the elemental advantage that he managed to dismantle the opponent's combination technique so effortlessly. Had the opposing beasts possessed different attributes, without the benefit of elemental restraint, breaching their defenses would have been far less straightforward. Little demon, wooden fish. Nalan Huowu seemed desperate, disregarding her own safety as she rushed forward. Fang Ming sighed. Despite her evident talent and potential, her lack of combat experience was glaring. To take such a reckless risk in this situation was unwise, and he was relieved this was merely a virtual combat scenario. Otherwise, the numerous electrical arcs could have potentially proven fatal. Of course, Fang Ming had never harbored any pity for his opponents, especially in a nationwide examination where every moment counted. The thought flickered briefly in his mind before he commanded the Thunder Spider to eliminate the remaining threats. Congratulations on your victory. You are currently on a winning streak, with 23 points, for a total score of 254 points. Matching you with an opponent shortly, please wait. In the preparation space, Fang Ming let out a small sigh of relief. Nalan Huowu's strength was indeed formidable. Had her combat experience been a touch more seasoned, even if he could win, it would have likely been far from effortless. It seemed that genuine talents existed in this preliminary round, and he could not afford to be complacent, he reminded himself silently. Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, in the examination room of Jiangqing, several proctors were nearly jolted from their seats in astonishment. I must be seeing things. This little fellow actually defeated the jewel of the Nalan family? I thought that last combination technique would surely lead to the spider's downfall. Indeed, with such a move, even a fifth-tier beast would struggle to withstand it. I never expected it to be countered. Goodness, something significant is about to unfold. This lad may very well become famous. How could he not? He shattered Jiangqing's record of 22 consecutive victories and took down a seed player from a hidden family as a free agent. Enough. If this lad truly is a free agent, I must take him on as a student. Not a chance. You were just doubting him and felt he was lacking. What do you know? This is about passing the test with strength. Only then can this lad truly align with my aspirations. All right, enough joking. As mere ordinary teachers, we likely won't have a chance to guide this young man. At present, these match recordings are temporarily stored in the tournament database, and once the preliminary rounds conclude, countless individuals will likely seek to connect with this young man. Upon hearing this, the proctors collectively sighed. Currently, across the entire Long Kingdom, aside from official powers, numerous noble families and conglomerates exist. The government primarily relies on the Beast Master Association to manage Beast Masters uniformly and depends on beast training schools to cultivate a large pool of reserve talents. In contrast, noble families possess ample wealth and resources, allowing them to nurture their own elite beast masters and continuously amass more beast masters to serve their interests, thus forming a formidable conglomerate. The government can only offer relatively equitable administrative positions, yet in terms of resource provision, it cannot compare to the noble families and conglomerates. Consequently, many talented beast masters have been poached by these families and organizations to serve privately. The young spider, having navigated the arduous path of an independent practitioner to reach this point, must have faced innumerable challenges. In pursuit of enhanced growth and development, he could hardly resist. Nor would he have any justification to reject the enticing resources and funding offered by the corporations. After all, the resources required in the latter stages of becoming a beast master are exceedingly difficult to amass without the backing of a prominent family. Individual accumulation simply falls short. How could we, mere educators earning meager salaries, ever compete with those corporate giants? Let us rejoice for this little fellow. His current achievements are a testament to his diligence and hard work, and he is deserving of every bit of it. The proctors, observing Fang Ming's serene figure on the small screen, exchanged glances filled with admiration. This young man may very well become the next legendary figure of Jiangqing. The previous record holder for consecutive victories, having achieved 22 wins, has now ascended to a leadership role in the new generation of Jiangqing. With the competition still ongoing, one wonders just how far this young man can go. I venture to guess he might achieve 24 consecutive wins. Every subsequent opponent is a master among masters, and each additional victory is akin to scaling a mountain, making each win exponentially more challenging than all preceding ones combined. The bespectacled teacher resumed his rational analysis. Since you put it that way, I'll wager on 25 consecutive wins. Loser treats the other to dinner with crawfish tonight. Huh. You're trying to take advantage of me again. Very well, I accept your wager. After all, every step this young spider takes is setting new records. Let us witness just how far he can go. Mr. Zhang smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the screen, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 42. The mightiest opponent, Yi Bingtong. Since triumphing over Nalan Huowu, Fang Ming's streak has reached 24 victories. Meanwhile, the number displayed in the upper left corner of the screen has ascended to double digits. Fang Ming deduced that he must currently hold the 10th position in Jiangqing. However, the system's matchmaking seemed to have hit a standstill. After waiting for a considerable time without any opponent being matched, Fang Ming scratched his head in confusion, glancing at the countdown in the upper right corner, which now showed only 10 minutes remaining. If only I could have one more opponent to boost my points, he thought to himself. Just then, the matchmaking system seemingly responded to his silent plea and, albeit belatedly, revealed a notification. You have been matched with an opponent and are entering the battle arena. Please wait. Fang Ming's eyes brightened. Securing an opponent was indeed fortuitous. Following a brief delay, the opponent's ID materialized on the screen, Yi Bingtong. Heavens, it's Yi Bingtong. I recall he was already at the 3rd tier when he joined the Dragon Tooth squad, wasn't he? It's quite surprising that he chose to enlist instead of fulfilling his duties as the heir of the Yi family. Yet, it seems he made the right choice. Rapidly rising from a new recruit in Dragon Tooth to a renowned star in the military within just a year. This time, the young spider may truly meet his match. Yi Bingtong's reputation is well earned. Even us seasoned veterans might not stand a chance against him. With his prowess, he's southbound to place in the top 3 in this major examination. Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, the proctoring teachers, who had been closely monitoring him, were utterly taken aback upon seeing Yi Bingtong's name. Even Mr. Zhang, who had high hopes for Fang Ming, wore a pessimistic expression, resigned to the fact that the young spider's winning streak might very well come to an end. At that moment, Fang Ming's focus remained solely on the fiery numeral following his opponent's name, 24 consecutive victories. Another formidable foe. Fang Ming's spirit surged. As the system completed its loading process, Yi Bingtong's figure became clearly visible before Fang Ming. He was a tall man, with a commanding presence, his face bearing an expression of cold severity, exuding an indefinable aura. Perhaps, as his name suggests, he had indeed experienced military life. The opponent seemed slightly taken aback upon seeing Fang Ming. You are not from one of those hidden families? What does that mean? Fang Ming glanced at him, intrigued by his words. The matchmaking had taken at least 3 minutes, and with roughly 10 minutes remaining for the competition, there would likely be no further opportunities after this match. This was probably his final bout, so he felt no urgency. This was also the first time since entering the competition that he hadn't rushed to make a move. You're not one of the hidden families? The opponent inquired. Hidden families? Fang Ming paused for a moment, quickly analyzing the implications of this term, and thought to himself. I am not. Upon hearing this response, Yi Bingtong's lips curled into a slight smile. How intriguing. It seems it has been quite some time since someone like you, an outsider, entered the selection pool, aside from that peculiar case from previous years. Although Fang Ming found the information in the other S words intriguing, he refrained from probing further, merely shrugging and regarding the opponent. This should be our final match. Shall we proceed? Of course. I haven't had a chance to spar with someone outside my usual circle in ages, and I'm quite curious about your strength. Yi Bingtong smiled slightly. However, it seems your realm is only at the 2nd tier to have come this far. That is indeed somewhat astonishing. Fang Ming's expression remained unchanged. The realm is merely one aspect of strength. It does not wholly define combat capability. Well said. Fang Ming's retort did not provoke any ire from Yi Bingtong. Instead, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. I am beginning to admire you more and more. Please refrain from addressing me with such condescension. Let us see whose skills are superior first. Fang Ming shook his head, indifferent to the other's praise. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. I didn't expect to encounter someone who shares my passion for battle even more than I do. Then, as you wish, let us begin. As Yi Bingtong's words fell, a colossal figure emerged behind him. Arise, Holy Judgment Knight. Simultaneously, Fang Ming also commanded the fusion. The form of the fluffy spider immediately expanded to the peak B-class Thunderous Demon Spider battle form. In the vast training ground, two enormous magical beasts stood facing each other. Fang Ming recognized the Holy Judgment Knight. It was an A-class magical beast of holy attributes, boasting formidable combat prowess, clad in resplendent silver armor. It resembled an ancient knight reborn. One could say this magical beast embodied the resurrection of ancient heroes clad in armor, exhibiting extreme strength in both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was also the dream beast of countless holy attribute beastmasters. No wonder Yi Bingtong spoke with such confidence. He indeed had the backing to do so. Fang Ming smiled, noting that his opponent's realm did not exceed expectations, remaining within the 4th-tier range, a combat strength he could contend with. The peak B-class Thunderous Demon Spider facing off against the A-class Holy Judgment Knight, both at the 4th tier, might appear disadvantageous for the Thunderous Demon Spider on the surface. However, Fang Ming was confident that with the Thunderous Demon Spider's superior attributes, he had a chance to emerge victorious. Before any clash of might, the formidable presence of two colossal beasts collided in the air, as if they had sparked invisible flames. In the next moment, both combatants surged toward each other in unison. Countless afterimages flickered in the atmosphere, accompanied by a symphony of clashing sounds. This was the rapid exchange of blows between them. The lightning strikes of the thunderous spider met the armor of the Judgment Knight with little discernible effect, while the knight's sword was deftly evaded by the agile movements of the thunderous spider. Your spider is indeed extraordinary. Cultivating it to such a level must have come at a significant cost, Yi Bingtong remarked suddenly, his gaze toward Fang Ming filled with admiration. Are you truly a recluse? What is wrong with pursuing solitary cultivation? Fang Ming replied nonchalantly. The two exchanged glances while conversing, and the chaotic yet harmonious scene of the two beasts battling raged on in the background. If my Yi family were to support your cultivation, the only price would be your assistance in our family's times of peril. Would you be willing? Yi Bingtong said, scrutinizing him intently. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an unusual proposition during this preliminary match. If I recall correctly, the Yi family is a renowned aristocratic clan, surely. You do not require a mere individual like myself for protection? Yi Bingtong smiled slightly, undeterred by Fang Ming's hesitation. What if I were to represent not the Yi family but myself, and the one I ask you to protect is not an entire clan, but an individual? Would you agree? Fang Ming fell into a brief silence, genuinely puzzled by the man's intentions. Meanwhile, the battle intensified beside them. The thunderous spider revealed its full arsenal, unleashing a barrage of skills, Frost Nova combined with Frigid Beam, venomous stings paired with silk weaving. In that moment, the spider seemed like a heavily armed artillery unit, launching relentless strikes against the defensive Judgment Knight. Yi Bingtong raised an eyebrow. With such a diverse array of skills, you have once again exceeded my expectations. However, the Judgment Knight's offensive and defensive capabilities are exceptional. Without a breakthrough from an absolute high-tier skill, you will not triumph over me. Nothing is absolute. That may not be the case, Fang Ming replied with a subtle smile, uttering a few words with a hint of confidence. Mao Mao, unleash Scorching Breath. As his command echoed, the thunderous spider expelled a torrent of searing flames toward the encircled Judgment Knight. The knight, recently encased in Frost Nova, began to redden under the combined effects of ice and fire, with cracks forming across its steel plating. Yi Bingtong's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Fang Ming smiled lightly. It is merely a simple attribute reaction in dealing with such a massive steel behemoth. A sudden drop in temperature after extreme overheating alters its hardness attributes. This is the ideal moment for Mao Mao to strike. The thunderous spider seized the opportunity, crashing into the already weakened Judgment Knight, dismantling it completely. Upon witnessing this, Yi Bingtong sighed and shook his head slightly, promptly recalling the Judgment Knight into his pet space. Well executed, but alas, family duty prevails. I must secure this battle. As his words fell, another terrifying beast descended upon the arena. Chapter 43, Unbeaten Streak, Little Red S Fusion. Mysteria, an A-ranked beast of psychic properties, is said to wield a mental power potent enough to distort space itself. Suspended midair in a humanoid form, it emanated a formidable pressure even before engaging in combat. To unleash a 4th-tier prowess from a 2nd-tier beast master is indeed remarkable. Your talent could easily be deemed S rank, Yi Bingtong remarked coolly. Fang Ming remained noncommittal. Keen insight. So, is this Mysteria your trump card? No. In my view, the only dependable ally is oneself. Yi Bingtong's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light as he regarded Fang Ming. A sense of foreboding surged within Fang Ming, tightening his brow. Mao Mao go. The thunderous spider charged fearlessly toward Mysteria, but Yi Bingtong merely shook his head impassively. By your reasoning, my trump card is myself. As Yi Bingtong's words lingered in the air, Fang Ming's sense of impending doom peaked, his heart racing wildly. In the next instant, a sharp blade of light lunged toward him from behind. The speed. Fang Ming had no time to turn, summoning his second beast for the first time. Little Red. Armor fusion. Indeed, the summoned creature was the slime monster, Little Red. Although the slime monster lacked combat prowess, it served as a commendable defensive ally. Furthermore, through previous research, Fang Ming discovered the slime monster possessed transformation abilities, prompting him to keep it nearby for protection. Simultaneously, as the slime monster enveloped Fang Ming's back, he issued another command in his mind. System, initiate a 100-fold fusion of Little Red using giant energy, or D-rank. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The defense of the transmuting slime monster has increased 100-fold. Duration, 10 minutes. All of this transpired in an instant. Just as the slime monster enveloped Fang Ming, the blade struck fiercely against his back. Fang Ming was sent flying, yet thanks to the slime monster's protection, he emerged unscathed. I hadn't anticipated you possessing such a backup, Yi Bingtong, appearing behind Fang Ming, furrowed his brows at the slime monster shielding him. Unfortunately, it's merely an F-rank beast. Considering your talent, contracting such a creature solely for defense seems somewhat wasteful. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Fang Ming retorted coldly, locking eyes with Yi Bingtong. This adversary was indeed formidable. Fang Ming never expected Yi Bingtong to confront him directly as a beast master, employing such a method to eliminate him. Do not be surprised. My talent is A-rank, psychokinesis, which grants me combat enhancement for both my beasts and myself. Yi Bingtong smiled. Now that you have summoned your second beast, I shall unleash my full potential. With his words, Yi Bingtong surged towards Fang Ming. Once considered a practical expert in beast mastery, Fang Ming now found his skills utterly lacking against Yi Bingtong. The latter's superior combat technique and unexpected psychokinetic prowess left Fang Ming gasping for breath under the relentless onslaught. Even while suspended in midair, Yi Bingtong could unleash unforeseen new attacks, exploiting the effects of psychokinesis to evade Fang Ming's strikes despite having no angles for escape. This underhanded fighting style left Fang Ming feeling utterly exasperated. Your combat capabilities have exceeded my expectations significantly. To be frank, even among those esteemed families, your skills would undoubtedly place you among the elite. Yi Bingtong smiled slightly, a hint of pride gracing his features. But alas, you have encountered me. Fang Ming shook his head. You are indeed formidable, yet your direction is somewhat misguided. A beast tamer should always prioritize their pet as the core, ensuring their own safety, while you have recklessly positioned yourself as a sharp spear, placing yourself in danger. This is akin to a general of an army charging to the front lines, an inversion of priorities. Misguided. Yi Bingtong's eyes narrowed, momentarily pausing at Fang Ming's words. Perhaps you should save that statement for when you can defeat me. With that, his strikes became increasingly swift. Fang Ming understood that his previous remark had likely struck a nerve. It seemed Yi Bingtong had faced considerable scrutiny on this path. Fang Ming calmly maintained his defense. As the mud monster, Xiao Hong, having undergone a 100-fold enhancement, could now withstand Yi Bingtong's assaults. Thus, Fang Ming felt no anxiety, his focus more attuned to the main battlefield where the magical beasts clashed. At that moment, the thunderous demon spider and Mysteria were locked in an intense struggle. The entire arena was nearly enveloped in the crackling chaos of the thunderous demon spider. Meanwhile, Mysteria, utilizing her agile and rapid movements, leaped swiftly amidst the electric flashes, continuously launching psychic attacks against the thunderous demon spider. It appeared that neither beast would yield a decisive victory anytime soon. With a sudden thought, Fang Ming retrieved an herb. System, fuse the spirit ginseng, degrade, with the pet Xiaohong. Ding, fusion successful, special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The attack power of the transforming mud monster has increased 100-fold, duration, 10 minutes. Indeed, this time he chose to take the offensive. With the mud monster enhanced 100-fold, its attack power surged dramatically. Faced with Yi Bingtong's renewed assault, Fang Ming opted not to evade, but to meet force with force. Yi Bingtong, clearly unprepared for Fang Ming's proactive strike after having been on the defensive, boldly engaged him directly. A thin layer of psychic membrane enveloped Yi Bingtong's body, providing protection against attacks while augmenting his strength. However, against the mud monster's hundredfold enhanced assault, it shattered like paper upon contact. The might of the magical beast was undeniably superior to that of humans. The overwhelming force pierced through Yi Bingtong's entire arm, almost instantly incapacitating it. Such formidable strength. The searing pain merely caused Yi Bingtong to furrow his brow slightly. He appeared unfazed, gazing intently at Fang Ming. It seems I have underestimated you. This F-grade beast of yours. It is likely far more exceptional than it appears. Fang Ming shrugged. I have long indicated that one should not solely assess combat capability by surface appearances. Realms and attributes are mere illusions. Ha, you are right. I did not expect you to impart yet another lesson. Yi Bingtong displayed no hint of anger, instead radiating nonchalance. Perhaps your path is not incorrect. But if you were to coordinate with your pet instead of charging in alone, it might yield a more favorable outcome. Fang Ming regarded him with an appreciative glint in his eyes. Yi Bingtong, with a complex expression, replied, That is a commendable suggestion. I shall consider it. Fang Ming smiled. Can you continue? Let it be. You hold the advantage now, and time is running out. In this contest, I concede victory to you. Should there be a next time, it certainly will not be so simple. Yi Bingtong raised his uninjured arm and waved nonchalantly at Fang Ming, adding, Do not forget my earlier suggestion. If you have ideas, feel free to contact me. My hunter ID bears the same name. With that, he voluntarily conceded and exited. Just as the countdown in the upper right corner reached 0, in the final moment of exiting the space, Fang Ming observed the recalculation of his points. The number in the upper left corner flickered slightly, synchronously beginning to change. Chapter 44, An Unbeaten Contest, third in the nation? As the battle concluded, Fang Ming returned to the preparation space. The countdown had reached 0, yet none of the candidates could exit the virtual combat system immediately. They now awaited the final score tallies and rankings from the system. Fang Ming distinctly remembered glancing at the upper left corner for the rankings just before exiting. At that time, the points were in the process of being calculated and had not immediately manifested. Nevertheless, he was confident he had secured a place in the top 10. Different rewards were bestowed upon the top 10, top 100, and top 1,000 candidates in the preliminary round. These rewards were too enticing to overlook. Moreover, only the top 10,000 candidates in the preliminaries would qualify for the national examination's main event. The system's calculations did not linger for long. Approximately 10 minutes later, a system prompt appeared before Fang Ming. Congratulations, your ranking has been finalized. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the national examination's main event. Congratulations. Your final ranking in this preliminary round is third in the nation. Congratulations, your rewards from this preliminary round have been issued to your personal backpack. 4 prompt boxes popped up in quick succession, and Fang Ming adeptly prepared to close them one by one. Finally, he had entered the main event of the national competition. Though it was anticipated, the reality of the news stirred a sense of excitement within him. The third message indicating his total score ranking was indeed normal, likely due to others finishing their matches in shorter times with more victories. It was a respectable ranking, but wait. Just as Fang Ming was about to dismiss the notifications, he paused in surprise. Third in the nation? Wasn't the number in the upper left corner representing Jiangxing? At that moment, Fang Ming was momentarily stunned, before slowly realizing the implications. No wonder those final 2 opponents had been exceptionally fierce. They were indeed top-tier experts on a national scale. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Fang Ming opened the virtual combat system's backpack. Quite generous, they awarded a full 100 million Dragon Country coins. This was a substantial resource. Fang Ming could not help but marvel at the officials' lavishness. Even at the preliminary stage, such a bountiful reward was offered. Most importantly, he finally had enough funds for his talent upgrades. He had only been short by 50 million, and unexpectedly, this preliminary round had allowed him to surpass that threshold. Fang Ming was eager to contact Shirtu for assistance in sourcing A-grade materials across various departments. The examination has concluded. You may exit the competition space at any time. The system's notification finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Fang Ming promptly withdrew the rewards from the virtual combat system into his ID card. He then decisively exited the system. Although the exam was conducted in an online simulated space, there were designated examination points offline. Upon exiting the system, Fang Ming surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the other candidates were experiencing a mix of jubilation and despair. Damn, the opponents matched against me were utterly monstrous. I believe this matching system is specifically targeting me. One candidate complained in frustration. I also encountered an exceptionally powerful foe during my 3 consecutive victories, ending my winning streak. Damn, it severely impacted my point ranking. Thus, I proclaimed that this competition is utterly unjust, entirely reliant on fortune. the quality of one's performance is inconsequential, as it primarily hinges on the compatibility of the match. The moment these words escaped my lips, they resonated deeply with a multitude of examinees. A cacophony of complaints erupted within the examination hall. A group of inept individuals, lacking in their own prowess, dared to blame the matchmaking system. What a farce. At this stage of the preliminaries, I merely exerted a modicum of effort, and yet I stood unmatched. To be candid, isn't it sufficient to simply participate in the preliminaries? The tide of grievances only served to amplify the derision. In an instant, chaos reigned both within the examination venue and beyond. Thanks to the system's prompt calculation of points, the moment the countdown for the preliminaries concluded and the rankings were announced, the final results were already determined. Naturally, the majority of candidates had been eliminated, barred from the forthcoming national examination. Thus, it was a moment ripe for discontent. A collective uproar, where even the slightest exchange of words was magnified infinitely. In the heart of Jiangcheng, a luxurious estate stood proudly. It was the residence of the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, the Wang family. At this moment, a young man with a buzz cut, his countenance dark and brooding, listened intently to a report from his subordinate. Are you saying that Fang Ming has indeed awakened a new talent and has advanced to third place nationally? Yes, young master. This is the information relayed to us by our examination supervision team. It must be accurate, the subordinate replied respectfully. Impossible. The young man, Wang Tong, slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage upon hearing his subordinate's words. That worthless individual has clearly lost all his talent. How could he possibly reach third place nationally? Even with my current abilities, I wouldn't dare claim a spot in the top 10. Yet, the subordinate faltered in his speech. Silence. Wang Tong roared, unleashing a fierce slap upon the reporting individual. The subordinate was knocked to the ground, rendered mute, and silently rose to kneel again before Wang Tong. Enough, Teng'er, what's with this excessive fuss? A middle-aged man, dressed in an elegant suit, entered the room with a composed demeanor. He was Wang Lang, the current head of the Wang family. I have long told you that you are the legitimate heir of our Wang family, destined to inherit the entire estate. In times of great significance, one must maintain composure. How can you hope to inherit the Wang family with such behavior? Wang Lang gazed at Wang Tong, clearly displeased with his current demeanor. Yes, father. Teng'er shall take your words to heart. Wang Tong lowered his head, uttering this in submission, yet a flicker of defiance glimmered in his eyes. What was the quarrel about earlier? If your grandfather hears of this, you shall surely face his wrath. Wang Lang settled into a chair in the main hall, taking a sip of tea before inquiring. It was merely a trivial matter. You need not concern yourself, father. Wang Tong smiled, concealing his earlier fury. I understand you have your own affairs, but you must handle everything with thoroughness and avoid inviting trouble, lest you require your father to clean up after you. Wang Lang cast him a sidelong glance, took another sip of tea, and then rose to leave. Should there be a matter that requires your grandfather's assistance, it is imperative to resolve it swiftly. The national examination is tomorrow. Do not disappoint me. As Wang Lang's words faded, an elderly man, marked by age, silently emerged from behind him and approached Wang Tong. Teng'er shall heed father's teachings. Wang Tong promptly bowed, respectfully bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, his underlying malevolence concealed from view. Once he confirmed that Wang Lang had departed, Wang Tong straightened, turning to the elder beside him. Old Wang, regarding the incident where Ergo was murdered outside the city, did your investigation reveal anything related to a sinister magical spider? Indeed, young master, Old Wang nodded, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes upon hearing this. Humph, it must be Fang Ming's doing. Since that time, he has likely been targeting our Wang family. Wang Tong's expression turned frigid as he articulated his suspicions. What? Old Wang exclaimed, instantly taken aback, a surge of rage emanating from his gaze. If it is indeed this brat, I shall kill him to avenge Ergo. Wang Tong replied coolly, keeping him alive is a persistent threat. Since you wish to take action, Old Wang, I implore you to expedite his demise before he grows too formidable. Very well, as the young master commands. The old servant shall see to it promptly. Make haste, I do not wish to see him at tomorrow's examination. Chapter 45, Thunderous Methods, Annihilating the Foe. The surrounding tumult persisted unabated. Fang Ming paid no heed to the raucous discussions, resolutely exiting the examination venue and making his way home. The national examination was imminent, scheduled to commence the following day. Fang Ming needed to return home swiftly to ensure adequate rest. Having fought through more than 20 matches, his spirit was extremely fatigued. The midday sun blazed overhead as he traversed the shaded paths, entering a quiet alley, the surroundings growing increasingly secluded. Finally, he came to a halt. After following me for so long, you may reveal yourself now. Fang Ming spoke calmly. Fang Ming, you possess remarkable audacity. Knowing I am here, yet daring to tread such a desolate path. Do you believe that with your newfound talent, you can act with impunity? A chilling voice emerged from behind him, and a familiar figure materialized before him once more. Ah, it's the director of education. It has indeed been a long time. Fang Ming regarded the figure with an expression devoid of surprise. Fang Ming, this isolated alley is the perfect place for the burial of trash. You are destined for obscurity. And even your death will go unnoticed. Ha ha ha. The director of education beamed with arrogant satisfaction, clearly relishing the prospect of striking here. At these words, Fang Ming's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, this was the most fitting place for the interment of detritus. Fang Ming, you shall not escape here today. Even if you pass the preliminaries, even if you have regained your talent, you will never have the opportunity to participate in the national examination. The director of education's gaze was cold, a cruel smile gracing his lips, his demeanor shifting from that of an educator to a fiendish visage. You instigated this confrontation. You sought your own demise. You could have simply walked away, yet you chose to provoke me. Thus, you must perish. It is a tragedy to have someone like you as a teacher at Beast Mastery High. You are the one who is truly pitiable. For you are irrevocably condemned to be nothing but trash. Fang Ming's eyes reflected a tranquil surface, unyielding against the director's malevolent countenance. You are the one who should feel sorrow, for your fate is sealed. You shall forever remain a worthless being. The director of education roared. Summoning forth his beast, a sinister swamp frog, crouched low, casting a venomous glare at Fang Ming, mirroring its master's malevolence. A D-grade, third-tier magical beast, for an ordinary student. This was indeed an insurmountable chasm. Tremble in fear, shudder in terror. This day next year shall mark your demise. The director of education laughed triumphantly, envisioning Fang Ming, trembling in fear of death, begging for mercy. Ultimately, I would eviscerate him, allowing the marsh frog to devour every fragment of his flesh, ensuring that this detestable wretch would never have the opportunity to disgust me again. I am curious, how did someone like you ascend to this position? Fang Ming chuckled, gazing at the director of education with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. Have you not noticed that the path I have chosen has consistently been through unmonitored alleys? Did you never ponder why I deliberately selected this route, fully aware of your pursuit? Indeed, in your eyes, we impoverished students, devoid of connections, are merely refuse. Even the most gifted among us are but fodder for your insatiable appetite. You occupy a position that rightfully does not belong to you, plundering the hard work and resources of others to sustain yourself. The existence of someone like you truly repulses me. My innate talent has been squandered in the hands of someone like you, which is profoundly lamentable. Fang Ming regarded him coldly, finally unmasking the fury that simmered within. Boundless rage radiated from the depths of his eyes, as if thunder had shattered a tranquil lake, unleashing endless waves of tumult and wrath. Enough, let the wretch perish. The director of education, incensed by Fang Ming's words, could no longer endure and commanded the marsh frog to attack. The true vermin here is you. With that declaration, Mao Mao appeared on Fang Ming's shoulder, launching itself toward the marsh frog in unison. The clash of the frog and spider in midair was predictably one-sided. With a single strike, the fuzzy spider forcefully brought the marsh frog crashing to the ground. Another claw pierced through the frog's chest, ruthlessly tearing out its innards. You. The director, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, turned pale with fear and could not help but take a step back. His corpulent frame trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Am I exceeding your expectations? Did you not foresee this? Fang Ming smiled faintly, stating, to be honest, I thought you would at least hire some assassins and supervise the spectacle from a distance. I never imagined you would be foolish enough to engage directly. However, that makes it all the easier for me to eliminate you. No. You cannot kill me. I am the director of education at the Beast Taming Academy. If you kill me, you will pay with your life. The director, suddenly struck by an idea, looked at Fang Ming with pleading eyes. You can continue to participate in the national examination tomorrow. I will no longer impede you. This way, you can have a bright future. And we shall become strangers from this point forward. Does that sound agreeable? Utterly hopelessly foolish. Fang Ming shook his head, with a single thought. Mao Mao raised its long leg. No. The director, terrified, retreated repeatedly, using his hands to support his overweight body as he stumbled backward. The fuzzy spider seemed to toy with him, merely advancing with its raised leg, the scythe of death hovering above him, yet it did not fall. This was precisely Fang Ming's intent. He wished for the director to savor the taste of fear before his demise, to fully experience the sensation of despair, to feel the agony of an impending plunge into an endless abyss. After all, allowing him to die so easily would be too merciful. He intended to reclaim all the despair, disappointment, sorrow, pain, helplessness, and grief that had been inflicted upon him. Even in death, he would merely assuage his anger temporarily. His next target would be the Wang family. The director, gazing at the fuzzy spider above him, continued to retreat in terror until he was utterly exhausted, his hands giving way as he collapsed to the ground, immobile. "Why are you not escaping?" Fang Ming observed him, a mocking smile curving his lips. "Someone like you should cherish your life. Fang Ming, you cannot truly intend to kill me. Just let me go, and I will give you money, lots of money, or whatever else you desire. We can negotiate, and I will satisfy your demands." The director, suddenly struck by inspiration, spoke eagerly to Fang Ming. However, before he could finish his sentence, impatience had already etched itself across Fang Ming's face. "Enough. Your incessant prattle has nauseated me to the point of intolerance. You are such filth that even the thought of tormenting you has lost its allure." With a flicker of thought from Fang Ming, the fuzzy spider's raised leg finally descended without hesitation. No, the shadow of death, long anticipated, finally descended. Yet the director found no relief, only boundless pain and fury. "Fang Ming, I will not let you go even in death." "Very well, I shall await your arrival." Fang Ming replied coldly. "After all, someone like you makes me wish to obliterate your very soul." The director lay lifeless, definitively deceased. Fang Ming commanded the fuzzy spider to incinerate his corpse, leaving no trace behind. Not even a single item belonging to the director would he touch, for that would repulse him. Clap, clap, clap. Slow, heavy applause echoed from behind Fang Ming. Truly marvelous. How a student can kill a teacher and so expertly erase all traces, so ruthless and malicious. Chapter 46. Visitors from the Wang family, swiftly cut down. In the shadowy alleyway, Fang Ming slowly turned to face an aged visage. "Who are you?" He regarded the newcomer, his tone unceremonious. Appearing at this hour, uttering such words. "You are either a friend or a foe." "Wang family, old Wang." The elder smiled benignly as he observed the scene before him, seemingly intrigued. "Young man, to commit such an act of treachery against your teacher and ancestors, and to remain so composed, it appears you are indeed a bad seed." Fang Ming regarded old Wang coldly. "You have come to me before I even sought you out." Old Wang laughed heartily. "Young man, do you truly believe that by slaying one piece of refuse, you can disregard the Wang family? You are but a leaf obstructing your vision of the vast mountain." In the stillness of the alley, a flicker of unknown brilliance danced in Fang Ming's eyes. Today's plan was solely aimed at the director. The appearance of the Wang family here had not been part of his expectations. They were indeed more astute than I had anticipated, but that was all. Fang Ming scrutinized the elder before him, silently gauging his strength. Regrettably, in his spiritual perception, the elder appeared to be shrouded in a thick veil of darkness, rendering the fluctuations of his spiritual energy entirely undetectable. "Heh, a boastful young man. The Wang family's foundation is far beyond what an insect like you can fathom." Old Wang sneered as he regarded Fang Ming with the gaze of one observing a corpse. "Young man, now that I am here, it signifies but one thing." Fang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The corner of old Wang's mouth curled upward, the wrinkles of his face contorting grotesquely, instilling a sense of dread. "You cannot escape. Today, in this place, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." The instant his words fell, Fang Ming had already commanded Mao Mao to charge at him. The audacity of this old man to appear here clearly indicated he had conducted his investigations into Fang Ming's capabilities. Thus, this battle would undoubtedly be formidable. In this moment, with the intention to strike preemptively while still concealing his trump card, it was imperative to act decisively. As the fluffy spider lunged forward, the ever-adaptable slime monster, Little Red, was summoned by Fang Ming without delay, enveloping him in a protective shroud. This was the most prudent approach to combat. In an instant, the fluffy spider unleashed a torrent of silk towards the elder, weaving layers upon layers of web traps within the narrow alleyway. Old Wang chuckled sinisterly, as if relishing the futile struggles of ants facing their demise. "Excellent. The more you resist death, the more amusing it becomes for me." As his words fell, a massive azure wolf materialized beside him. "Go forth and devour that brat piece by piece." Wang's gaze flickered with a cruel glint as he looked at Fang Ming. "Boy, I have but one question for you. Answer truthfully, and I may consider granting you a complete corpse." Fang Ming regarded old Wang with a contemplative expression. "You wish to know why Wang Tung has set his sights on me?" Wang's countenance darkened slightly. "These matters are private affairs of the young master. I have no interest in them." Fang Ming chuckled. "Ah, it seems Wang Tung has indeed kept this from the Wang family. Let me guess. It's for the position of future head of the family, I assent it? After all, as the wealthiest in Jiangqing, he must find ways to showcase his talents for recognition." Old Wang roared, "Silence. I did not inquire about this. You lack the courage to even listen. You are truly a timid dog." Fang Ming shrugged, his gaze towards old Wang dripping with disdain. Yet, old Wang appeared unfazed by Fang Ming's mockery and instead posed another question. "Boy, I asked you about a month ago. Did you encounter a few youths outside the city?" Fang Ming hesitated momentarily, recalling the boys he had met outside the eerie spider cave on his first venture beyond the city. Upon hearing Old Wang's question, a fleeting thought sparked a suspicion within him. What? Are you seeking my information? You show no sincerity at all. Old Wang's gaze turned icy. The Wang family has decreed that you must die. If you answer me, I might make your end less painful. Fang Ming smirked. Whether I live or die is yet to be seen, but those few fools are indeed dead. Old Wang's eyes narrowed sharply. You truly know. It seems the young master was not mistaken. It is indeed you. And what of it? Fang Ming replied leisurely, folding his arms. You send the young to die. And now the old have come. Neither are worth a dime. You vile wretch. Do you not realize that the boy you killed outside the city was my own grandson? Old Wang bellowed, his eyes turning bloodshot in a fit of rage. Azure Wolf, kill him. Kill him. Birds of a feather flock together. You truly are all cut from the same cloth. Fang Ming's eyes betrayed no fear, only a calm smile, signifying that his actions were indeed justified. As his words echoed, the fluffy spider initiated an offensive. The Azure Wolf, a B-rank, 4th-tier beast, boasted remarkable speed, capable of maximizing its abilities in the wild. It was evident that Old Wang, as a mere servant of the Wang family, possessed such a formidable beast, showcasing the family's profound heritage. As the fluffy spider launched forward, it underwent a fusion evolution. The C-rank, 4th-tier red rock spider re-emerged. In that instant, a scorching line of fire was expelled towards the Azure Wolf D-rank skill, Scorching Breath. The Azure Wolf leaped, its nearly 10-meter-long form bounding off the walls of the alley with the agility of a cat. Fang Ming, observing this scene, exhibited no signs of panic. In his eyes, this old man was nothing more than a second-rate opponent, relying solely on age and a slightly higher tier of cultivation. Although Old Wang's beast was commendable, its control over spiritual energy was evidently mediocre. A 4th-tier beast master could only focus on summoning a single beast for combat. The red rock spider engaged in direct confrontation with the Azure Wolf, continuously ensnaring it with webs to restrict its combat capabilities. The alleyway, already narrow, became even more constricted with the fiery, venomous webs of the red rock spider, rendering the Azure Wolf utterly beleaguered, unable to capitalize on its speed advantage. Old Wang recognized this predicament. He had believed that his specially granted B-rank beast from the Wang family was powerful enough. After all, in Jiangqing, there were barely 30 individuals above the 5th tier, all of whom were well known. As the Wang family, being the wealthiest in Jiangqing, had connections with most of these individuals. The possibility of conflict had seemed remote. Thus, Old Wang had thought himself invincible in Jiangqing, only to be confronted by the anomaly that was Fang Ming. He had witnessed Fang Ming slay the headmaster, but that had merely been the strength of a 3rd-tier beast. The disparity between 4th and 3rd tiers was nearly tenfold. A chasm of power. Old Wang simply could not fathom why the Azure Wolf was being overwhelmed by a mere spider. Azure Wolf, use your skills. Utilize your skills. Old Wang implored, panic-stricken, demanding the Azure Wolf to unleash its full potential. Little did he comprehend that in its current state, self-preservation was already a struggle, let alone mounting a counterattack. Yet, as per the Beast Master's command, the beast was compelled to obey. The Azure Wolf let out a howl, facing the fierce onslaught of the red rock spider, choosing not to evade but to gather its strength, a swirling sphere of azure energy forming in its maw. The red rock spider, swinging its legs with lightning speed, unleashed its spider spear over the Azure Wolf's head, landing gracefully. Simultaneously, the wolf's head, filled with defiance, fell to the ground. Chapter 47, Bloodlust Ignited. Old Wang risks his life. Silence enveloped the narrow alley. Old Wang stared in horror at the fallen Azure Wolf and the severed wolf's head rolling to his feet. Why, you brat? Let today's events end here. You wouldn't want to provoke the Wang family to the point of no return. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming could not suppress a chuckle. Old man, are you afraid for your life? Are you truly prepared to fight to the bitter end? Old Wang's expression turned a ghastly shade of gray, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Ming. You sought me out, and now you wish to negotiate? Fang Ming regarded the elder with a mocking demeanor. Since you've come, you ought to be prepared to stay forever. Fang Ming, I am still of the Wang family. If you truly kill me, there will be no possible terms left between you and the Wang family. Didn't you just claim that I killed your precious grandson? Do you believe there is room for reconciliation between us? Fang Ming smiled faintly at Old Wang. If I let you go today, tomorrow you will undoubtedly reveal all my true strengths to the Wang family and return with a throng to ambush me. Old Wang's face paled in terror, raising his hands high, swearing an oath. I promise. I swear that upon my return, I will not reveal a single detail about you. Or may the heavens strike me down. Since a bad end is inevitable, might as well die now to avoid the hassle. Fang Ming replied coldly, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he commanded the red rock spider to charge directly at Old Wang. You little wretch, you forced my hand. If you wish for mutual destruction. Old Wang's expression hardened, and with gritted teeth, he retrieved a greenish-blue pill from his storage space, bestowed by the Wang family. The 5th rank Azure Pattern Sublimation Pill was originally my means of survival. Since you have forced my hand, I find myself with no choice but to eliminate you today. As the elixir from Old Wang entered his mouth, his aura surged dramatically, ascending from the initial stages of the 4th rank to a frenzied rise. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the constraints of the 4th rank, advancing into the realm of a 5th rank Beast Master. Simultaneously, with a swift gesture, he summoned forth the remaining magical beasts at his command, a D-class red-eyed lizard, a D-class fiery claw sparrow, and a C-class iron fist ape. Although he was a 4th rank Beast Master, aside from the B-class Tsunyo wolf bestowed by the Wang family, the others were magical beasts he had previously contracted. Thus their rarity was not exceptionally high. Fang Ming observed Old Wang's desperate gamble with an impassive gaze. Is this truly your trump card? I find it curious. While you have temporarily ascended in rank thanks to the elixir, how do you intend to elevate your beasts? Old Wang's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Fang Ming. I have my own methods. He bellowed, his bloodline igniting. Fang Ming's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The activation of bloodline power was indeed this old man's innate talent, albeit a D-class one. It could temporarily elevate the rank of his beasts, proving effective in combat. Yet the side effects were considerable. Its duration was brief, and the drawbacks were significant. It paled in comparison to Fang Ming's SSS-class talent that amplified his combat prowess 100-fold. Nevertheless, it presented a genuine challenge at present. With the aid of the Wang family's 5th rank Azure Pattern Sublimation Pill, Old Wang had temporarily elevated himself to a 5th rank Beast Master, allowing him to summon 3 magical beasts to fight alongside him. Coupled with the effects of bloodline activation, these 3 magical beasts had all reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, verging on a 5th rank, though not quite there yet. The Red Rock Demon Spider, despite its formidable attributes and combat prowess, now faced an uphill battle against 3 opponents of equal rank. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Old Wang sneered triumphantly as the 3 magical beasts launched a counterattack against the Red Rock Demon Spider. Fortunately, these beasts lacked elemental attacks, allowing the Red Rock Demon Spider to maneuver through the alley using its webbing. Unleash your skills. Strike that boy down, Old Wang commanded, his impatience growing as the Red Rock Demon Spider held its ground. With a mere thought, he directed his magical beasts to simultaneously employ their abilities. In an instant, the alley was filled with surging magical energy. Fang Ming furrowed his brow. A swift resolution was imperative. If this continued, it could attract unnecessary trouble. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a small compass from his backpack. This was a rare find from the storage space of Shadow Kill, a true treasure. A C-class spirit array. The minor stone array. This formation could only be crafted by a C-class beast master, typically requiring a significant amount of materials of equal caliber. Moreover, the spirit array was reusable, provided sufficient energy stones were available. Fang Ming promptly infused it with spiritual energy, activating the array and casting it towards the 3 magical beasts. The minor stone array took shape instantly, ensnaring all 3 beasts within its confines. Spirit array. Old Wang, having spent years within the Wang family, recognized its significance. However, such arrays were not accessible to everyone, even within the Wang family. As a mere servant, he certainly lacked access to such resources. Boy, while you may possess a spirit array, I doubt it can contain my 3 4th-rank beasts, Old Wang declared, clearly unperturbed. Oh, then let us wait and see. Fang Ming replied nonchalantly. This C-class spirit array could indeed not directly eliminate the 3 peak 4th-rank beasts. However, with the Red Rock Demon Spider traversing the array, it could effectively ensnare them. Meanwhile, Old Wang, exposed and isolated, became the most significant vulnerability. In a battle of beast masters, raw strength was one aspect. Strategy and cunning were equally essential. Moreover, since the inception of the beast master profession, myriad strategies had been devised to combat their inherently frail forms. After all, regardless of whether one was 4th, 5th, or even as high as 8th or 9th rank, once a beast master perished, their magical beasts would similarly vanish into thin air. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Fang Ming's eyes as he donned the battle armor formed by Xiao Hong and charged toward Old Wang. This was a fight for survival, leaving no room for hesitation. Old Wang's countenance shifted as he saw Fang Ming, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly rushed toward him. Realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly drew a gun from his waist, firing directly at Fang Ming. A sinister smile curled upon his lips. Boy, you might have been wise to hide, but now that you've exposed yourself, you're seeking your own demise. Is that so? Fang Ming's voice was chillingly calm as he deftly dodged the bullet with his reflexes. You. Old Wang was left dumbfounded. How could a second-rank beast master possess such reaction speed? Of course, he could not fathom that the crimson armor enveloping Fang Ming was itself a magical beast, one that had undergone 100-fold fusion enhancement. Even so, you must die? Old Wang's expression twisted with rage as he summoned all his spiritual energy and charged at Fang Ming. Since firearms proved ineffective, he resolved to eliminate this boy through close combat. After all, he was currently a 5th-rank beast master, with physical prowess rivaling that of a 3rd-rank beast. This boy was truly courting death. Chapter 48. The national examination commences. As Old Wang charged forward at breakneck speed, a gleaming long sword materialized in Fang Ming's hand, its crystalline brilliance captivating. This was yet another treasure unearthed from Shadow Kill's storage ring, a C-class spirit weapon, the Spirit Light Sword. In this modern era, conventional melee or ranged weapons had fallen out of favor. Beast masters predominantly wielded spirit weapons. However, in the realm of magical beasts, the primary combat power resided in the beasts themselves, as humanity was inherently fragile in their presence. Thus, the combat capabilities of beast masters were often overlooked, with a focus on self-preservation instead. While the Spirit Light Sword was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to the Spirit Array. Boy, it seems you possess considerable wealth. Once I eliminate you, all these treasures will belong to me. Old Wang's previously murderous gaze now shimmered with uncontainable greed as he beheld Fang Ming produce yet another artifact. Surely, the boy's storage space was filled with treasures. No wonder his strength had surged so swiftly. It appeared he had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter. As thoughts swirled in Old Wang's mind, his blood surged with excitement. Yet Fang Ming stood resolute, brandishing the long sword towards him. A resounding clash echoed through the air. The ordinary long sword in Old Wang's hand was unexpectedly severed by Fang Ming with a single stroke. What? Old Wang's face blanched in shock, his pupils constricting in alarm. In that fleeting moment of engagement, he had already discerned the truth. This Fang Ming was no ordinary foe. Such force was beyond what any typical second-tier beastmaster could wield. Without a moment's hesitation after cleaving through Wang's sword, Fang Ming swiftly struck again. In a state of desperation, Old Wang had no choice but to raise his arm to defend himself. Crack! Ack! With hardly any resistance, Fang Ming's sword cleanly severed Old Wang's left arm. Wang let out a pained cry, his face turning ashen. It seems your status as a 5th-tier beastmaster is of little consequence. Fang Ming observed him with an impassive expression as he lifted his sword once more. Old Wang, racked with agony and desperation, struggled to retrieve his 3 magical beasts. Alas, his will was thwarted by the array, rendering him unable to summon them back. No, 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 Fang Ming, we can negotiate. Whatever conditions you desire, I am willing to comply. Old Wang, in his dying throes, attempted to bargain with Fang Ming. Fang Ming regarded him coldly. For the sake of a worthless life, you would utter any words. I have served the Wang family for decades, accumulating many valuable possessions. If you spare me enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arm. Old Wang continued to plead, but Fang Ming simply delivered a fatal blow, severing his head. The demise of a 5th-tier beastmaster bore no distinction from that of a mere 3rd-tier instructor. Fang Ming stared expressionlessly at the headless corpse before him, devoid of any sense of vindication. With Old Wang's death, the trapped magical beasts vanished as well. Fang Ming searched Old Wang's storage ring, casting a cursory glance. A few vials of cultivation elixirs and some low-purity energy stones, worth perhaps around 1 million. However, the most valuable item was undoubtedly the 5th-tier Qingwen sublimation pill that Old Wang had safeguarded, now reduced to a single remaining capsule. This item might prove useful in critical moments. Contemplating this, Fang Ming continued his search, but found nothing else of worth. It appeared the Wang family had not entrusted him with their most valuable possessions. The storage ring itself, however, could still fetch a decent price. Without hesitation, Fang Ming took it and commanded the Crimson Rock Demon Spider to unleash flames, incinerating both the instructor and Old Wang's remains. A pungent stench of charred flesh wafted through the alley. Fang Ming wrinkled his brow, covering his nose as he hastily departed. Though this route lacked surveillance, he could not be certain that no traces were left behind, so he tread carefully, seeking to obscure his tracks. Upon returning home and confirming that everything was in order, Fang Ming exhaled a long breath of relief. The shadow that had loomed over him had finally dissipated. Yet his heart remained taut. After all, the instructor was merely an accomplice. The true mastermind still roamed free, relishing in life. Fang Ming lifted his gaze toward the window, where the evening sky was descending, bathing the world in a beautiful sunset. The entire Jiang City appeared so serene and harmonious. The Wang family, the wealthiest in Jiang City, had ruled over this place for nearly several decades. Perhaps it was time for change. A faint smile graced Fang Ming's lips, yet his eyes held no trace of emotion. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his head and sent a message to Brother Stone, requesting his assistance in monitoring the sources of A-class materials. After all, A-class materials were rare and elusive, while the conventional attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were relatively common. Materials of light, darkness, and dragon attributes were considerably harder to find. With the national exam looming tomorrow, there was little time to gather everything. The following morning, Fang Ming arose early. For today marked the main event of the national exam, and he could afford no mistakes. Sufficient time to prepare for departure was imperative. The rules for the main competition had already been established. Unlike the preliminary rounds conducted online, all candidates were required to convene at the Central Nine Palaces Sky Tower in the city. As the name suggests, the 9 palaces comprised 9 distinct chambers, each presenting entirely different environments and challenges. Candidates would enter the tower to confront these trials, with their scores determined by the duration taken to complete each chamber, culminating in an overall ranking based on their final scores. Prior to this, the highest record set in Jiang City was at the 7th level, established by the current president of the Beastmaster Association, Gongsun Jilan. She had risen to prominence as the foremost representative of the younger generation, becoming a symbol of excellence among the youth of Jiang City. Moreover, every main city had its own sky tower, generally reserved for the exclusive challenges of Beastmasters. Thus, most candidates had some familiarity with the challenges presented by the 9 Palaces Sky Tower. However, the main competition would truly test their mettle. Some candidates might exceed expectations, advancing through additional chambers or shortening their completion times, while others, hindered by their own capabilities and mindset, might falter under pressure. The 9 Palaces Sky Tower loomed majestically at the heart of the main city. Wherever one stood in Jiang City, the tower was visible from almost any vantage point. Fang Ming was no stranger to its presence, having merely passed by at a distance before. Yet, as he gathered at the base of the tower, he finally grasped its grandeur. The tower soared over 1,000 meters, resembling a divine sword piercing the heavens, truly deserving of its title. Constructed from an unknown spiritual material, the entire structure exuded a potent aura of spiritual energy that could be felt even from a kilometer away. Standing beneath the tower felt akin to an ant gazing up at a towering tree, inspiring an overwhelming sense of reverence. As Fang Ming approached the outskirts of the Sky Tower, he found it already teeming with people. Fortunately, the perimeter had been secured by official personnel, who erected a lengthy protective barrier to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering. Only candidates could gain access to the examination area after passing through dual verification of their ID cards and examination permits. Since the examination was a real-time assessment, there was no necessity for revision. The examination was scheduled to commence at 9 a.m. At that moment, most candidates had already arrived early. While many appeared anxious as they awaited the start of the exam, a number were engaged in casual conversation. As Fang Ming approached, he overheard a group discussing the gossip surrounding the previous day's preliminary rounds. Did you hear? In yesterday's preliminaries, our cohort actually produced a national third-place winner. Is that true? I thought the top 10 spots were always dominated by those from Kyoto. When did it become possible for other main cities to compete? Absolutely true. This news just broke, and apparently, the entire Jiang City Examination Committee was astonished. Haha, I wonder which genius achieved such a feat. It seems our cohort is definitely strong this time. Of course, my friends, Jiang City has certainly made waves throughout the entire Dragon Nation this time. As the news spread, an increasing number of individuals joined the discussion. Even those merely spectating from the sidelines were taken aback by the revelation. Securing third place nationally is a remarkable feat, the likes of which has not been witnessed in Jiangxing for decades. Is there any information available regarding this individual? I am genuinely interested in making his acquaintance. It is said that his information has already been sealed off, with various prestigious families and conglomerates preparing to recruit him as a reserve talent for training. Goodness, this person's future appears to be exceptionally bright. If I were in his position, I would forego the national examination and directly pursue opportunities within a consortium. Indeed, even upon completing the national examination, one might only gain entry to one of the 4 esteemed Beast Taming academies. Yet the resources for development within those institutions may not rival the comprehensive support offered by the conglomerates. I wonder how this individual will choose to proceed. Fang Ming had initially intended to focus on his studies, but upon arriving, he was met with the disconcerting realization that news of his achievement was circulating everywhere. It was astonishing that his results, which had only been released the day prior, were already public knowledge. At this moment, it seemed as though whispers of his success echoed through every alleyway, leaving him to ponder who might have leaked such information. He had hoped to maintain a low profile, yet it appeared that he was being paraded about as if to showcase his accomplishments. Fortunately, The name of this so-called genius had not been disclosed, suggesting that the examination committee had taken measures to protect the identity of the candidates. Or perhaps this was a precaution to prevent the conglomerates or families from poaching talent. Contemplating this, Fang Ming's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Lost in thought, he unconsciously found himself beneath the tower, casually selecting a spot to quietly prepare for the upcoming examination. However, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted several familiar faces approaching him. Chapter 49, Beneath the Sky Tower, Reuniting with Old Friends. Fang Ming glanced over and recognized a few of his former classmates from Beast Taming High School. Beneath the Sky Tower, a myriad of candidates exhibited a range of behaviors. Some were quietly preparing, others engaged in lively banter, while a few sought to stir trouble and join the commotion. The individuals approaching Fang Ming were indeed his old classmates. Upon seeing him, they erupted into jovial laughter as if reveling in a long-awaited reunion. Who would have thought, Fang Ming, that you would actually pass the challenge and qualify for the main examination? One exclaimed, "Isn't this wonderful? If someone like Fang Ming could succeed, it indicates that the difficulty of this year's exam is not particularly high, and our chances of passing have increased significantly. Indeed, with Fang Ming serving as a stepping stone, our odds of ascending to greater heights have markedly improved." Another chimed in, "Haha, it seems we owe a debt of gratitude to Fang Ming." They continued, engaging in playful banter, exchanging glances filled with mockery as they directed their attention toward him. The reason for their behavior was simple. Fang Ming had once been the most outstanding student at Beast Taming High School. Seeking validation from him was a source of delight for these individuals. Fang Ming cast a dispassionate glance at them, narrowing his eyes slightly. There are always fools who attempt to elevate themselves by disparaging others. He bore no objection to imparting a lesson to these individuals. At that moment, a few others happened to pass by and witnessed the unfolding scene. Leading the group was Mo Yushin, who had encountered Fang Ming just days prior during the offline registration at the entrance of Beast Taming High School. Observing the provocations directed at Fang Ming, his lips curled into a smirk as he paused to watch the spectacle. After all, he had engaged in similar antics that day, only to learn from Fang Ming's decisive punch that might is indeed right. Given Fang Ming's temperament, it was unlikely that these provocateurs would fare well. As he prepared to enjoy the show, the group turned and spotted Mo Yushin standing off to the side. "Rain God, you're here," they exclaimed, eagerly greeting him with expressions of respect. It was well known that Mo Yushin had awakened a genuine B-grade talent, and his contracted beast was quite impressive. Within Beast Taming High School, he was undoubtedly among the elite. "Ah, you all carry on," Mo Yushin replied, noting that their attention had shifted toward Fang Ming. Causing his heart to race, cursing under his breath, he contemplated making a hasty exit. However, the group was particularly enthusiastic, with one member even reaching out to grab his arm. "Don't go, Rain God. Look who it is. This guy used to be at odds with you. We're here to help you teach him a lesson." "Exactly, Rain God. You won't need to lift a finger. We'll handle it for you," they clamored, effectively cornering Mo Yushin and leading him directly to Fang Ming. "Fang Ming, take a look at this fellow." One of them pointed at Mo Yushin, pride radiating from their expression. Fang Ming raised his head and cast a nonchalant glance in their direction. Mo Yushin awkwardly met his gaze and waved a hand in greeting. "Hey." Fang Ming regarded him coolly. "It's you again." Fang Ming, please don't misunderstand. I was merely passing through," Mo Yushin hastily clarified, waving his hands in a gesture of denial, only to be cut off by the others. "Fang Ming, who would have thought? I've brought the Rain God right here to confront you. Back in school, weren't you always at the top of the theoretical classes? What good did that do you? Since you still couldn't awaken? Know that I, the Rain God, have awakened a B-grade talent. Are you ready to concede?" They taunted, eagerly scrutinizing Mo Yushin's expression, hoping to witness a look of satisfaction on his face. After all, given the Rain God's status, their words would carry more weight if spoken by others, offering them a sense of delight. However, Mo Yushin's expression darkened considerably, devoid of any semblance of joy. "Shut up," he growled, unable to restrain himself as he glared at Fang Ming. The group fell silent, startled into compliance. "If you want to court disaster, don't drag me into it," Mo Yushin warned, casting a wary glance at them before turning back to Fang Ming. "Fang Ming, this is all a misunderstanding, I assure you." I haven't uttered a single word of nonsense. His expression was earnest and his tone sincere. This was beneath the sky tower, with countless eyes upon them. If Fang Ming were to knock him down with a single punch, Mo Yushin felt he might as well forfeit the examination altogether. Thus, he adopted a submissive demeanor, eager to placate the situation. Fang Ming smiled faintly. "Why are you so apprehensive? We are classmates, after all." "Yes, we are old classmates. The deeper the bond, the harsher the blows," Mo Yushin replied with a wry smile. "Focus on preparing for the examination. I shan't intrude any further." Fang Ming regarded him silently. Mo Yushin cleared his throat, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, and promptly turned to leave. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. But even the dimmest among them understood the implications of Mo Yushin's demeanor. Cough. Fang Ming, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. The examination is about to commence, so we shall not disturb you any longer. Look, the proctor is approaching. We should take our leave. With a flurry of apologies and forced smiles directed at Fang Ming, they hastily followed Mo Yushin away, retreating in a rather sheepish manner. Fang Ming maintained a calm demeanor throughout, merely observing them with a faint expression. Nearby, a few candidates who had been idly waiting and eager for the spectacle were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. I recognize Mo Yushin. His prowess is commendable. Yet he appears as if he has encountered a ghost in Fang Ming's presence. Could it be that he has been psychologically scarred by Fang Ming in the past? It's laughable, daring to question the strength of the rain god. If he were to hear this, his notorious temper would undoubtedly lead to a swift reprimand. Ahem. I'm merely speaking hypothetically. However, there is something about Fang Ming that gives off an air of fearlessness. Could there be more to this than meets the eye? As the group laughed and discussed the earlier events, they were soon met with another astonishing sight. A tall girl with flowing hair approached Fang Ming, who stood in the corner. She exuded a chilling aura, radiating an air of aloofness that was simultaneously captivating, akin to the most brilliant crystal, drawing countless gazes. This girl was recognized by nearly everyone. Yining Shuang, the goddess-like prodigy beastmaster from Class 1 of Beast Taming. What is happening? Yining Shuang actually knows Fang Ming? So that's why Mo Yushin shows such trepidation towards him. This adds up. I never expected Fang Ming to possess such a connection, although I must admit, he is rather handsome. Yining Shuang rarely interacts with others. Why would she take the initiative to approach Fang Ming? Is there some hidden agenda between them? Instantly, the murmurs that had started to subside with the departure of Mo Yushin and his group reignited, flaring up with renewed fervor upon witnessing Yining Shuang's approach. Fang Ming, hearing the commotion, looked up in surprise at the girl before him. What brings you here? I am also participating in the grand examination. Why shouldn't I come? Yining Shuang replied, her tone calm and composed. Fang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. It seems you don't have many friends. I've rarely seen you converse with others, he remarked, seeking to fill the silence. They don't like me, Yining Shuang stated. Standing beside Fang Ming and closing her eyes, her voice as serene as a tranquil spring. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, dispersing the chill that enveloped her, making her seem more approachable in that moment. You possess an A-grade talent. Perhaps they feel intimidated by your prowess, Fang Ming suggested softly, glancing at the meditative girl. I don't care, do you? Yining Shuang's voice remained steady, much warmer than the icy demeanor she was known for. Fang Ming chuckled lightly in response. I don't mind what others think, but your A-grade talent certainly piques my interest. Yining Shuang raised an eyebrow, opening her eyes to glance at Fang Ming, a flicker of unspoken meaning dancing in her gaze, yet she remained silent. Cough. Do you know anything about the Sky Tower? Fang Ming cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation anew. During the previous simulation competition at Beast Taming Class 1, we did indeed undertake trials at the Sky Tower. Yining Shuang disclosed without reservation, her expression serious. The Sky Tower comprises 9 chambers, each presenting different challenges, and the content of the trials varies with each opening. The first chamber primarily assesses the candidate's basic knowledge and beast taming experience. From the second chamber onward, the focus shifts predominantly to puzzles and combat. Fang Ming nodded, recognizing the privileges that beast taming schools seem to enjoy, enabling its students to gain insights into the national competition's examination content. The trials of the Sky Tower are not exactly a secret. They have been a staple of the exams for years, focusing more on the candidate's fundamental abilities, Yining Shuang elaborated. Fang Ming acknowledged her honesty with a nod. Although the Sky Tower remains the same each year, the examination content does indeed change regularly. For instance, the first chamber, Gateway of Beast Taming, employs a question-and-answer format for assessment. Yet the specific questions are only revealed on the day of the actual exam. Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed throughout the venue, signaling the commencement of the Sky Tower's trials. This also indicated that the doors of the 9-chamber Sky Tower would soon open for all candidates. Instantly, every candidate lifted their gaze towards the imposing tower before them. In the 13 main cities of the Dragon Nation, each city is home to such a Sky Tower, with a grand clock tower atop each one. It is said that when the bells of all 13 towers strike simultaneously, an event of monumental significance will ensue. However, such tales remain mere legends, as the tower's bells only toll once each year during the national examination. It's about to begin, Fang Ming remarked, looking up at the towering structure. The 1,000-meter-high edifice seemed to shimmer with countless runes, continuously rearranging and reconfiguring around the tower, forming a powerful barrier of protection. Yi Ningshuang gazed intently at the tower. Be cautious. While the tower has specific protections for candidates, unforeseen incidents have occurred in the past. If you find yourself outmatched, it's best to withdraw promptly. Fang Ming smiled slightly. Thank you for the warning. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the tower began to stir. Look, the doors of the Sky Tower are opening. Does this mean we can enter freely? The absence of proctors left many candidates puzzled and intrigued. The examination officially starts at 9 o'clock. It's time for us to enter, someone noted eagerly, prompting others to join in. The doors are open. What are we waiting for? I'll be the first to take the plunge. With a few candidates voicing their excitement, one could no longer resist and dashed toward the entrance of the Sky Tower. Given that the trials are graded based on the final level achieved and the shortest time taken, the sooner one enters, the better their chances of achieving a favorable score. As the first candidate led the charge, others followed suit, streaming towards the tower. Fang Ming turned to Yi Ningshuang. Shall we proceed? Of course, she nodded. Stepping forward without hesitation towards the Sky Tower, Fang Ming followed closely behind, chuckling softly to himself. She seems even more eager than I am. Unbeknownst to them, a few figures stood silently observing from the periphery. At the center of the crowd was a tall, slender youth with a shaved head, the legitimate heir of the Wang family. Wang Teng. He could be considered the most distinguished candidate among this year's participants. In light of his esteemed position, the significance of the national examination seemed trivial. However, the Wang family appeared intent on testing him, insisting that Wang Teng personally partake in this year's national examination. Despite this, he was still surrounded by a cadre of followers, evidently poised to clear the path for him within the tower. Wang Xiao, shall we proceed as well? One individual ventured, casting a glance at Wang Teng, who stood motionless, his countenance dark and foreboding. Wang Teng coldly fixed his gaze on Fang Ming's silhouette as it vanished through the entrance of the Sky Tower, before finally responding. Once we enter the tower, we shall swiftly breach the first palace and convene at the entrance of the second. Yes, rest assured, Wang Xiao, came the unified response from those behind him. Furthermore, should we encounter Fang Ming, remain vigilant regarding his movements, Wang Ting added, with a hint of concern. Do not act recklessly until I arrive. Understood, Wang Xiao, have no worries. With a chilling demeanor, Wang Teng resolved to concentrate his formidable forces, intending to confront Fang Ming only after securing overwhelming strength within the tower. After all, the absence of Old Wang, a formidable fourth-tier master, had raised his suspicions. The B-class Sangyo Wolf he faced was no trifling adversary. Wang Teng himself had only recently ascended to a third-tier beastmaster, solely through the frenzied absorption of energy crystals. He knew he was not a match for Old Wang. Thus, when it came to Fang Ming, he could afford no slights. Everyone, follow my lead, Wang Teng snarled, leading his entourage towards the Sky Tower. Indeed, the Sky Tower was originally intended as a trial, prohibiting lethal violence. This national examination was further safeguarded by powerful beastmasters tasked with oversight. Yet what of it? With the Wang family's resources, eliminating an obscure examinee would be a trivial matter. Fang Ming, today shall be your demise. Chapter 51. Entering the first palace, swiftly answering questions. All entrants must maintain silence. Those who violate this rule will be disqualified from the examination. The moment Fang Ming stepped through the entrance of the Sky Tower, a resonant voice akin to a great bell echoed in his ears, startling him momentarily. The magnitude of pressure emanating from this voice was palpable, surpassing even that of the seventh-tier beastmaster he had previously encountered. This must be the announcement embedded at the tower's entrance, audible to all who entered. Contemplating briefly, Fang Ming did not halt his steps, continuing deeper into the tower. His initial sight was of an expansive circular plaza. Numerous examinees had already gathered at the center, scanning for opportunities to ascend further into the tower. Yi Ningshuang approached Fang Ming's side, speaking in a measured tone. This is the first palace. Simply close your eyes, and you shall perceive the restrictions set within the tower. Fang Ming chuckled lightly. If someone unfamiliar were here, they might remain oblivious to how to truly commence the examination without such guidance. Yi Ningshuang dismissed his remark. From the moment one enters the Nine Palaces Sky Tower, every step constitutes part of the examination. What need is there for guidance? Momentarily at a loss for words, Fang Ming offered a dry laugh. Well, I suppose I owe you my thanks. Yi Ningshuang cast him a fleeting glance, her beautiful eyes betraying no emotion. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Focus and attune your senses. Understood. Fang Ming sought out a secluded corner, sitting cross-legged to meditate and attune himself. Yi Ningshuang, however, watched him quietly for a while before turning away. As soon as Fang Ming closed his eyes, he heard the same voice from the entrance echoing in his ears once more. In the Nine Palaces, the first palace assesses foundational knowledge. If your heart holds the answers, you shall fear nothing. Nodding, Fang Ming silently recited in his mind, Please, esteemed seniors, pose your questions. According to the standard combat power metrics for magical beasts, how many times stronger is a 4th tier A-class magical beast compared to a 2nd tier F-class magical beast? This is a standard magical beast combat power calculation. 1200 times, Fang Ming replied without hesitation. Correct. Next question. Please recite the specifics of the magical beast attribute restraint chart. Water restrains fire, metal restrains wood, wood restrains earth. This is the standard 5-element chart. Additionally, holy restrains dark, dark restrains psychic, and psychic restrains general. Correct. Next question. Please note, the following pertains to magical beast skill assessments. Candidates must quickly articulate the skill attributes and effects within 5 seconds. Please describe the barrier skill's attributes and effects. Barrier. A psychic auxiliary skill can temporarily enhance one's defense by approximately 1.0 times. Correct. Next question. Please describe the mushroom spore skill's attributes and effects. Mushroom spore. A wood-type auxiliary skill can scatter parasitic spores across the field, imparting both poison and hypnotic effects. Correct. Next question. A series of inquiries ensued, all pertaining to fundamental knowledge of beastmasters, including basic information about magical beasts, skill attribute assessments, and strategies for dealing with them. As a renowned scholar from the Beastmaster Academy, Fang Ming navigated these questions with ease. Indeed, in terms of theoretical knowledge, he was the true top scorer. It was only when combined with spiritual energy assessments that Yi Ningshuang's overall score surpassed his. Given his foundation, Fang Ming faced the current questions with little contemplation, responding almost instantly. With such speed, he rapidly completed the examination. Congratulations, candidate. You have completed all questions in the first palace, achieving the top score from Jiangsheng with a total of 100 points, earning a reward of 10 million Longhua coins and a star badge. With a perfect score, Fang Ming successfully passed through the first palace. He was quite pleased with the rewards. Direct monetary compensation was delightfully straightforward. However, what exactly was this star badge? Fang Ming opened his eyes to find a gleaming, golden star badge resting in his palm. Crafted from an alloy of unknown material, it felt cold to the touch. After examining it for a while without discernible insights, he stowed the badge in his system backpack. At that moment, he realized he had unknowingly departed from the circular plaza and found himself in a wholly different space, facing a vast jungle. Could this be the second palace? Fang Ming began to survey his surroundings, unaware that the crowd outside, observing the Sky Tower examination, had already erupted in exclamations. 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Someone has actually achieved a perfect score in the first palace at such a speed. This pace is astounding. Indeed, I recall previous examinations had average completion times of around 20 minutes. Who cares about average scores? I believe the fastest record for the first palace in the past 2 years was around 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Good heavens, that's a full 2 minutes faster. That doesn't mean much. As long as you achieve 60 points, you pass. Perhaps this individual merely aimed for a swift clearance. Are you foolish? Did you not notice the color of that light? It's green, which signifies a perfect score. Only those who achieve full marks can attain it. Why do you think we are in awe? Some people simply cannot grasp the significance of what they witness. Indeed, how could individuals endowed with such abilities possibly seek merely a swift passage through the trials? It is essential to recognize that the scores for each realm ultimately culminate in a comprehensive tally, and it is the aggregate score that truly dictates the rankings. Those of genuine prowess would never forsake their overall standing for the sake of ephemeral expediency. Upon hearing this, someone immediately retorted, "Who knows? Let's wait and see." After all, I recall that several students from the Beastmaster High this year have fairly average scores, with no particularly outstanding talents. This discerning individual was already aware of the situation. Meanwhile, outside the examination venue, discussions were rife, while inside, Fang Ming had already begun his deliberate advance towards the jungle. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he halted abruptly. The reason was simple. At the entrance of the jungle, a group of individuals was waiting there. These individuals seemed to have ample leisure, casually glancing around without a hint of urgency befitting a significant examination, as if they were merely there to enjoy the scenery. Witnessing this, Fang Ming became somewhat vigilant. Unusual occurrences often herald hidden dangers, and given that this was a critical examination ground, one could not afford to be careless. Moreover, monstrous beasts could appear at any moment within the tower. Fang Ming promptly summoned his fluffy spider, positioning it ahead of him. His arrival had already captured the attention of those individuals, who had likely rushed through the first realm in order to await Fang Ming's arrival. Indeed, these individuals were those who had followed Wang Teng's orders prior to the examination, hastening through the first realm specifically to ambush Fang Ming. "Ah, you finally made it," one of them remarked, unable to suppress a grin upon seeing Fang Ming approach. "Were you waiting for me?" Fang Ming inquired. furrowing his brow as he regarded the group before him. Each of them exuded only moderate energy, most possessing the strength of a second-tier beast master. 5 individuals were now fixated on him with predatory gazes. While not necessarily a grave predicament, it was certainly a waste of time. After all, this was a national examination, and Fang Ming was unwilling to squander any moments on trivial matters. Indeed, we were waiting for you. Your speed is commendable. You must have ascended as swiftly as we did, right? Unfortunately, your early arrival is of little consequence. You will still need to wait here for a while, they jeered, looking at Fang Ming with disdainful smirks. Fang Ming inhaled deeply. It appears that, despite our unfamiliarity, you have deliberately come to provoke me. It is good that you understand. Now, please wait here at the entrance of the jungle. Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. You encircle me here. Is it merely to hinder my progress and affect my examination scores? It's not that complicated. Our young master simply hasn't arrived yet. Fang Ming shook his head. I have a fair idea of who this young master you speak of is. And what if I say I do not wish to wait even a second? This is not a matter of desire. It is a matter of necessity. You must wait, they replied, grinning widely. Unless you can break through our encirclement alone. The group was not foolish. Having seen Fang Ming send his fluffy spider ahead, they had already summoned their own beasts. In an instant, several monstrous creatures converged from all directions, encircling Fang Ming. Chapter 52, Casual Instruction, Arrival at the Second Realm. What a nuisance. Fang Ming surveyed the encroaching monstrous beasts and murmured a silent incantation. System, fuse the fluffy spider with yellow jade crystal, degrade material. Ding. Fusion successful. The effect of Special Fusion Beast activates, and the fluffy spider has evolved into a degrade beast, the eerie spider, now in its 4th-tier mature phase. With an active duration of 10 minutes, the fluffy spider's form rapidly expanded, overshadowing all other beasts present and emanating a terrifying aura of dominance. Impossible. Just moments ago, his beast was only an E-grade 2nd-tier creature. What is this overwhelming energy? This kid must be resorting to tricks, attempting to frighten us with this display. Indeed, this is absurd. I could believe he had the aura of a 3rd-tier beast, but a 4th tier? Am I to believe I am a fool? In that instant, as the eerie spider materialized, radiating a formidable presence, the group instinctively recoiled in fear. Soon, they exchanged glances and, realizing the gravity of the situation, regarded Fang Ming with ridicule. Fluffy, deal with them. Just eliminate the beasts. There is no need to harm the humans, Fang Ming instructed calmly. It wasn't out of mercy, but rather the understanding that this was a national examination venue, and recklessly taking lives could lead to complications. Chirp. The fluffy spider acknowledged and pounced upon the nearest beasts. This kid has lost his mind. He really dares to act. Since he seeks death, we need not hold back. Wang Xiao said we could only act once he arrives. But no worries. How much trouble can one person cause? Once we subdue him, Wang Xiao will surely be pleased. The group chuckled, envisioning the impending scene of Wang Tung rewarding them. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. The eerie spider, with relentless ferocity, dispatched the surrounding beasts with ease, each claw sending them crashing to the ground. The scene devolved into chaos, filled with the anguished cries of the beasts. No, this cannot be. My wolf beast is a D-grade 2nd-tier creature. How could this happen? This spider seems genuinely to be a 4th-tier beast. We must flee. This kid seems rather peculiar. I am retreating. The so-called experts, upon witnessing the eerie spider's prowess, quickly recognized their inability to contend and opted for a hasty retreat. Those who were slow to react found themselves ensnared in silk cocoons spun by the eerie spider, rendered immobile. Even those who fled swiftly were not spared, as the eerie spider leapt effortlessly, ensnaring them one by one and hoisting them into the trees. The eerie spider was merciless, its assaults laced with venom. Following Fang Ming's command, it displayed a certain restraint towards the beast masters, but offered no quarter to the beasts. Even if they did not perish immediately, they were stripped of their combat capability. This was a habit and experience cultivated through countless battles alongside Fang Ming, beginning from its very first confrontation as an egg. Thus, it always fought with unyielding ferocity. Now, even when faced with significantly weaker foes, it showed no sign of mercy. Fang Ming sighed, acknowledging that Fluffy was indeed the original breed of the eerie spider, possessing some predatory instincts. However, the current dilemma had been resolved with remarkable ease. Well done, Fluffy. In good spirits, he offered a word of praise. Upon hearing this, the eerie spider gleefully squinted its small eyes. Gentlemen, I shall not linger with you. If you possess the patience, you might as well wait here for your young master. Fang Ming smiled at the immobilized individuals, a hint of amusement dancing in his expression. Approaching a few individuals amidst their terrified gazes, he deftly pilfered their storage rings. Consider this compensation for the trouble you've caused me. Now we are even. and we can still greet each other as good classmates when we meet again. Should you wish to provoke me further, I remain open to your challenges. But do ensure you come prepared, Fang Ming declared, skillfully breaking the seals of their storage rings before their eyes. A cursory glance revealed their contents to be quite respectable, each ring boasting an average worth nearing $1 million, a testament to the value of students emerging from the Beast Tamer Academy. Perhaps it was more so a reflection of the remuneration bestowed upon them by that young master. Suddenly recalling that young master, Fang Ming turned back, startling the group. Oh, one last thing. Please convey a message to that young master. I, Fang Ming, await his personal visit. Should he delay, I am more than capable of seeking him out myself. With that, Fang Ming swaggered into the depths of the forest. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Meanwhile, a group of freshly examined candidates, upon reaching the forest entrance, halted in unison, witnessing the scene unfold. Gazing at Fang Ming's retreating figure, and then at the individuals suspended from the trees, none dared utter a word. In another corner outside the forest, a figure observed the spectacle with amusement. While his approach was somewhat measured, directly seizing another's belongings was undeniably improper. The environment within the Nine Palaces Tower was notoriously unpredictable, yet the sudden appearance of such an expansive forest struck Fang Ming as surreal. This forest bore a striking resemblance to the one outside the main city, distinguished only by the pervasive mist enveloping it, exuding an ominous and oppressive atmosphere far more sinister than that of the wooded expanse near Jiang City. Fang Ming regarded the forest before him, allowing the velvet spider to lead the way. If the first palace represented a theoretical examination, then this second palace's forest was evidently a practical field training. A conjecture began to form in Fang Ming's mind. The velvet spider was now adept at combating fourth-tier magical beasts, and as they had only just entered the second palace, he felt little pressure. Yet, adhering to a principle of vigilance, he insisted the velvet spider scout ahead. His wait was not prolonged. The trials of the second palace soon manifested, not in the form of a solitary third-tier beast, but rather a swarm of second-tier creatures. The illusory spirit, an E-class second-tier mature beast of the dark attribute, excelled in evasion and concealment, making it a proficient assassin. Fang Ming was not one to underestimate such foes. With a mere thought, he summoned Little Red, cloaking himself in its protective embrace as if donning armor. Facing a horde of second-tier dark beasts posed a significant challenge for the candidates. Chapter 53. The Realm of Illusions, a Place of Nostalgia. As Fang Ming emerged within the forest, numerous illusory spirits detected his presence and swiftly surrounded him. Without hesitation, he utilized the yellow jade crystal he had retrieved at the forest entrance to reinforce the velvet spider, restoring it to its ominous arachnid form. As the system confirmed the fusion, the once unremarkable velvet spider underwent a startling transformation. Its previously dark exoskeleton now bore an enigmatic pattern, exuding an aura of dread that instilled fear at first glance. Its 8 massive legs shimmered with a ghostly glow, radiating an uncanny murderous intent. The ominous spider, once Fang Ming's nightmare, had nearly claimed him as its prey. He was familiar with this form of the velvet spider, particularly effective during his earlier conquests. Now, having ascended to the second tier, its fusion attributes surged to the fourth tier. Coupled with its already formidable stats, this creature, which should have embodied a stealthy assassin, now resembled a veritable war god amidst the darkness of the illusory spirits. In an instant, countless strands of silk were unleashed, ensnaring the approaching illusory spirits. Yet, the webs had no tangible effect. The spirits, lacking true corporeality, drifted through the webbing, continuing their advance. For phantasmal beasts, physical attacks were of little consequence. Mau Mau. Employ your skill, Scorching Breath. Fang Ming commanded decisively. Upon receiving his order, the ominous spider opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. In an instant, a vast inferno erupted, engulfing the nearby trees and transforming the area into a blazing sea of flames. The illusory spirits, caught in the onslaught, found themselves ensnared and unable to break free. Well done, Mau Mau, Fang Ming remarked with a slight smile. He had not anticipated the ominous spider would ensnare the illusory spirits in such a manner, surpassing his initial strategy. Rather than relying on brute force to resolve the situation, it had instead utilized fire to reshape the battlefield, trapping the illusory spirits. The operational circumstances were far simpler than Fang Ming had envisioned, a welcome revelation that conserved time. Eliminating these beasts was not the goal. Merely traversing the forest would suffice to locate the entrance to the next palace. Frowning in contemplation, Fang Ming recognized that in the midst of the examination, time was of the essence, and slaughter was not the sole means of resolution. With no desire for prolonged conflict, he instructed the ominous spider to continue guiding him forward. The forest terrain was undeniably suited for the swift advance of the ominous spider, akin to a true arachnid hero. Thus, before long, Fang Ming found himself deep within the forest, navigating primarily through encounters with second-tier ghostly beasts, which posed little trouble for the ominous spider. At this pace, should he wish to depart, they would be unable to impede his passage. As Fang Ming ventured deeper, he encountered a vast lake, its surface tranquil as a mirror, exuding serenity. A gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples that danced across the surface, presenting a picturesque scene that lifted one's spirits. Most notably, there were no signs of any beasts in this area, as if this portion of the illusory forest were a sanctuary, confirming that the beasts had not pursued him. Fang Ming allowed the ominous spider to revert from its battle form. He wandered along the lakeshore, seeking clues to the entrance of the next palace. The lake was expansive, yet it was not the highlight of this locale. The true intrigue lay at the lake's center, where a glimmering point of light occasionally flashed. Could the entrance to the next level be concealed within that luminous beacon? Fang Ming speculated, feeling a twinge of unease. After all, while the water appeared placid, he could not ascertain whether any beasts lurked beneath its surface. The unknown is often the most fearsome aspect of any endeavor. Regardless, he resolved to take the plunge and test the waters. Fang Ming no longer hesitated, gazing intently at the glimmering point in the lake. Just as he was about to use the water crystal to prompt the fluffy spider to change form, a sudden flash caught his eye, a blinding white light. Instinctively, he squinted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an environment that was both familiar and foreign. A somewhat tattered teddy bear lay nearby, and a small bed that was clearly too small for him, along with a tiny wish etched into the window. This was the first orphanage in Jiang City, the very room where he had once resided. Orphaned from a young age, he had grown up in this institution. Here was a place that encapsulated his warmest memories. Despite being aware that he was presently within this environment, Fang Ming felt an intoxicating reluctance to leave. Since the devastating fire 10 years ago, he had never had the chance to return. "Children, it's time for dinner." A cold voice echoed from outside. At the sound, Fang Ming felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, it was the voice of the matron, a stern woman who had left a profound shadow over his childhood. However, in this moment, Fang Ming bore no expression of fear, for he now understood deeply that, although the matron was fearsome, she had never abused the orphans under her care. If one were to replace fearsome with another word, perhaps stern would be more fitting. Without her rigorous demands, he would not have become the academic prodigy he was today. How could he feel fear? Rather, it was nostalgia that washed over him. This phantasmagorical space was perhaps a construct meant to ensnare candidates, testing the resilience of a beastmaster's heart. It believed it had trapped him in a place of fear, yet, in truth, this was the very place he longed to return to. A faint smile graced Fang Ming's lips as he reached out to push open the small door. Once again, he was greeted by a blinding white light. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had reappeared in an entirely new space. It seemed that even the illusion could no longer conceal them. With a wry smile, he heard the voice once more. "Congratulations, candidate. You have successfully passed the second palace of the illusionary forest with the top score from Jiang City, earning 10 million Dragon Country coins and a star badge." So, he had already reached the third palace? Fang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the swift pace of his progress. Unbeknownst to him, the second palace, which he had deemed somewhat swift, had ensnared the majority of candidates. It is important to note that most candidates had only just awakened or reached the first tier when they registered for the national examination. A horde of second-tier dark-type magical beasts would leave these candidates in a state of disarray for some time, even if they gradually adapted to combat. Defeating second-tier beasts without expending considerable effort was impossible. Only those who had already ascended to second-tier beastmasters could hope to enter the third palace, unless one possessed overwhelming advantages, like the ominous magic spider or exceptional speed. Escaping the throngs of second-tier beasts in the forest was out of the question for first-tier beastmasters. In fact, based on previous results, reaching the third palace was considered an outstanding achievement in the national examination. Thus, onlookers outside the tower were astonished to witness the green light that had broken through the first palace in 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Now rapidly advancing through the second palace and appearing at the interface representing the third palace. Goodness, is this kid cheating? How could he be so fast? If he was a prodigy in the first palace, his speed was understandable, but to breach the second palace at such a pace, was he truly a third-tier beastmaster? That seemed improbable. When did Jiang City Beastmaster High School produce such a figure? You may not know, but this year's most talented girl at Beastmaster High, Yining Shuang, is exceptionally gifted. This light is likely her doing. I've heard of that girl, an A-class talent. Although she hasn't reached S-class. I've heard that one of the 4 prestigious Beastmaster academies, Guanghua Academy, even wanted to admit her early, but she declined. My word, where did you hear such news? To turn down offers from the 4 major academies? Is she mad? You don't understand, do you? Yining Shuang's talent is astounding. Although she ISNTS class, her combat prowess can surely rival one. Perhaps she has grander ambitions, wishing to make a name for herself in the national competition. That is true. The thoughts of these prodigies are difficult for us to fathom. Let us await the results. I believe Yining Shuang may indeed set a new record. Chapter 54. The Mechanism Palace, the Little Bronze Man. Before Fang Ming now stood the third palace, resembling a grand palace, a colossal bronze temple. His view was obstructed by towering bronze walls, layered like a mountain range, obscuring the sky. He wished to glimpse the interior of the bronze hall, but could not see clearly. Without hesitation, Fang Ming chose the fluffy spider to lead the way. Together, they ventured into the bronze palace. Upon entry, a grayish scene unfolded before him. The light within the hall was dim and unclear. Fang Ming promptly retrieved a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the path ahead. The air here felt heavier than outside, imbued with an inexplicable and mysterious aura. The murals on the walls, though faded and peeling, hinted at a depiction of a grand and ancient civilization. However, the inscriptions on the walls were unlike any script he had ever studied. Fluffy, be careful. Ever since entering the bronze palace, Fang Ming felt as though an unseen presence was watching him, heightening his vigilance. Along the way, he encountered numerous small traps and mechanisms. During his second year of high school, he had had a fleeting interest in spiritual formations and mechanisms. He had spent considerable effort researching and tinkering with various things. Unfortunately, whether as a formation master or an alchemist, everything hinged upon awakening. Thus, he eventually came to realize the importance of focusing solely on his cultivation to awaken as soon as possible. However, relying on the knowledge he had gleaned from extracurricular books on spiritual power deconstruction, spiritual path design, and basic mechanism studies, he navigated through these minor trials with relative ease. This was indeed a testament to his prior prowess as a scholar. As he progressed, he reached the center of the grand hall, where there was a notable stillness. At the heart of the bronze palace stood a massive bronze altar, surrounded by several remarkably imposing and well-equipped mechanical bronze guardians. Clearly, this was the focal point of the temple, the treasure these bronze figures were sworn to protect. Should I give it a try? After all, there is nothing else to discover here. Fang Ming understood that the path to the subsequent palace likely lay atop that altar. Was this palace testing his abilities in mechanism deciphering? He moved cautiously, striving to evade the line of sight of the bronze guardians while meticulously observing their structure and details from the corners of his eyes. The fluffy spider boldly advanced ahead, with Fang Ming cautiously following behind. Fortunately, throughout his journey to the altar, he encountered no prohibitions that would trigger the bronze figures. Standing before the altar, which was now within arm's reach, Fang Ming hesitated momentarily. His intuition sensed that once he stepped onto the altar, the entire hall would undergo a transformation. There was no turning back now. He silently muttered to himself and resolutely ascended the steps leading to the altar without flinching. With a crisp sound, a mechanical whirring echoed beside him. The bronze guardians were beginning to awaken. Undeterred, Fang Ming pressed on, quickening his pace as he climbed the altar's steps. The entire bronze hall seemed to come alive, countless bronze figures stiffly turning their heads to gaze at the silhouette at the center of the altar. Yet, Fang Ming ascended the altar as if strolling leisurely in a garden. At the pinnacle of the altar lay a crystalline round table, upon which sat a resplendent crystal orb, accompanied by a small bronze statue resembling a youthful figure with a smile playing upon its lips. Do not attempt to intimidate me. All these bronze statues are under your control, are they not? His voice echoed eerily in the vast expanse of the bronze hall as he spoke to himself. His intuition clearly indicated that the energy fluctuations emanating from the hall originated solely from the diminutive bronze statue before him. As he finished speaking, the enormous bronze guardians stationed at the altar drew their swords in unison. Such theatrics, Fang Ming scoffed, commanding the velvet spider to advance and strike fiercely at the small bronze statue with its long legs. With a resounding clang, akin to the clash of metal, the diminutive statue raised its arm and effortlessly blocked the impending blow from the velvet spider. The spider's leg was mere millimeters from the statue's hand, yet it could not advance any further. This was indeed peculiar. As Fang Ming observed this scene, his eyes narrowed. The seemingly ordinary bronze statue possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, effortlessly withstanding the full force of the velvet spider's assault. This was at least the prowess of a third-tier magical beast. Suddenly, the small bronze statue tilted its head, gazing at him with a broad grin. The dim flicker of candlelight on the altar rendered its smile particularly sinister. In a surprising turn of events, the small statue leaped from the altar, landing atop the shoulder of the massive bronze guardian below. Fang Ming's eyelids flickered. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. These guardians were likely not there to protect the small statue, but to prevent his escape. This would explain why all the guardians faced the altar rather than the direction from which he had arrived. His presence might have inadvertently released the altar's seal. Panic surged within him. Fang Ming quickly commanded the velvet spider to obstruct the small bronze statue. However, the statue emitted a triumphant, rasping laughter. Gagaga. Accompanied by this chilling sound, it began to sink into the chest cavity of the colossal bronze guardian. Fang Ming's expression darkened. Though the small statue's energy fluctuations suggested it was only around the third tier, it exhibited parasitic abilities. With a plethora of bronze statues scattered throughout the hall, if this small statue continued to parasitize, the velvet spider would effectively be engaged in a relentless battle against a formidable magical beast. The only solution was to trap the enigmatic statue within the current guardian's body, preventing it from freely transferring again. Thus, the immediate priority was to deal with this enormous guardian. Towering several meters high, it resembled an ancient war deity, clad in heavy bronze armor and wielding a massive axe, exuding an air of solemnity and an oppressive, chilling presence. Yet, the velvet spider showed no signs of fear, charging boldly at the bronze figure. Simultaneously, countless strands of silk were expelled, attempting to hinder the guardian's momentum. With a sharp clang, the spider's piercing legs collided with the armored figure, producing a jarring metallic sound. Fang Ming grimaced as he observed. This iron behemoth was indeed a troublesome adversary. Its defensive strength was akin to an unyielding fortress, and relying solely on brute force to breach such impenetrable defenses would prove exceedingly arduous. System: fuse the C-grade red rock agate with my pet, the velvet spider. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect: fusion monster. 100-fold effect activated. The velvet spider evolves into a C-grade red rock demon spider, having reached the 4th tier maturity stage. Duration: 10 minutes. In an instant, vivid crimson patterns adorned the velvet spider's body, exuding a frenzied aura. Velvet, unleash your scorching breath. Upon hearing Fang Ming's command, the bronze guardian remained unhurried, watching the red rock demon spider's movements with a chillingly expressionless face, which strangely appeared to reflect a mocking smile. The red rock demon spider unleashed its skill, directing a torrent of searing flames toward the bronze guardian. Chapter 55, Devastation Unleashed, Little Red Stirs. The fiery torrent surged unimpeded, enhancing the flames by utilizing the previously laid silk. Soon, what began as a mere thread of fire transformed into a terrifying flame vortex, rampaging through the bronze hall. Within the confines of the limited space, the temperature soared dramatically. Boom. The numerous bronze armors standing rigidly in the hall ignited one by one, emitting a dazzling green glow. The bronze guardian, witnessing this spectacle, was consumed by a profound rage. These were its reserve hosts, and they had been annihilated by the red rock demon spider. With a fierce swing, the bronze guardian unleashed a devastating punch toward the red rock demon spider. However, the spider nimbly dodged this forceful strike. Unfortunately, the altar beneath them was not so fortunate, suffering significant damage as half of its base collapsed under the onslaught. Fang Ming chuckled knowingly at the bronze guardian. It appears the tables have turned in your favor. The ensuing phase was one of strategic maneuvering. While the bronze guardian's attacks were ferociously powerful, the red rock demon spider leveraged its speed advantage, evading numerous assaults with relative ease. It even found the opportunity to rake its legs against the guardian's formidable armor. As the flames intensified, the temperature within the bronze hall soared to several hundred degrees. Fang Ming promptly fused fire-resistant spiritual herbs with the slime monster, Little Red, allowing it to withstand the oppressive heat. Yet, the bronze guardian's movements became increasingly rigid. Crack. It appeared that a mechanical malfunction had caused the bronze guardian to freeze mid-turn. The red rock demon spider had been patiently waiting for such an opportunity, and it seized the moment to plunge a claw into a joint on the guardian's waist, leaving behind a slender fissure. With a crack, the bronze guardian sensed something amiss and attempted to retaliate, but it was too late. Under the extreme heat, the bronze had lost its former resilience. The onslaught of the crimson rock demon spider's claw surged forth with relentless ferocity, spreading along the fissures as if lightning itself had torn through the air. With an unstoppable force, it shattered the bronze armor into fragments. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the grand hall as the towering bronze sentinel collapsed under the full might of the crimson rock demon spider's strike. Coincidentally, the combat effectiveness of the spider expired, and it reverted to its fluffy form, leaping onto Fang Ming's shoulder. Upon witnessing the bronze sentinel's fall, Fang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to step closer, an unsettling intuition halted him in his tracks. Indeed, in the next instant, a shadow shot forth like a bolt of lightning from within the bronze armor, lunging directly at Fang Ming's face. Fang Ming smirked. I've been waiting for you. He He swiftly retrieved the C-grade spiritual weapon, the Spirit Light Sword, from his storage space, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Despite the rapid depletion of his internal spiritual power, his countenance remained unperturbed. With a fierce thrust, he lunged at the shadow. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, erupting from the sword tip with an irresistible force. The shadow was none other than the diminutive bronze figure, which, sensing the impending danger, realized too late its predicament. With a sharp sound, Fang Ming's long sword plunged deep into the tiny bronze figure. This time, it was Fang Ming who, relying on the strength of the slime creature and his own power, personally resolved the battle. As the tiny bronze figure perished, a crystalline key materialized from within its form. Simultaneously, the small statue began to gradually vanish, leaving no trace behind. The slime creature, which had already hopped to the ground, appeared eager to consume the remnants. But as it opened its mouth, the bronze figure had completely disappeared, leaving the little creature staring blankly at the empty space before it. Fang Ming cast a glance at the slime creature, realizing for the first time that its ability to devour might extend beyond mere purification of magical cores. Perhaps the true purpose of its consumption was to absorb other entities. However, it seemed that the magical beasts encountered during the examination were not genuine creatures, but rather illusions conjured by the Sky Tower. With a newfound understanding, Fang Ming inserted the crystalline key into the crystal orb on the pedestal. As the key clicked into place, the crystal orb erupted in a dazzling display of light. Congratulations, Candidate Fang Ming. You have successfully annihilated the Bronze Sentinel and passed through the third palace of the Bronze Palace with the highest score in Jiangxing, earning an additional reward of 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins and a star medal. In that instant, Fang Ming's surroundings flickered, and he vanished from his location. Shortly after his departure, the shadow reappeared, surveying the chaos strewn across the bronze hall with a sigh. Troublesome, there will be a whole bunch of others soon. Since that little brat has already taken care of the elite bronze statue, I might as well activate all these bronze clumps. This boy has caused quite a commotion on his own. Even the Tower Master in his day could hardly have stirred up such trouble. As he opened his eyes once more, he realized he had been transported to a different environment. Have I arrived at the fourth palace? Fang Ming was slightly taken aback, as this smooth progression had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, receiving rewards after each palace was a delightful surprise, one he hoped would continue. At that moment, the slime creature perched on Fang Ming's shoulder began to fidget restlessly. Shimmy! Fang Ming glanced at it, and the slime creature promptly leapt to the ground. This was... Fang Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. Soon, he sensed the intensifying spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the slime creature. It was clearly a sign of an impending breakthrough. After all, the slime creature was merely a first-tier F-grade entity, requiring minimal spiritual energy for its advancement. Following several battles and the fusion of materials, its physical energy was likely already sufficient. Yet, at that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The shape-shifting slime creature is about to break through. Please, host, gather the required thunder element materials to complete the breakthrough. As the system's announcement rang out, the slime creature, which had been on the verge of a breakthrough, suddenly experienced a cessation of its energy fluctuations, as if forcibly restrained. Is this a blatant intervention? Not allowing a breakthrough without the materials? Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. While the system had hinted at this before, he had not anticipated such a stringent method of interference. Could it be that the slime creature possessed some exceptional quality? Upon scrutinizing the list of materials provided by the system, he found that it was significantly less demanding than the materials required for the slime creature's revival. Primarily, it included a single A-grade mineral, the Nine Heavens Thunderstone. He would have to wait until the examination concluded to have Stone Brother assist in locating it. It was indeed easier to level up, yet the materials were proving elusive. Fang Ming himself required various elemental materials for his own talent upgrades, while the slime creature needed thunder element materials as well. Shimmy! Sensing the sudden disappearance of the energy fluctuations coursing through its body, the slime creature looked at Fang Ming with a hint of grievance. Fang Ming sighed. There's no choice. I'll help you find the materials after we get out. The slime creature bounced around for a moment before carelessly hopping back onto Fang Ming's shoulder. He affectionately ruffled its head, continuing forward with the fluffy spider in their exploration. The journey thus far had been relatively smooth, with little time wasted. As Fang Ming surveyed his surroundings, he pondered the potential challenges that the fourth palace might entail. Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept in from behind him. Chapter 56, Lightning Assault in the Thunder Valley. Barely having stepped into the realm of the fourth palace, he found himself ambushed. Fang Ming had reason to believe this was a deliberate intimidation tactic from the fourth palace, a reminder for candidates to remain vigilant at all times. Fortunately, the slime creature remained clinging to Fang Ming, Thus, when the cold wind surged towards them, it immediately transformed, morphing into a steel-like armor that shielded Fang Ming from behind. With a resounding clang, Fang Ming was knocked back, stumbling 3 steps before regaining his balance. Even so, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, as if he had just been struck by a jolt of electricity, rendering him momentarily immobile. What in the world was that? The sheer force and peculiar effect left Fang Ming wary, prompting him to command the fluffy spider to engage. Turning his head, he was astonished to discover that the assailant was a glowing sphere crackling with electricity. Was this the thunder-type beast of this trial? Fang Ming speculated, and without hesitation, he issued a command through the system. Fuse the mighty rock or degrade with the pet, Fluffy. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy has grown to a gigantic 4th-tier mature stage, with both defense and strength attributes amplified 100-fold. Duration, 10 minutes. The mighty rock or temporarily endowed Fluffy with rock attributes, granting it a degree of immunity to thunder-type attacks, effectively countering the elemental threat. In an instant, Fluffy's form enlarged dramatically, its surface encased in a thick layer of rocky armor, rendering it immune to electric assaults. However, the reaction of the lightning sphere exceeded Fang Ming's expectations. Thunder, a symbol not merely of the fierce power of lightning, but also of its swift nature. The Thunderball, with an ethereal bounce, deftly circumvented the colossal magic pearl, swiftly launching itself towards Fang Ming once more. Startled, Fang Ming retreated 2 steps. The creatures within this tower were indeed quite intelligent. If a candidate with limited combat experience faced such a direct assault from a beast master, they would likely meet their end here. However, Fang Ming's experience was undoubtedly well honed. At the very moment the Thunderball charged at him, he commanded the slime monster to morph and shield him. Simultaneously, the fluffy spider released its silken thread, enveloping Fang Ming and propelling him onto its back. Thus, he narrowly evaded the Thunderball's attack. This creature was quite cunning. Fang Ming chose to remain hidden upon the fluffy spider's back, quietly observing the Thunderball while remaining vigilant for its next move. At that moment, while Fang Ming was entangled with the Thunderball in the 4th chamber, some distinguished candidates had already breached into the 3rd chamber. Faced with a bronze palace teeming with bronze sentinels, they were momentarily taken aback. Is this year's examination truly this arduous? The 2nd chamber was filled with 2nd-tier beasts, and now we face 3rd-tier monsters in the 3rd chamber? I told you this year would be hellish difficulty, but you wouldn't believe me. Enough talk, let us charge together. Unlike Fang Ming's solitary venture, candidates were permitted to team up. This arrangement effectively alleviated the examination's difficulty for them. However, teaming up necessitated a score adjustment based on the number of participants. Thus, truly capable candidates often preferred to go it alone. This batch of candidates was relatively exceptional, enabling them to successfully traverse from the 2nd to the 3rd chamber. Yet, the sight before them compelled them to halt and collaborate. After all, breaking through even one chamber would still yield points. Far better than being stuck here with no score at all. Hey, miss, are you not going to team up with us? A young man, noticing a girl with flowing hair, called out as she disregarded them and strode past. No need, she replied, casting a glance at them without breaking her pace. Her body surging forward like a sharp sword aimed at the bronze sentinels. This girl was indeed beautiful, but was she not a bit reckless to charge in alone? Was she not afraid for her life? The rejected young man's expression darkened slightly, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed by her dismissal. Come on, dude. Don't you recognize her? She is stunning, but must I know her? Then you must not be from the Beastmaster Class 1. What of it? We from Class 3 aren't that much inferior, are we? Bro, we're cooperating here. It's not personal, but if this girl is from Class 1, she is quite well known. You truly don't know the name Yining Xuan? Wait, could she be Yining Xuan? The young man paused, suddenly realizing, no wonder she dared to charge in alone. The group exchanged glances, their gaze shifting towards the front. At that moment, Yining Xuan resembled a goddess of war, or perhaps more aptly, an unyielding ice sword, accompanied by her icy avian companion, gliding through the throngs of bronze sentinels. Every beast in her path was abruptly encased in ice, standing still like transparent bronze sculptures. The few young men left behind could not help but swallow hard. This girl was indeed beautiful, yet rather fierce. Oh, come on, you're starting to nitpick now? Just admit, if she were your girlfriend, would you say no? Of course not. Meanwhile, this group of young men remained perplexed by the blockade of bronze sentinels. On the other hand, Fang Ming gradually adapted to the battle with the Thunderball. The fluffy spider advanced steadily, fortified by its rocky armor. Though the Thunderball continually harassed them, it proved ineffective. Fang Ming simply nestled on the fluffy spider's back, utilizing the bindings of the spider silk and the dense rock armor for his defense. With the slime monster providing support behind him, he felt he was practically invincible. As Fang Ming and the fluffy spider pressed forward, they finally arrived at a rugged valley. Fang Ming was utterly astonished by the scene before him. This was indeed a valley of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning surged violently within, resembling swift thunder dragons weaving horrific patterns through the air. Fang Ming gulped hard, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. In this realm of thunder, could there be the materials needed for the slime monster's breakthrough? The Nine Heavens Thunderstone must be found in the most concentrated areas of lightning, formed only through the relentless strikes of thunder. What a stroke of luck it would be if he found it here. Casting a glance at the valley ahead, he pondered the location of the exit. Surely, the exit of the fourth chamber would not be deep within this valley. Who could possibly venture in? Yet, Fang Ming was no ordinary individual. Assessing the materials he had on hand, he noted that although the A-grade materials were scarce, he still possessed a fair number of B-grade ones. Fang Ming gritted his teeth and issued another command to the system. System, fuse the Thunder Crystal, B-grade material, with the slime monster. Indeed, he had a piece of Thunder Crystal, albeit B-grade, far from the breakthrough material, the Nine Heavens Thunderstone. Beep. Fusion successful. Special effect Fusion Monster, 100-fold effect activated. The shape-shifting slime monster evolves into a C-grade Thunder Slime Monster, reaching its second-tier maturity, effective duration, 10 minutes. As the system's voice echoed, the slime monster's originally reddish-brown surface began to transform. Glimmering bolts of lightning erupted from within its form like sparks, enveloping its body with layers of flowing electric membranes. Slime Monster. Race, Thunder Slime Monster. Rarity, C-grade, upgradable. Tier, second. Attribute, Thunder. Strength, 500. Agility, 250. Magic, 700. Defense, 700. Skills, Devour, S-grade. Thunder Mastery, D-grade. Lightning Flash, D-grade. Thunder Roar, D-grade. Fang Ming hesitated. Would merging with the slime monster in this state grant him immunity? Or would he be electrocuted by Xiao Huang? Regardless, he had to take the risk. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ming allowed the slime monster to envelop him. A warm sensation washed over him. There was no pain or tingling. Indeed, his beast could not harm its master. Fang Ming realized he had made the right gamble. With the slime monster enveloping him completely and guided by Thunder Mastery, he could effectively evade the lightning attacks. This would allow him to enter the valley without hindrance. Chapter 57. Little Red's Breakthrough and Mimicry Skill. Within the valley, it remains uncertain whether other magical beasts lurk nearby, given the current atmosphere. The creatures inhabiting the Thunder Valley are undoubtedly at least on par with that lightning orb. After all, amidst such rampant thunder, the assaults of single-attribute magical beasts are bound to be exceedingly formidable. Maintaining a vigilant demeanor, Fang Ming opted to return the fluffy spider to the familiar space of his summoned beasts and chose instead to cloak himself beneath the mud monster, advancing in silence and with discretion. Indeed, after a brief while of travel, Fang Ming soon encountered other lightning-type magical beasts within the valley: wind thunderwolves, thunderclap bears, thunder eaters, along with numerous lightning orbs that bounced about freely in the valley. Fang Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. These beasts were all at least Tier 3, with a considerable number being Tier 4. It was likely that ordinary candidates would find themselves at a standstill upon reaching this point. However, those adept in lightning or stealth attributes might have a chance to navigate through the valley. As he pondered, Fang Ming took increasingly cautious steps. Perhaps due to the Thunderstone's influence, the electric aura enveloping the mud monster blended seamlessly with the valley, evading the attention of other beasts. At that moment, Fang Ming resembled a humanoid lightning bolt, advancing step by step into the depths of the valley. To his astonishment, at the very center of the valley lay a sanctuary, illuminated entirely by a radiant light. Upon entering, Fang Ming found himself completely shielded from the external thunder, with even the presence of magical beasts vanishing. Could it be that this place was intentionally designated as a resting spot for candidates? If such sanctuaries were scattered at intervals, candidates would indeed have the opportunity to progress further, ultimately reaching the deepest recesses of the canyon. Fang Ming surveyed the sanctuary's interior. Aside from a luminous altar radiating white light, there was naught else within. The entire space measured a mere 10 square meters, with gentle streams of white light encircling the altar to create a protective barrier, isolating everything beyond it. Given that maintaining the mud monster's current state only required a slight expenditure of spiritual energy, the sanctuary proved somewhat superfluous for him. After a brief adjustment and respite, Fang Ming resumed his journey. At this pace, approximately half an hour later, he successfully reached the furthest depths of the valley. To his surprise, he discovered a tranquil expanse devoid of any signs of thunder, as if all external phenomena had been utterly severed. The reason was clear. Before him stood a colossal, enigmatic altar, far larger than any he had previously encountered. The white light enveloping it covered a significant portion of the valley's terrain, rendering the external thunder powerless to intrude. Hidden within the innermost sanctuary were several herbs. Fang Ming's eyes gleamed as he hastened towards them. It was Thunderstrike wood, along with the 9 Heavens Thunderstone. What a stroke of fortune. Hardships had led him to this bounty without any effort. Not to mention, the 9 Heavens Thunderstone was precisely what he urgently needed. Thunderstrike wood was also a rare A-grade material, not only essential for magical beast evolution, but also a core ingredient for alchemists to concoct potent spirit artifacts. Artifacts crafted from Thunderstrike would far surpass ordinary electric guns in effectiveness. This could certainly be regarded as a reward for being the first to arrive here. Fang Ming graciously accepted these treasures. Subsequently, he meticulously searched the center of the sanctuary for any additional treasures, only to be met with disappointment. Aside from the solitary altar, there was nothing else. Those materials likely formed naturally over time within the Thunder Valley rather than being deliberately placed. Nevertheless, the mere acquisition of the 9 Heavens Thunderstone was sufficient to satiate Fang Ming's desires. With the sanctuary offering a degree of protection, he decided to allow the versatile mud monster to break through right there. System, 9 Heavens Thunderstone collected. Please assist Little Red in her breakthrough. Ding, material usage successful. Versatile mud monster is breaking through. Please wait. Ding, versatile mud monster breakthrough successful. Little Red, species, versatile mud monster rarity, E-grade, upgradable, tier 2 attribute, none strength, 53 agility, 52 magic power, 55 defense, 56 skills, devour, S-grade, mimicry, E-grade. After the breakthrough, the mud monster's attributes significantly enhanced, and its combat capabilities visibly improved. More importantly, it gained an E-grade mimicry skill. Fang Ming quickly tested the skill and discovered its effect. It allowed the mimicry of other magical beast skills, though the maximum effect could only reach E-grade. Perhaps it would prove useful in due time. With a shrug, Fang Ming decided against hesitation. After all, he was still amidst a crucial examination and could not afford to squander time. He approached the altar and pressed his hand upon it. Congratulations, candidate. As the top scorer from Jiangcheng, you have successfully passed the 4th Palace Thunder Valley, receiving a reward of 10 million Dragon Country coins and a star medal. In the next moment, the world spun, and when Fang Ming opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of snow. It appeared that the 9 Palace Sky Tower encompassed a variety of distinct natural environments, a revelation that took him by surprise. At this juncture, Fang Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. While he might have felt uncertain about other assessments, he felt considerably more confident regarding the environmental tests featuring attribute-based magical beasts. Thanks to the unique properties of the fusion monster, it could incorporate various materials into the magical beast form, creating new attributes. Thus, the fluffy spider now possessed a multitude of attributes, adeptly leveraging its advantages in diverse combat scenarios. It seemed this level primarily featured ice-type creatures, and Fluffy, this time, it would fall upon you to exploit your fire attribute advantages. Although the fluffy spider's initial attribute was poison, it had first battled the purple extreme demon spider, thus becoming well-versed in fire attacks. In the snowy plains, the air was frigid, and the swirling snowflakes obscured visibility significantly, rendering the landscape a sea of white. Fang Ming instinctively wrapped his thin clothing tighter around himself. Meep. The versatile mud monster, upon observing Fang Ming's actions, suddenly crawled onto his back. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the mud monster's intent through their connection. He promptly retrieved a fire attribute material and fused it with the mud monster. Upon fusion, an overwhelming warmth enveloped Fang Ming's entire being. Little Red, you truly are a versatile creature. This effect surpasses that of a fur coat, he remarked with a smile, unable to contain his admiration. Meep. The mud monster seemed to sense Fang Ming's praise and conveyed a wave of joy in return. Well then, let us continue onward. With the concern of the bitter cold resolved, Fang Ming felt unburdened and swiftly mounted the fluffy spider to press forward. He certainly did not forget that this was a national examination, not a leisurely excursion in the wilderness. Every second counted, and he must seize the moment. Chapter 58. The Illusion of Ice and Snow, with the assistance of Yining Shuang. Delicate snowflakes drifted through the air, adding layer upon layer of pristine white to the snowfield. The surroundings enveloped in silence, save for the occasional whisper of the wind, rendered almost every other sound non-existent. Fang Ming inhaled deeply the crisp and invigorating air, feeling the tranquility and vastness of the snowfield. This was the 5th chamber of the Sky Tower, and it was astonishing to think it could expand into such an extensive expanse of snow. There were no trees, no rocks, not even a single blade of grass to be found on this desolate snowfield. After walking for so long, he had yet to encounter any magical beasts. How long must he continue on this path? Although he was gently shielded by the slime monster, fatigue was beginning to creep in. His footprints left deep impressions in the snow, yet they were swiftly covered by the freshly fallen snowflakes, restoring the surface to its original smoothness. Thus, he could no longer discern from which direction he had come, for this barren snowfield provided no points of reference. At this moment, time seemed to slow down on the snowfield. Fang Ming could even hear the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Meow. The slime monster responded to his thoughts, though it did not fully grasp their significance. At this pace, it was nothing short of a mere delay. Fang Ming frowned and instinctively halted his steps. As he did, he realized that exhaustion had surged upon him like a relentless tide. How long had he been walking without realizing it? Outside the sky tower, a throng of spectators was fixated on the solitary green that had reached the fifth chamber. Look, it's been at least 3 hours. And that little green that hasn't moved at all. Indeed, if he were eliminated, the sky tower would have expelled him directly, and the dot would have vanished. At least this indicates he has not yet failed. By the way, does anyone know what the assessment in the fifth chamber entails? It seems exceedingly difficult. Of course, it's the fifth chamber. Just look at how few have made it to the fourth chamber. Haha, it seems that little green dot has stirred up quite the excitement. As if he might set a record. That's right. The current record for the Sky Tower's grand examination was set in the seventh chamber by that genius Beast Master, Gongsun Jilan, who is now the president of the Beast Master Guild in Jiangxing. She is undoubtedly the brightest talent in Jiangxing, admired by countless young aspirants. Look, one of the dots in the fourth chamber has finally moved. Phew, it hasn't been easy. That little green dot has been trapped in the fifth chamber for nearly 3 hours, and finally, they have made a breakthrough. As the spectators exchanged their comments, another small green dot flickered momentarily before appearing on the interface of the fifth chamber. Do you know who this genius is? Perhaps they might also achieve a reversal in this fifth chamber. Are you not aware? The eldest son of the Wang family is participating in the grand examination this time. He possesses A-grade talent. I suspect that if the first green dot belongs to that A-grade genius girl, this new dot might just be him. That's quite possible. After all, it's the Wang family, whose strength is beyond doubt. This speculation was met with widespread agreement among the crowd, clearly indicating the Wang family's formidable influence in Jiangxing. Snowflakes continued to descend endlessly, as if they would never cease, and the surrounding scenery seemed to repeat itself ad infinitum. Fang Ming had utterly lost his sense of direction and could no longer find an exit. He had come to realize that this trial was likely not a mere battle on a snowfield, but rather a deeper challenge, a snowfield illusion. Using similar scenes and repeatedly occurring images to confound the candidates, it trapped them within the fifth chamber. It seemed that the moment he succumbed to exhaustion would mark his complete failure. Fang Ming muttered to himself, though he had yet to devise a solution. He did not surrender, determined to persist. For now, he aimed to conserve his strength and await a chance for reversal. Rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps on the snow reached his ears. Fang Ming turned to see the figure he had anticipated. It appeared that his chance for reversal had arrived. Hey, could you lend me a hand? He called out with a smile. The girl responded in a nonchalant manner, her tall figure standing before him, maintaining her habitual frosty demeanor. Yet, in this icy land, she radiated an extraordinary warmth. The newcomer was none other than Yining Shuang. She possessed A-grade talent in frost and ice, granting her a natural advantage in such an environment. Did you just arrive? Fang Ming glanced in the direction she had come from, but could not discern whether it was the entrance. Yes, the Thunder Valley. It's a bit troublesome. Yining Shuang frowned slightly, her tone remaining calm and unperturbed. Indeed, had she not taken a shortcut, it would have been unlikely for her to pass through so easily. This girl, she didn't rely solely on brute strength to make her way through, did she? Fang Ming's expression turned slightly peculiar. You weren't injured, were you? Not at all. Yining Shuang assessed him with a glance. Your condition is far better than I had imagined. Fang Ming forced a wry smile. I had good fortune earlier, but now it seems I must rely on your guidance. This is the snowfield illusion, without a frost affinity talent. It is indeed challenging to discern the essence of the formations within. Yining Shuang gazed into the distance and spoke softly. So, you can really lead me out? Fang Ming was surprised by her casual assurance. Indeed, different talent attributes offered distinct advantages in varying assessments. Well, you can leave, but I won tea. Yining Shuang nodded. What do you mean? Fang Ming was momentarily perplexed. Yining Shuang offered no further explanation, just follow me. Fang Ming refrained from questioning further and trailed behind her, moving forward. Though they traversed the same snowy path, the presence of Yining Shuang instilled a sense of reassurance. The girl did not walk quickly, and Fang Ming soon matched her pace. Walking alongside her, endless snowflakes fell, landing on their shoulders, evoking a sense of shared immersion in the snow. The wind howled, and the snow fell heavily. Yining Shuang silently raised her left hand, conjuring a small ice and snow shield before them. A strange sensation stirred within Fang Ming's heart. The feeling of being cared for by a girl was rather peculiar. We're almost there. Shortly, I will use my spiritual energy to strike the formation's core. You can take the opportunity to escape. After walking for a while longer, Yi Ningshuang halted, gazing at the snowfield ahead, and softly instructed. Fang Ming looked closely, taking special care to observe. Indeed, guided by Yi Ningshuang's hint, he noticed the subtle differences in this location. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air were markedly more intense, yet without deliberate investigation, one could hardly perceive such minute discrepancies. It was likely that only the heightened sensitivity from her ice affinity allowed Yi Ningshuang to detect the formation's core. However, what she had just said, "Are you truly deciding to stay here?" Fang Ming asked once more. Yi Ningshuang nodded, still not providing further explanation. Yet, a faint suspicion began to stir within Fang Ming's heart. This location, situated within the fifth chamber of the Celestial Tower, represents the very heart of the entire structure. Once again, the scene unfolds upon a snow-covered expanse, which likely holds particular significance for Yi Ningshuang's spiritual cultivation. Well then, I appreciate your assistance, Fang Ming remarked after casting a deep glance at her. Chapter 59, The Magma Domain, the Fire Spirit Duck. At this moment, having secured Fang Ming's assurance, Yi Ningshuang hesitated no longer. She summoned her spiritual energy and began to gather strength in place. It was then that Fang Ming first sensed the vastness of the energy emanating from the young girl. The magnitude of her spiritual force was likely several times greater than his own. Could it be that she has already attained the rank of a fourth-level beastmaster? Fang Ming mused in disbelief. As Yi Ningshuang completed her accumulation of energy, a clear stream of spiritual force surged forth, striking a designated spot in the snowy ground. With a resounding thud, it seemed as if a massive mechanism had been activated. What was once an empty expanse of snow began to split apart, revealing a gaping fissure that shimmered with silvery light. Now's our chance. Yi Ningshuang turned to Fang Ming. All right, I shall proceed first. Without delay, Fang Ming stepped towards the opening in the ground. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sensation, compelling him to look up. Above him, an enormous shadow had inexplicably materialized against the sky. Fang Ming's pupils constricted in alarm. However, before he could further investigate, the force emanating from the fissure suddenly drew him in with great intensity. Everything before his eyes began to blur into a haze. Congratulations to the examinee for passing through the fifth chamber's illusory snow realm as the top candidate from Jiangcheng, rewarded with 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins and a star medal. The familiar voice echoed in his ears. When Fang Ming opened his eyes once more, he beheld a dramatically transformed landscape. Yi Ningshuang was, of course, no longer present. In her stead lay a vast expanse of crimson terrain. Could this sixth chamber be the domain of flames? Fang Ming's mind began to grasp the underlying rules of the Celestial Tower. Each chamber was distinctly a separate realm, designed to test the candidate's adaptability and combat prowess in various environments. To put it more officially, it was a multi-dimensional assessment of comprehensive abilities. Before him, the tumultuous flow of molten red could be seen not far away. Is that magma? Fang Ming hastily instructed his companion, Little Red, to retract the cold-resistant effect of the flame herb. In a mere moment, the drastic temperature shift left his back drenched in sweat. He wondered what tests awaited him in this sixth chamber. In the previous snowy realm, he had relied on Yi Ningshuang's assistance. He was uncertain how this would affect his final score. Nevertheless, the rewards he had just received were intact. By the way, what of that creature that appeared above the snowy expanse? I hope Yi Ningshuang is unharmed. Or perhaps, that was indeed what she sought? A conjecture formed in Fang Ming's mind. If Yi Ningshuang aimed to contract a new companion amid the snow, he hoped for her good fortune. Shaking off his thoughts, Fang Ming infused Little Red with the effects of an ice spirit herb before merging it with himself. Instantly, a refreshing sensation akin to consuming ice-cold sorbet washed over him, and the oppressive heat in the air seemed to dissipate significantly. Mao Mao, come forth. Fang Ming summoned the fluffy spider and directly applied red rock agate to it. This C-grade material was easy to mine and not particularly costly. He had accumulated quite a bit, so he felt no remorse in using it. System: fuse red rock agate, C-grade, with the pet Mao Mao. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolves into red rock demon spider and grows to a 4th-level mature form. Duration, 10 minutes. The red rock demon spider re-emerged, embodying the form most familiar with its fire abilities. It immediately began to stretch its limbs, evidently having been cooped up during their time in the snowy realm. Mao Mao, lead the way ahead. Fang Ming chuckled at the creature's fearsome appearance juxtaposed with its playful demeanor. The initial path was manageable, albeit slightly hot underfoot. However, as they progressed, the ground began to crack under the force of the magma below. Further ahead lay a scene of countless streams of molten rock. The heat in the air felt as if it could explode at any moment. With no other options, Fang Ming allowed the red rock demon spider to guide him onward. Fortunately, bolstered by the 100-fold fusion enhancement, the creature's fire resistance had increased dramatically, enabling it to withstand the searing heat. Suddenly, a soft sound akin to a duck's quack reached his ears. Fang Ming turned sharply, his expression turning grave. Emerging from the magma were several fire spirit ducks, playfully swimming in the molten flow. Despite their adorable appearance, these creatures were bona fide B-grade magical beasts. Though not fully matured, they already exuded 4th-level energy. If provoked, their wrath could unleash magma instead of mere water. Mau Mau, let us see if we can circumvent them. Engaging fire attribute magical beasts in a magma environment was exceedingly disadvantageous. After all, magical beasts of the same attribute enjoyed enhanced skill potency and energy recovery in their respective environments. Fang Ming was reluctant to engage in such a futile endeavor. However, the ducks moved far swifter than he anticipated. Upon spotting him, they paddled eagerly towards him, flapping their little tails with excitement, resembling puppies drawn to a bone. I recall that fire spirit ducks are not inherently aggressive. They are not predatory beasts. As his thoughts raced, Fang Ming hastily rummaged through his system backpack and tossed a few pieces of fire attribute ore into the magma. The ducks quacked joyfully, each seizing a small ore and eagerly devouring it, their fiery wings flapping in delight. Well, they are rather easy to please, Fang Ming sighed with relief. Yet, after consuming the ore, the ducks did not simply disperse. Instead, they began to circle around him. What could this possibly mean? Fang Ming was utterly perplexed. After their little dance, the ducks quacked a couple of times before hastily swimming ahead. Finally, they're leaving. Just as Fang Ming relaxed his guard, he noticed the ducks turning back, quacking at him once more. What does this mean? Are they beckoning me to follow them? Fang Ming was taken aback. The landscape before him was a sea of magma, devoid of any solid footing. Who could possibly keep pace? Suddenly, as if sensing his hesitation, Little Red transformed into a small boat-like structure and leaped into the lava. What on earth? Fang Ming was taken aback, only to discover that the slime monster was utterly unscathed. At that moment, he realized that the slime monster had autonomously activated the Fire Sea Roiling skill of the Fire Spirit Duck. This skill, categorized as C rank, allows the user to move freely in a fiery environment. Impressive. Little Red has effectively utilized her mimicry skill to replicate a functional ability. Fang Ming gave a thumbs up and then leaped onto the back of the slime monster. Sturdy and resilient, it moved with surprising stability even within the molten lava. Concerned about upsetting the little ducks, he refrained from lingering too long in contemplation and instructed the slime monster to follow the little ducks onward. The little ducks finally relaxed and continued to lead the way. Where could they possibly be taking him? Fang Ming felt somewhat perplexed. However, the slime monster seemed to navigate remarkably smoothly behind the little ducks, encountering no troubles along the way. Eventually, the little ducks came to a halt. Before them loomed an extensive forest of bizarre rock formations, shaped by various peculiarities from the dried lava, with a magma pool nestled at the center. In the vast sea of molten rock, it resembled a small bathtub, and at the heart of this pool resided a colossal entity, the fire god duck. Chapter 60, The Wind Breath Cliff and the Iron Chain Bridge. In the expansive magma pool, countless bubbles surged and boiled, releasing billowing heat. The fire god duck, an A-rank magical beast in its 6th-tier maturity, emanated an overwhelming aura, as if a mere breath could conjure tumultuous waves across the pool's surface. Fang Ming mused. So this flock of little ducks has brought him to their guardian. Is this truly how you treat your benefactor? He felt a pang of heartache. Turning to leave, he found himself rooted to the spot the next moment, for he could distinctly sense that the immense duck had fixed its gaze upon him. He pondered whether an S-rank 5th tier could hold its own against this A-rank 6th tier. Unable to resist, he nearly reached for the holy dew. Quack, quack. The little ducks, noticing his stillness, anxiously circled around him, seemingly urging him on. The gigantic fire god duck, observing this scene, merely let out a mild quack, devoid of any malice. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual energy rushed into his mind. Within Fang Ming's spiritual sea, a small duck appeared, swimming carefree. In the following moment, a notification chime rang out from the system. With a ping, the joyful little duck was abruptly ejected from the scene. Fang Ming blinked in astonishment, meeting the equally bewildered gaze of the fire god duck. Quack! The fire god duck regarded him intently, as if conveying a message. Fang Ming's intuition told him this was likely a benevolent signal. Gritting his teeth, he urged the slime monster to approach slowly. Indeed, the fire god duck exhibited no territorial aggression towards his advance, continuing to gaze at him with a calm demeanor. Several little ducks could hardly contain their excitement, rushing back to the fire god duck's side, chattering animatedly as if sharing their experiences. The fire god duck casually flapped a wing, sending a small splash of water that toppled the little ducks over. The little ducks were delighted, circling around the fire god duck in a playful dance. This sensation resembled that of a mother playfully entertaining her children. Realizing this, Fang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the next instant, the fire god duck cast a glance at the approaching Fang Ming, and with a simple flap of its wing, it sent a gust of energy towards him. Startled, Fang Ming instinctively prepared to react, but the wave of spiritual energy dissipated 10 meters before him, allowing him to breathe again. Simultaneously, a light feather floated gently down from above. Fang Ming reached out to catch it, feeling a surprisingly warm heat emanating from it. He immediately recalled the records he had seen earlier. This was the down of the fire god duck, a rare A-rank material. As it could only be collected from magical beasts. Was this a token of gratitude? Fang Ming glanced up at the fire god duck, only to find it leisurely closing its eyes. At that moment, a small whirlpool emerged on the surface of the magma pool. Fang Ming understood instantly. The fire god duck was offering him a means of departure. Thank you. Without hesitation, he directed the slime monster toward the whirlpool. In the next instant, a flash of light enveloped him. Congratulations, candidate. You have successfully passed through the 6th palace of the fiery molten pool as the top scorer of Jiangxing, earning 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins and a star medal. The voice in his ear had become somewhat familiar by now. One must admit, the rewards for this examination were quite impressive. As for the star medal, he had already collected 6 and had yet to discover its purpose. He could only wait until the conclusion of the Sky Tower to see if any rewards could be exchanged. With this thought, Fang Ming redirected his attention to his surroundings. Before him loomed a massive cliff. Atop the cliff was a slender chain. This setup was even more precarious than an iron chain bridge. Fang Ming peered over the edge, and even his seasoned composure was rattled. Below the cliff lay a true abyss. One could only wonder what kind of test the examiners had devised. Should a candidate truly fall from the cliff, would the proctors be able to rescue them in time? Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming began to comprehend the intent behind this 7th palace challenge. It was likely designed to compel him to traverse this iron chain bridge. However, he had a method to circumvent the difficulty. Spider-Man to the rescue. The fluffy spider spun a web, firmly adhering to the iron chain. By binding another strand of webbing around himself, he could safely cross the bridge in this manner. With this thought, a smile crept onto Fang Ming's lips. The previous palaces had posed significant challenges, yet these later trials seemed to offer him opportunities for clever shortcuts. Just as he was contemplating this, a sharp bird call pierced the air from behind him. No way. Fang Ming turned to see a magical beast glaring menacingly at him, descending swiftly with incredible speed. A C-rank 4th-tier beast, the Blazing Sky Giant Eagle. This was the elevated form of the Blazing Sky Eagle he had encountered earlier. Fang Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately utilized a yellow jade crystal on the fluffy spider, evolving it into the sinister magic spider, whose combat prowess rose to 4th-tier standards. Among its peers, the fluffy spider's strength was undoubtedly unmatched. Fang Ming directed the sinister magic spider to confront the Blazing Sky Giant Eagle first, preventing the creature from attacking him mid-air, which would complicate matters. As the sinister magic spider charged forward, the Blazing Sky Giant Eagle met it head-on, plunging downwards with unwavering determination. In an instant, a fierce clash ensued. After a brief wait, Fang Ming observed the sinister magic spider successfully ensnaring the Blazing Sky Giant Eagle in its web, effectively subduing it. Task accomplished. Fang Ming smiled faintly, just about to summon the ominous spider back to continue crossing the bridge, when a piercing cry echoed, and yet another fierce great eagle soared from the clouds above. Fang Ming pondered, what is this? A wheel battle? The energy consumption of the ominous spider could be completely replenished by merging materials, and it was least afraid of a wheel battle. In a matter of moments, yet another fierce great eagle fell. However, it was somewhat regrettable that, seemingly due to the presence of the Sky Tower's beasts, these creatures did not drop any magic cores upon their demise. This realization made Fang Ming feel a twinge of disappointment. Surely no more beasts will come seeking their doom now, he murmured to himself. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when he felt a twitch in his right eye and beheld yet another fierce great eagle appearing in the sky. Fang Ming began to comprehend the situation. These relentless beasts were likely sent to ensure that the Beastmasters would leave their own pets to face the battle. Consequently, crossing the bridge would have to rely solely on the Beastmaster themselves. Perhaps the 7th palace even had a detection mechanism. If I summoned a few pets, several beasts would come to cause trouble. Fang Ming gazed skyward, a sudden conjecture flashing through his mind. However, he wondered if the ever-changing slime creature would even be detected. A slight smile curved his lips. Xiao Hong directly assumed the form of armor. As Fang Ming's intention fell, the slime creature promptly enveloped him. Yet, no additional fierce great eagles appeared in the sky. It seemed feasible. Fang Ming smiled gently. Xiao Hong, Can your armor take the shape of a hook to help me secure that chain? Chirp. The slime creature replied affirmatively, and Fang Ming instantly understood this meant no problem. How intriguing. It seemed he could indeed exploit this situation. Mao Mao, you stay behind to fend off the enemies, and I shall retreat. With a casual wave to the ominous spider, he stepped onto the chain, which was barely 2 fingers wide. Chapter 61. Commencing the challenge, the Path of Stars. The mountain wind swept past Fang Ming's chest with a fierce howl. The chain beneath his feet swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of snapping at any moment. Glancing downward, he saw the boundless sea of clouds, yet the beauty was lost on him, overtaken by the thunderous beating of his heart. This was still under the condition of having the hook for security. Without any protective measures, Fang Ming could scarcely imagine the difficulty. Initially, it felt manageable, as if there were always an escape route. However, as he progressed further along the path, he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable barrier on all sides. And it was then that the true terror of the situation set in. Fang Ming gritted his teeth, reminding himself that all this was merely the cowardice within him. Pressing forward with courage would surely lead him safely to the other side. Meanwhile, outside the tower, numerous candidates had already been ejected from the national examination by the Sky Tower. Each stage had a predetermined time limit of 3 hours, and these were candidates who had failed to pass the current level within that time frame. As candidates continued to exit, the crowd outside grew increasingly congested. Look, that green dot has reached the 7th palace. Is a record about to be broken? It was noteworthy that even the esteemed Chairman Gongsun had only reached the 7th palace during the examination. To be honest, I thought he would be kicked out after nearly 3 hours at the 5th palace. I never expected him to break through at the last moment. Truly impressive. How could it not be impressive? Look, aside from that one little dot that made it to the 5th palace, no one else has managed to reach it, indicating that the difficulty from the 5th palace onward is undoubtedly epic. This was the ongoing chatter among the spectators. Moreover, amidst these discussions, there were many young voices filled with astonishment. Wow, who is this formidable man? Reaching the 7th palace? I couldn't even get past the 2nd palace. Formidable man? That must be our goddess Yining Xiang from number 1 high school. My goddess is truly amazing. I bet a lollipop she will shatter Chairman Gongsun's record. She is our new goddess of Jiang City. At this moment, less than 5 hours had passed since the examination began, and the wind continued to howl. Yet, Fang Ming's heart gradually settled down. The swaying chain, if treated as a common iron plank bridge, was not impossible to traverse steadily, despite its narrowness. As long as he proceeded slowly, with patience and caution, countless wisps of clouds swirled around him as he walked as if treading upon the clouds, traversing the void. Fang Ming was unaware of how long he had walked until the layers of mist before him finally parted, revealing the outline of the opposite side. Almost there. A surge of joy filled his heart, but this sudden emotional shift caused the chain beneath his feet to sway violently. Fang Ming quickly centered himself, reminding himself to remain calm. Success lay on the other side, and he needed to tread carefully, step by step, to reach it. He who travels 100 miles should not falter at 90. I must not let my efforts go to waste. At last, when his feet touched solid ground, he could finally confirm that he had successfully arrived at the other side. The mountain wind caressed him, and at that moment, a sense of expansive tranquility enveloped him. Fang Ming immediately recalled the ominous spider, which was still engaged in battle on the other side. It had played a crucial role in intercepting all the fierce great eagles that had come to harass him. Otherwise, crossing that chain bridge would have been significantly more troublesome. As Fang Ming set foot on the opposite side, the clouds and mist naturally dissipated, revealing a spiraling mountain path ascending before him. Was it necessary to continue upwards? Simultaneously, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear once more. Congratulations, candidate, for passing the 7th palace of Wind's Breath Cliff with the 1st rank in Jiang City. You have been awarded 10 million Longhua coins and a star medal. Congratulations, candidate, for breaking the record of Jiang City, receiving an additional 10 million Longhua coins. Would you like to continue the challenge for the 8th palace, the Path of Stars? Breaking records? Hearing the announcement, Fang Ming finally realized that he had surpassed the previous record set by Gongsun Zhulian at the 7th level. Furthermore, the 8th level had a dedicated challenge prompt. Could it be that the 8th level held something particularly special? With it so close at hand, there was no reason to abandon the endeavor. Fang Ming grinned. I shall continue the challenge. The voice in his ear faded slightly. Not far away, a figure watched Fang Ming's silhouette, furrowing their brow. This kid, is he truly about to initiate the Sky Tower challenge? That would surpass the scope of the examination. Fang Ming and the ominous spider pressed onward, initially puzzled about why this path was called the Path of Stars. Only upon stepping onto the spiraling mountain path did he grasp the significance of the name. This path was to be graced by falling meteors. So, this was the Path of Stars. Fang Ming looked up, seeing the starry sky above, now vividly close and clear. A lofty building 100 feet high, one can pluck the stars. He now stood at the 8th palace of the Sky Tower, estimating that he was at an exceedingly high altitude. Suddenly, without time to admire the beauty of the starry sky, a massive meteor plummeted from a mere 3 meters away, compressing his spirit to its utmost. The impact of this meteor was no less than that of an attack from a peak 5th-tier magical beast. Moreover, the speed was exceedingly swift. Had it not been for his prior vigilance in evading, there would have been no opportunity to dodge whatsoever. Ahem, Mau Mau. Please keep a lookout for me, Fang Ming instructed, tilting his head upward to remain ever watchful for anomalies in the sky. This winding path spiraled into the heavens, soaring into the clouds, with no discernible endpoint in sight. Given such a length, would 3 hours suffice to reach the palace? Fang Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he chose to lie upon the back of the fuzzy spider, allowing it to hasten his advance. Along the mountain path, there were indeed numerous places to scale. The fuzzy spider directly expelled Silk, attempting to take the shortest route between 2 points. However, just as it soared into the air, a massive boulder inexplicably rolled down from the upper road. The fuzzy spider was unable to evade in midair and had no choice but to raise its 2 front legs to withstand the blow. Bang! The stone, heavy as a mountain, could not be resisted even by the fuzzy spider's strength, nearly crushing it flat. Fortunately, at the last moment, it managed to spit out a strand of silk, whisking Fang Ming away from the stone's path. Fang Ming's expression darkened. If he were to traverse this perilous route and not be slain by a beast, only to be crushed by a rock, he would surely die with his eyes wide open. This mountain path bore an oddity. Fang Ming frowned, and after such a tumult, he and the fuzzy spider had almost returned to their starting point. The starry path, could it be that its meaning was not as simple as it appeared? After some thought, he decided to have the fuzzy spider accompany him closely, ready to assist in dodging any falling meteors from above. As for the mountain path, he resolved to ascend it step by himself. Indeed, after traversing a considerable distance this time, no bizarre phenomenon of stones plummeting from above occurred. The starry path. The path to the heavens. Must it be that the challenger must climb step by step? Fang Ming murmured to himself as he gazed at the towering mountain road. Chapter 62. The Last 2, Starry Seas. Outside the Sky Tower in the heart of Jiang City, countless onlookers gazed at the soaring structure with expressions of complexity. The national examination had been ongoing for over 24 hours, and astonishingly, it had yet to conclude. Or rather, it seemed that apart from the 2 remaining candidates inside the tower, all others had long since completed their examinations. As the sun rose, many had returned home to rest, only to come back to await the announcement of the results. To their surprise, upon returning, they found that the 2 candidates had not yet finished. Their names had also been uncovered by the crowd. Yining Shuang, a prodigious girl with an A-class talent from Beastmaster High School, and Fang Ming, a former student now an unremarkable individual with an unknown talent. Those who knew Yining Shuang even slightly would find her information unremarkable. Hence, the majority of gazes inadvertently converged upon Fang Ming. Who was this dark horse, Fang Ming, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere? It was rumored that he had been expelled from Beastmaster High School due to a failed awakening, yet here he was, rising to prominence. Little did they know, Fang Ming was once the undisputed academic prodigy of Beastmaster High School, and there were indeed issues surrounding his awakening failure. Even if he excelled in studies, could his talent truly compare to Yining Shuang's? Clearly, many remained skeptical. Have you heard? Numerous Beastmasters have been disappearing in the wild lately. Even the headmaster of this year's senior class at Beastmaster High School has vanished. And it is said that the Beastmaster Guild has uncovered leads regarding the Spirit Thief Association. Hiss, are you suggesting that this Fang Ming, who clearly failed to awaken, is now exhibiting such monstrous talent, perhaps related to the Spirit Thief Association? I never said that. The Spirit Thief Association is a nefarious organization wanted by the authorities for stealing others' talents. Fang Ming's participation in the examination should be above reproach. This Fang Ming is no ordinary individual. Achieving second place is enough to elevate his reputation. Enough talk, look. The young master of the Wang family has arrived. It is said he is at odds with Fang Ming, and some witnesses even saw them arguing on the basketball court of Beastmaster High School. As several individuals arrived, the surrounding chatter abruptly fell silent. Wang Tung stood silently beneath the Sky Tower, gazing intently at the display screen representing candidate scores. Young Master Wang, our people have been monitoring this area since the candidates exited the tower, confirming that Fang Ming has yet to emerge. One person leaned closer to Wang Tung, whispering a report. Wang Tung nodded, his expression darkening. In this examination, his score was ultimately fixed at the 4th palace. Yet, the light representing Fang Ming was in the 5th palace, which indicated that the brat had indeed surpassed him. Moreover, absurdly, the Sky Tower stipulated that one could not remain in the 1st palace for more than 3 hours. Yet, both Fang Ming and Yining Shuang had not been expelled. Wang Teng had even sent a subordinate to consult the examination supervision team, and the response was that everything was functioning normally, regardless of whether it is normal or not. As long as you remain within the tower, there will eventually be a time for you to exit. At that moment, you shall find it impossible to leave. Wang Teng cast a sidelong glance at the small light in the 5th layer, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. What does it matter if a candidate obtains 2nd place? He would personally inform Fang Ming that in the face of the Wang family of Jiang City, a mere candidate is nothing. Outside, an entire 24 hours had passed, which meant that Fang Ming had been trapped in the 8th layer of the starry path for nearly 20 hours. At this moment, although Fang Ming felt fatigued, his eyes remained bright with determination. The starry path was not difficult due to the meteors falling from the sky, nor was it the treacherous mountain environment. Rather, it was the perseverance required for this protracted journey. There was no room for shortcuts. It was a steady, step-by-step endeavor. Since he began this ascent, countless meteors seemed to fade into the background, no longer affecting him. Fang Ming had lost track of how long he had been walking. Eventually, he even forgot he was participating in an examination. It felt as if the only thing remaining in his heart was an unwavering ambition to ascend. Even though his legs had grown too sore to lift, and every muscle in his body cried out for rest, he never halted his progress. It was not that he could not stop. Rather, he dared not. He feared that if he paused, he would lose the courage to continue. To give up was far too easy. To persist was truly arduous. The stars in the sky seemed so close. And this path truly led to the vast sea of stars. With each step he took, he moved toward the heavens. Yet, how high and distant were the skies? Could human strength truly reach the end? Ding. The host has triggered the side quest, Starry Sea. Starry Sea. Quest objective. Reach the shores of the starry sky. Quest reward. 1 drop of holy dew, 1 grain of stardust. A system prompt? New material rewards awaited. Fang Ming momentarily froze, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, he steadied himself just in time, a faint, long-lost smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth. The system had appeared. It seemed this quest must be completed at all costs. System, use the holy dew on me. Fang Ming gritted his teeth and issued the command with his mind. Holy dew was an S-class item produced by the system, which he had thoroughly examined before. It is neither a material nor a potion, but rather an exceptionally pure embodiment of energy. Since magical beasts can harness it, it follows that beast tamers can do the same. Even without the 100-fold amplification effect of a fusion anomaly, utilizing it now to accomplish the task at hand is undeniably worthwhile. As Fang Ming concentrated, the sacred dew from his system's inventory was instantly activated. A surge of pure energy exploded throughout his entire being in an instant. It was indeed an explosion, as the overwhelming force threatened to emanate from every pore of Fang Ming's body. Fortunately, the essence of the sacred dew is remarkably balanced and pure, not volatile, allowing Fang Ming to gently guide it within himself through the continuous circulation of his spiritual power. No, this is unbearable. Despite this, Fang Ming found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he took off running along the lengthy mountain path. The energy within him seemed boundless, sustaining him in this fervent exertion. Thus, in a moment where he should have been utterly fatigued, Fang Ming dashed forward like a man possessed, his speed akin to a sprinter covering 100 meters. He continued this frenetic pace for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Somewhere along the starry path, a figure who had been meditating with eyes closed suddenly opened them, astonished. That little rascal began sprinting from halfway up the mountain. Chapter 63, finally reaching the summit. The mysterious figure. They have emerged. At last, another contestant has appeared, outside the sky tower, as yet another light on the large screen extinguished. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd. An hour had passed, and now the second-place contestant from Jiangsheng was about to reveal themselves to all. It should be that lad, Fang Ming. Surround the exit and ensure he does not escape, Wang Teng instructed with a smirk, turning to the others behind him. Rest assured, young Master Wang, we will not let that boy slip away again. Indeed, we shall not repeat the mistakes made at the entrance of the illusionary forest. Absolutely. We will stand there and contain him. What can that boy do against us, no matter how capable he is? Hearing their words, Wang Teng's lips twitched slightly as he recalled the scene from yesterday, when he had just broken through to the first palace and reached the entrance of the second palace. His entourage had, without exception, been ensnared like cocoons, hanging upside down from the trees at the forest's entrance. Passers-by had laughed and pointed, while his usual companions, who wielded their power under the Wang family name, found no one to come to their rescue. Ultimately, it was Wang Teng himself who had to intervene and rescue these useless companions. The Wang family's reputation had taken a significant blow. Consequently, Wang Teng's animosity toward Fang Ming had reached a boiling point. Prepare everything. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the Sky Tower's exit. His wait was not long. Soon, the grand doors of the Sky Tower swung open, revealing a remarkably poised young woman before the crowd. With flowing hair cascading over her shoulders and icy eyes radiating an aura that demanded distance, Wang Teng's expression stiffened at once. Wait, why is it a girl? Wasn't it supposed to be Fang Ming? What Fang Ming? This is Yining Shuang. Truly, our Shuang is so formidable, so beautiful, so captivating. Where do these delusional fans come from? This is a national examination, not a celebrity talent show, step aside. However, her presence exuded an overwhelming aura. I feel more pressure from her than even from our homeroom teacher. Wait, have you all considered something? If the contestant emerging from the 5th level is Yining Shuang, does that imply that the light's still lingering on the 8th level? In an instant, countless gazes exchanged incredulous glances. They had subconsciously defined Fang Ming's strength as being at the 5th level, and this revelation exceeded all expectations. It turned out that Fang Ming's prowess was still beyond their imagination. Yining Shuang paid no heed to the intense scrutiny directed at her. Upon exiting the Sky Tower, she focused on one thing. She glanced back at the large screen. Noticing that a light still lingered on the 8th level, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected, a faint smile broke through her frosty demeanor, though it was fleeting, as she turned her attention back to the screen, oblivious to the beautiful moment unfolding behind her. Hello, Student Yi. I am a reporter from Jiangxing's first Beast Tamer evening news. May I request a brief interview? A reporter eagerly approached. Securing an interview with the second-place contestant would surely land them on the front page tomorrow. Not convenient, Yining Shuang replied, shaking her head decisively. The reporter's words were abruptly lodged in his throat, his expression turning awkward. However, he was clearly not ready to give up, as an outstanding contestant. Could you share some success tips with younger students for the future? Yining Shuang cast him a fleeting glance, her powerful aura freezing his words before they could escape his lips. Excuse me. Yining Shuang nodded slightly to those in her path. The moment her formidable presence surged forth, everyone instinctively parted to make way. After all, she was not merely a contestant in a major examination, but a remarkably gifted beast tamer. Yining Shuang strode forward without glancing sideways, but halted momentarily as she passed Wang Teng. Wang Teng was taken aback, mistakenly believing she recognized him, and hastily flashed her a smile. You are blocking the way. Yining Shuang regarded him coolly, her aura intensifying, causing Wang Teng and his cohorts to stumble back, and she proceeded past them as if they were invisible. You. Wang Teng nearly stumbled, caught off guard, and was steadied by a few of his followers. This Yining Shuang is intolerably arrogant. Indeed, Brother Wang, should we teach her a lesson? Brother Wang, no matter how strong she is, she cannot surpass the Wang family. Let us deal with her. His followers clamored, their faces twisted with indignation, but Wang Teng's previously furious expression suddenly calmed. Her strength has indeed increased. She has likely reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Moreover, her background seems formidable as well. Brother Wang, then. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, his previously boisterous followers fell silent. They had merely felt a surge of indignation after being effortlessly swept aside, urging Wang Teng for revenge. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng had regained his composure. No matter, there will be another opportunity. I shall teach her a lesson in due time. Wang Teng coldly observed Yining Shuang's retreating figure, a flicker of concealed desire crossing his gaze. But for now, I have but one demand: to keep a close watch on the exit and ensure Fang Ming does not escape. Meanwhile, within the Sky Tower, on the starry path, Fang Ming continued his frenzied sprint, the spiritual energy within him still boiling forth despite the considerable exertion. Even the 2nd-tier realm, which he had just barely broken through, began to subtly show signs of loosening, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 3rd tier. The sacred dew was composed entirely of the purest spiritual energy, and its efficacy likely surpassed that of even S-grade energy stones. This left him somewhat helpless, for one could only remark that the items produced by the system were exceedingly effective. However, despite having sufficient spiritual energy, Fang Ming sensed that his spiritual energy circulation was not keeping pace, and he was still a tad short of expanding his 3rd-tier spiritual reservoir. This was a matter of energy adequacy versus cultivation inadequacy. It wasn't that Fang Ming was negligent in his training. Rather, he had advanced too swiftly. To establish a solid foundation, one must not merely chase after speed, suppressing the restlessness of the spiritual energy within him. Fang Ming pondered for a moment, and then gave a light slap to the little red creature perched on his shoulder. The fluffy spider had engaged in numerous battles and integrated numerous materials, so it had no trouble with breakthroughs. In contrast, Little Red possibly required this spiritual energy even more. Little Red raised its head, chirping inquisitively. The next moment, the system's notification chimed as anticipated. Ding! The shape-shifting slime monster is on the verge of a breakthrough. Please collect the required metal materials promptly to facilitate the breakthrough. With the system's voice echoing, Little Red, who was already on the brink of a breakthrough, felt its fluctuations once again suppressed. Well, one must commend the system for its forceful coercion. Fang Ming glanced at the list of materials provided by the system. The primary material was still an A-grade mineral, magic pattern gold. It seemed he would need to devise a way to procure these materials once more. While contemplating, he continued onward. After traversing this stretch of road, Fang Ming finally beheld the terminus of his journey. At the summit of the mountain path lay an exceptionally spacious platform, seemingly adorned with countless intricate runes. The stars above appeared almost within reach. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming gradually halted his frantic pace, silently circulating the spiritual energy within him to quell the still boiling blood. Congratulations. You have successfully navigated the 8th palace, the path of the stars. Is that all? Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that the most challenging 8th palace would yield no rewards upon completion. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the side quest, Stars and Ocean. Rewards, Sacred Dew and Starry Sand have been credited. Starry Sand. Item level, S-grade. Item description, a tiny grain of stardust from the heavens, seemingly imbued with the power of the stars. It should prove to be a remarkable item. Fortunately, having completed the system's task, it was not entirely fruitless. Fang Ming stowed away the items and cautiously took a step onto the platform. The moment he set foot on the platform, a figure suddenly appeared in the center, where there had been no one moments before, seated cross-legged. Chapter 64, Master of the Sky Tower, Moon Badge. Human affairs undergo transformation, traversing through ages. The rivers and mountains leave behind their illustrious traces. We, too, shall ascend once more. A resonant recitation echoed in his ears, the aged voice reverberating. It had been many years since someone had arrived here. Young one, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you have ascended to the 9th palace with your strength. Fang Ming immediately summoned the fluffy spider and the slime monster, regarding the figure before him with the utmost caution. The intensity of its aura exceeded even that of Gongsun Jilan. When had Jiang City produced a second beast master of 7th tier or above? Are you the challenger of this 9th palace? At that moment, his heart plummeted. If this figure truly was an opponent, then even the S-grade Sacred Dew might not suffice for a reversal. There is no need for such hostility. I am indeed your opponent, but not one you should concern yourself with at this moment. The figure rose and slowly approached Fang Ming. Only then did he discern that it was a frail old man, clad entirely in black, appearing rather unassuming. Or rather, his presence paled in comparison to the formidable aura he exuded. Fang Ming remained on high alert. What do you mean, senior? Logically, the 8th palace has yet to reach the point of your challenge. However, since you have managed to traverse it through some peculiar means, I shall not pursue the matter. As the old man spoke, he cast a peculiar, penetrating gaze upon Fang Ming. Fang Ming understood that, given the old man's strength, he must have perceived something. Yet since he did not pursue the issue, it implied that Fang Ming had not breached the regulations of the Sky Tower. Each palace evaluated various aspects of an individual. The first palace tested wisdom, the second innocence, the third logic, the fourth righteousness, the fifth determination, the sixth kindness, the seventh courage, the 8th faith, and the sole criterion of the 9th palace, strength. What do you imply, senior? Fang Ming still could not fathom the old man's intentions. The challenge of the 9th palace is reserved for when you reach the 5th tier. Return then. The old man waved his hand, indicating it was time to leave. Fang Ming's expression turned serious. Are you suggesting I should concede outright? Upon hearing this, the old man shot him a blank stare. If you wish to challenge me now, it is not impossible. Hiss. So the 9th palace indeed entails challenging this old man. Senior, you jest. I do not possess such overconfidence. Fang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Throughout this encounter, he had maintained a safe distance from this peculiar old man, fully aware of the threat he posed. Enough. I know you are not one to concede easily. Besides, you have already secured first place in that grand competition. There is no rush to challenge me at this moment. The old man, observing Fang Ming's demeanor, spoke with a hint of annoyance. I am granting you some time. Come back when you reach the 5th tier. Fang Ming paused in surprise. Is that permissible? However, considering the old man's prowess, asking him to return at the 5th tier seemed to be an overestimation of his abilities. The rules of the Sky Tower are mine to establish. What is there to question? I shall grant you a year. Do not expect leniency after that. The old man snorted dismissively. A year's time. Progressing from the 2nd to the 5th tier, what 20-year-old beastmaster had not been a prodigy? This demand was not trivial. Fang Ming remained silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. Very well, I shall not keep you waiting. By the way, what did you mean by I established the rules? Fang Ming fixed his gaze intently on the old man, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. Hesitantly, he continued, "May I inquire, Senior, are you the master of the Sky Tower?" The Nine Palaces Sky Tower, each of the 13 main cities has one, has existed as a landmark since the Great Cataclysm, and naturally requires someone to oversee it, the old man replied nonchalantly. This statement undoubtedly served as a tacit confirmation of Fang Ming's suspicions. No wonder. As another beast master of 7th tier or above in Jiang City, no one knew of his existence. It turned out he was akin to a recluse, unknown to outsiders. The mists clouding Fang Ming's mind began to clear. Before I take my leave, Fang Ming was about to bid farewell when the old man interrupted him. Young one, during your journey here, have you gathered 7-star medals? At this, Fang Ming paused slightly, for he had yet to fully comprehend the significance of the star medals, and he was surprised that the old man had inquired about them. With that, there was nothing left to conceal. Fang Ming directly retrieved several stellar medals from his backpack. Is this what you were referring to, Senior? He inquired. Humph, indeed. Now return them to me, the old man commanded, gesturing with his hand. To Fang Ming's astonishment, the 7 stellar medals soared into the air, forming the shape of the Big Dipper, drifting further away. Fang Ming was momentarily stunned. The old man's ability to manipulate objects from a distance nearly sent a chill down his spine. With such strength, if the old man truly wished to kill him, it would likely require just a thought and a blade to silence him without a trace. Senior, Fang Ming felt it prudent to take his leave, preparing to bow out. The 7 stellar medals, as their name suggested, were likely relics of the Sky Tower. Since the old man had taken them directly, he had no grounds for protest. Very well, here, take this. Don't make it seem like I've taken a great advantage from you, the old man retorted, casting a displeased glance at Fang Ming. With a wave of his hand, a glimmering golden weapon hurtled toward Fang Ming. Startled, he quickly commanded his slime creature to possess him, raising his palm to shield himself. To his surprise, the golden object slowed as it approached, eventually landing almost weightlessly in his hand. Such a cautious little fellow, the old man scoffed. All right, this matter no longer concerns you. You may leave. Fang Ming glanced at the golden object in his palm, which turned out to be a moon medal. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Upon hearing the old man's words, he felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted. Then I shall take my leave, and I will surely return to seek your guidance another day. Scram, the old man waved his hand dismissively. A gust of wind sweeping Fang Ming off the towering stellar platform. Whoa, Fang Ming exclaimed, feeling as though he were plummeting into an abyss. Teacher, you just gave him the moon medal like that? As Fang Ming fell from the platform, a tall, robust figure appeared atop it. What do you want it? The old man asked, his gaze unwavering, speaking with a hint of indifference. I wouldn't dare. I trust in my teacher's decisions, believing that all arrangements have their reason. The robust figure quickly replied, bowing his head. Very well, go on. Our venue must be used for the national examination every year, but this year, with this latter round, things have become quite chaotic. You need to tidy up. The student acknowledged this. Meanwhile, Fang Ming was engulfed in an endless descent, witnessing countless scenes flashing before his eyes. The arduous climb to the apex of the celestial path seemed to have been effortlessly undone. In the next moment, he opened his eyes again, miraculously finding himself standing at the entrance of the first palace, as if everything prior had been nothing more than a dream. Phew, the old man's methods were indeed unfathomable. It appeared that his journey in the Sky Tower had come to an abrupt halt. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming did not hesitate and stepped toward the grand door before him. As he moved, the entrance of the Sky Tower opened automatically, allowing him to stride forward. Chapter 65. Fang Ming exits the tower, the bell rings. Clang. As Fang Ming emerged from the Sky Tower, a resounding bell echoed throughout the city. The chime of the Sky Tower rang out once more. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the figure stepping out from the doorway. The tall youth, bathed in the midday sun, seemed to be enveloped in a golden glow, resembling a deity. Is that really Fang Ming? Indeed, talents arise from generation to generation. This young man is impressive. The large screen displayed that he had seemingly reached the 9th palace. Could it be that he had cleared all challenges? Regardless of whether he had or not, this lad was undoubtedly the best, having shattered Gongsuan's records. Moreover, the results from the preliminary competition had just been released. I saw it too, heavens. The previous national 3rd place was also this Fang Ming. Countless eyes were upon him, and discussions swirled. Fang Ming observed the crowd before the Sky Tower, unable to suppress a clench of his fist. Although he had yet to exact the rightful retribution upon the Wang family and the Spirit Thief Association, in this moment, he had undeniably proven himself. With 25 consecutive victories in the preliminary rounds, undefeated, he had secured 3rd place nationally. The main examination of the national contest spanned over a day and night, culminating in his ascent to the 9th palace, where he claimed 1st place. He, Fang Ming, was no fool, but a true genius. Fang Ming. A voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Wang Teng, who had been waiting for a long time, glared at Fang Ming with resentment. How could this glory belong to this boy? No, a mere ranking in a national examination meant nothing before the Wang family. Realizing this, Wang Teng sneered and slowly approached Fang Ming. Now that you've completed the examination, we ought to settle accounts. Standing at the entrance of the Sky Tower and looking down at Wang Teng, Fang Ming smiled faintly. I'm not quite sure what accounts you wish to settle. Does young Master Wang owe me money? At this moment, he stood tall, exuding the confidence of a champion, effectively suppressing Wang Teng's aura. Simultaneously, many had overheard their exchange and turned their attention back to the two. One was the brightest talent following the conclusion of the national examination, Fang Ming. The other was the most distinguished heir of the Wang family, the wealthiest in Jiangxing, Wang Teng. How could these two clash? The onlookers were instantly intrigued. Just then, several individuals approached. The crowd gasped and instinctively parted to make way. The three arrivals were all prominent figures in Jiangxing. Leading them was the city lord, Wu Deji, striding with authority. Following him was a dignified and elegant woman, the head of the current examination, a fifth-tier beast master, Ji Pin, who had come from the capital. The last was a benevolent-looking man, impeccably dressed, the wealthiest in Jiangxing, Wang Lang. Wang Teng, initially intent on having his entourage surround Fang Ming, was taken aback by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Father, what brings you here? Humph, step aside, Wang Lang said coldly, casting a glance at him. Wang Teng's face darkened slightly as he fell silent, stepping aside. His followers, witnessing this scene, dared not utter another word and hurriedly retreated behind him. Fang Ming observed this with a glimmer of amusement, pondering what trick the Wang family intended to play. He had heard of Wang Lang's reputable image in Jiangxing, often seen as a philanthropist, frequently donating to foundations and aiding in rescue efforts beyond the city. However, he had never encountered him directly. Classmate, you must be Fang Ming? Wu Daiji, the city lord, paused before the steps leading to the tower and addressed Fang Ming first. Fang Ming smiled lightly and slowly descended the steps. Greetings, City Lord Wu. I am Fang Ming. Indeed, you previously secured an admirable position for Jiangxing in the preliminary exams, which allowed me to hold my head high for a moment. I wished to reward you, but considering the demands of your major examination, I refrained from disturbing you at once. Wu Deji gazed at Fang Ming as he descended step by step, smiling as he remarked, Today, with your major examination concluded and a commendable first-place ranking achieved, I felt it imperative to come and meet you. Fang Ming regarded the imposing middle-aged man before him, whose aura was undeniably formidable, and with a slight bow, replied, You are too kind, City Lord. If the visit was merely to extend congratulations, Fang Ming welcomed it wholeheartedly. This gentleman is the examination coordinator from the capital, Teacher Ji Pin. Wu Daji gestured towards the woman beside him, introducing her. Greetings, Teacher Ji. Fang Ming offered a courteous nod to the striking woman before him. Ji Pin possessed a voluptuous and enchanting figure. Any addition would render her too plump, while any subtraction would make her too slender. Yet, the intellectual charm she exuded, combined with her physical allure, rendered her utterly captivating. Your remarkable achievements as a practitioner have certainly opened my eyes, Ji Pin remarked, her lips parting slightly, exuding admiration. You flatter me, Teacher Ji. I merely had a stroke of good fortune, Fang Ming replied with a subtle smile. It seemed evident that Ji Pin bore no ill intent. Additionally, this gentleman is the head of the Wang family, the wealthiest in Jiangxing. His son also participated in today's major examination, hence his visit. Wu Daji cast a meaningful glance at Fang Ming as he introduced another refined middle-aged man. Fang Ming, you are exceptionally talented, my son, who lacks ambition. Ought to learn from you. Wang Lang regarded Fang Ming with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the previous tension between Wang Teng and Fang Ming. You are too gracious. Head Wang, I have certainly felt the prowess of Wang Teng. Fang Ming replied with a slight smile, maintaining a demeanor as calm as Wang Lang's. Thus, regardless of past misunderstandings, they could be forgotten. Wang Lang, undeterred by the veiled sarcasm in Fang Ming's words, smiled faintly, displaying the magnanimity expected of a family patriarch. If Fang Ming feels dissatisfied, we can certainly offer some form of compensation. The Wang family has always valued harmony, and with your extraordinary talent, it would be my pleasure to invest additional resources in you. Fang Ming's expression remained unchanged, though his words grew decidedly colder. Does Head Wang believe that wealth can resolve all matters? Money is not omnipotent, yet it is indispensable. Offering compensation is merely a gesture of goodwill from the Wang family. Wang Lang continued to smile, embodying the demeanor of a benevolent benefactor. Fang Ming, however, remained unmoved. Raising his gaze to lock eyes with the seemingly magnanimous philanthropist, what if I decline? Fang Ming, do not overstep, Wang Tong, who had remained silent until now, finally erupted. His outrage evident. In my presence, you have never been a person of significance. Fang Ming coldly regarded Wang Tong. Does your Wang family dare to publicly reveal the deeds you have committed? Chapter 66. Confrontation with the Wang family. Gongsun reappears. A stir arose before the Sky Tower. No one anticipated that, amidst the gathering of notable figures, the atmosphere, which had been amicable following the conclusion of the major examination, would swiftly become charged with tension. Wang Lang's expression darkened slightly, yet he spoke. Tung step back. This matter shall be addressed by your father with this young scholar. Wang Tung shot a venomous glare at Fang Ming before begrudgingly retreating. There is no need for theatrics between us, head Wang. I find it hard to believe you are unaware of your son's actions. Fang Ming met Wang Lang's gaze, displaying no inclination to relent. Wu Daji watched with some surprise, as it was evidently the first time he had seen a junior speak so boldly to Wang Lang. Ji Pin, too, appeared intrigued. A glimmer of amusement dancing in her beautiful eyes, seemingly fascinated by the unfolding narrative. Regardless of what transpired, I assure you, the Wang family can offer you compensation. Wang Lang asserted, his previously amiable demeanor now cool. Oh, is head Wang serious? Fang Ming replied with a cold smile, a peculiar curve gracing his lips. What if I demand his life? Fang Ming, you dare? Wang Ting could no longer contain himself, furious and ready to charge forward. Stand down, Wang Lang barked. Then turned to Fang Ming, his expression calm, yet heavy. Do you wish for my son to perish? Although his demeanor remained serene, Fang Ming keenly perceived the fleeting glimmer of malice in Wang Lang's eyes. He first sought to take my life, Fang Ming stated coolly. The simplicity of his words sent a chill through the air. I trust the head Wang understands the gravity of my words. Wang Lang regarded him intently. The past is behind us. Your future is bright. Why dwell on what has transpired? The Wang family can offer you double compensation. A handshake to seal our truce, and even a long-term investment in your endeavors. Fang Ming smiled, reiterating his stance. I will not agree. What do you propose? Wang Lang inquired, an intangible aura beginning to coalesce around him. These distinguished figures, regardless of their status, were all formidable beast masters of at least the 5th tier. What I desire, I will obtain with my own hands. There is no need for head Wang to concern himself, Fang Ming replied nonchalantly. Wang Lang chuckled, peering deeply into his eyes. Fang Ming, while it is commendable to revel in your recent triumph, one must not forget one's place. I appreciate the Wang family's counsel, Fang Ming responded with clarity. The onlookers exchanged complex glances. The implication of Fang Ming's words unmistakable. He was drawing a clear line with the Wang family. Countless spectators began to murmur among themselves. This Fang Ming, initially regarded as a clever prodigy, turns out to be a fool. Indeed. Does he think that achieving first in a major examination grants him the power to defy the Wang family? It is laughable. He has offended the very family that holds dominion over Jiangqing. The value of placing first may equate to billions, yet the Wang family's influence dwarfs that sum multifold. This youth has jeopardized his own future. No one will invest in him now, nor will anyone stand against the Wang family on his behalf. The whispers grew louder. Even those who had previously praised Fang Ming's talents and lauded his contributions to Jiangqing now fell silent. The Wang family was the very foundation of Jiangqing. Who would dare oppose them? Would ordinary citizens dare to risk their livelihoods? Would merchants dare to jeopardize their businesses? Would the lesser noble families dare to jeopardize their own progress? Fang Ming observed the scene before him with indifference, allowing a sardonic smile to escape his lips. Everyone feared the Wang family, but he did not. Heaven had granted him another opportunity, an infinite array of possibilities that were not meant for him to cower. From the day he withdrew from school and acquired the system, he had resolved. Either he would soar like a dragon, ascending to the heavens and reigning supreme, or he would fail to transform, defiant and proud until death. There were no alternative paths. Upon hearing Fang Ming's forthright declaration, even the Lord of Jiangqing, Wu Daji, couldn't help but exhale a sigh, retracting the words he had intended to express upon his arrival. Initially, he had aimed to invest in Fang Ming under the guise of a reward, hoping to cultivate a rapport with this promising talent who might prove invaluable in the future. However, with Fang Ming directly confronting Wang Lang, those sentiments would have to remain unvoiced. As the city lord, Wu Daji possessed the qualifications to challenge the Wang family. Yet, when juxtaposed with Fang Ming's worth, it was evident that such a confrontation was not merited. Ji Pin furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she discreetly typed a message on her phone. Kid, are you not afraid that you won't be able to leave this place today? Wang Lang scrutinized him closely, his demeanor oscillating between jest and a calculated assessment of Fang Ming's hidden strengths. Just as Fang Ming was about to respond, an icy voice belonging to a woman suddenly pierced the air. As long as I am here, He may go wherever he wishes today. A radiant beam of light appeared from a great distance, swiftly approaching. Soaring through the air, there existed only one 7th-tier Beastmaster within the entirety of Jiangqing. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable: Gongsun Jilan, the president of the Beastmaster Association. Gongsun Jilan. Wang Lang's expression darkened as he beheld the tall figure descending before him. Esteemed guests, it has been quite a while, Gongsun Jilan greeted, scanning the gathered crowd before her gaze settled intently on Fang Ming. Little one, did I arrive just in time? Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Gongsun Jilan would emerge to support him at this juncture. Dressed in an ethereal blue gown, she exuded an air of mystery and nobility, her presence commanding attention like the brightest star in the firmament, rendering her nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. President Gongsun, Fang Ming inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, he found himself unable to decipher Gongsun Jilan's true intentions. Their previous encounter had been but a fleeting one, lacking any significant bond. Her prior statement about seeking his assistance had felt more like a casual promise than a genuine commitment. Could it be that this esteemed leader would truly stand against the Wang family for the sake of a mere casual remark? Wang Lang, what brings you here? Wang Lang, noticing her blatant disregard for his presence, felt his expression darken further. The Wang family's enterprises abound in Jiangqing. I wonder, when did the Sky Tower also become a part of the Wang family's domain? Gongsun Jilan's beautiful eyes swept across the room, her tone tinged with subtle disdain. Such audacity. Fang Ming couldn't help but silently commend the formidable beauty of the president. Are you truly intent on meddling in this trivial matter? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wang Lang found it impossible to retreat easily. A mere junior and a woman. Did they truly believe they could compel the Wang family to yield? I will intervene. What will you do about it? Chapter 67. Beneath the Sky Tower, the Guardian emerges. As Gongsun Jilan's words echoed, silence enveloped the area. Wang Lang's expression soured as he fixed his gaze intently on her. President Gongsun, you may not be fully aware of the circumstances here. I need not delve deeply into the Wang family's dealings, Gongsun Jilan replied nonchalantly. Wang Lang's facade cracked, unable to contain his frustration. President Gongsun, you have only been in Jiangqing for a year. Must you oppose me at every turn? With her arms crossed, Gongsun Jilan raised her gaze to meet his. I have no desire to exchange threats with you. If you wish to fight, then come at me. Wang Lang gritted his teeth. Do you truly believe that being a 7th-tier Beastmaster grants you free reign in Jiangqing? Free reign is not what I seek. I adhere to the law, but those who flout it should be dealt with appropriately. As she spoke, her previously languid demeanor sharpened with an edge. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang suddenly burst into laughter. President Gongsun, perhaps you should direct that question to your companion, Fang Ming. Just moments ago, he publicly threatened my son's life. Even if the Wang family wishes to resolve matters peacefully, it is he who refuses to mediate. Gongsun Jilan raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Fang Ming, who merely shrugged, offering no explanation. Is it truly so simple? You would deny him passage merely for a few harsh words? Gongsun Jilan countered, her expression one of reason. You might as well wait until he truly threatens your son's life before taking action. Upon hearing this, not only Wang Lang but the surrounding onlookers could hardly contain their amusement. Fang Ming, too, coughed lightly, finding himself somewhat exasperated by Gongsun Jilan's remarks. How audacious! Wang Lang's composed demeanor faltered, his cultivated image of elegance crumbling as he declared, Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? As his words fell, a throng of Beastmasters emerged from the shadows, encircling the entrance to the Sky Tower. This sudden turn of events incited gasps from the onlookers, who hurriedly cleared a wide path, fearing that a confrontation might erupt, with collateral damage likely to injure the unsuspecting bystanders. A dozen or so Beastmasters stepped forward from the crowd, showcasing the Wang family's formidable foundation. As the wealthiest family in Jiangqing, their investment in Beastmasters was not without purpose. Fang Ming surveyed the encroaching figures, noting several exuding formidable energy, clearly 5th-tier or higher Beastmasters. Coupled with Wang Lang's own strength, even Gongsun Jilan, a 7th-tier Beastmaster, would find herself hard-pressed in such a conflict. Meanwhile, the city lord, Wu Daiji, quietly observed the unfolding scene, seemingly fading into the background, remaining silent. Fang Ming cast a discerning glance in his direction. This Wu Lord was, indeed, a cunning fox. With the two major forces of Jiangqing at odds, his position as city lord would likely be more secure than ever. Calling for help? Gongsun Jilan's cold gaze swept over the encircling Beastmasters, betraying no hint of alarm. Do you think the Beastmaster Association is without allies? President Gongsun, you have occupied your position for a year, yet remain blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Wang Lang laughed heartily. How many in your association are truly beholden to your command? Even so, I alone could easily sweep aside these insignificant pawns. Gongsun Jilin huffed disdainfully, seemingly agitated by his words. Fang Ming sighed, preparing to speak, when he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Startled, he instinctively reached to summon Xiaohong. But a gentle whisper reached his ear. "Do not worry, I have arrived." Momentarily stunned, Fang Ming realized that he was indeed standing before the sky tower. Could it be that the figure emerging from the tower was the guardian of the skies, as the peculiar old man had mentioned? Turning around, he beheld a tall, robust man clad in a gray robe. With a bald head and an unremarkable face, he offered Fang Ming a gentle smile that exuded warmth. "You are," Fang Ming began, but the gray-robed man had already stepped past him, positioning himself before the assembly. "Esteemed guests, you now stand upon the grounds of the sky tower." With that single utterance, thunderous silence fell, drawing the curious gazes of countless onlookers towards him. It is believed that everyone remembers the rules of the sky tower. No disturbances within a radius of 1 mile. Upon uttering this phrase, not only did the beast tamers of the Wang family, who had surrounded them, cease their actions, but even the cold and poised Gongsun Jilin involuntarily retracted her fluctuating spiritual energy. Fang Ming, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the mere mention of the sky tower's regulations holds such profound influence? Well, this individual is indeed the esteemed guardian of the sky tower. The Wang family is willing to extend him the courtesy he deserves. Wang Lang promptly gestured for all beast tamers to withdraw, stepping forward himself to respectfully salute the man in gray robes. The gray-robed figure cast a sweeping glance over Wang Lang, not pausing, and continued to survey the prominent figures present. The city lord of Jiangcheng, Wu Daiji, the visitor from the capital, Ji Pin, and the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, Gongsun Jilin, all nodded in acknowledgement of the man in gray. The surrounding onlookers were left in astonishment, nearly dropping their eyes in disbelief. Who is this man in gray? That so many dignitaries are eager to greet him? Did you not see? With a single word from him, everyone immediately halted. That is what true influence looks like. Such ignorance of the sky tower's significance is astonishing. It serves as the cornerstone of every main city, existing beyond the mundane world, yet supremely above all else. For it is the most stable sanctuary for every city. As my compatriot mentioned, throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been 4 beast tides that brought the main cities to the brink of peril, each time the guardians of the sky tower intervened to protect them. Oh, so there exist such hidden powerhouses within the main city. How come I have never heard of this before? Unless it's a matter of great importance. The members of the Sky Tower rarely engage in worldly affairs. Well, does today's incident qualify as a significant matter? As the spectators noted, unless the very existence of the main city is at stake, the Sky Tower remains aloof from mundane concerns. Thus, even with their elevated status, they typically do not provoke the opinions of city authorities or prominent families, given that there are seldom conflicts of interest. Yet today, an unprecedented occurrence has transpired. A shadow of unease crept into Wang Lang's heart, and he bowed once more to the gray-robed man. "Esteemed guardian, might there be any pressing matters today? If this conflict was merely a trivial matter, we would not wish to trouble you." This was a bid to prevent any unforeseen factors from the Wang family from continuing to influence today's events. If the Sky Tower cannot contain Fang Ming within a mile, what of 10 miles, or 50? As long as it is within Jiangcheng, Wang Lang was confident that he would not allow Fang Ming to evade the Wang family's grasp. I nearly forgot to mention, there is indeed a matter at hand. The gray-robed man glanced at Wang Lang with a bemused smile, patting his bald head as if the thought had just occurred to him. "Little Tower Master, please present your badge." Chapter 68. Little Tower Master, truly a big shot. With the gray-robed man's words, the respectful smile on Wang Lang's face abruptly stiffened. What did he just hear? Little Tower Master? To whom was this directed? An ominous premonition intensified within him. Fang Ming was momentarily stunned as well, until the gray-robed man turned to look at him, still wearing that amiable smile, though now his voice bore a hint of urgency. "Little Tower Master, the badge, swiftly now." Each new Tower Master of the Sky Tower must announce their ascension with the ringing of the bell, duly informing the city lord and the guild president. Fortunately, both are present today, so there is no time like the present. With the gray-robed man's words, coupled with his unmistakable gaze directed at Fang Ming, everyone was once again left in stunned silence. No wonder the bell had rung upon Fang Ming's emergence from the tower. Historically, the bell is only sounded at the commencement of significant tests, never at their conclusion. Today's peculiarity stemmed from this revelation. Wang Lang could hardly believe his ears, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Fang Ming, unable to utter another word. Fang Ming, after a moment of silence, retrieved from his bag the moon badge that the elder atop the starry peak had tossed to him. "Is this what you speak of?" The gray-robed man smiled knowingly, but did not respond. However, The sight of that badge caused the prominent figures around him to widen their eyes in disbelief. Wang Lang's complexion turned ashen, his earlier composure shattered. It is well known that the bearer of the Sky Tower Star Badge is the guardian of the Sky Tower. The holder of the Moon Badge is the Deputy Tower Master, and the one with the Sun Badge is the Tower Master. The gray-robed man glanced at Fang Ming, offering a brief explanation. Deputy Tower Master doesn't quite have the same ring to it, while Little Tower Master sounds far more endearing. It is a customary title. Upon hearing the gray-robed man's explicit acknowledgement, the other dignitaries no longer hesitated, bowing to Fang Ming without reservation. "We greet you, Little Tower Master." This gesture was not merely out of respect for Fang Ming himself, but rather for the badge he possessed, or perhaps for the legacy of the Sky Tower. In that moment, even Wang Lang begrudgingly bowed to Fang Ming, his expression akin to one who had swallowed a bitter pill. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Fang Ming's mind, and he responded with a light chuckle. "You are all too kind." Gong Sun Jilin blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Fang Ming, a peculiar smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth. "With the Sky Tower backing me, my efforts are certainly lessened." Upon hearing this, Wang Lang awkwardly cleared his throat. Before the gray-robed man, he could not afford to pursue further trouble. Fang Ming smiled slightly, looking at Wang Lang. "It seems I made a part smoothly today." With the backing of the Sky Tower's reputation, the Wang family would likely think twice before acting against him, at least openly. Wang Lang snorted and turned away. "This is indeed the domain of the Sky Tower. Little Tower Master is free to come and go as he pleases." "Then I thank the head of the Wang family." Fang Ming replied with a faint smile. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the venue finally relaxed. Even the onlookers could not help but exhale in relief. The identity of the Sky Tower's guardian appeared formidable. Yet the Wang family's solid power in Jiangcheng could not be overlooked. Should a conflict arise, it would ultimately be the ordinary citizens who suffer. However, there was Fang Ming. All eyes turned to the still upright young man, their gazes tinged with intrigue. At such a tender age, he could confront the Wang family without faltering, even seeming to prevail. With the support of dignitaries like the president of the Beast Tamer Guild and the guardian of the Sky Tower, his own capabilities and potential were exceptional. Such a prodigy. His future prospects were evident to any discerning eye. As long as he does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to become a top-tier beast tamer. The youth is indeed formidable. Perhaps, Fang Ming has long since transcended the confines of age. After all, in terms of status, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the city lord and the guild president as the Little Tower Master, a true powerhouse within this major city. Little Tower Master. Just then, the gray-robed man approached Fang Ming once more, speaking softly. "This moon badge contains a portion of my teacher's power. It may aid you in times of peril. Moreover, he mentioned that he looks forward to seeing you again soon." Fang Ming let out a bitter smile. "Thank you, senior, for coming to my aid today. I will definitely strive to meet your expectations." The man in the gray robe gazed deeply at him, unable to refrain from saying, "The Sky Tower lineage seldom walks among mortals. As the new lord of the tower, you must be particularly cautious in your words and deeds, as you now represent the dignity of the Sky Tower." Understanding this, Fang Ming nodded, taking it as a reminder to refrain from abusing his newfound status. "Then I wish the young Tower Master smooth sailing in his cultivation and look forward to our next meeting." The gray-robed man nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd before he turned and re-entered the tower. Fang Ming realized that while the man had ostensibly come to convey rules and notifications, he had, in truth, emerged to lend his support. A wave of gratitude washed over him, and he gave a slight bow toward the retreating figure. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a significant examination. It is time we return to the main event." As the atmosphere finally calmed, Ji Pin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and spoke with a clear and elegant voice that resonated throughout the venue, akin to a blooming peony exuding its fragrance. "I hereby announce that the official competition of the Nine Palaces Sky Tower has concluded. Detailed scores and rankings will be published shortly, and candidates who are not present may log onto the National Beastmaster Examination official website for inquiries." With Ji Pin's announcement, a wave of cheers erupted from all the candidates. This moment marked the culmination of years of arduous training, finally yielding a result. Regardless of their scores, it signified that their lives were poised to embark on a new and exciting chapter. The spectators watched the jubilant students with smiles, reflecting on the youthful exuberance on display. Such carefree joy was truly enviable. Furthermore, students ranking within the top 100 from Jiangcheng are free to choose whether to participate in the officially organized elite training camp, which, I let slip, will contain surprises. Ji Pin continued with a smile. Amidst the cheers, a massive golden ranking board descended as if from the heavens, slowly unfurling before coming to a halt, prominently displayed at the forefront of the Sky Tower. At the top, Gleaming letters shouted the title, National Competition Jiangqing Score Rankings. First place, 788 points, Fang Ming. Second place, 486 points, Yi Ningxiang. Third place, 352 points, Wu Liang. Fourth place, 349 points, Wang Tong. Heavens! Fang Ming's score is nearly double that of the others. How terrifying. After all, he is the prodigy who advanced to the ninth palace. I truly admire him. Perhaps he is the next President Gongsun. Countless eyes were drawn to the gleaming board, filled with envy. Even from a distance beneath the tower, the characters were unmistakably clear. And the name at the very top shone like a sovereign in power. First place, Fang Ming. Chapter 69, Ji Pin's Invitation, Gongsun's Company. Beneath the sky tower. Cheers resounded. Ji Pin, having announced the results, did not depart immediately, but instead walked directly to Fang Ming. Mr. Fang, may I continue to address you in this manner? I trust you won't take offense. She looked at him with a warm smile, exuding grace. Teacher Ji, you jest. I am merely a candidate. And it is only fitting to be addressed as such, Fang Ming replied, meeting her gaze, unsure of her intentions for approaching him. Mr. Fang, although I represent the official examination committee this time, I am also a teacher at Guanghua Academy. Thus, I wish to extend an invitation to you on behalf of the institution, Ji Pin stated directly. The four prominent Beastmaster academies of Longhua, Guanghua, Lingyu, Shoshan, and Haiyan each have their unique strengths and are not ranked hierarchically. Haiyan Academy, located in the coastal city of Lianyungong, specializes in water attributes. Guanghua and Shoshan, situated in the bustling capital, have the highest annual enrollment numbers. Lingyu Academy, located at the northern border, defends against the two nearest monster zones to the human capital, zones 3 and 5. Ji Pin's invitation to Guanghua, at this juncture, is indeed an excellent choice. After all, Haiyan's focus is too narrow, and Lingyu is remote and perilous. Guanghua and Shoshan are quite comparable. However, Fang Ming hesitated only slightly before replying. Thank you for your kind invitation, Teacher Ji, but I am not yet ready to make a decision, so I cannot respond hastily. Ji Pin smiled gently at him. No worries. Choosing a university should indeed be approached with caution. Given your outstanding results, I believe that wherever you choose, a brilliant future awaits you. Thank you, Teacher Ji. Fang Ming responded, finding himself increasingly fond of the poised and elegant woman before him after just a brief exchange. Well then, I shall not delay you further. When you have made your decision, feel free to reach out to me. Remember, Guanghua was the first to extend an invitation to you, Ji Pin said, playfully winking at Fang Ming. He swallowed hard, nodding in acknowledgement. Young man, your eyes are quite wide. Gongsun Jilian remarked with a smirk as she approached and glanced at him. Fang Ming, unfazed by Gongsun Jilian's teasing, calmly redirected his gaze. Thank you, President Gongsun, for your assistance today. Humph, no need for thanks. With such a powerful backing, it seems I was meddling in affairs that do not concern me, she retorted. President, you jest. What brings you here today? To be honest, Fang Ming found it hard to believe that Gongsun Jilian would go out of her way for him. The guardian said the bell is tolled. How could I not come? Gongsun Jilian replied, somewhat irked. I had been wondering when the young tower master would make an appearance, only to find it was you. Fang Ming cleared his throat. You might not believe it, but even I only discovered this fact at the last moment. At that moment, Wu Daji, the mayor of Jiangcheng, who had been observing from a distance, finally approached. Mr. Fang, it so happens that my son is in the same cohort as you. Oh, Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at the leaderboard behind him with slight surprise. Could it be that the third-place contestant, Wu Liang, is Mayor Wu's son? Once he voiced this thought, Fang Ming's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He did not know the others, but he certainly recognized Wu Liang, the very individual he had previously thrashed at the Hunter Association, who had threatened him with vengeance. Haha, indeed, compared to Mr. Fang, he falls significantly short, but I am still quite satisfied with his third place, Wu Daji said with a gentle smile. I came here specifically to reward Mr. Fang for his accomplishments, so please accept this. As he spoke, Wu Daji presented a storage ring to Fang Ming, not one to feign politeness. Fang Ming was in dire need of funds at the moment. Since Wu Daji publicly announced it as a reward for the examination, he felt no hesitation in accepting it. A casual glance revealed, wow, a trove of materials, likely worth a fortune. There are still many good people in the world, knowing he was in need and providing timely assistance. Thank you, Mayor Wu. I shall graciously accept this, Fang Ming replied with a beaming smile, casting a glance at Gongsun Jilian, who remained at his side. Mayor Wu, President Gongsun has a few matters to discuss with me, so we shall take our leave. Wu Daji opened his mouth. As the act of presenting gifts was merely a pretext, followed by a plethora of words yet to be uttered. However, Fang Ming waved him off, departing with Gongsun Jilian without a second glance. He stood there, unable to forcibly impede their exit. After all, the last person who attempted to obstruct Fang Ming had already slipped away in disgrace. Watching Fang Ming's retreating figure, Wu Daji slowly retracted the smile adorning his face. He cast a glance towards the direction the Wang family had taken, then at the towering sky tower before him, murmuring to himself. Even the sky tower lineage has begun to engage with the world. It seems the tides in Jiang City are about to turn. Young man, do you know the fate of the last person who used me as a shield? Gongsun Jilan scoffed, her tall stature radiating an imposing aura that could easily intimidate most. Yet, Fang Ming merely took a small step back, regarding the formidable woman before him with a calm demeanor. It seems I am not the one using the president as a shield. Rather, the president herself sought me out for a matter, no? Gongsun Jilan arched an eyebrow. You are quite astute, aren't you? After all, she was a 7th-tier beastmaster, even with the nominal title of a minor tower master. Fang Ming dared not display even a hint of pride, quickly bowing his head. I merely surmised, given the president's busy schedule. If there wasn't a pressing matter, you would have departed long ago. I shall grant you a modicum of intelligence. Since you are so clever, why not calculate what I wish to discuss with you? Gongsun Jilan did not deny his assertion, instead posing another question. Fang Ming felt a touch of helplessness. Was it a trait of 7th-tier beastmasters to make things difficult? I had previously made an agreement with Secretary Zhua from the Beastmaster Association, which is yet to be fulfilled. That is all I can think of. Fang Ming blinked innocently at Gongsun Jilan, his expression earnest. Indeed, that matter. However, it is not suitable to discuss here. Follow me. Gongsun Jilan cast him a glance and swiftly grasped his hand. Wait, President. Fang Ming barely had the chance to voice his concern before a powerful gust of wind filled his mouth. As for where the wind came from, at that moment, he was being propelled skyward by Gongsun Jilan. As he gazed down at the rapidly shrinking scenery below and the flawless profile of the woman beside him, his usually tranquil heart stirred with an unusual excitement. Indeed, before mastering the art of flight, one could hardly escape the pangs of acrophobia. Savoring the faint scent of orchids that wafted through the air, Fang Ming sighed to himself. Chapter 70. The Identity of Shadow Killer, Tracing the Spirit Thief. Jiang City. Beastmaster Association. Fang Ming followed Gongsun Jilan through the corridors of the association, eventually arriving at an office deep within. The door creaked open, revealing a subtle floral fragrance mingled with a crisp aroma. Inside, the decor was exquisitely cool-toned. The walls were adorned with several abstract monochrome paintings, their lines smooth yet stark. The central desk was made of a massive slab of ice-cracked marble, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the dazzling light from the crystal chandelier above. Simply put, it exuded opulence. As Fang Ming beheld the office, he finally grasped the meaning of wealth disparity. Gongsun Jilan approached the desk, her silhouette casting a long shadow across the marble surface. Come in, make yourself comfortable, she beckoned over her shoulder. Fang Ming settled onto a sofa near the entrance and addressed the woman across from him earnestly. President, please feel free to share your plans. I have already promised Mr. Zhua that I would cooperate to the best of my abilities. No rush, this matter is rather perilous. Your former identity differs significantly from your current one. Shouldn't we renegotiate your price? Gongsun Jilan reclined in her plush executive chair, crossing one long leg over the other, languidly observing Fang Ming. He fell silent for a moment. Indeed, there is a matter for which I require your assistance. Gongsun Jilan's smile hinted at an expected response. Speak. I am urgently in need of some materials. I have already enlisted the help of a friend to gather them, but it may take some time, so I hope the association can lend a hand. Fang Ming explained that he had already notified someone to help gather various A-grade materials before the major examination, but had received no updates. Suspecting it might prove difficult to procure them quickly. A trivial matter. What materials do you require? Just provide me with a list, and I shall arrange for someone to procure them for you. As the Beastmaster Association controlled the core trading center of Jiang City, sourcing materials was indeed a simple task for Gongsun Jilan. Fang Ming shook his head. Thank you, President. Just one of each A-grade material will suffice. And I also require a piece of enchanted gold. I can cover the cost myself. Following the examination and various rewards, Fang Ming's Dragon Kingdom currency had nearly reached 300 million. While A-grade materials were costly, he could afford them. If it can be purchased with money, it is best not to owe a favor. Humph. Gongsun Jilan scoffed lightly. Is that all you require? And you intend to pay? Are you so afraid of owing a favor? Fang Ming chuckled. President, you jest. The small tasks I undertake hardly warrant such a price. Gongsun Jilan leisurely brewed a cup of floral tea. Suit yourself. Has Zhua shared the entire plan with you? The plan from Secretary Zhua is quite detailed, and I have no issues on my end. Fang Ming nodded in affirmation. That is well. According to the original plan, you were merely to serve as bait. However, with your newfound identity as a minor tower master, The implications have changed significantly. Gongsun Jilan spoke, her eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. In that moment, she no longer resembled an enchanting orchid in a secluded valley. Instead, she appeared more akin to a vividly expressive, carnivorous flower lying in wait for its prey. By the way, although your current status as a Sky Tower heir means the Wang family will not dare to confront you openly, you should still exercise caution regarding their covert activities. Thank you for the reminder, President. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Fang Ming ventured cautiously. Wait, there is one more thing. Gongsun Jilan tapped the desk lightly, her tone languid. Fang Ming returned her with a puzzled expression. Please speak, President. Regarding the hooded figure's identity from the outskirts of the monster forest, I have uncovered some clues. Gongsun Jilan remarked casually. Fang Ming's gaze sharpened instantly. Was there a lead on Shadow Killer? Heh, you've let your curiosity slip, young Fang. Gongsun Jilan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she narrowed them at him. You previously claimed it was merely a chance encounter. One would think you had no interest in this person. Fang Ming cleared his throat. I was merely curious as a passerby. Very well, as you wish. That individual seems linked to an underground organization. If your curiosity is genuine, it is perhaps best you remain uninformed. Gongsun Jilan sipped her floral tea, her expression still placid as she regarded Fang Ming. I would appreciate it if the president could share more details. Fang Ming stepped closer, his gaze sincere. Since Shadow Killer was entangled with the Spirit Thief Association, he would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. So, no more pretense? Gongsun Jilan finally set down her teacup, propping her fair hand under her chin. Her interest piqued as she watched him intently. The individual in question is named Ma Feng, hailing from Yuqing. His data within the hunter system dates back 5 years. He was once classified as a D-grade hunter, originally possessing a D-grade fire attribute talent as a beast master, rather than any dark attribute. I further investigated within the law enforcement squad and discovered several homicide cases linked to him. He was apprehended but mysteriously vanished from prison 5 years ago, and no one has managed to recapture him since. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Yuqing lies to the northwest of Jiangqing, a considerable distance of several thousand miles. He was astonished that Gongsun Jilan could uncover such information. As for the apparent leads, would it necessitate a journey to Yuqing for further tracking? Gongsun Jilan cast a sidelong glance at him and continued. 2 points. His talent has evidently undergone a transformation, coinciding precisely with the characteristics of the Spirit Thief Association that is officially wanted. Additionally, there was another individual who vanished alongside him from the Yuqing prison. Who might that be? The warden of Yuqing prison, Sun Haodong. Gongsun Jilan regarded him with a complex gaze, indicating that this matter runs quite deep. Given your current capabilities, it would be prudent to refrain from delving too deeply. Understood. Thank you for the information, President. It's nothing. You've already shared some insights with me. So we're even. Gongsun Jilan waved her hand dismissively and pressed a button on the internal communication device on her desk. Shortly after, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. A figure entered, and Fang Ming recognized it as the cultured secretary's Wei. Zhua. Please escort this young student Fang outside. He requires some materials and could use your assistance. Certainly, President, Zhua Yi replied respectfully with a slight bow. That will be all. I need to rest now. Young Fang, remember, if you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out. Gongsun Jilan yawned, nestled into her executive chair, and waved her hand, indicating that their conversation had concluded. Just as Fang Ming was about to express his gratitude once more, Zhua Yi had already pulled him out. The office door clicked shut, and Zhua Yi exhaled softly. When the president tells you to leave, do not dawdle. Otherwise, she will unceremoniously toss you out. He glanced at Fang Ming, who appeared somewhat surprised, and offered an explanation. Fang Ming chuckled. It seems you are quite familiar with President Gongsun. One cannot help but understand her temperament after a year of her presence. Zhua Yi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled at Fang Ming. Should I refer to you as Young Fang or Knight S. Ember? In the context of the Hunter Guild, please call me Knight S. Ember. Although Fang Ming's name had garnered considerable fame in Jiangqing, he still preferred the moniker Knight S. Ember within the Hunter Guild. Very well, Zhua Yi continued without further ado. Leading Fang Ming outside. The president mentioned you needed some materials. Do you know which one specifically? Fang Ming smiled. A selection of A-grade materials from each category, along with a specified piece of magic patterned gold. I can cover the costs myself. I appreciate your help, Mr. Zhua. Zhua Yi raised an eyebrow. The A-grade materials are no problem. The trading center has some stock. However, regarding the magic patterned gold, that's rather fortuitous. What do you mean? Fang Ming was puzzled. Tomorrow, there happens to be an auction. Zhua Yi looked at Fang Ming, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 71, Talent Upgrade, University Choices. According to Zhui, the auction would take place at the exhibition center in the city center tomorrow. However, He expressed his inability to assist with acquiring tickets due to a conflict between the president and the auction organizers, who would not sell tickets to them. Zui shrugged, explaining the situation to Fang Ming. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that anyone would dare oppose Gongsun Jilan in Jiangqing. All right, I will find a way myself. By the way, have you secured the materials I requested? Follow me, Zui responded, leading him to another office. The desk was neatly piled with spiritual materials. These are all A-grade materials. Take a look. Fang Ming scanned the contents and confirmed that they were indeed A-grade materials. Although most were cultivable herbs, it was inconsequential to him. Thank you, Mr. Zhua. I will settle the payment. Zui chuckled. Are you truly this polite? I'm already grateful you managed to find the materials. In that case, let us conduct this officially. There are 11 items in total. I will calculate the price at 10 million apiece for the A-grade materials. Without hesitation, Fang Ming transferred a total of 111 million. Quality steel is worth its weight. I have more than enough, so no need to feel regret. He smiled slightly, storing all the materials in his spatial storage. The plan should be progressing soon. We will contact each other then. Zui, seeing that Fang Ming had collected everything, understood he was likely busy and offered a reminder. Fang Ming nodded, not lingering any longer, and exited the Beastmaster Guild. With precious treasures in hand, he hurriedly made his way home. The door across the hall was closed, leaving him uncertain whether Yi Ningxuang had returned. He had initially intended to express his gratitude to her in person, but with the items now secured, he felt it was best not to delay any further and focus on upgrading his talent. Upon returning home, Fang Ming called out to the system. System, I have gathered all the materials. Can we proceed with the talent upgrade? Ding, materials are being verified. Quantity is sufficient. Talent upgrade can proceed. Please confirm. Confirm. Ding, talent upgrade in progress. Please wait. Ding, talent upgrade successful. The effective fusion monster has been elevated to level 2. Effective fusion monster. Talent level, SSS grade. Talent effect. You may fuse any item material with a magical beast, amplifying the fusion effect 100-fold, currently at level 2. With a limit of 2 materials per fusion and a chance of mutation post-fusion. Next upgrade conditions. Host must break through to the 3rd stage, requiring 5 types of materials from each category. After glancing at the enhanced talent effect, Fang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The number of materials he could fuse at once had increased by 1. Moreover, the possibility of mutation was an extraordinary boon. This would undoubtedly enhance his combat power, and the expenditure was justified. However, upon reading the subsequent upgrade conditions, his expression darkened. It was likely he would need to gather more materials, which would certainly incur additional costs. Setting aside thoughts of the distant future, he resolved to assist Xiao Hong in breaking through swiftly, then conduct field tests on the effects of his evolution in a more practical setting. Remembering the auction the following day, he sent a message to Brother Shirtu, asking him to explore any avenues for obtaining a ticket to the event. Shortly after, Shirtu called him directly. Fang Ming answered promptly. Brother Shirtu, what's up? Brother Fang, I've been looking into that auction you mentioned, but Shida's voice was hesitant. Fang Ming interjected. Do not hold back, Brother Shirtu. The ticket alone costs 1 million and is limited in availability. I do happen to have a way to secure one, but it must be reserved within an hour, or else buy it. Without waiting for Shirtu to finish, Fang Ming made a decisive choice. Are you not concerned I might deceive you? Shirtu was taken aback by Fang Ming's resolute response. Not at all. I trust you, Brother Shirtu, Fang Ming replied calmly. Very well, since you say so, I will ensure you get it. Stone Brother was evidently moved, and without further ado, he declared, I shall not waste any more time with you. I must hasten to secure that individual. Very well, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Upon hanging up the phone, Fang Ming acted swiftly, transferring 1 million directly into Stone's account. The ticket alone cost 1 million, Fang Ming thought, narrowing his eyes. This was likely the largest auction event in Jiang City this year. Stone's response came promptly. Brother Fang, the ticket is secured. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the City Center Exhibition Hall. Do remember to arrive on time. Thank you, Stone Brother. No need for pleasantries, Stone replied, sending another message. It is linked to your ID card. You can simply swipe it to enter. Fang Ming responded with an affirmative gesture. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, he was momentarily taken aback before opening the door. Yi Ningxuang stood in the afternoon sunlight, her tranquil eyes gazing at him serenely. The girl's long hair flowed like ink, and she wore a simple yet elegant skirt, her figure light as a gentle breeze of early summer, exuding a freshness that replaced her usual cold demeanor. Behind her trailed a suitcase. Thank you for your assistance at the Sky Tower. You're welcome. Fang Ming surveyed the young lady, puzzled. Where are you heading? It seems like you are moving. If memory serves, she had only moved in a month ago. The finals are over, and I need to return home for a visit, Yi Ningxuang replied. averting her gaze as she spoke. So soon? Fang Ming was taken aback by the directness of her response. She had come here to focus on her studies, and now that the exams were over, she would return home, preparing to attend university thereafter. The girl lowered her hands behind her back, her eyes cast down at her toes. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Ming said, "Yes, it's time to go home." At his words, Yining Shuang suddenly lifted her head. "After the finals, which university will you attend?" "Teacher Ji Pin has invited me to Guanghua Academy. I may consider it." "What about you?" Fang Ming replied candidly, leaving nothing concealed. "I might go to Lingyu Academy. I have relatives waiting for me there." Yining Shuang bowed her head once more. Fang Ming paused, refraining from pressing further, merely nodding in response. Lingyu Academy was situated in the frigid northern frontier of Long Country, a choice rarely made by candidates from southern metropolises. Yining Shuang's decision was indeed unexpected. However, given that Lingyu Academy was near the border and faced two major forbidden zones, the city itself served as a military hub for Long Country. The combat training there would undoubtedly be rigorous. Contemplating this, it seemed quite fitting for her path of thriving through battle. "Let's go," the girl said, tugging her suitcase as she turned to descend the stairs. Fang Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed after her.